As Qin Feng piloted the Yunlong towards a spatial jump, he unexpectedly plummeted into a black hole, finding himself in a bizarre and fantastical realm of cultivation. The collision and fusion of the fruits of technological civilization with the profound essence of cultivation civilization. What sort of monstrosity would emerge from this amalgamation? Chapter 1. Yunlong Lunar Forward Command. This is the single-soldier reconnaissance vessel Yunlong, stationed at position 108, requesting spatial jump. Yunlong, this is the Lunar Forward Command of the 7th Fleet of Huaxia. Glide to the outer orbit of number 03 and await further instructions. Qin Feng pushed the thrust lever forward, guiding the Yunlong to gently glide towards the outer orbit of number 03. Once positioned, he pressed the yellow hold button and gazed through the cockpit canopy at the stunningly beautiful azure planet to his left. This should be yet another routine reconnaissance mission, akin to the previous 43. Lunar Forward Command. Yunlong has arrived at the outer orbit of number 03, awaiting further instructions. Yunlong, mission details have been dispatched. Please acknowledge. Lunar Forward Command, mission received. The coordinates are planet B63C in the Centaurus constellation, tasked with monitoring and reconnaissance of the mineral star occupied by interstellar pirates. Yunlong, mission approved. You are cleared for execution. Spatial jump authorized at number 03 orbit. Qin Feng retrieved the spatial jump checklist and meticulously conducted a series of operations in accordance with it. He activated the auxiliary engines, initiated the star map navigation, engaged the spatial jump device, powered up the energy shield, and so forth. He scrutinized each instrument's data, confirmed the status of the antimatter energy battery, verified the onboard intelligence systems, checked the life support systems, assessed the multi-band quantum communication signals, and ensured the escape system was operational. Upon completing the 25 checkpoints as per the checklist, Qin Feng gradually pushed the thrust lever to its maximum while calling the Lunar Forward Command. Lunar Forward Command. Yunlong is departing, initiating spatial jump. Yunlong, farewell. Lunar Forward Command. Farewell. As the Yunlong accelerated, the spatial jump device activated, warping the space ahead. From the command platform of the Lunar Forward Command, the Yunlong's speed increased, its distance stretching farther, its brightness intensifying. When the luminosity reached its zenith, it abruptly vanished, akin to a droplet of water merging into a tranquil lake. As the Lunar Forward Command continued its busy guidance of another vessel entering the area, a sudden, frantic call for help pierced the air. Mayday, mayday. Yunlong, hiss, black hole, hiss, mayday. Yunlong, this is the Lunar Forward Command, please report your position. Yunlong, Lunar Forward Command calling. Yunlong, Lunar Forward Command calling. Fleet Command, this is Lunar Forward Command. The Yunlong has vanished from the star map and is unresponsive. Requesting activation of emergency rescue protocols. Lunar Forward Command, this is the 7th Fleet Command. Please initiate Level 1 emergency response immediately and commence rescue procedures. This station interrupts for an important news bulletin. A single-soldier reconnaissance vessel encountered a trajectory deviation during a spatial jump. Preliminary investigations indicate this was caused by the sudden acceleration of the JW-931 supermassive red supergiant collapsing into a black hole. Currently, the Civil Aviation Bureau, the Federal Aviation Bureau, and the European and American Aviation Bureaus have all suspended civilian spatial jump authorizations. We will continue to provide updates on this developing situation. What is it like to fall into the singularity of a black hole? Qin Feng painfully recalled the events that had just transpired. Initially, the spatial jump proceeded normally. The over 13 GS of load was merely a slight discomfort for a second-tier genetic warrior. However, upon entering the wormhole space's 4th second, the previously straight trajectory began to curve. As a seasoned novice who had completed 228 spatial jumps and undertaken 28 reconnaissance missions, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. He immediately called for a mayday, but received no response. Soon, from the end of the warped wormhole, he witnessed a scene that would haunt him for a lifetime. A red supergiant star collapsed into a black hole at a visibly rapid pace, the entire collapse occurring within mere seconds. The Yunlong's jump path inadvertently intersected with a newly formed black hole. He watched in horror as the Yunlong plunged headlong into the black hole, accelerating swiftly into its event horizon. He braced for the terrifying gravitational forces of the black hole to shred him to pieces, and indeed saw the Yunlong and his own hands being elongated and distorted infinitely. The cacophony around him abruptly ceased, plunging him into a deafening silence as his consciousness froze in that moment. Time slipped away unmeasured, until a series of piercing alarm sounds jolted Qin Feng back to awareness. Groggily, he glanced outside at this moment. The Yunlong had transformed into a fireball, plummeting toward a dense forest. Beep, beep, main engine failure, retrothrust device damaged, energy shield activated successfully. Collision posture, 3, 2, 1 even with the energy shield providing some cushioning. The immense impact of the nearly 30-ton vessel against the ground rendered Qin Feng already in a daze, unconscious once more. Grandpa, come quickly. There's a person inside this iron contraption. A filthy little girl nimbly climbed onto the Yunlong and peered through the cockpit glass. Spotting a figure clad in peculiar armor within, she vigorously waved to an old man behind her, who was carrying a medicine basket, before continuing to lean against the glass to look inside. Foolish child, get down here quickly. Be careful not to slip. The old man puffed and panted as he caught up, exasperated. This little girl had claimed to see a shooting star last night, and insisted on venturing into the mountains today. Not expecting to stumble upon this strange iron contraption, the curious little girl tapped on the glass, discovering its incredible hardness, and promptly retrieved a small medicinal shovel from behind her to strike the glass. With a resounding clang, the glass remained unscathed, but a laser cannon, as thick as an arm, rose from the top of the Yunlong, focusing a red laser dot on the little girl. Simultaneously, alarms blared from within the cockpit. Warning, warning, Yunlong is under malicious attack. Please indicate whether to retaliate. No response to the query. Yunlong will initiate self-defense measures in 10 seconds. 10. 9. Qin Feng vaguely heard the distinct alarm that signaled an attack on the Yunlong. Upon hearing this sound, he fought against the overwhelming dizziness and struggled to open his eyes. What met his gaze was a small girl with a weak-colored complexion, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, who was currently exclaiming excitedly to her grandfather, "Grandpa, he's moving! He's moving!" Preparing to retaliate. Suddenly, Qin Feng snapped to attention, enduring the excruciating pain within him as he shouted, "Stop! Cease the attack!" "Yes, Commander." The laser cannon retracted back into the cockpit. Qin Feng laboriously removed his aviation helmet, gasping for air, his eyes bloodshot from the overload. He remained in a state of confusion, having narrowly escaped death from the extreme overload upon traversing the black hole. His internal organs had sustained varying degrees of injury. Fortunately, as a second-tier genetic warrior, his resistance to overload and healing abilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh by now. He closed his eyes, attempting to organize his chaotic thoughts, myriad questions swirling in his mind. Where's this place? He recalled plummeting into the black hole. How had he ended up here? Chapter 2. The artificial intelligence fool. At that moment, an old man, burdened with a medicinal basket, climbed up and leaned closer to the glass for a glance inside. Qin Feng, alert, cast a wary glance in his direction while instinctively checking the firearm at his waist. The old man, having lived for over a century, had encountered countless demons and monsters, yet this steel monstrosity and the peculiar being within it were sights he had never before beheld. He suddenly grasped the little girl by the arm and urged her in a hushed tone. "We must leave. This fellow clearly harbors ill intentions." The girl shook her head defiantly. "Grandfather, he fell from the stars above. Could he possibly know my parents?" At that moment, the old man had no time for her fanciful tales and pulled her away, stating firmly, "That's a lie. Your parents have long since passed away. They have not transformed into stars." The little girl momentarily fell silent, being dragged along, and softly murmured, "That can't be true. Just the day before yesterday, I dreamt of them. They said they were living happily on the brightest star, free from evil, with rice to eat every day, and that they would come to fetch me soon." Her voice faded into a whisper, and tears began to well in her eyes. The old man anxiously glanced back, his heart racing at the sight. The steel monstrosity's cranium had been lifted, and a strange figure began to crawl out. Assessing the surroundings, the old man instinctively shielded his granddaughter behind him. "Stay back. I am a trained warrior." Qin Feng, utterly bewildered by the old man's words, could not comprehend a syllable. It sounded like a foreign tongue. He pressed a button on the back of his head, activating the artificial intelligence chip implanted there. "Xiaomeng, initiate intelligent translation." "Understood, Master." The intelligent translation technology, which deciphered the speaker's brainwaves and vocal patterns to convey meaning, had originally been designed for communication with extraterrestrial beings, later adapted for conversing with pets. In essence, when conversing with a dog, the ears would interpret woof woof as human speech, while transforming the speaker's voice into woof woof. Initially, this technology struggled with newly introduced languages, often resembling an artificial intelligence fool, translating brainwaves with a mix of 7 parts technique and 3 parts guesswork. Good sir, please do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to inquire about the circumstances here. For Qin Feng, this unfamiliar world felt entirely alien, and this frail grandfather-granddaughter duo seemed the perfect guides for his understanding. However, the translation, true to its reputation as an artificial intelligence fool, rendered Qin Feng's Mandarin into a far more alarming message for the old man. You old fool, do not intimidate me. I am no benevolent figure. Come closer, I have questions for you. Drawing from his mountainous experience, the old man understood that even the fiercest beast must not be met with fear. To show weakness or to flee would surely spell doom. Instead, he would feign bravado, hoping to intimidate this stranger. The youth appeared injured and weak, which only bolstered the old man's confidence. Brandishing his herb-gathering sickle, he declared with forced calm, "Young man, I am not easily frightened in my youth. I led the village militia. What demons or monsters have I not encountered? You, with your bare hands, may not stand a chance against me." Through the lens of the artificial intelligence translation, Qin Feng perceived this as, "Listen here, brat. I am not easily intimidated. I was once a bandit chief, having slain more than you can imagine. One swipe of my sickle, and I'll sever your hands." What began as a mere bluff from the old man transformed into a menacing threat through translation. Qin Feng's expression grew serious, surprised by the fierce disposition of the locals. He discreetly reached for his firearm, while the old man, growing more animated, waved his sickle, even appearing ready to strike. As the old man took a step forward, Qin Feng unhesitatingly fired a shot into the ground beside him as a warning. In his hand, the QF model high-energy particle gun was a standard military weapon, capable of firing 30,000 high-energy superheated or supercooled particle beams from a battery the size of a pigeon egg. Its power was formidable. The superheated beams could penetrate a meter of steel, while the supercooled beams could freeze 3 cubic meters of water in an instant. With a resounding bang, a small mushroom cloud rose, revealing a fiery pit, roughly the size of a basin, which led to an unfathomable abyss. The old man could hardly fathom that this young man possessed such magical powers. In an instant, he was rendered speechless. Recalling tales of deities whose tempers were as unpredictable as their wrath was devastating, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to his knees. "Spare me, Great Spirit. I was blind to your divinity. Please forgive my insolence." After an initial period of self-learning and adaptation, the artificial intelligence translation had improved significantly. Just then, the little girl stepped in front of her grandfather, her face contorted with anger. "You bad man, do not bully my grandfather." The old man quickly pulled the girl into his arms, trembling as he pleaded, "The child is innocent. Do not be angry, Great Spirit. I offer my humble apologies." Seeing the old man prepare to bow, Qin Feng swiftly moved to his side, preventing him from prostrating. "Good sir, please do not fear. I truly mean you no harm. I only wish to inquire about the local situation." The artificial intelligence's rapid advancements were indeed remarkable, and this translation was impressively accurate. The old man looked on, somewhat perplexed. "You just claimed to be no good man, and now you assert you are indeed not a bad person. What is the true nature of your being?" However, he also sensed that this young divine figure did not possess a violent temperament. Otherwise, he would have perished moments ago. Now, both he and his granddaughter were likely safe. "Great Spirit, feel free to ask anything. I shall answer without reservation." "Old man, what kind of world is this? Are there any places of great danger? Are there terrifying monsters?" The old man understood the question perfectly, but interpreted it somewhat skewed. From his perspective, this divine being's inquiry suggested an intent to venture into perilous territory, perhaps seeking legendary treasures in forbidden lands. He gestured eastward, stating, "Great Spirit, over 1,000 miles to the east lies a forbidden place known as Wanyan Hell. Many deities venture there annually in search of legendary treasures." Qin Feng was left bewildered, wondering what on earth he had just heard. Yet, he gleaned from the old man's words that this world seemingly abounded with deities. Chapter 3. The Mechanical Dog. Old man, you mentioned that many deities visit each year. Have you seen them with your own eyes? Are they formidable beings? At that moment, the little girl raised her hand excitedly. "I have seen them. Some ride the clouds, others soar on swords, and their powers can shatter mountains and split the earth. However, their tempers are not as gentle as yours. Even the slightest defiance could lead to their wrath and indiscriminate slaughter. The old man chimed in, "Indeed, our village has an elderly gentleman named Mr. Han, who spent half his life as a servant to the deities. We gather herbs in the mountains, which we deliver to him. If you seek knowledge, you may inquire with him. He possesses much more information." The old man had grown quite astute. He remained uncertain whether this deity was truly benevolent and sought to divert attention. If Mr. Han could not handle this divine figure, their fates would be sealed. However, he was aware that Mr. Han had also attained enlightenment and forged a golden sword capable of striking down foes from 100 meters away. Qin Feng absorbed their information with caution, sensing the palpable dangers of this world that demanded utmost vigilance. He glanced back at the Yunlong, the massive vessel now grounded due to engine failure. With repairs expected to take at least 10 days, rather than wait idly, he decided to follow this grandfather-granddaughter duo to their village to gather more information. Of course, he would not go unaccompanied. The Yunlong reconnaissance ship was equipped with a biomimetic general-purpose robot, a reconnaissance mechanical dog, and a hive drone. He planned to take the mechanical dog and the hive drone along, confident that their combined combat capabilities and early warning systems would suffice to handle most threats. "Da Huang, Yundiao, follow me. Xiaolong, you stay here to assist with repairs." As Qin Feng finished speaking, the side hatch of the Yunlong opened, activating a man, a dog, and a cloud eagle. Xiaolong appeared indistinguishable from a human at first glance, save for the faint blue glow in his eyes. Da Huang, a meter-tall dog resembling a golden retriever, was equipped for reconnaissance, combat, protection, carrying loads, and riding. The Yundiao served as a composite drone, its mothership a biomimetic cloud eagle capable of soaring at altitudes of thousands of meters, acting as an early warning system. Within it resided 100 miniature drones, each the size of a bee, designed for reconnaissance, alerts, suicide attacks, and protection. The old man, astonished to see a human within the steel monstrosity, nodded and bowed slightly as Xiaolong glanced at him but paid him no mind, busying himself instead. Meanwhile, Yunjiao ascended into the sky, releasing 30 bee-sized drones to disperse and gather information within a 500-meter radius. In Qin Feng's eyes, a faint glow ignited, revealing a three-dimensional map constructed collaboratively by cloud carvings and bees, which appeared vividly on his retina. This three-dimensional map perfectly overlapped with the real world, as if living creatures such as snakes, insects, forest birds, squirrels, and ants were highlighted, with larger entities shining even brighter. Dangerous creatures like venomous snakes and scorpions were marked in red as a warning. Qin Feng extended his hand and adjusted the transparency of the three-dimensional map to its lowest setting, allowing only the highlighted targets to be visible, thus avoiding any obstruction to his line of sight. The large yellow dog, known as Da Huang, trotted over joyfully, circling around Qin Feng. A little girl exclaimed in delight, "What a cute big yellow dog!" Upon hearing this, Da Huang panted happily and wagged his head towards the girl, allowing her to pet him. Noticing the girl's affection for Da Huang, Qin Feng said with a smile, "You can ride on his back." Da Huang instinctively lay down, inviting the little girl to climb aboard. The girl glanced back at her grandfather, who was secretly observing Qin Feng's demeanor. Seeing that her grandfather was indifferent, the girl climbed onto Da Huang's back, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. The dog's back conformed to her weight, providing a secure and comfortable seat, before bounding off playfully. Initially startled, the girl gasped. But upon realizing she was firmly seated and would not fall, her astonishment quickly transformed into laughter. "Grandpa, let's go. I want to see your village." The old man, craning his neck to watch the large yellow dog darting through the trees, expressed his concerns. Though there are no formidable monsters nearby, mountain lions and leopards often roam these woods. Their reckless running could easily provoke those wild creatures. Qin Feng and the old man walked side by side toward the village. Qin Feng, curious about the old man's remarks, asked, "Elder, if there are wild beasts about, why do you still dare to bring your granddaughter out here?" The old man sighed. "I, an unfortunate old man, have lost both my sons. It is just my granddaughter and I living in solitude. If I do not risk my life gathering herbs in the mountains, we would starve at home. Having lived here for most of my life, I know every blade of grass and tree intimately. I am well aware of which caves harbor wild animals. As long as I keep my distance, most creatures will not trouble humans unless they are desperate." Qin Feng pondered over the old man's words, realizing that beneath his aged exterior lay a robust physique, despite having somewhat withered with time. This may well be the reason the old man dared to venture into the mountains with his granddaughter. Just then, a cry of alarm echoed from afar. "Grandpa, help! There's a big cat." This was followed by a brief, piercing scream of a cat, which ceased almost instantly. Qin Feng could see on the highlighted three-dimensional map how De Huang swiftly dispatched 4 large mountain lions. However, the old man, unaware, rushed forward with his sickle drawn, moving with the agility of youth, defying his sparse hair. Upon reaching the scene, he found his granddaughter tearfully clinging to De Huang's neck, the dog's muzzle stained with blood, while the lifeless bodies of 4 adult mountain lions lay strewn about. Observing the carcasses, the old man gasped in amazement. Each mountain lion had been killed with a single bite to the neck. From the moment the girl cried out to the silence that followed, no more than 3 seconds had elapsed, during which De Huang had dispatched 4 notoriously agile mountain lions. Could it be that this dog was no ordinary creature? No, it must be a celestial being's pet, perhaps even a divine beast. The old man gazed at De Huang with newfound reverence. "Child, come down. It's safe now." The old man, somewhat fearful, lifted his granddaughter from the ground. She buried her head in his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. At this moment, Qin Feng caught up, retrieving a chocolate energy bar from his flying jacket pocket. "Little girl, don't cry. Uncle has a delicious treat for you." The girl glanced up hesitantly before burying her face again. The old man chuckled awkwardly, accepting the unfamiliar celestial candy and handing it to the girl. "Quick, thank the kind uncle." The little girl took the candy, whispering a barely audible thank you. Upon seeing Qin Feng wink at her, she hurriedly hid her face in her grandfather's embrace. As she fumbled to figure out how to eat the treat. It took her a while to unwrap the plastic. When she cautiously took a small bite, her expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. "Grandpa, you must try this candy. It's amazing." "Ha ha ha, Grandpa isn't hungry. You enjoy it. Please, just a little bite. It's truly the best thing I've ever tasted." After much insistence, the old man finally took a small piece to taste, his own face lighting up in surprise as he thought to himself that this celestial candy was indeed extraordinary. He wondered if it might even extend his lifespan or enhance his inner strength. Observing the girl share a morsel with her grandfather, Qin Feng tucked the remaining energy bar away securely. "Little girl, didn't you say it was delicious? Why aren't you eating more?" The little girl, enchanted by the candy, felt closer to Qin Feng. "Uncle, can I save it for later?" Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of affection for the girl's thoughtfulness. So he produced another bar and handed it to her. "Here, take this one too. It's yours to decide how to enjoy it." "You're so kind, Uncle. You're nothing like what Grandpa Han said." "What did your Grandpa Han say?" "He said that celestial beings are devoid of emotions, treating ordinary people as mere ants, with the power to give life or take it away as they please." "Cough, cough, child, don't speak such nonsense." The old man quickly interrupted, aware that one never knows how a celestial being might react to such words. The girl's comments inadvertently raised Qin Feng's wariness. If he were to seek out Mr. Han directly, given Mr. Han's evident disdain for celestial beings, he might not only fail to gain the answers he sought, but also expose his own ignorance, potentially arousing suspicion or even hostility. After all, Mr. Han had once served as an apprentice to a celestial being and might possess hidden skills. Initially, Qin Feng had intended to approach Mr. Han directly, but now he realized he must tread carefully and proceed step by step. The 3 of them, along with the dog, walked leisurely back, engaging in conversation that allowed Qin Feng to glean a wealth of information. For instance, the old man was named Yang Huayan, and his granddaughter was called Yang Dai. Yang Huayan's ancestors had also served as attendants in a celestial sect, learning martial arts skills that had sustained him through life. In his later years, he returned to his ancestral home, married and had children, establishing a modest legacy. In Yang Huayan's time, their family was considered affluent in the village, but tragically, both of his sons had aspired to join the celestial ranks. The eldest had perished on the way to the sect, while the youngest had disappeared after sending his daughter to him, rumored to have stolen from a celestial being and met a violent end. As Yang Huayan recounted these tales, Yang Dai climbed back onto De Huang's back. However, this time, De Huang walked steadily ahead rather than dashing about. Afterward, Qin Feng learned of the peculiarities of this world from Yang Huayan, such as the extraordinarily long days lasting 36 hours, predominantly consisting of dawn and dusk, while nights spanned only 12 hours, devoid of a moon but filled with a dazzling array of colorful stars. Qin Feng struggled to comprehend the nature of this planet, pondering the oddity of its sunrises and sunsets. Additionally, he learned that there were only 182 days in a year, divided into 4 seasons, each lasting 45 days. Most astonishing to Qin Feng was Yang Huayan's mention of a substance known as spiritual energy, which could be absorbed, granting individuals the status of celestial beings. Yunlong analyzed the atmospheric composition of this world. Qin Feng commanded the Cloud Dragon, which promptly transmitted data through quantum communication to the chip implanted at the back of his head, eventually displaying it on his retina. Commander, preliminary analysis reveals the atmospheric composition to be nitrogen, 75.2, oxygen, 23.1, water vapor, 0.65, carbon dioxide, 0.04, and an unknown gas, 0.01. Yunlong, please analyze the properties of this unknown gas. Please hold, Commander. This gas does not correspond to any element on the periodic table. Based on spectral analysis, its chemical properties appear to be relatively inert, only reacting with a limited number of elements at room temperature. Initial analysis suggests it is a non-toxic and harmless gas. However, more detailed data would require the establishment of a specialized laboratory for further testing. Qin Feng endeavored to extract more information about spiritual energy from Yang Huayan, who spoke at length about it. Yet, the claims seemed utterly preposterous to Qin Feng and Yang Huayan's account. Spiritual energy was akin to a universal panacea. Humans who absorbed it could attain immortality, manifesting various supernatural powers. Animals that absorbed it could transform into demons, some even taking human form indistinguishable from mortals. Plants could evolve into fairies or become rare treasures, such as spiritual herbs. Yang Huayan sustained himself by foraging for spiritual herbs in the mountains, being well acquainted with their habitats. Qin Feng could not help but ask, if one can absorb spiritual energy to attain immortality, why do you not absorb it and cultivate to become an immortal? Yang Huayan sighed and replied, the human body must possess a spiritual root to retain spiritual energy. Those who have a spiritual root are exceedingly rare, and both the girl and I are ordinary people without such roots. Thus we cannot cultivate. Qin Feng remained somewhat skeptical. Compared to this somewhat fantastical explanation, he preferred to validate it through scientific means, but such verification would only be attainable once the laboratory was established and accurate data could be obtained. As the trio and their dog traversed the forest, the myriad of bizarre creatures amazed Qin Feng, a scout who had journeyed to over a dozen extraterrestrial planets and encountered all manner of peculiar beings. Perhaps due to the presence of spiritual energy, the plants here emitted a faint glow from their stems and leaves, rendering the scene quite dreamlike. Upon passing a cave, they observed that its dark interior was overrun with algae emitting a soft green luminescence. And deep within this ethereal glow was a striking red light. Yang Huayan cast a fleeting glance and halted, hesitating for a moment before continuing to walk forward. Noticing this detail, Qin Feng inquired, "What is it? Is there something inside?" Yang Huayan glanced back at the cave and explained, "Within this cave grows a rare type of red fruit, which appears to be on the verge of ripening. However, a massive python guards it, said to have lived for nearly 1,000 years. It has likely attained a degree of sentience, so it would be wise not to provoke it." Qin Feng nodded in understanding, refraining from further comment, and did not even send in a bee drone for reconnaissance. Chapter 5. Shilin Village. As they rounded the mountain's peak, the path ahead twisted and turned, and the view suddenly opened up. Between the undulating green mountains in the distance, a river flowed down from the horizon, winding along the contours of the hills, with the uneven riverbed giving rise to 9 waterfalls of varying sizes. The little girl, Yang Dai, introduced, that mountain range is called the Kanglin Mountains, and the river is known as Jupu River, which flows toward the sacred Tianjian Mountain. Pointing to a cluster of buildings by the riverside, Qin Feng asked, "Is that Shilin Village?" Yang Huayan shook his head, "That is Linjiang City. Shilin Village lies below." Following Yang Huayan's gesture, Qin Feng looked down the mountainside and saw a rocky valley filled with makeshift stone houses built against the boulders. Yunjiao released 30 bee drones, directing them toward Shilin Village, and soon the data began to stream back. The village contained 32 houses, currently home to 47 individuals, all elderly or women and children. with only 5 able-bodied men and women among them. Through the real-time footage transmitted by the bee drones, Qin Feng observed a small courtyard at the center of the village, where more than 10 medicinal drying racks were set up. Filled with various herbs. 2 young alchemists with their hair styled in buns were busy sifting through the herbs with a sieve. The bee drone attempted to fly into the courtyard for a closer look. It collided with an invisible barrier 5 meters above the yard, rendering it unable to enter. Qin Feng quickly instructed the hive to maintain a distance to avoid alarming those within. Fear often stems from the unknown, and this invisible barrier further confirmed that some supernatural forces indeed existed in this world. Thus, his plan to visit Mr. Han would require a more cautious approach. As they descended, Yang Huayan pointed to the 2-entry courtyard. Immortal, that is Mr. Han's residence. He should be home now. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Yang Lao, I am unprepared for a visit today, and arriving empty-handed may not be well received. I think it best to come another day. Also, please just call me Qin Feng. No need for Immortal. As for my background, I would appreciate your discretion, so that it remains confidential. Yang Huayan understood and nodded. Rest assured, Immortal, I am very tight-lipped. If anyone inquires, I shall say you are my distant relative from the city. Wishing to spend a few days in the mountains, Qin Feng nodded. Noting that his aviation flight jacket was quite conspicuous, he activated the nano armor system and chose an ancient-style black brocade robe from the thousands of available designs. However, the robe was still too extravagant, so he utilized the customization feature to remove the ornate embellishments and exquisite embroidery, adjusting the wear level to make it appear somewhat worn and yellowed, ultimately transforming it into a tattered black long robe. With the press of the confirm button, the aviation suit morphed into the tattered robe in mere seconds. Wow! Yang Dai happened to witness this transformation, her mouth agape in astonishment. Yang Huayan turned at the sound and was taken aback. Immortal, when did you change your clothes? Qin Feng blinked, placing a finger to his lips. Shu, remember to keep this a secret, and refrain from calling me Immortal from now on. Please do not let it slip. Yang Huayan comprehended and glanced around cautiously before tentatively suggesting, how about calling you Xiao Qin in public and Qin Xianqing privately? That works. Yang Dai chimed in. Then I will call you Xiao Qin Uncle. That works. Qin Feng's arrival in Shilin village stirred quite a commotion. The village elders quickly spread the news of the young and handsome relative from the city. Before Qin Feng could settle in at Yang Lao's home, a woman rushed over to propose a match. My niece is gentle and capable, as strong as a man, and now that she has turned 16, it is time for her to consider marriage. Would you like to introduce her to your relative? They might hit it off. Old Yang, why are you pushing me? Consider it carefully. Old Yang, you have met my sister's daughter. Though she is not tall, she is quite strong. She has helped with farm work since she was 8 or 9 years old. In another 6 months, she will be 16. Why not let your relative meet her? Hey! The future of your niece depends on you. As one wave of proposals ended, another began, and soon the threshold of old Yang's home was bustling with visitors. Eventually, he could take no more and shut the door, only to be met with a chorus of frustrated shouts from those outside. Old Yang glanced nervously at Qin Feng, who was still curiously examining the herbs drying inside, seemingly unfazed by the commotion, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. These villagers meant no harm. They merely wished for their children to find a stable life in the city. Qin Feng was unconcerned and pointed to the herbs, asking, are these herbs all sold to Mr. Han? Yes, the dried ones can fetch a good price. Girl, go fetch some water for your uncle. Old Yang went to the kitchen to wash a cloth, then returned to wipe the tables and chairs. He felt somewhat embarrassed upon noticing Qin Feng following him inside. It has been a while since anyone visited, so it is a bit dusty. I just cleaned the chair. Please, have a seat. Qin Feng settled down, his expression weary, while De Huang curled up by his feet. In truth, the forced landing had taken quite a toll on his body. He had been in a weakened state, and after walking over an hour along the mountain path, he could no longer maintain his composure and fell asleep in the chair. As old Yang continued to clean and mutter aimless thoughts, he turned around to find Qin Feng asleep and immediately fell silent. He quietly rummaged around in the back room before stealthily exiting. He approached the kitchen where Yang Dai was boiling water and handed her a half-done copper coin, instructing, child, go borrow some new rice from Mr. Han and purchase 2 mountain chickens from Hunter Zhang. Yang Dai took the money and nodded before rushing out, but old Yang caught her arm, advising, make sure to have Xiao Zhang kill the chickens so you don't wake your Xiao Qin uncle. Got it? Grandpa, as soon as Yang Dai stepped outside, she was surrounded by a group of women from across the street, eager to inquire about Qin Feng. Child, who is this relative of yours? We have never seen him before. Is he truly from the city? What does his family do? How old is he? Yang Dai, exasperated, retorted. Can you all stop bothering me? Xiao Qin uncle already has a wife and a 2-year-old child. Ah, the women were left speechless, exchanging glances before dispersing in discontent. Chapter 6. Taking on a disciple. Yang Dai was unaware of how long Qin Feng had slept. When he awoke again, the sun was still shining. Old Yang was outside sorting herbs, while Yang Dai sat on the threshold, busily scratching something on the ground. He glanced at the time displayed on his biological chip, realizing he had slept for a remarkable 15 hours. Rising, he approached Yang Dai from behind. Discovering she was practicing writing with stones on the ground, he could not decipher the characters of this world, which resembled ancient Chinese inscriptions. You can write? Where did you learn? Startled, Yang Dai rushed to the kitchen and returned with a bowl of chicken soup and white rice. Uncle, you must be hungry. This chicken soup is reserved just for you. As she spoke, Qin Feng noticed her throat move, as if the aroma of the soup had tempted her. Have you eaten? Yes, we've eaten. Qin Feng, indeed feeling hungry, first tossed a piece of meat from his bowl to De Huang, who caught it in midair and promptly lay back down. If the food were poisoned, De Huang would have alerted him. It seemed there was no issue at present. It is not entirely surprising that Qin Feng harbors doubts about others. It is merely prudent to exercise caution. Should they indeed be sincere in their intentions, he would not betray their faith, and he would repay them 1,000-fold in due course. Witnessing Qin Feng toss such a delectable morsel to De Huang, Yang Dai bit her lower lip. Feeling a pang of heartache, noticing her expression, Qin Feng surmised something was amiss, and while continuing his meal, he inquired, "Where did this chicken come from?" Yang Dai, counting on her fingers, replied, "Grandfather gave me money to buy it from Zhang the hunter." Qin Feng paused momentarily, choosing not to press further, and shifted the conversation back to the matter of recognizing characters. I saw you writing with stones at the doorway. Can you read? Where did you learn that? I only know my name. It was taught to me by Mr. Han. Would you like to learn more? Huh? Learn what? Knowledge, my dear. Literature, mathematics, chemistry, and physics I don't understand. What are those for? My dear child, knowledge transforms destiny. Do you wish to spend your life in the mountains, marrying young and bearing children, merely confined to washing clothes and cooking? With knowledge, you can pursue your desires and shape your own fate. It seemed as if a spark ignited in Yang Dai's eyes. Uncle, I wish to learn. Will you teach me? With a sudden motion, Yang Dai knelt, her eyes brimming with tears. Though she did not fully grasp what she would learn, she yearned to take charge of her destiny. Very well, this bowl of chicken soup shall serve as your initiation tea from now on. Do not call me uncle. Refer to me as teacher, teacher. Yang Dai respectfully uttered the word, her tender voice imbued with determination. Though Qin Feng maintained a stoic demeanor, he felt a surge of joy within. Though he had known her for a brief time, he could discern one's true nature in such a short span. Yang Dai, when faced with formidable foes, stood resolute, using her frail form to protect her grandfather. This exemplified loyalty and valor. When presented with a delicious treat, she chose not to hoard it but willingly shared it with her grandfather. This showcased her innocence and sincerity. As they walked together, she exhibited the vigor of youth alongside the eloquence of wisdom. While individually, these traits may not seem exceptional, their amalgamation revealed a rare and commendable essence. Qin Feng helped Yang Dai to her feet, gently patting her head before resuming his meal. Meanwhile, the Cloud Eagle drone received Qin Feng's directive to retrieve a set of biological chips and contact lenses from the Yunlong vessel. Given the threat posed by interstellar pirates, who wielded electromagnetic bombs capable of damaging the chips and lenses, the Yunlong vessel housed 10 complete sets as backups. Now, one could be bestowed upon Yang Dai, facilitating her acquisition of knowledge from Earth. Before their meal concluded, a Cloud Eagle descended from the heavens, entering the living room while clutching a titanium-shielded box the size of a lunchbox. After savoring the last morsel of rice, Qin Feng accepted the box. The Cloud Eagle then soared out of the room, resuming its vigilant watch. Come here, child. It may sting a little. Although Yang Dai was uncertain of her teacher's intentions, she bravely approached, instinctively trusting that he meant her no harm. Qin Feng opened the shielded box, revealing 4 layers within. The first layer contained a pair of disposable medical gloves and a small bottle of disinfectant. He first disinfected his hands, the surrounding area, and the back of Yang Dai's head. Next, he donned the gloves and opened the second layer, revealing a small surgical knife, a pair of surgical forceps, and a nearly transparent, gossamer thin biological chip. It will sting a bit. Bear with it. Yes, teacher, I am not afraid. Observing Yang Dai's trembling legs, Qin Feng chuckled softly, taking the surgical knife and making a delicate incision on the right side of her occipital bone. Seizing the moment before blood could seep out, he swiftly used the forceps to place the biological chip against the wound, which seemed to come alive, burrowing beneath her skin. He opened the third layer, retrieving gauze to staunch the blood, then applied a healing patch to the wound. By pulling the healing patch's thread, the wound was disinfected and sutured, with the medicinal properties of the patch alleviating pain and accelerating healing. After about an hour, it could be removed. It's still painful, teacher. It truly does not hurt at all. Qin Feng smiled and opened the fourth layer, which contained a bottle of eye drops and a pair of contact lenses. He applied the eye drops to Yang Dai's eyes and, after a few seconds, assisted her in putting on the lenses. All done. Do you have any questions? As he removed the medical gloves and placed them on the table, he smiled at her. Yang Dai could not resist touching the spot where the chip was embedded in her head, then rubbed her eyes. Teacher, what was all that for? Qin Feng pressed on the chip at the back of her head. And immediately, a blue light illuminated Yang Dai's eyes as a torrent of information was downloaded from the Yunlong vessel. This information was transmitted through the biological chip, translated in the hippocampus, and stored in the cerebral cortex. Forming long-term memories that on Earth, children wishing to learn could simply download and decode knowledge, completing hundreds of hours of coursework in mere seconds. Of course, this merely amounted to rote memorization. Truly understanding and mastering the material would require further effort and contemplation. Qin Feng refrained from overwhelming her with excessive information, providing only the essential subjects from elementary school. This knowledge would bridge the communication gap between them and transform Yang Dai into a trustworthy assistant. Chapter 7. The Night Demon and the Forest Python. Yang Dai stood still, her eyes unknowingly closed. After approximately 10 minutes, she suddenly inhaled deeply, awakening from the memory decoding. Bewildered, she gazed around, feeling as though she had been ensnared in a long, vivid dream, wherein she sat in a bright, spacious classroom, absorbing the lessons of her teacher. She felt as if she had learned a vast array of knowledge, yet her mind now felt blank, devoid of any recollection. Qin Feng, perceiving her state, gently ruffled her hair. It's perfectly normal. This is a temporary memory loss due to the rapid growth of neurons. Rest well, and a good night's sleep will remedy it. However, observing Yang Dai's frail figure, Qin Feng shook his head. Yet, your prolonged malnutrition necessitates that you consume sufficient nourishment. Turning to De Huang, he commanded, De Huang, go catch a few wild chickens on the mountain to replenish the child's strength. With an eager bark, De Huang sprang to his feet and dashed outside, leaping over the 2-meter-high courtyard wall and racing towards the mountains. Throughout the lengthy afternoon, Yang Dai enjoyed a hearty meal before falling into a deep slumber. Her neural connections requiring time to stabilize, in her dreams, she was surrounded by the resonant voices of her teachers, eagerly absorbing knowledge from another world like a parched desert. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was also rapidly assimilating information about this world. As the 106-year-old Yang Lao had a wealth of intriguing tales to share. Although Qin Feng could not ascertain the truth of each story, hearing them helped him sketch an outline of this world in his mind. Yet, to uncover more detailed and profound insights, all leads pointed towards Mr. Han. Perhaps sensing that Qin Feng had taken his granddaughter as a disciple, Yang Lao lowered his guard considerably, divulging many secrets he had previously kept close to his chest. When Qin Feng expressed his desire to visit Mr. Han, Yang Lao mysteriously revealed, in his youth, Mr. Han served as a menial worker in the Immortal Gate. Initially, he was quite successful, even securing a coveted position as a pillboy. But this incited jealousy among other workers, leading to schemes and slander that left Mr. Han paranoid, suspecting everyone of plotting against him. If you directly approach Mr. Han, he may feign politeness, but he will not open his heart, and you will glean nothing. However, given your impressive skills, why not accompany me to the mountains to gather some precious herbs to sell to Mr. Han? Once we establish a rapport, he will find it difficult to refuse your inquiries. Yang Lao's suggestion carried a hint of ulterior motive, Yet Qin Feng did not call him out on it, as this plan would benefit him without harm and provide ample opportunity to learn about herb gathering. You are absolutely right. How about we venture into the mountains tomorrow morning? Qin Feng's words resonated deeply with Yang Lao, who had precisely that intention. With Qin Feng's expertise, he hoped to gather the rare herbs he had long desired but lacked the courage to collect. Even a fraction of those herbs would suffice for him to enjoy a comfortable old age. Delighted, Yang Lao gathered the freshly washed and dried straw mat, preparing a sleeping area for Qin Feng in the inner room, while he and his granddaughter settled on the floor of the main room, laying down a simple bed of straw. Despite this, Qin Feng found it difficult to sleep that night, his rest disrupted by the sounds of snoring from the next room. As he quietly sat up, leaning against the wall, a faint blue light flickered in his eyes. Above the village, the Cloud Eagle, having received an order, left behind 10 bee drones for surveillance while it soared into the mountains. Upon entering the forest, 90 bees emerged from the Cloud Eagle's underbelly, dispersing throughout the woods. Though they appeared scattered, they formed an invisible net under the Cloud Eagle's surveillance, gathering diverse information from their surroundings. This data was filtered by artificial intelligence, relaying the most valuable insights back to Qin Feng's biological chip. The mountains at night are far more lively than during the day, as a myriad of wild beasts emerge, each playing the roles of predators and prey. Fleeting scenes of predation are captured with astonishing clarity, resembling vivid episodes of a natural documentary. Even more intriguing are the glowing spots nestled within the mountain's hidden crevices, signifying the rich spiritual energy of certain herbs. The brighter the glow, the more saturated the hue, indicating the rarity of the herb. Naturally, such conspicuous herbs must possess unique survival strategies to endure the darkness. Some are fiercely guarded by formidable beasts, others thrive in the crevices of sheer cliffs, while a few exude toxic smoke to deter prowling predators. Among these scenes, certain images left Qin Feng utterly astounded. A group of night ghouls, red-haired monkeys, gathered outside the cave of a giant python, relentlessly hurling stones into the cavern in an attempt to provoke the creature within. 2 brilliant green lights flickered from within the python's lair, accompanied by a chilling hissing sound that sent the night ghouls recoiling in fear. After a brief moment, sensing no immediate danger, they regrouped among them. A particularly robust leader, larger than the others, clutched a stone the size of a basin, and, seizing the moment, hurled it into the cave. The stone, weighing no less than 500 or 600 pounds, flew through the air with the ease of tossing a mere sandbag, striking the python squarely on the head and sending it crashing against the wall, blood oozing from its wound. This provoked the python into a furious rage, as it burst from its lair, its massive head opening wide to snap at a night ghoul. The unfortunate creature shrieked in terror as it was swallowed whole, a torrent of blood splattering forth, creating a gruesome spectacle. Most of the night ghouls fled in panic, while their leader scrambled up the nearest tree to call out in distress. The python, with its head raised, directed a thunderous roar at the leader, only to be met with another stone hurled with precision, striking it painfully on the snout. Infuriated, the python began to pursue the leader up the tree. Meanwhile, 2 small night ghouls stealthily entered the cave, hoping to pilfer the fabled fruit. To their dismay, a horrifying sequence of screams erupted from within, while the other night ghouls remained oblivious to the unfolding tragedy. Through the night vision of a drone, Qin Feng discerned the presence of 2 massive pythons lurking deep within the cave, consuming the 2 ghouls that had ventured too close. The night ghouls' leader, upon hearing the screams, understood their plan had failed, howling in frustration before leaping to another tree, swinging away into the depths of the forest. The remaining ghouls followed suit, scattering like leaves in a gust of wind. The python, still seething with rage, glared at the retreating figures of the night ghouls, tensing its body and forcefully embedding itself into the tree, snapping it in two with a resounding crack. Witnessing this extraordinary display, Qin Feng silently marveled. The python's speed and strength had evidently reached the level of a Tier 4 genetic warrior within Earth's military, a formidable opponent to confront, especially without the Yunlong fully operational. With the area now quiet, Qin Feng turned his attention to other disturbances, where various bloody scenes continuously revealed the brutal realities of nature. Chapter 8. What constitutes a spiritual root? The following morning, Yang Dai cautiously awakened her teacher. "Teacher, it's time for breakfast." Qin Feng sat up weakly. The night had stretched on interminably, the hard bedboard preventing him from finding rest. After finally drifting off, he was jolted awake by an aggressive beast attacking the Yunlong. Upon connecting to the Yunlong to assess the situation, he discovered two bizarre creatures, resembling a cross between a tiger and a leopard, had been pierced through by a laser cannon, raising the alert level to the highest and granting unlimited defense rights. Qin Feng returned to his restless bed, tossing and turning in insomnia. Eventually, he fell into a drowsy sleep, dreaming of continuing his reconnaissance mission against interstellar pirates, only to find himself discovered and pursued in a heart-pounding chase. Just as he was about to be captured, Yang Dai's voice roused him from his slumber. "Are you feeling better now, teacher? My head still feels a bit hazy. Yes, you are still lacking in nutrition. Today, let us head to the mountains to see if we can catch a fish to replenish you. For the next few days, eat smaller meals more frequently, focusing on fruits, vegetables, and high-quality proteins. Teacher, I heard that Aunt Lee's cow just gave birth. How about I trade the mountain chicken I didn't kill yesterday for some milk? That's fine. From now on, I'll have De Huang catch some game for you to trade for money to buy necessary supplies. Teacher, is De Huang really a mechanical dog? Why does it look just like a real one? De Huang's mechanical skeleton is covered with a layer of liquid metal that simulates muscle, and its fur is made from the same nanomaterial as my clothing. Teacher, are you a genetic warrior? How many layers of genetic locks have you unlocked? You little rascal, let me brush my teeth and wash my face first. I'll explain everything during breakfast. Yang Dai, feeling a bit embarrassed, hurried out to prepare warm water for her teacher. Qin Feng washed his face and rinsed his mouth, then sat down in the living room to eat while addressing Yang Dai's questions. Your teacher here lacks exceptional talent, only managing to unlock 2 layers of genetic locks. Teacher is too modest. I've heard that unlocking even 1 layer of a genetic lock makes one a genius among geniuses. Haha, that's not entirely untrue, but in the school I attended, everyone was a genius among geniuses, making my abilities seem rather lacking. Teacher, what type of genetic warrior are you? Strength type, agility type, or intelligence type? Agility type. Ah, what a pity. What are you regretting, you little rascal? Qin Feng, amused and exasperated, tapped Yang Dai lightly on the head. She rubbed her head and gave him a pitiful expression. Don't give me that look. What's wrong with agility type? It's the strongest as one progresses, unbeatable after reaching level 5. Yes, teacher, you are the mightiest. Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words, opting to ignore her. Yang Lao watched the playful banter between his granddaughter and Qin Feng. Chuckling with delight, I'm full now, let us be off. All right, dear, you stay here and prepare lunch. We'll return by noon, at that moment. Qin Feng had a sudden idea and smiled at Yang Dai. IVE sent you from novice to master chef. Make sure to study it well at home. Yang Dai, wearing a bitter expression, wished to accompany them to the mountains rather than stay behind to cook. As she watched her grandfather and teacher leave, she sighed and began her lessons. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Yang Lao made their way out, passing by Mr. Han's house. The gate was open, and they could see Mr. Han inspecting the drying state of herbs. Yang Lao greeted him. Mr. Han, have you eaten? Mr. Han glanced outside and, upon recognizing Yang Lao, smiled. Just finished eating. Came out to check the herbs. Who's this young man? A nephew of my younger sister. Learning herb gathering for me. Oh, young man, make sure to learn well from your grandfather. Mastering this will sustain you for a lifetime. By the way, Lao Yang, is there any ghost hand vine on this mountain? I've been short on it for my alchemy lately, and it's unavailable in the city. Mr. Han, I do know where some can be found, but it's extremely dangerous. Many have met their demise because of it. Just take me there. I know how to handle it. Mr. Han wasted no time, calling out into the house, you too, keep an eye on the herbs. The weather is unpredictable today, don't let the rain ruin them. A child's voice echoed from within. Got it, master. Thus, the 3 entered the mountains, with Mr. Han engaging in casual conversation with Yang Lao, asking about recent happenings in the mountains and Yang Lao's chronic leg pain. While Qin Feng and De Huang obediently followed behind, as they passed the cave where the giant python lurked, Mr. Han stopped, pointing at the red glow emanating from within the cave, lamenting, it seems the blood spirit fruit will ripen in about 10 days. Such a waste. Qin Feng seized the opportunity to inquire, Mr. Han, why don't you find a way to collect this blood spirit fruit? Mr. Han turned to look at Qin Feng, forcing a smile. What capability do I possess? That python has become a spirit, comparable to a Qi refinement realm cultivator. I've merely studied some breathing techniques. I haven't even broken through to the innate level, not even enough to be a snack for that python. Mr. Han, let us move quickly. Staying too long might provoke that monster. Yang Huayan urged the two to hurry, and Mr. Han reluctantly cast one last glance at the cave before hastily following Yang Huayan. Qin Feng absorbed the information from Mr. Han's earlier words and caught up, asking, Mr. Han, what does the Qi refinement realm mean? Mr. Han explained, it refers to a classification of cultivation levels among divine beings. If one can draw Qi into their body and refine spiritual energy into true energy for personal use, they are considered a Qi refinement realm cultivator, drawing Qi into the body very difficult. This question struck a nerve with Mr. Han, causing him to fall into deep contemplation, and after a lengthy silence, he let out a sigh. The difficulty is akin to ascending to the heavens. Countless nobles and dignitaries have sought it in vain. I have been fortunate enough to glimpse a fraction of it. Yet alas, constrained by the shallowness of my own spiritual roots, even after a century of arduous cultivation, I find it nearly impossible to advance further. Upon hearing the term spiritual roots once more, Qin Feng could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, what exactly are spiritual roots? How can one ascertain whether or not they possess them? Mr. Han turned to regard him earnestly for a moment before scoffing. The very fact that you pose such a question indicates that you lack spiritual roots. Those who possess them inherently understand what spiritual roots are. At this juncture, he shook his head. Young man, I perceive your thoughts. I advise you to refrain from overthinking. Your fate was sealed the moment you were born. Qin Feng, feeling a sense of unease, blandly asked, what fate? Chapter 9. The Ghost Hand Vine. Mr. Han paused, his steps, disdain evident in his tone as he remarked, it is akin to the grass upon this mountain. Some are born as celestial plants, destined for a bright future without any effort. While you are merely the weeds of the earth, and no matter how hard you strive, you will only become slightly more robust weeds. Fate. That is of utmost importance. It is best to comprehend this sooner rather than later. With that, Mr. Han dismissed Qin Feng from his thoughts, and as he passed by Yang Huayan, he whispered, this person is not a relative of yours, is he? Yang Huayan cast a somewhat awkward glance at Qin Feng. Uncertain of how to respond, Mr. Han understood. If he were indeed a simple country bumpkin, he would not dare to speak to him in such a manner. His amiable demeanor was merely a reflection of his own moral standards. Yet should anyone truly be disrespectful, he would ensure they understood the gravity of respect. After all, he was once among those closest to the divine. Qin Feng, having been educated in a highly advanced technological civilization, adhered to principles of fairness and justice, believing that humanity could conquer the heavens, and thus was not swayed by the native philosophy of resigning oneself to fate. He now contemplated the possibility that he truly lacked any spiritual roots. Otherwise, following Mr. Han's assertion, he should indeed be able to sense something. Nevertheless, paths are forged by human endeavor, and if there is no path ahead, he would find a way to carve one out. Mr. Han claimed it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet, to Qin Feng, what difficulty is there in reaching the sky? At the age of 3, his parents took him on a space elevator to celebrate his birthday in outer space, and since then, he had journeyed to the cosmos countless times. The notion of ascending to the heavens was a feat unattainable by the people of this world, but it did not preclude him from achieving it. Once the Yunlong was repaired, not only would he ascend to the heavens, but interstellar travel would also be well within his grasp. The tense atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the sudden emergence of a brown bear. The bear halted upon sighting the three, momentarily stunned. Before turning to flee, Mr. Han gently raised his right hand, as if plucking at invisible strings, and a beam of golden sword light shot forth from his sleeve, piercing the bear's nape in an instant, causing a burst of crimson to erupt. The bear scarcely had time to utter a cry before it collapsed into the earth. Having completed this act, Mr. Han nonchalantly retracted the sword light, casting a fleeting glance at the astonished Qin Feng, inwardly reveling in this, the proudest moment of his life. Though his spiritual roots were shallow, he possessed a modicum of them. While insufficient to sustain the intake of vital energy or refine true Qi, he could still manipulate some spiritual energy for his use. Moreover, his blade, forged from gold and nurtured by blood and soul, demanded little spiritual energy, thus enabling him to employ the techniques of a cultivator. In that moment, Qin Feng was indeed astounded, for this was an occurrence he could not comprehend. resembling the methods of celestial beings. However, being a staunch atheist, he dismissed the existence of deities or Buddhas, determined to unravel the mysteries behind this extraordinary power and ultimately wield it for himself. Additionally, he was assessing Mr. Han's combat capabilities. Judging by the speed and power of that sword light, it rivaled the penetrating power of a heavy sniper's armor-piercing round. His nano battle armor, while bulletproof, left him uncertain as to whether it could withstand such a strike. Mr. Han, do you see that shadowed valley ahead? I have encountered the ghost hand vine there. The three ascended a hill, their view expanding, as Yang Huaiyan gestured towards a valley below while introducing it to Mr. Han. Aware of the ghost hand vine's formidable nature, Mr. Han scanned the surroundings before finally resting his gaze upon De Huang. Old Yang, have your yellow dog scout ahead. Yang Huaiyan hesitated, casting an anxious look at Qin Feng. Fear not, it won't die. If it does, I shall compensate you, Mr. Han urged impatiently. Qin Feng, maintaining a stoic expression, called out to De Huang, go ahead and scout the path. Be sharp. Wang, De Huang barked, bobbing its head. Obediently trotting ahead of the group, the trio and the dog proceeded towards the valley, while above them, a cloud eagle circled, and 100 bee drones were deployed, forming a vast net that enveloped the entire valley. Before they even entered, Qin Feng, through the real-time footage relayed by the bee drones, spotted several peculiar plants resembling human hands. The ghost hand vine, with its greenish-black hue and palm-like shape, bore a hole in its center from which a fragrant yellow mist emanated as it swayed. Capable of bewitching the mind. When a yellow sparrow inadvertently inhaled the mist while foraging, its eyes immediately turned red, and in a daze, it flew towards the ghost hand vine, as it hovered above. The vine shot forth with astonishing speed, capturing the sparrow and dragging it underground. The bee drone's life-form detection revealed a 2 to 3 meter fleshy sac below ground, the true body of the ghost hand vine. While the outstretched hands were merely its branches, the sac contained strong acid, indicating a grim fate for anything ensnared within. Besides this bizarre ghost hand vine, there was a creature marked in blood red within the valley. It resembled a dog yet bore a grotesque human face, its robust body cloaked in taut, green skin, marred by a large gaping wound at its tail, oozing pus and blood, an unsettling sight. This human-faced canine demon seemed to have fled here from afar. Curled up in a cave, licking its wound, as the three stepped into the valley, the ghost hands in the forest retreated into the ground as if possessing a will of their own. Yang Huaiyan began searching the area and soon hastily plucked several herbs. This ghost hand vine releases toxic mist, which can ensnare the mind. This clear heart grass, though slightly toxic, can counteract the mist from the ghost hand vine. Let us each chew a few leaves. It should last for 2 or 3 hours. Qin Feng accepted the clear heart grass, chewing on it. Its flavor was reminiscent of mint, though it left a slight tingling sensation on his tongue and lips. Yang Huaiyan plucked a few more leaves to offer to Huang but was stopped by Mrd and do not feed it. Though Mr. Han did not explicitly state his intent, Yang Huaiyan understood. Mr. Han wished for De Huang to intentionally inhale the toxic mist to lead them to the ghost hand vine. This, at that moment, Yang Huaiyan felt distressed, as he could not afford to offend either side. He leaned slightly in Qin Feng's favor. After all, this was the master of his granddaughter. Qin Feng grew increasingly wary of Mr. Han, yet outwardly maintained a facade of trust, stating, with Mr. Han here, De Huang will be safe. Yang Huaiyan discreetly exchanged glances with Qin Feng, who pretended not to notice and instead took the lead. Mr. Han, feeling an unsettling gaze upon him, glanced around, sensing the presence of some terrifying creature. Observing Qin Feng and De Huang ahead, he deliberately slowed his pace, ever ready to retreat. Chapter 10. The onslaught of the flying sword. A wave of sweet fragrance wafted through the air as a faint yellow mist drifted from the depths of the valley. Yang Huaiyan pointed towards the direction from which the mist flowed, exclaiming, Mr. Han, it should be just ahead. Mr. Han's unease intensified, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as the golden light at his fingertips flickered restlessly. Ah, very well, everyone be cautious. Do not rush ahead. Qin Feng glanced back at the nervous Mr. Han, who was scanning the surroundings with anxious eyes, and quietly approached Yang Huaiyan, whispering, Stay close to me. Yang Huaiyan, bewildered, nodded in response. From Qin Feng's perspective, the human-faced canine demon had stealthily approached behind them, its eyes glowing red, desperately in need of sustenance. It limped on its hind legs, each step twisting its face in pain. Yet it remained silent, resolutely following its quarry. However, the demon startled a nearby squirrel, which scampered up a tree in fright upon spotting it. Mr. Han, sensing the disturbance behind, squinted and shouted to the front, "Do not walk so quickly. There may be danger ahead. Allow me to clear the path for you." Qin Feng appeared oblivious, quickening his pace instead. Yang Huayan, attempting to lighten the mood, declared, "I believe I have spotted the ghost hand vine. Right over there." With that, he hastened a few steps to catch up with Qin Feng. At this moment, Yang Huayan too sensed an ominous presence. Though uncertain of its source, he chose to trust Qin Feng. Mr. Han, observing that the two showed no signs of halting, instead quickening their steps, felt a surge of urgency and sprinted after them. As they ran, the lurking demon perceived its cover blown and immediately launched an attack. Mr. Han noticed a ghostly figure lunging towards him, terror gripping him as he instinctively unleashed a beam of sword light toward the apparition. The power of the sword light was indeed considerable. However, lacking the ability to cultivate spiritual awareness, he struggled to lock onto such a rapid foe, rendering his strike nearly impossible to connect. Nonetheless, the sword light startled the creature, causing it to twist in midair to evade. Seizing the opportunity, Mr. Han gathered his energy and fled forward. At this moment, he realized that Qin Feng and Old Yang had already dashed far ahead, fueling his frustration. The creature behind him moved with astonishing speed. Even with his internal energy, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to outrun such a monster. If only someone could satiate the creature's hunger, he might have a chance to escape, as the saying goes. A dead friend is better than a living one. He pointed forward, and a brilliant yellow sword light shot forth from behind, piercing towards Yang Huayan. A blood-curdling scream echoed. Yang Huayan's legs were severed by the sword light, and the upper half of his body fell to the ground, rolling a few times due to inertia. Qin Feng, hearing the cry, turned to see the old man Yang lying in a pool of blood. A mix of shock and rage flooding over him. At that moment, Mr. Han had already caught up, and upon seeing him, he pointed with his hand. The yellow sword light traced a semicircular arc in the air. Hurtling towards Qin Feng with great speed, as Qin Feng dodged the sword light, he swiftly drew his gun to retaliate. The sword light struck his left shoulder with tremendous force, causing him to be propelled sideways. However, before the sword light made contact, he had fired 3 shots, each emitting a cold white brilliance. 1 bullet struck Mr. Han, while the remaining 2 found their mark on the creature charging from behind. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and as the gunfire subsided, silence enveloped the scene. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his left shoulder, Qin Feng rose from the ground. At this moment, Mr. Han had been frozen into a statue of ice, still maintaining the posture of pointing at Qin Feng. The creature behind him, however, had evaded the shots and had vanished from sight. Yet, Qin Feng was acutely aware of the creature's location. At least 10 B drones were vigilantly monitoring it. After Qin Feng's 3 shots, the creature, startled, instinctively retreated into the thicket, now lurking in the shadows. Intently watching Qin Feng, not daring to meet its gaze, Qin Feng hurried to Yang Lao's side, who had succumbed to hypovolemic shock and required immediate assistance. He extracted a palm-sized emergency medical kit from his trouser pocket and administered an injection of adrenaline to Yang Lao. Then, he took out a medical spray gun the size of a lighter, directing a stream of cold mist onto the 2 severed wounds. The mist contained not only disinfectants, antiseptics, and hemostatic agents, but also a growth serum to expedite wound healing. Before long, the gaping wounds on Yang Lao's body rapidly formed scabs, staunching the bleeding and temporarily averting life-threatening danger. Qin Feng then retrieved Yang Lao's severed legs, applying the cold mist to achieve hemostasis and scabbing as well. Meanwhile, the creature, which had been closely observing Qin Feng, could no longer contain itself. It crawled closer, leaping forward from a distance of over 10 meters. At the same moment, De Huang, who had been following Qin Feng, leaped to confront the airborne monster. De Huang and the creature collided mid-air, tumbling to the ground in a flurry of bites and struggles. Qin Feng paid little attention to the commotion, having calculated beforehand that the creature was inferior to De Huang in both speed and strength. Coupled with De Huang's chrome-alloy skeleton, liquid metal muscles, and nano-armor, they were not on the same level. Thus, Qin Feng felt no concern for the outcome of that skirmish. He steadied his left shoulder and made his way towards Mr. Han. The earlier strike from Mr. Han's sword, though blocked by the nano-armor, had still resulted in a dislocated shoulder and a fractured collarbone due to the tremendous impact. Just as Qin Feng approached Mr. Han, a cry of agony erupted from behind. During the brawl, De Huang had extended a mechanical blade from its abdomen, stabbing the creature at a speed of 30 thrusts per second, turning one side of its body into a veritable sieve. Qin Feng cast a brief glance back before continuing towards Mr. Han. The latter remained in his icy state, and from this closer vantage point, Qin Feng could more vividly see the crazed expression etched on his face. The ultra-cold particle beam, functioning as a non-lethal weapon, operated on principles akin to cryogenic techniques, instantly freezing the target to -230 degrees, forming an amorphous ice state that would not expand or crystallize. After thawing with specialized equipment, the frozen target could fully recover its bodily functions. After inspecting Mr. Han's frozen state and confirming its solidity, Qin Feng proceeded to the spot where he had been struck, and, based on the B-drone's readings, he pulled a 3-inch blade from the soil. The blade resembled a slender willow leaf, lacking a hilt yet crafted from a material akin to delicate yellow jade. Remarkably sharp. What an intriguing material! Qin Feng mused as he examined it, ultimately placing it into a titanium alloy case in his pocket. Half an hour later, Qin Feng, right arm bearing the ice statue, and De Huang, carrying the old man Yang, arrived at the Yunlong. Above the Yunlong, a temporary canopy woven from leaves had been erected, and 5 laser turrets stood guard around it. Any creature daring to approach would first be met with electric dispersal. If it did not retreat within 3 seconds, it would suffer a fatal laser barrage. At this moment, the entire Yunlong had been disassembled into 5 module compartments, 7 larger functional modules, and a multitude of parts. With Xiaolong busily repairing the main engine module. Upon seeing Qin Feng return, Xiaolong stepped forward and inquired, "Commander, is there anything you require assistance with? Defrost this individual and place him under level 1 confinement." "Understood, Commander." After issuing these commands, Qin Feng reclined within one of the multifunctional compartments, which also possessed basic medical capabilities, sufficient to address the dislocation and fracture in his left shoulder. Mr. Han was escorted by Xiaolong into the confinement chamber, where a confinement biological chip was implanted into the back of his skull before thawing. This chip not only severed his control over his body, but also allowed for his forced awakening and hypnosis at any moment. During future interrogations, this chip would facilitate lie detection and other rather inhumane functions. Meanwhile, De Huang delivered Yang Lao to the medical bay for rescue and limb reattachment surgery. The medical bay aboard the Yunlong was a small-scale level 3 unit. While not on par with the large medical facilities capable of cellular-level limb regeneration, its effectiveness for reattaching preserved limbs was still remarkable. Within a maximum of 10 to 15 days, he could expect a return to his pre-injury state. An hour later, Qin Feng gradually regained consciousness. He moved his left shoulder, still feeling some soreness and numbness. The fractured collarbone had been reset and stabilized, and as long as he avoided heavy loads and impacts, he would face no significant issues. Upon seeing Qin Feng emerge from the multifunctional compartment, Xiaolong approached to report, "Commander, the first prisoner has been fully thawed and can be awakened at any time." "How is the old man faring?" "He remains in the medical bay undergoing nerve suturing. It is estimated he will require another 2 hours to complete the procedure." "All right, connect Mr. Han's consciousness to the virtual space. I will interrogate him there." "Yes, Commander." Qin Feng found a resting chamber and lay down, pressing the chip at the back of his head. Xiaoming, establish the virtual space. The virtual space, created using virtual gaming technology, formed a world conducive to interrogation, offering numerous advantages. It prevented counterattacks, self-harm, allowed the simulation of appropriate scenarios to reduce interrogation difficulty, and enabled the resetting of consciousness for repeated probing. Within this virtual space, Qin Feng possessed the highest authority, making the interrogation quite straightforward. As his surroundings brightened, he found himself in a realm composed entirely of virtual grid lines. After a few adjustments, the scene transformed into Mr. Han's small courtyard in Shilin Village, with Qin Feng assuming the guise of an apothecary sorting herbs. Loading consciousness of prisoner number 1, ding, loading successful. "Master, wake up." Mr. Han opened his eyes groggily, gazing at the young Xiao Ku before him, confusion clouding his features. "Xiao Ku, what is it?" "Master." you promised to teach me the art of breath control today. Have you forgotten? Mr. Han, his expression vacant, pondered for a moment. When did I ever say I would teach you breath control? Xiao Ke's expression turned cold as he replied. Xiao Long, perform a consciousness reset on the target. Master, wake up. What is it? Xiao Ke, Master, you promised to teach me alchemy today. Have you forgotten? I can only concoct medicine, not alchemy. What could I possibly teach you? Consciousness reset. Master, wake up. What is it? Xiao Ke, Master, you promised to teach me potion making today. Have you forgotten? If you wish to learn potion making, have you memorized the Bai Chao Jing thoroughly? Reset. Master, I want to learn the Bai Chao Jing. In this world, countless herbs exist, classified according to their quality into ordinary, profound, spiritual, immortal, and divine tiers. This Bai Chao Jing records 800 common herbs, with 795 being ordinary, 64 profound, and 7 spiritual. After Mr. Han expounded on this lengthy discourse, he retrieved a yellow cloth bundle from his bosom, which contained 3 ancient scrolls. Reset. Pause. Qin Feng paused the interrogation and exited the virtual space. Xiao Long, search him. Soon, Xiao Long produced the yellow cloth bundle that Mr. Han had kept on his person, revealing the 3 ancient texts within. The only awkward part was that Qin Feng could not decipher the characters. Reinterrogate. Qin Feng scanned the 3 scrolls and returned to the virtual space to question Mr. Han. 4 hours later, Qin Feng had painstakingly deciphered the entirety of the ancient texts word by word with Mr. Han's assistance. These 3 ancient works were titled Bai Chao Jing, Na Qi Xian Jing, and Wu Dan Pu. The compendium of herbs meticulously records the medicinal properties of various herbs, alongside their interactions with other herbal remedies, culminating in a collection of over 100 meticulously verified prescriptions compiled by Mr. Han himself. The Heart Sutra of Breath Regulation delineates the techniques of breath control, divided into 3 chapters. The first pertains to acquired breath regulation, the second to innate breath regulation, and the third to the method of drawing energy into the body. Mr. Han, despite a century of cultivation, has yet to transcend the acquired breath regulation, not having even breached the innate level. The 5 elixirs details the methods for concocting 5 distinct pills: blood essence pill, breath nourishing pill, spirit conserving pill, spirit awakening pill, and spirit cultivating pill. This recipe was secretly noted down by Mr. Han during his youth as a pill apprentice. He possesses only a rudimentary understanding of their preparation and is merely aware of the effects of these 5 elixirs. Legend has it that the essence of a mortal's cultivation lies in the triad of essence, energy, and spirit, wherein essence corresponds to the blood and flesh essence, energy represents the true energy and spiritual essence, and spirit embodies the soul and primordial spirit, thus aligning with the blood essence pill, breath nourishing pill, and spirit conserving pill. What truly piques Qin Feng's interest are the spirit awakening pill and spirit cultivating pill. According to Mr. Han, the spirit awakening pill possesses the potential to awaken spiritual roots. Children who initially lack spiritual roots may develop them upon consuming this pill. Conversely, the spirit cultivating pill nurtures one's existing spiritual roots, enhancing their quality. However, the probability of the spirit awakening pill successfully inducing spiritual roots is exceedingly low, particularly as age increases, with the optimal time for consumption being before the age of 3. The efficacy of the spirit cultivating pill is similarly inconsistent. While some individuals experience notable improvements, the majority observe negligible results. Perhaps I could employ modern biopharmaceutical techniques to analyze and extract the active components of these remedies. Chapter 12, Blood Spirit Fruit. Thanks to the formidable capabilities of artificial intelligence, the typically protracted drug development process, which spans over a decade, can now be expedited to mere days with AI assistance. However, 2 prerequisites must be met. First, I must acquire the requisite herbs. Without them, even the most skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. Second, I need to establish a modern laboratory, as many data requirements hinge on its support. Although Mr. Han's abode contains a plethora of herbs, it lacks those rare, mystical-grade herbs necessary for the spirit awakening and spirit cultivating pills, compelling me to devise alternative strategies. Constructing a laboratory, however, poses no challenge. I can repurpose a cadre of robots to engage in mining and construction tasks. And with the existing equipment aboard the Cloud Dragon, I will soon erect a fully functional base. As Qin Feng contemplated solutions, he casually flipped through the compendium of herbs. Suddenly, Three words caught his attention: blood spirit fruit. A term previously mentioned by Mr. Han. Blood spirit fruit. A mystical grade herb, sweet, bitter, astringent, and neutral. Toxic. It corresponds to the lung and kidney meridians. Usage: take 2 qin of blood spirit fruit, soak in rootless water for a day. Then rinse with warm water. Grind 7 qin of earth essence and 9 qin of ghost hiding into a paste, adding 3 liters of rootless water to boil into a syrup. Consume 1 qin daily. Wash down with warm water. Efficacy: transmutation through the Book of Changes. Transmutation through the Book of Changes. Qin Feng harbored skepticism regarding the concept, uncertain whether it referred to the sort that induces diarrhea or the legendary transformation of one's essence. Reflecting on the disparities between this world and his own understanding, he pondered the possibility that it might indeed hold truth. Regardless, whether effective or not, the blood spirit fruit is a mystical grade herb. If cultivated on a large scale, it could be sold or exchanged for the mystical herbs required for the spirit awakening and spirit cultivating pills, thereby resolving the issue of herb procurement. However, the blood spirit fruit is currently under the stringent protection of the forest python, so acquiring it must await the completion of the cloud dragon's repairs. As Qin Feng sorted through myriad thoughts, he realized the paramount importance of completing the cloud dragon. Only then could he fully unleash his ideas into reality. Ding ding ding. A notification rang out, signaling a voice call request from Yang Dai. Qin Feng answered the call. What is it, girl? Teacher, when will you return? I've made chicken soup and steamed rice. It's incredibly fragrant. Girl, there have been some unforeseen events here. I am sending De Huang to pick you up, and I'll explain everything when you arrive. Fearing that Yang Dai might lose control upon learning of her grandfather's injury, Qin Feng preferred to discuss the matter in person. Although they were in a remote area, the comprehensive weapon system aboard the Cloud Dragon ensured greater safety than that of the village. Moreover, the bed at Yang's family home was terribly uncomfortable. Resting in the recuperation pod was far more pleasant. Teacher, what has happened? Where is my grandfather? Your grandfather is fine. Don't worry. Just bring along the food from home. We won't be returning for a while. Let us leave it at that for now. I'll hang up. After ending the call, Qin Feng set aside the task of sending De Huang to fetch Yang Dai and turned his attention back to studying the techniques of breath regulation. Following the instructions in the first chapter of the Heart Sutra of breath regulation regarding acquired breath control, and integrating information gleaned from Mr. Han, he settled into a cross-legged position with his palms facing upward, forming the foundational mudra, and harmonized his breath with the cosmos, inhaling and exhaling in rhythm, circulating the ancestral energy. Approximately an hour passed, and before Yang Dai returned, Qin Feng felt a profound sense of comfort and relaxation during his breath control practice. Yet he perceived no presence of spiritual energy. Teacher, what are you doing? Where is my grandfather? Qin Feng gradually opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Girl, your grandfather underwent a minor surgery and is currently receiving intravenous treatment in the medical chamber. He should awaken soon. First, Qin Feng reassured Yang Dai, then recounted the events of the day in detail. Having mentally prepared herself, Yang Dai merely reddened her eyes slightly upon hearing that her grandfather's legs had been amputated. Without bursting into tears, after grasping the full context, she approached the medical chamber, looking through the glass at her grandfather, who was still receiving treatment. Teacher? Yes, teacher. I want to do something to help you. Upon witnessing Yang Dai's earnest and sincere gaze, Qin Feng recalled a task that required her assistance. Actually have some things I need you to do. Teacher, what is it? Next, I need to locate a cave to establish an underground laboratory. I will need you to rear some white mice for biological experimentation with the drugs, so you should start cultivating the mice now. I will send you the relevant knowledge for you to absorb. Yang Dai understood the purpose of the white mice. Although she instinctively felt some trepidation towards the little creatures, she mustered her courage and replied, Master, you can trust me with this. Transforming wild mice into suitable laboratory specimens is quite a task. But the multifunctional pod can serve as a temporary experimental chamber for rearing the white mice. Qin Feng sent Yang Dai the necessary courses on mouse cultivation and dispatched De Huang to catch some mice. After receiving the course materials, Yang Dai diligently began to digest the information. When Yang Huayan emerged from the medical chamber, he discovered his granddaughter in a sealed experimental pod, clad in protective gear, skillfully grasping a large rat in her left hand while injecting it with a light yellow liquid using a syringe in her right hand. After each rat received its injection, it was placed with a different sex rat for breeding purposes. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sat on the ground, palms facing upward, his breathing resonating with rhythmic snoring. Noticing Qin Feng asleep, Yang Huayan chose not to disturb him and instead gazed at his now tattered trousers, lost in contemplation. He distinctly recalled Mr. Han severing his legs with a single sword stroke, the excruciating pain etched into his memory, yet here he was, awakening to find his legs perfectly restored. Had it not been for the faint red marks at the wound sites, he would almost believe he had never been injured. Truly miraculous techniques, beyond comprehension. His granddaughter's fortune in apprenticing under such a master is indeed a blessing accrued over several lifetimes. Naturally, Yang Huayan was immensely curious about the wonders of the divine. He examined his surroundings, eliciting a reprimand from the little dragon. "Don't touch anything." Yang Huayan quickly clasped his hands in apology. Sorry. The commotion stirred Qin Feng from his slumber. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and looked at the furtive young elder. Cough. Young elder, you're awake? How do you feel? Any stinging or soreness? Seeing Qin Feng awake, Yang Huayan dashed over to him. It's all good now. I used to doubt the tales of immortals reviving the dead. Today, I've witnessed it firsthand, truly astonishing. Don't be so animated. Your wounds have just healed. You still need to rest for a while. I have a spare pod that's not in use. You can sleep there from now on. Qin Feng instructed Yang Huayan on how to utilize the spare pod, to which the elder responded with continuous astonishment. Having lived for over half a century, he had never experienced such a soft bed, though the space was a bit cramped, making him bump his head when sitting up. Chapter 13. Elemental Spirits. 10 lengthy days slipped by amidst a flurry of activity. Once the Cloud Dragon was fully repaired on the third day, they proceeded to a previously surveyed natural limestone cave. Under Qin Feng's guidance, the little dragon and De Huang donned the roles of masons, embarking on the renovation of the cave. In just 3 days, a new home comprising 5 laboratories, 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen was completed. The furniture was crafted from stone and wood, with tables, chairs, benches, beds, cabinets, and desks all meticulously provided. The 3 bedrooms were equipped with private bathrooms, with the Cloud Dragon supplying clean water and drainage systems, while the wastewater flowing into the waste tank underwent harmless treatment. The safety concerns surrounding the stalactite cave are of paramount importance. Firstly, the vicinity within a 5-kilometer radius is monitored by the vigilant mode of B drones. Additionally, each of the 3 exits of the cave is fortified with a laser turret. The Yunlong vessel is concealed beneath a layer of grass, buried within the mound atop the mountain, with a tunnel excavated downward, leading directly into the cave's living chamber. In times of peril, Qin Feng and his companions can swiftly access the Yunlong through a rudimentary rope ladder within the tunnel for strategic relocation. Over the ensuing 7 days, Xiaolong undertakes upgrades across 5 laboratories. The first laboratory is a smelting chamber, equipped with a smokeless furnace powered by the antimatter reactor of the Yunlong, capable of refining most high-purity metals and alloys. The second laboratory, Yang Dai's biochemical lab, is currently dedicated to cultivating white mice. After 10 days of diligent effort, the initial group of wild mice has reproduced for 10 generations, with their genes gradually stabilizing. It is anticipated that after another 10 generations, they will yield genetically identical white mice of experimental significance. The third laboratory comprises electronic instruments dismantled from the Yunlong, including a spectrometer, atomic detector, multifunctional chromatograph, and photometer. Due to the space constraints of the Yunlong, their usage is cumbersome, compelling Qin Feng to disassemble them for practical application. The fourth laboratory serves as a plant growth chamber, employing space station techniques to cultivate vegetables and fruits, with future plans to develop medicinal herbs. The fifth laboratory, in essence, is a production workshop, primarily focused on the manufacture of rudimentary mining robots. The most formidable challenge in constructing these mining robots lies in the multifunctional mechanical arms. Given the current industrial conditions, producing high-quality, qualified products is nearly impossible. While it is difficult to create compliant products, Qin Feng can still produce subpar ones, merely with slightly inferior performance metrics, reduced lifespan, and increased failure rates. Such robotic bodies are capable of undertaking simple tasks such as excavation, mining, transportation, and construction. While the construction of robotic bodies is relatively manageable, the development of various precise detectors, gyroscopes, and chips remains beyond Qin Feng's capabilities, as it necessitates a complete industrial system unattainable by a mere workshop. However, he devises a solution by integrating 50B drones directly into the robot's interior. Despite their diminutive size, akin to peanuts, these drones are fully equipped, housing AI chips, communication chips, multifunctional detectors, gyroscopes, and micro-antimatter batteries. With the inclusion of B drones, the mining robot gains both a heart and a brain, and with Xiaolong programming and operational protocol, the mining robot can perform various mining, construction, and transportation tasks. On the 8th day, following the installation of the mechanical operating program, the first mining robot successfully comes offline. Qin Feng conducts a brief test before dispatching it to tunnel underground in search of ores. Observing the unsightly industrial refuse emerging from the production workshop, Qin Feng reassures himself, difficulties are merely temporary, bread and milk will come, and all will be well. Qin Feng's optimism is not unfounded. Aboard the Yunlong resides a super AI chip, the server for Xiaolong. As long as this chip exists, even in the absence of any data, it can independently advance civilization from the Stone Age to the technological era. Moreover, the Super AI chip contains a wealth of backup data from the ARC project, a plan designed to ensure that in the event of humanity's annihilation, any Super AI device could reboot civilization. Unexpectedly utilized by Qin Feng in this alternate world, on the 10th day, specifically at noon today, a research report concerning spiritual elements is finally completed. As Qin Feng peruses the report, his astonishment is palpable. The atomic number of the spiritual element is 18, superseding the original argon element, and possesses entirely new elemental properties. The elemental form of the spiritual element is a colorless, odorless, and tasteless gas, with a relative atomic mass of 39. 921, and 18 isotopes have been detected, designated as Ling-29 to Ling-47. Among these, Ling-33, Ling-35, Ling-38, Ling-41, and Ling-47 are prevalent in nature, while the remaining isotopes require special conditions to exist stably. Following this is an extensive data model and AI simulations. Qin Feng glances through it, finding it somewhat incomprehensible, and turns directly to the final page to review the conclusions. In summary, it can be concluded that Ling-33 corresponds to the fire element marked in the Nagi-Chi Heart Sutra. Ling-35 represents the water element, Ling-38 signifies the wood element, Ling-41 denotes the earth element, and Ling-47 embodies the metal element. Coupled with research on herbs such as ghost hand vine, seven-star grass, and xian shun, the existence of spiritual roots has indeed been identified. Spiritual roots are a unique type of cell capable of producing various special enzymes, which are crucial for the compound and catalytic reactions with spiritual energy. Through the simulated analysis of the Qi Ling Dan, it is suggested that a specific compound induces genetic mutations in humans, leading to the production of spiritual root cells. This analysis lacks experimental data to support it and is provided solely for reference. Qin Feng comprehends this conclusion, essentially meaning that if he gathers the herbs required for the Qi Ling Dan, the Yunlong can assist him in formulating a drug capable of generating spiritual roots, thus paving the way to the pinnacle of his life. His interest in the Qi Ling Dan peaked. He reviews Xiaolong's commentary on the required herbs. 29 ingredients are necessary, comprising 26 from the mortal tier and 3 from the profound tier. While all 26 mortal tier herbs can be found within the mountains, the critical 3 profound tier main herbs are entirely absent. According to the prescription for Qi Ling Dan, the 26 mortal tier herbs serve merely as adjuncts to stimulate the properties of the main herbs. The focus remains on the 3 main herbs, which are earth spirit mushroom, Qinglong ginseng, and Yunshao fruit, each exceedingly rare treasures of heaven and earth. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng presses the chip at the back of his head. Xiaomeng? Initiate interrogation mode. Yes, master. Initiating virtual space. Prisoner number 1 is being connected. Chapter 14. The weapon roulette. Qin Feng initially intended to reset. However, he recalled that throughout these 10 days, Mr. Han had been receiving nutrient solutions, leaving his stomach empty. All right, master. Qin Feng hurried to the kitchen and prepared a bowl of chicken noodle soup in the virtual space. Watching Mr. Han devour the noodles ravenously, Qin Feng inquired again, Master, do you know where I can find earth spirit mushrooms? Mr. Han rubbed his belly, perplexed at still feeling hungry after such a substantial bowl of noodles. Nonchalantly, he replied to Xiao Ke's question. There is a ginseng and deer antler merchant association in Linjiang City, which boasts an array of rare medicinal materials. However, the prices are exorbitant. At least 10 gold leaves are needed to purchase a mere ounce of low-quality earth spirit mushroom. If you wish to acquire high-quality earth spirit mushrooms, 100 gold leaves may not suffice. Why are you suddenly asking about earth spirit mushrooms? Ri said. Master, how peculiar. What is it? I just saw a bird fly over our courtyard, but it seemed to collide with something. Akin to the legendary ghost hitting the wall. Ha ha ha, what ghost hitting the wall? That is the 5-gate golden lock formation I arranged, composed of 5 tokens and a golden lock. It typically protects the medicinal materials from birds and insects. And during critical moments, it can also deter nefarious intruders. But why can the villagers enter our home? You wouldn't understand. This 5-gate golden lock formation consists of the life gate, death gate, surprise gate, injury gate, and rest gate. Our courtyard door is the sole life gate, allowing for unobstructed entry and exit. If one were to scale the walls or sneak through windows, they would inevitably encounter one of the other 4 gates, leading to either death or injury. Thus, every night, I instruct you to secure the front gate. As long as this singular life gate is locked, no one else can enter this courtyard. Xiao Ku, I am hungry. Go prepare me a bowl of noodles. You can hold off for now. Bye-bye. Master, if I encounter evildoers during my future travels, I possess the ability to kill them, yet I could also afford them a chance to reform. What do you think I should do? Mr. Han fell into contemplation upon hearing this. After a brief pause, he solemnly replied, Xiao Ku, you are still young and unaware of the world's perils. If you ever find yourself in such a situation, I advise you to eradicate evil without mercy, leaving no trace behind. But what if the evildoers are not truly wicked, and the conflict is merely a misunderstanding? Do not overthink it. This world is one where the strong prey upon the weak. If you do not wish to be backstabbed and killed, I suggest you adopt a ruthless demeanor. This wisdom has been earned through a century of bloodshed by me. Gazing into Mr. Han's gradually hardened gaze, the last shred of compassion within Qin Feng dissipated like smoke. Little did Mr. Han know that he had just pronounced his own death sentence. Mr. Han, I have learned, and you may rest easy on your journey. Xiao Ku, what nonsense are you spouting? Wait, you are not Xiao Ku. Who are you? Qin Feng exited the virtual space, instructing Xiaolong to expedite the extraction and analysis of Mr. Han's memories. Once completed, the supply of nutrient solutions could be severed. Initially, Qin Feng hesitated on whether to release him, and after much internal conflict, he arrived at the aforementioned line of questioning. After all, Qin Feng had been raised in a society governed by law, harboring an innate aversion to the arbitrary taking of life. However, Mr. Han's response made it abundantly clear that sparing him would inevitably lead to future troubles, in this unfamiliar land, if he wished to survive. Some individuals must perish. Days later, Mr. Han met his untimely demise, his remains carried away by mining robots to be buried in a distant valley, a tale best left unspoken. Sighing, Qin Feng realized the harsh truth. Lacking spiritual roots was indeed a significant hindrance. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he acknowledged that falling asleep during meditation posed quite a dilemma. However, the 26 common-grade herbs required for the spirit awakening pill were rather easy to procure. He could gather most of them in these mountains. Yet, the 3 mysterious grade herbs were truly elusive. It seemed he would have to venture to Linjiang City to purchase them. But alas, where would he acquire any gold leaves? Qin Feng, being a law-abiding citizen, dismissed many violent means of obtaining wealth, firmly believing in the merit of earning riches through his own efforts rather than resorting to unscrupulous shortcuts. Thus, he set his sights on the direction of the cave inhabited by the forest python. An adage rings true: rare treasures belong to those destined to possess them. They are not inherently owned by anyone, and their rightful claim depends on one's capabilities. According to Mr. Han, the blood spirit fruit would ripen within days. If he did not act swiftly, he would miss the opportunity. Resolute in his decision to seize the blood spirit fruit, or rather, the one monopolized by the forest python, he hoped for a peaceful surrender. Yet, if the creature proved obstinate, he might have to resort to exorcising it on the spot, wishing it a swift reincarnation. As midnight approached, Qin Feng ascended aboard the Yunlong. Entering the cockpit, he meticulously retrieved the checklist. Initiating a series of pre-flight inspections, he activated the main engine, engaged the energy shield, and armed the weapon systems, while diligently monitoring the various instrument readings, confirming the status of the antimatter energy cells, the onboard intelligent program, and the life support systems, as well as verifying the escape system's readiness. With everything checked, he soared into the sky. Above a stony mountain, The ground suddenly trembled violently, and a massive fissure split the earth, rapidly expanding as a 35-meter-long, pitch-black warship emerged from below. The vessel ascended slowly, a nearly transparent energy shield rapidly unfurling and clearing away the surrounding debris, which rained down from the sky. Qin Feng took full control of the flight systems, activating combat mode as 3 black gun barrels extended from the top of the ship. The left, a Gatling laser emitter. The center, a particle-cutting ray. In the right, a shockwave generator. Below the warship, a composite weapon carousel revealed 5 types of heavy weaponry, the weakest being a laser accelerator, and the strongest, a gamma-ray burst. Additionally, the ship was surrounded by 36 dense arrays of active defense particle emitters. Such a modern military vessel was truly excessive for dealing with a mere forest python. Concerned that combat might destroy the blood spirit fruit, he opted for the least lethal shockwave generator, which could emit a sustained, directional high-energy shockwave. This device was typically used to clear paths through asteroid belts in space and for geological exploration, capable of displacing asteroids or creating deep pits in planetary surfaces for analysis. Although its lethality was minimal against other warships, it could still pose a threat to carbon-based life forms. Qin Feng estimated that at maximum power, the forest python would not withstand even a second before exploding into a mist of blood. Chapter 15. Seizing the spirit fruit, the Yunlong opened a hatch at its base, and De Huang leaped out. Its limbs extending as a nano-armor formed a membranous wing, aiding its glide through the air before landing steadily atop the cave. Once on the ground, De Huang crouched low, its nano-armor adapting to the surrounding environment, achieving perfect camouflage. The intense white light startled the forest python within, which, bewildered, emitted a series of threatening hisses toward the outside. Qin Feng activated the first level of the shockwave, sending a directional low-frequency pulse that compressed the air into visible ripples. Inside the cave, the forest python was assaulted by a cacophony of buzzing sounds, its flesh vibrating and the bones clattering together in discomfort. This sensation was unbearable. Its body alternated between numbness and sharp pain, forcing the python to burst from the cave, searching for the source of the disturbance. Soon, its gaze fixed upon the 2 bright eyes in the sky. Enraged, the forest python unleashed a series of chilling roars at its adversary above. From the cockpit, Qin Feng could see the python's gaping maw and its fearsome fangs. Retreating, he feared the shockwave might harm the blood spirit fruit, thus feigning weakness to lure the forest python further out. Naturally suspicious, the python did not pursue deeply. Upon seeing its foe retreat, it intended to return to its lair. Observing this, Qin Feng had no choice but to increase the power, escalating the shockwave to the 2nd level. Instantly, the ground was engulfed in chaos, as if a tempest had swept through, and the forest python felt its skin and flesh threaten to tear apart. Racked with pain at that moment, the 2 young pythons inside the cave also cried out in distress. Hearing their wails ignited a fierce rage within the mother python, which, enduring its agony, charged toward the enemy in the sky. Its massive form soared upward, its gaping maw suggesting a capability to devour the heavens. However, as it approached, it collided with an invisible energy shield, the impact dazzling it and causing blood to seep from its mouth and nose. Qin Feng, witnessing the python's flight, promptly deactivated the shockwave, hoping to draw it farther away and create an opportunity for De Huang. Remarkably, the forest python did not plummet but instead floated in midair. Shaking its head, it circled the peculiar transparent shield as if attempting to ensnare an invisible foe, striving to crush it into submission. Qin Feng stifled a chuckle, intentionally narrowing the shield's area to reinforce its grip. From the cockpit, he observed the layers of white scales on the python's belly pressing against the shield, producing a series of squeaking sounds. Once the python was fully coiled, Qin Feng propelled it into the sky. Flying far away, simultaneously, De Huang sprang into action. Entering the cave, it did not delve too deeply but positioned itself at the entrance, barking vigorously at the interior. The 2 young pythons, seeing this audacious canine, were incited to attack, with the slightly larger one shooting out like an arrow, aiming to swallow De Huang whole. Yet, De Huang exhibited remarkable agility, dodging aside and defying gravity as it scaled the rock wall. Racing along the cave ceiling before swiftly darting deeper within, the other young python, witnessing De Huang's intrusion, also lunged to bite. Just as De Huang was about to evade, the larger python executed a swift tail strike, sending it flying. The trajectory of its flight led directly into the gaping maw of the smaller python. In an instant, De Huang was caught in the smaller python's jaws, but this creature, merely the thickness of a thigh, found it challenging to swallow De Huang whole, merely holding on for dear life. At this moment, De Huang's fur began to melt away, dripping to the ground. The two pythons stared in confusion at the silvery liquid pooling beneath them. Unsure of its nature, the mercury-like fluid slowly slithered toward the blood-spirit fruit. The larger python hastily attempted to bite at the liquid, but it proved elusive, and despite several attempts, it could only watch helplessly as the fluid approached the fruit. The blood-spirit fruit resembled a rosebush, its leaves emanating a soft green glow, with the flower buds now wilted, revealing bright red fruits that glimmered with a five-colored radiance, casting a faint halo around them. Just as the mercury-like liquid was within 3 meters of the blood-spirit fruit, it suddenly twisted and transformed into a miniature version of De Huang, lunging for the fruit. With a swift motion, the entire blood-spirit fruit was uprooted and absorbed into De Huang's body. Meanwhile, the smaller python, still clamped onto De Huang's alloy bones, felt a sudden jolt of pain, forcing it to release its grip. De Huang's bones twisted in midair, the rib blades reshaping back into ribs. As it landed, the miniature De Huang surged into the skeletal structure, instantly reverting to its original form, racing toward the cave's exit. The two pythons hurriedly pursued, but as De Huang emerged from the cave, it was seized by a cloud eagle, whisked away into the sky in the blink of an eye. The entire sequence transpired within a mere 7 seconds. With Qin Feng scarcely having moved far, upon learning of De Huang's success, he immediately activated the third level of the shockwave. In an instant, the forest python was struck as if by lightning, its tightly coiled body slackening and dispersing in the air, ultimately crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Qin Feng aimed the cannon downwards, observing the python's stillness after it fell into the trees. Before disregarding it and ascending with the warship into the sky, as the vessel pierced through the clouds, the cloud eagle deposited De Huang back on board, and the entire blood-spirit fruit was promptly placed into a nutrient solution. Homeward bound, with the mission successfully accomplished, Qin Feng's eagerness to return to the base surged. He hoped to cultivate the blood-spirit fruit artificially. Soon, they arrived at the base, and Qin Feng personally carried the blood-spirit fruit, encased in a protective membrane, off the ship. The fruit was delivered to Laboratory 3, where Yunlong performed a puncture sampling for compositional analysis. 3 hours later, a comprehensive data report reached Qin Feng. Skipping over the extensive experimental data, he directly perused the conclusions. A total of 65 organic compounds had been extracted from the blood-spirit fruit, 14 of which were correlated with spiritual elements, while the remainder included organic acids, vitamins, alkaloids, anthocyanins, phenolic compounds, and more. The effects of the 14 spiritual elemental compounds remain unclear for the time being and require biological experimentation to obtain detailed data. After reviewing this report, some of Qin Feng's thoughts were validated, and he could hardly contain his excitement as he quickly arranged. Yunlong, extract the 14 spiritual elemental compounds and deliver them to Laboratory No. 2. I will personally conduct the biological tests. Chapter 16. Blood-spirit sapinin. In the subsequent 13 days, Qin Feng and Yang Dai remained in Laboratory No. 2, conducting biological experiments on the 14 spiritual elemental compounds. They were not merely verifying the effects of these compounds. They also needed to analyze the 73 compound combinations identified by the Yunlong, resulting in a total of 87 rounds of experimentation. Each round required 20 white mice, divided into 4 groups. The first group was injected with 0.1 milligrams of the test solution, the second group with 0.3 mg, the third group with 1 milligram, and the fourth group with 3 mg. After each injection, the condition of the white mice was observed and recorded every 30 minutes. Following a 24-hour observation period, dissections were performed to extract samples for testing, and 1 sample from each group was preserved for freezing, while the remainder underwent sterilization. The workload for this experiment was immense. In the absence of fully automated intelligent testing instruments, every task, injecting, observing, recording, analyzing, comparing, dissecting, sending samples for testing, and sterilizing, had to be meticulously executed by Qin Feng and Yang Dai. 87 rounds of experimentation, totaling 348 tests, involved 6,960 white mice. The two of them were engaged in a tense and busy routine in the laboratory. taking turns to rest. Initially, Yang Dai felt some discomfort with the dissections, but she gradually became numb to it, her movements becoming as fluid as those of a robotic assembly line worker. Qin Feng observed this with a twinge of compassion. Knowing that she was merely an 11 or 12-year-old child, her actual height and appearance resembling that of a 9-year-old due to long-term malnutrition, he urged Yang Dai several times to take a break. But she merely returned to drink a glass of water before hastily returning. Qin Feng paused his work and admonished, "I told you to go rest. Why are you back so soon?" Yang Dai simply replied with a grin. "Teacher, I genuinely enjoy this work. It makes me feel valuable, not a burden to you." Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand, saying, "Just take care of yourself. This matter is not urgent. It doesn't matter whether we complete it a day earlier or later. You mustn't overexert yourself. Hard work pays off for the diligent." After 13 days of intense experimentation, they acquired all the necessary data, which was uploaded to the Yunlong. A summary report was swiftly generated. Exhausted, Qin Feng reclined in his chair with his eyes closed, while Yang Dai eagerly read the report aloud to him. "Teacher, the report is out. It states that compound number 9 is the primary effective component of the blood-spirit fruit. Named blood-spirit saponin.it is primarily found within the fruit pulp and can stimulate the bone marrow to produce a brand new blood cell, blood-spirit cell. This cell can combine with spiritual energy in the lungs and transport it throughout the body, triggering a violent chain reaction between the cells and the spiritual energy, thus promoting mutations in genes toward a specific direction, achieving the so-called effect of washing the marrow as described in the I Ching. The blood-spirit cell can only be generated by blood-spirit saponin and will be consumed during the violent reaction. Therefore, this reaction only occurs after ingesting the blood-spirit fruit, with a half-life of 36 minutes. Moreover, other compounds include blood-spirit monosaccharide, blood-spirit flavonoids, blood-spirit volatile oils, blood-spirit peptides, and blood-spirit alkaloids. Among them, blood-spirit flavonoid hormones can stimulate the brain to secrete a new type of steroid hormone. A small secretion alleviates pain, while a large secretion leads to extreme mental excitation, resulting in hallucinations. Blood-spirit peptides promote physical and skeletal development and can assist blood-spirit cells in chain reactions, enhancing the washing the marrow effect of the blood-spirit fruit. Additionally, attention must be paid to the blood-spirit alkaloids present in the fruit pulp. This alkaloid serves as a self-defense toxin for the blood-spirit fruit. With a concentration as high as 35 before the fruit matures, a mere 0.01 milligrams can cause visceral failure and death in white mice. Once the blood-spirit fruit matures, the alkaloid concentration in the pulp decreases to 0.0001. If an adult consumes more than 10 fruits at once, evident toxic reactions will occur. Exceeding 30 fruits can be lethal. In summary, genetic editing technology could be employed to domesticate and breed the blood-spirit fruit. Preliminary estimates suggest that the concentration of blood-spirit saponin in the fruit pulp could be increased from 1.2 to over 50, while simultaneously knocking out the blood-spirit alkaloid gene and amplifying the gene that produces blood-spirit peptides, thereby eliminating toxins from the fruit pulp while enriching it with blood-spirit peptides. At this point, Yang Dai exclaimed, "This genetic editing technology is truly remarkable." Qin Feng chuckled. "What is this in comparison?" Given Xiaolong some time to calculate, he could deduce the synthetic pathways for all compounds. However, Xiaolong is not a specialized experimental chip, and such tasks requiring high computational power are still somewhat challenging for him. Moreover, the experimental equipment and consumables needed for the artificial synthesis of compounds are extensive, and we currently lack the necessary conditions. For now, we must toil and cultivate the blood-spirit fruit using the most primitive methods. Yang Dai inquired with some confusion, but these profound-grade herbs typically take 10 or even 100 years to mature. Even if we manage to grow them, what significance would it hold? Qin Feng laughed heartily. "It seems I need to quickly share the high school and university curriculum with you. The wonders of modern science far exceed your imagination. In my world, vegetables and fruits grow in mere hours. A watermelon seed can grow into a basin-sized watermelon in just an hour and a half, a growth rate visible to the naked eye. As he spoke, Qin Feng seemed eager to substantiate his assertion and turned to Xiaolong, asking, "Xiaolong, what is the growth cycle of the genetically edited blood-spirit fruit?" "Commander, due to environmental limitations, the growth cycle will take approximately 330 days in this realm." Yang Dai looked at Qin Feng with curiosity. Although a 330-day growth cycle is astonishing compared to the usual 10 or 100 years, it still pales in comparison to the 1-hour growth rate he had mentioned. Qin Feng felt a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat. Ahem, why does it take so long? Commander, most of the growth factors required by the blood spirit fruit can be extracted from the refining ores, but the spiritual energy in this area is severely lacking. Spiritual energy is essential for the growth of the blood spirit fruit, which is why the growth cycle has been significantly extended. Finally, Qin Feng realized this and, after a moment of contemplation, instructed Xiaolong. Xiaolong, arrange for 20 bee drones to search for areas with dense spiritual energy and conduct a safety assessment of the target regions. Understood, Commander. Chapter 17. Linjiang City. At this moment, Qin Feng stood up, rubbed Yang Dai's little head, and smiled. Little girl, you've been working hard lately. I'm giving you a break. How about a trip to the city? Yang Dai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, I want to go. But what? Teacher, things in the city aren't like in the village. Everything costs money, even a glass of water. Qin Feng laughed heartily, pulling out a cloth bag from his pocket and pouring out a handful of gold beans the size of soybeans. A few days prior, the mining robot had uncovered a rich gold vein, refining 100 gold beans, each weighing 5 grams. Though it wasn't an exorbitant amount, it would suffice to keep us well fed. With 50 mining robots steadily entering the mines, they resembled an ant kingdom, exploring the subterranean depths in all directions. They possessed advanced detection tools capable of measuring the metal content in ores while also detecting underground life forms to avoid them in advance. Consequently, a variety of essential metals were extracted and refined into metal blocks, serving as raw materials for subsequent manufacturing bases and various weapons. Observing the gold beans in his teacher's hand, Yang Dai picked one up and marveled. Teacher, you truly are capable of anything. This single gold bean can buy hundreds of pounds of rice and flour, enough for us to eat rice and steamed buns every meal. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Oh, you lack ambition. What is so special about rice and steamed buns? Stick with me, and you'll feast on lavish meats and exquisite delicacies every day. Yang Dai lowered her head, muttering, I just want to eat plain rice and steamed buns. All right, this time I'll buy you a mountain of them, so you can eat them every day, he then instructed. Go and ask your grandfather if he wants to go to the city. We shall leave right away. Okay, Yang Dai dashed off to find her grandfather, Yang Huayan, who was in plant growth room number 4, utilizing Qin Feng's laboratory to cultivate vegetables and fruits while also preparing meals and cleaning for them daily. When Yang Dai arrived at the plant growth room, she found her grandfather squatting in front of a pot, marveling at its growth. Upon seeing his granddaughter, he exclaimed, Your teacher is truly remarkable. These green beans were planted the day before yesterday, and today they are already thriving. I'll cook some green beans for you shortly. The green beans planted by Yang Huayan had not undergone domestication, so they couldn't fully mature within a couple of hours. However, this facility boasted a complete plant growth system, significantly shortening the growth cycles of various plants. Beans that would typically take a month to grow could now be harvested in just 2 days. Deeply attached to the land, Yang Huayan perceives this place as nothing short of paradise, reveling in the joy of bountiful harvests each day. Grandfather, please stop cooking. The teacher has informed us that we are to venture into the city. Yang Huayan's eyes brightened at this news, and he cheerfully replied, All right, wait for me a moment. I shall fetch a few things. When Qin Feng caught sight of Yang Huayan and Yang Dai, he noticed Yang Huayan was shouldering a burlap sack, while Yang Dai carried 2 gourds. What have you brought? Qin Feng inquired. Yang Huayan smiled bashfully, opening the sack and the gourds to reveal them filled with dried green peas and black quinoa. Hee, Mr. Qin, these are what I've cultivated over the past few days, and I dried them using your magical device. I plan to sell them in the city to procure warm winter clothing for you and Dyer. Not wishing to dismiss the elderly man's kindness, Qin Feng stepped forward to assist in carrying the green peas as they proceeded to the central elevator to board the Yunlong. This was not Yang Huayan's first experience aboard the Yunlong. He had traveled here once before upon relocating, yet the ship still felt remarkably novel to him. Qin Feng headed directly to the cockpit, while Yang Dai, Yang Huayan, and De Huang remained in the lounge. Meanwhile, Xiaolong stayed home to conduct gene editing and domestication of the blood spirit fruit. During the journey, Yang Dai dutifully introduced her grandfather to the various devices and their functions. Yang Huayan was astonished to discover that this modest lounge offered the pleasures of music, films, gaming, rehabilitation, and massage. Particularly captivating was a farming simulation game in virtual reality, which delighted the elderly man to the extent that he felt reluctant to disembark. Mr. Qin, this game can indeed be paused. Correct. Just moments ago. The system alerted me that the corn I planted has attracted the attention of some insect civilization, and they will attack my farm in 10 minutes, prompting me to upgrade my defense system. Qin Feng could not help but facepalm, exclaiming helplessly, "Rest assured, it has been paused. Your corn will remain unharmed." "That is indeed reassuring," Yang Huayan replied contentedly. Qin Feng stopped in a valley outside the city, located merely 3 or 4 kilometers from the eastern gate of Linjiang City. They swiftly ascended the hilltop, gazing upon the imposing black fortress that resembled a colossal dragon coiling across the landscape. Previously, when Qin Feng beheld Linjiang City from afar, he felt little, but now, standing in close proximity, he was struck by the oppressive presence of its 50-meter-tall iron walls. The city walls were constructed from massive blocks of blue stone, coated with a thick layer of molten iron. Above the walls, a cavalcade of horse-deer-mounted cavalry patrolled, while a general clad in black and red armor scrutinized the throng of individuals entering the city from the gate. Qin Feng marveled internally at the immense stones used to construct the walls, each weighing several tons. Given the level of machinery available here, transporting such materials must have been exceedingly arduous, let alone stacking them to a height of 50 meters. He could only wonder at how this feat was accomplished. Outside the city gate, 2 long lines formed, with each person entering the city subjected to meticulous scrutiny by the guards. They too joined the queue. Qin Feng craned his neck to catch a glimpse ahead, observing the guards examining each individual's hands with great care. "What are they inspecting? Why do they need to see everyone's hands?" he queried curiously. Yang Huayan shook his head in response, signaling his ignorance. At that moment, a lumberjack carrying 2 bundles of firewood turned to Qin Feng and explained, "I heard that a great incident has recently occurred in the city. A monster infiltrated and slaughtered the Zhao family in the northern district. That family is related to the city lord's wife, and it is astonishing that they were wiped out overnight. Consequently, inspections have tightened significantly for anyone entering or exiting the city." Intrigued by the lumberjack's knowledge, Qin Feng pressed further. "Why do they check for monsters by examining hands? Can one discern if someone is a monster from their hands?" "Indeed," the lumberjack replied. "Most monsters, even if they can shapeshift into human form, find it most challenging to alter their hands. Some possess long, iron blue nails, while others may have webbed fingers, and some even have hooves instead of fingers. Thus, they meticulously inspect every individual's hands." "You certainly possess a wealth of information," Qin Feng remarked with a smile. The lumberjack modestly replied, "Oh, I merely heard it from others. I have yet to encounter a true monster myself." Qin Feng chuckled softly, inadvertently noticing a masked woman in black from a neighboring line glaring menacingly at the lumberjack before furtively inspecting her own hands. This behavior was not unusual, as many upon hearing the story instinctively glanced at their hands. Qin Feng paid little mind to it, quickly dismissing the matter from his thoughts. Chapter 18. The Ginseng and Deer Antler Guild. He turned his gaze back only to see a contingent of armored cavalry riding deer, escorting 3 horse-drawn carriages as they approached, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Make way! Make way!" The leader, a burly man with a dark complexion, cracked his whip, producing a sharp sound that cleared a path for the carriages through the waiting crowd. The guards responsible for inspections halted their duties as the group drew near, and the leading sergeant politely stopped them. "Please slow down. The city lord has commanded that all individuals and vehicles entering the city must undergo inspection to prevent any monsters from infiltrating." The burly man scoffed, reprimanding, "You dare to question the members of the Ginseng and Deer Antler Guild?" The sergeant found himself in a difficult position, offering a wry smile as he replied, "Lord who? I too am merely following orders. The higher-ups have issued a strict mandate. Everyone must be inspected. I kindly ask for your leniency, and not to make things difficult for me." As he spoke, he glanced toward the city walls, and upon seeing the general observing from above, Lord Hu reluctantly conceded, "Proceed, but make it quick." The sergeant and his men hurriedly inspected the fingers of the cavalry, treating them with a degree of deference uncommon for ordinary individuals. As they approached the carriages, 2 of them bore intricately crafted, lacquered wooden boxes adorned with dragon and tiger motifs, each sealed with a Ginseng and Deer Antler Guild sticker. The last carriage contained an equally exquisite compartment. Upon noticing the seals on the boxes, The sergeant hesitated and swiftly approached Lord Hu. Lord Hu, may we open the boxes to ensure there are no hidden individuals? Lord Hu's expression darkened as he replied sternly, You are truly testing my patience. I wouldn't dare tear that seal. Try it and see what happens. The sergeant, faced with this dilemma, was at a loss for words. At that moment, a calm male voice emanated from within the last carriage, clear enough for all present to hear. Qin Hu, open the boxes. Let him return to fulfill his duties. Yes, Master Lu, Qin Hu acknowledged. Dismounting to personally unseal the wooden boxes, revealing neatly arranged square jade boxes within, each containing invaluable medicinal herbs that emitted a radiant glow, casting a faint halo outside the boxes. The sergeant, merely confirming that no one was concealed within, hastily allowed them to pass. Once they had moved on, the sergeant wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to the assembled crowd, barking, Stay alert. Inspect each person thoroughly. The city lord's orders must be followed. No exceptions. This minor interlude did not impede Qin Feng's smooth passage. However, he felt a twinge of desire for the two carriages filled with precious medicinal herbs, their allure akin to that of a noble's fascination with interstellar pirates. Shaking his head gently, he dismissed his greed. Regardless of the moral implications, the Master Lu within those carriages was likely no mere figurehead but rather a true immortal, if someone like Mr. Han, a mere errand boy of the immortal sect, wielded such formidable flying swords, one could only imagine the capabilities of a genuine immortal. He had no intention of risking his life to find out. Nevertheless, this incident underscored the formidable influence of the Ginseng and Deer Antler Guild. As long as he possessed sufficient funds, acquiring the medicinal herbs he needed would not be a challenge. Lost in thought, the trio and their canine companion passed through the 30-meter-wide entrance, discovering a bustling and vibrant scene within. Vendors hawked their wares along the streets, children frolicked, and shops adorned with striking signage lined the roads, teeming with a diverse array of people. Qin Feng found himself intrigued by the local culture. Observing the throngs of people, he gleaned much about the area. First, it was evident that Linjiang City boasted a wealth of resources and a thriving trade, reflecting positively on its governance and public safety. As such scenes would be unattainable without order. Moreover, he noticed many individuals were armed with swords and bows, exuding a martial prowess evident in their posture and demeanor. Some even instilled in Qin Feng a sense of caution. As a second-tier agile gene warrior, he had once fought 10 Siberian forest wolves barehanded during his assessment, ultimately overpowering them all. These wolves were as large as donkeys, possessing not only great individual strength and speed but also remarkable teamwork and tactical acumen. In fact, the assessment was designed conservatively, and Qin Feng's actual combat capabilities exceeded those metrics significantly. He felt confident facing 17 wolves would pose no problem. Yet, amidst the bustling street, he could easily spot several individuals who evoked a sense of wariness in him, indicating a robust martial spirit and fierce local character. Teacher, my grandfather wants to know if you would like to have some steamed buns. Yang Dai's voice interrupted Qin Feng's musings. He turned to see a steaming pot of buns being unveiled and smiled. Let us buy a few to taste. Absolutely. Yang Dai swallowed hard, clutching the money her grandfather had given her, and scampered off to buy buns, with De Huang trotting eagerly behind her. Qin Feng, spotting a bookstore, informed Yang Huayan briefly before entering to browse. Rather than merely browsing, he was surreptitiously recording every word he encountered, which would be processed by a chip and directly stored in his cerebral cortex, granting him an extraordinary memory. The shopkeeper, noticing the young man in faded clothes flipping through each book rapidly, could not help but exclaim in irritation. What are you doing? If you're not buying, don't mess around. Unperturbed, Qin Feng rubbed a few golden beans in his hand, still without lifting his gaze, and inquired, What kind of books do you sell here? The shopkeeper's eyes brightened at the sight of the golden beans, and his demeanor softened immediately. We have all sorts of books, Taoist texts, Buddhist scriptures, writings of the sages, mountain and sea classics, exotic texts, martial arts manuals, medical compendiums, official histories, and strange tales. Whatever you seek, just let me know, and I will find it for you. Do you have any celestial texts? The shopkeeper's expression changed, but he refrained from expelling Qin Feng, perhaps swayed by the golden beans. This is a legitimate bookstore, not a street vendor, so we do not have any of those chaotic celestial texts. If you wish to buy one, You'll have to look at the street stalls. What hidden treasures do you have here? With the books displayed, I fear these golden beans may not suffice. 1 golden bean for 10 books. Just hear me out. Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. The shopkeeper clearly adjusted his prices based on appearances. Here, gold was measured by golden leaves, a complete leaf weighing 1 tael, half a leaf being 5 qian, and so forth, with the smallest fragment being a mere 1 milligram. These scattered golden leaves were often melted down into golden beans for circulation, although most were exchanged at the money house for golden leaves. Thus, transactions were based on golden leaves, and the shopkeeper's fixation on the beans indicated he had not disclosed the true prices, as became evident when he frantically tried to rectify his mistake. Not intending to let such a swindler off easily, Qin Feng commanded Yunk to deploy 10 drones to lie in wait within the shop. The silent drones infiltrated the bookstore, hiding above the shelves, ready to copy and upload all the books to the Yunlong once the night fell and the store was empty. As Qin Feng exited the bookstore, Yang Dai approached with a paper-wrapped bundle of steaming buns. These smell delightful. Have you eaten? Please, sir, you eat first, I will eat after you. Where did this rule come from? Just eat. Yang Lao, you haven't eaten. Have you? Come, have a taste. The trio, accompanied by a dog, ambled through the city procuring various supplies, even hiring a cart for transport. Their purchases included an array of spices, vegetable and fruit seeds, and Yang Dai's favorites like white rice and flour. When they passed the Ginseng and Deer Antler Association, Qin Feng handed Yang Huayan 10 golden beans, instructing him and Yang Dai to continue shopping while he disembarked to visit the herbal medicine shop within the association. Situated directly opposite the Lord's mansion in the most prosperous area of the city, the Ginseng and Deer Antler Association occupied half a street, with no one daring to set up stalls nearby. The streets were impeccably clean. The association's shops catered to various trades, all of which upheld a high-end quality, offering delicacies of mountain and sea, the finest restaurant in Xinjiang City, silk shops, herbal medicine shops, weapon stores, jewelry shops, money houses, and escort agencies. Additionally, the association operated a casino, brothel, theater, horse-drawn carriage service, pawn shop, tea house, and inn in another bustling street. The cart driver Qin Feng hired was also from the association's transport service. Upon arriving at the herbal medicine shop, Qin Feng sensed something amiss as he entered. The black-clad woman he had encountered earlier was there, clutching a cloth bag, beneath which lay a patch of blood, suggestive of a human head. Opposite her stood an elderly man in a green robe, flanked by Qian Hu and 4 burly men, all of whom stared at Qin Feng in astonishment. Qian Hu quickly approached, seizing the collar of the doorman and delivering several resounding slaps. "You useless fool, how could you let this happen?" The doorman, feeling aggrieved, protested internally. No one had instructed him to guard the door. He was busy attending to customers inside. Aware that he had stumbled upon their illicit dealings, Qin Feng turned to leave, but Qian Hu commanded, "Stop." Qin Feng feigned innocence. "I didn't see anything." Qian Hu scoffed, "Didn't see anything? Then why are you running? Here to buy medicine, are you? Come, follow me to the back. We have all kinds of medicine there." Realizing the situation had escalated beyond control, Qin Feng attempted to escape, but Qian Hu seized him by the back, dragging him into the room and swiftly shutting the door, smirking at Qin Feng. The 4 burly men rushed forward, intent on subduing him. Cursing his misfortune, Qin Feng braced himself as the foremost brute charged at him with a punch that, if it landed on an ordinary person, would likely result in a severe injury. As the fist approached within mere centimeters of his face, Qin Feng deftly sidestepped, and as the brute stumbled forward, he delivered a powerful blow to the man's ribs, sending him crashing several meters away, smashing a table before collapsing onto the floor. The remaining 3 rushed in, but Qin Feng swiftly tripped one and kicked another down. The last man, witnessing his companions fall within moments, hesitated, but Qin Feng showed no mercy, delivering a punch that sent him sprawling backward. In a mere instant, Qin Feng had incapacitated all 4, and as the man he had tripped attempted to rise and seize him from behind, Qin Feng anticipated his move, ducking low and delivering an uppercut that sent the man flying, his teeth mingling with blood in midair. The green-robed man, astonished, observed the young man's remarkable skill and the straightforward, effective technique he employed, which was entirely unfamiliar to him. The black-clad woman had already slipped away to the wall. Her cloth bag vanished without a trace. Qian Hu, excited, exclaimed, "What remarkable skill! Let me try." With that, he crouched low, letting out a fierce roar akin to a tiger, before lunging at Qin Feng like a ferocious beast. Qian Hu was a consummate martial artist, having mastered the powerful dragon tiger technique, capable of lifting immense weights. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of danger as Qian Hu charged at him with the ferocity of a tiger. Humph! Qin Feng let out a soft grunt, evading the initial assault with the grace of a falling leaf, retreating several meters, as Qian Hu pressed forward with renewed vigor, his fists struck like cannonballs. Qin Feng, incensed, realized that Qian Hu was intent on inflicting serious harm. Each strike aimed to kill. Having previously restrained himself out of caution for Lu Zhenren, he was unprepared for the lethal intent present here. Determined, he resolved to hold nothing back, focusing intently as time seemed to slow around him, a characteristic of agile gene warriors that emerged after unlocking their genetic potential. At heightened reaction speeds, time appeared to decelerate in an instant. Qin Feng maneuvered behind Qian Hu, raising his right leg high to deliver a devastating downward kick. Qian Hu was taken aback, feeling an immense force strike his back, driving him into the ground, the impact causing him to cough up blood. "I will kill you." Never before had Qian Hu endured such humiliation. He sprang up, ready to attack Qin Feng once more, but was struck by an invisible force. The assailant was none other than Lu Zhenren. "Enough. Don't embarrass yourself further," Lu Zhenren said coolly. Turning to Qin Feng, he added with a sneer, "This whole affair is your fault for seeing what you shouldn't have. Be more cautious in your next life." Raising his hand, Lu Zhenren unleashed a bolt of electricity from his palm. The speed of the lightning was astonishing. Even with Qin Feng's reflexes, he could not evade it in time, and the bolt struck his chest with a thunderous explosion. Qin Feng felt as if a high-explosive grenade had detonated within him, the force sending him flying through the window, crashing heavily to the ground outside. Lu Zhenren, surprised, leaped through the shattered window, only to find a pool of blood on the ground, but the young man had vanished without a trace. How peculiar! This youth survived my palm lightning. Could he possess some extraordinary treasure? Qian Hu, quickly notify the men to seal the city gates. We must capture this young man. Qin Feng had not anticipated that a simple trip to buy medicine would lead him into such chaos, and it dawned on him that this world lacked any semblance of law, existing solely on the principle of the survival of the fittest. To them, killing a civilian was as inconsequential as slaying a chicken. The bolt of lightning unleashed by the esteemed Master Lu was effectively shielded by the insulating layer of the nano battle armor. However, the shockwave generated by the explosion nearly shattered his internal organs. Had he not already unlocked 2 layers of his genetic locks, endowing his physique with extraordinary resilience, his viscera would likely have turned to mush. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain within, Qin Feng expelled a mouthful of blood before swiftly plunging into the throng of people. His nano-battle armor rapidly transformed, morphing into a commonplace gray robe. Meanwhile, Xiaoming autonomously sent out a distress signal to the Yunlong, which promptly ascended into the sky towards Linjiang City, its black fuselage reflecting the blue sky and white clouds above, rendering it nearly invisible to those below. Yang Dai and De Huang received the news of Qin Feng's assault simultaneously and hurried towards his location. When they found him, Qin Feng was slumped against the wall of an alley, his complexion a sickly shade of blue, lips tinged with purple, and a pool of blood staining the ground beneath him. Yang Dai glanced up at the sky and called to the driver, "Uncle, please fetch a doctor." The driver peered inside, then hurried off in search of assistance. However, when he returned shouting for the doctor, not only was the physician nowhere to be found, but the cargo on his cart had also vanished without a trace. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the driver gasped, "Where is everyone?" Bewildered, he muttered to himself, "Is this broad daylight truly haunted? It's one thing for a person to disappear, but how could an entire cart of goods just vanish?" At this moment, Qin Feng and his companions had already entered the interior of the Yunlong. Assisted by the anti-gravity engine, Qin Feng was swiftly transported to the medical bay, while the Yunlong ascended rapidly towards the base. When Qin Feng regained consciousness, his internal injuries had stabilized, and he was no longer in imminent danger. Yang Dai held his right hand, tears streaming down her face, while Yang Huayan and Xiaolong busied themselves unloading the supplies from their recent procurement. "It's all right now, my dear," Qin Feng reassured her. "What happened?" "I was fine when I left. Yang Dai asked, her voice trembling. Qin Feng briefly recounted the events that had transpired, concluding with a tone of dejection. I initially thought Linjiang City had commendable security. Never did I anticipate encountering such peril. Yang Huayan, overhearing this, seemed to recall something and remarked wistfully, I remember. That girl's father was killed by those from the Ginseng and Deer Antler Association. Yang Dai, taken aback, raised her head to look at her grandfather. After a moment of shock, she quickly wiped away her tears and declared through gritted teeth, one day, I will ensure they pay for their blood debts. Qin Feng gently ruffled her hair. Child, you are still young. You should not bear such hatred. I will find a way to address this in the following days. While recuperating, Qin Feng diligently perused the vast knowledge contained within the tomes scanned by the 10B drones from the bookstore. The establishment boasted over 7,000 volumes covering an array of subjects. Due to the sheer volume of information, Qin Feng merely uploaded these texts to the Yunlong's database for future reference, opting not to commit them to memory. During this time, he truly learned the written language of this world, no longer relying on intelligent translation assistance. Additionally, from the chronicles of Linjiang Prefecture, he uncovered intriguing information. Linjiang City was jointly founded 3 millennia ago by 3 immortal cultivation families, one of which was the Liu family, behind the Ginseng and Deer Antler Association. Besides the Liu family, there were the Long family, aligned with the city lord, and the Wang family, responsible for the shipping along the 9 Waterfalls River. In Linjiang City, the Long family wielded the most power, effectively suppressing both the Wang and Liu families, who engaged in a constant struggle. As the Wang family controlled the river trade, the Liu family feared underhanded tactics, opting to transport their most precious goods overland rather than risk the waterways. This explained why, despite the prosperous shipping routes in Linjiang City, Master Liu had to lead a convoy to painstakingly transport rare medicinal materials. Understanding this, Qin Feng dispatched the Eagle to monitor the overland routes of the Ginseng and Deer Antler Association, as well as the movements of Master Liu and Qian Hu. One day, he received word from the Eagle that Master Liu had exited the city with his previous entourage. Judging by the depth of the wheel tracks and the absence of sealing on the wooden crates, it appeared they left with empty carts. Continue monitoring closely. Let us see where they are headed. Due to his apprehension regarding cultivators, Qin Feng refrained from deploying the B drones, relying solely on the Eagle to maintain a watchful eye. According to the live feed from the Eagle, Master Liu and his group traveled southward, journeying over 300 miles by land before disappearing into a dense forest. Even with the Eagle's infrared thermal imaging and life detection equipment, they could not ascertain their whereabouts, as if they had vanished into thin air upon entering the woods. Furthermore, the Eagle captured footage of birds disappearing in mid-flight over the forest, indicating the presence of protective formations in the area. Qin Feng speculated that this could be the Liu family's stronghold. For the next 3 days, Master Liu's group remained ensconced within the forest, leading Qin Feng to wonder if there was another exit. Finally, on the 4th day, they emerged, retracing their steps. Based on the wheel tracks, it was evident that they had returned with a substantial bounty. Qin Feng stared at the footage transmitted by the Eagle, deep in contemplation. Chapter 21. All 6 Yarrow sticks are ominous. He assessed the feasibility of taking action against Master Liu and the potential consequences that might ensue. His primary concern was the uncertainty surrounding Master Liu's true capabilities. Should he not be eliminated by the Yunlong and instead destroy it, the repercussions would be dire. However, a detail soon came to mind. Previously, when Master Liu had sent him flying, he had managed to evade detection while blending into the crowd. If Master Liu could not find him at such a close distance, then surely the Yunlong, capable of striking from beyond visual range, would be even less likely to be detected. Xiao Long, De Huang, prepared to board the ship. The Yunlong ascended slowly, targeting Master Liu's carriage, which lay 184 kilometers away. Qin Feng scrutinized the instrument panel, calculating the various weapon systems at his disposal. He realized he could not utilize heavy weaponry with extensive destructive ranges. Even the weakest laser acceleration cannon could obliterate everything within 100 meters, including the precious medicinal materials Master Liu was transporting. Among the 3 available lightweight weapons, the Gatling laser launcher lacked accuracy, and a stray shot could result in significant losses. The shockwave generator might suffice against a forest anaconda, but against Master Liu, its power would likely fall short. Thus, the only viable option was the particle-cutting ray. However, the particle-cutting ray posed a challenge. In space, the craft remained relatively stable, allowing for precise targeting even at great distances. Yet, in an atmospheric environment, factors such as wind and gravity could cause slight tremors within the Yunlong, resulting in substantial targeting errors over 184 kilometers. The solution was straightforward: approach closer and find a mountaintop to minimize interference. Enabling precise long-range sniping. Xiao Long, I will employ the particle-cutting ray for a long-range strike against Master Lu. Calculate the optimal sniping position. Yes, Commander. I recommend positioning ourselves atop this mountain, 206 kilometers away. This location is 30 kilometers from the target, with sparse spiritual energy and minimal chances of encountering unknown creatures. Additionally, this sniping position lies directly behind the enemy's advance, reducing the likelihood of target movement deviation and minimizing the chances of alerting them to our presence. Agreed. Navigate to the sniping position and ensure we steer clear of the targets overhead. Qin Feng issued the navigation command, and the Yunlong ascended swiftly, gradually accelerating 0.1 Mach, 0.2 Mach, 0.3 Mach, 9 Mach. Approaching the destination, the vessel began decelerating. Within 2 minutes, as the Yunlong settled atop the rocky mountain, the optimal shooting countdown appeared on the front display. Countdown: 3 minutes 23 seconds. This indicated that in 3 minutes, Master Lu's convoy would enter the ideal sniping zone. Meanwhile, seated within his carriage, Master Lu inexplicably felt a growing sense of unease. He flipped his hand, revealing 3 copper coins that materialized in his palm. Bringing his hands together, he shook the coins, murmuring incantations as the coins chimed melodically. Open! The coins were cast before him, and Master Lu's expression shifted slightly. The divination of the coins required 6 tosses to reveal a complete hexagram. A line on the first, third, and 5th toss indicated misfortune, while a yang line on the 2nd, 4th, and 6th also foretold ill fate. The first toss yielded a yin line, signaling a grim start. After shaking the coins 5 more times, each result sent a shiver down his spine. Ominous, ominous, ominous. All 6 lines foretold doom. Master Lu could not help but collapse against the side of the carriage, his mind consumed by a singular thought. My life is forfeit. Yet, when I visited Master Shuishan years ago, he proclaimed me a person of longevity, destined to escape great calamities, with a lifespan of 800 years. How could it suddenly change? Could it be that someone has disturbed the natural order, altering my fate? If they wish for my demise, it shall not come easily. I shall drag you down with me, even if it means my own demise. In a fit of determination, Lu Junren gripped Qi Ling Dan tightly in his palm, his eyes shimmering with fierce intensity as he suddenly shouted, "Stop!" The entire convoy came to an immediate halt. Qian Hu, the driver, approached the carriage and inquired through the curtain, "Lu Junren, what is the matter?" "Turn back, this?" I said. "Turn back." Yes. Upon hearing his command, everyone complied, redirecting their course back to Zhiyuan Valley. As the convoy altered its direction, a golden light shield gradually enveloped Lu Junren's carriage, providing complete protection. Qian Hu squinted slightly, his expression shifting to one of suspicion as he scanned the surroundings. Meanwhile, 40 miles away, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, puzzled by Lu Junren's sudden deviation from the planned route. "Commander, the target has deviated from the predetermined trajectory. Please advise." "Lock onto Lu Junren and initiate the attack ahead of schedule." "Understood." The machines exhibited no hesitation. Upon receiving the attack order, the particle launcher executed barely perceptible micro-adjustments. In the next moment, a particle beam, no thicker than a strand of hair, shot toward Lu Junren's carriage at near-light speed, tracing dozens of patterns in a mere second. The golden shield erected by Lu Junren was effortlessly breached by this high-energy particle beam. Lu Junren emitted no sound, yet a spray of blood splattered against the carriage's curtain. Qian, who seemed to sense something amiss, glancing back, he beheld a sight he would never forget. The carriage housing Lu Junren began to slide backward in pieces, revealing the gruesome cross-section of his body within. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Qian, who felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, his eyes bulging in horror. After shouting the alarm, instead of regrouping with the other cavalrymen, he fled into the nearby dense forest. The remaining cavalrymen stood stupefied, witnessing their once godlike Lu Junren fall silently and mysteriously. Qian, whose voice jolted them from their stupor, and just as they prepared to retaliate, they realized Qian, who had vanished into the woods. Confused glances were exchanged among them, and soon they scattered in a frenzy, urging their steeds to escape in all directions. Observing the fleeing cavalrymen, Qin Feng paid them no mind. Instead, he selected Qian Hu, who had hidden in the forest, on the screen. The forest concealment became meaningless under the watchful eyes of various detection devices and the cloud sculpture. Chapter 22. Capturing Qian Hu. Qin Feng lightly pressed the attack button, and a silver-white beam seemingly erratically struck dozens of times. While Qian Hu was still glancing back, he suddenly felt his hands lose strength, unable to grasp the reins, and fell from his horse. Upon hitting the ground, Qian Hu discovered he could no longer move, unable even to turn his head. Soon, a searing pain radiated throughout his body, and he realized that the tendons in his hands, feet, and neck had all been severed by some unseen force. Once he confirmed that the threat had been neutralized, Qin Feng piloted the cloud dragon to the battlefield. Hovering above two carts laden with wooden boxes, the particle-cutting beam severed the ropes binding the boxes. The anti-gravity engine activated, causing the boxes to float. The two deer on the cart felt their bodies lighten. After a few frenzied kicks, they realized they were still airborne, which startled them into loud cries. Before long, they felt a sudden weight and landed back on the ground, immediately bolting away with the empty cart. Qin Feng instructed Xiaolong to inspect the condition of these 8 boxes, primarily to check for any anomalies or tracking devices. Indeed, Xiaolong discovered that each box's bottom was embedded with a square jade piece, which emitted L-band pulse signals every few seconds, containing hundreds of micron-sized runes within. Commander, 8 square jade pieces emitting L-band pulse signals with micron-level runes have been found. How shall we proceed? The images of the square jade pieces, along with the signal frequency spectrum and the hundreds of micron-level runes, appeared on the screen of the Cloud Dragon. L-band. Truly, technology and cultivation converge in unexpected ways. First, let us record this information, then destroy the jade pieces and monitor the L-band signals. Understood, Commander. Following Qin Feng's instructions, Xiaolong swiftly recorded the signal frequencies and runes before completely destroying the 8 jade pieces. Subsequently, the Cloud Dragon flew to Qian Hu's location. At this moment, Qian Hu lay on the ground, his eyes wide with fear as he scanned his surroundings. Upon witnessing a bizarre distortion of space above, he displayed a look of confusion. The distortion above was a result of the Cloud Dragon's sky projection technology, designed to deceive the gaze from below. While this technique was effective over long distances, it had significant flaws within 100 meters. Those below would observe a distinct bending of light. Qian Hu's confusion lasted only a few seconds, as the distorted area opened its bottom hatch, and he soon felt himself and the surrounding earth and stone being drawn upwards. What is this monstrous thing? Help! Qian Hu was pulled into the cabin, where he encountered a man and a dog amidst a fantastical array of instruments. Who are you? Why have you captured me? Xiaolong ignored him, extending his right index finger, which visibly transformed into a syringe, a droplet of transparent liquid oozing from its slender needle. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Ah, a single injection of anesthetic, and even the strongest man could not withstand it. Qian Hu's voice weakened rapidly, and he was completely unconscious within 3 seconds. Qin Feng ascended the Cloud Dragon and, after flying several dozen miles, fired a laser beam as thick as a water barrel towards the battlefield. At the laser's impact point, most materials within a radius of 100 meters were vaporized, leaving a semicircular pit in the ground. Overall, this operation was relatively smooth. Lu Zhenren was annihilated, confirming the Cloud Dragon's formidable lethality against cultivators, while Qian Hu was captured alive, promising valuable intelligence. Most of the fleeing cavalrymen fled without a backward glance, yet 2 cunning individuals opted to hide, perhaps to uncover the truth or covet what did not belong to them. Their every move was recorded by the bee drones and cloud sculpture, which extended a laser gun barrel, shooting 2 beams through the foreheads of the 2 cavalrymen. Thus, this mission was deemed a resounding success. Qin Feng not only avenged himself by slaying Lu Zhenren, but also acquired a trove of rare medicinal materials, while arranging for the 4 bee drones to continue surveillance around the battlefield. Qin Feng eagerly returned to the base. At the base, Yang Huayan watched as the 8 boxes from the Ginseng and Deer Antler Consortium were brought in, uneasily inquiring. This consortium holds significant influence in Linjiang City. If the gentleman has taken their possessions, they surely will not let it go easily. Qin Feng chuckled. Rest assured, old Yang, this matter was conducted with utmost secrecy. They will not discover it, and even if they do, I am not particularly afraid of them. Meanwhile, Yang Dai was opening one of the boxes, inspecting the herbal contents. Having been recorded in the Compendium of Herbs, Breath Nurturing Sutra, and 5 Dan record, she was intimately familiar with every herb in the box. Wow, is this not Earth Spirit Mushroom? And there's Qinglong Ginseng too, teacher. There's also Yun Shao fruit. Does this mean we can produce the Spirit Awakening pill? Qin Feng shook his head. What I desire is not the Spirit Awakening pill. Its probability of activating a spiritual root is too low, and the ordinary Spirit Awakening pill holds little significance for us. What I need is a Super Spirit Awakening pill that guarantees the activation of the most perfect spiritual root. This requires extensive work, including theoretical verification, herb cultivation, effective component extraction, and 3 phases of experimentation, ultimately leading to standardized production. Furthermore, I believe the effects of the Spirit Awakening pill vary from person to person. Different individuals require different formulations, necessitating the extraction and analysis of our own genes to ultimately concoct the most suitable Spirit Awakening pill to activate the most perfect spiritual root. Yang Huayan felt as if he were listening to a celestial scripture. He recognized every word, yet found the overall message incomprehensible. Yang Dai pondered thoughtfully and inquired, Teacher, what do you need me to do? First, I need you to breed a large number of white mice. We will require quite a bit for upcoming experiments. Secondly, the biological experiments must be conducted independently by you, as I have more pressing matters to attend to. Teacher, I will ensure the task is completed. At that moment, Yang Huayan finally found an opportunity to interject, promptly stating, Mr. Qin, what can I do? I also wish to contribute. Qin Feng contemplated for a moment before responding, Old Yang, there is indeed an important task I would like to entrust to you. In addition to the usual logistics and support work, besides growing vegetables and cooking, I also need your assistance in cultivating herbs. Yang Huayan appeared perplexed. But I only know how to grow vegetables. Do not worry, just follow Xiaolong's instructions. He will select the appropriate seeds. You only need to plant the herbs and harvest them as you would vegetables. I can handle that. I assure you the task will be completed. Chapter 23, Level 1 Response. After assigning tasks to Old Yang and the girl, Qin Feng turned to Xiaolong and instructed, implant a confinement biochip in Qianhu, then bring him to the interrogation room. I will personally interrogate him. Yes, Commander. The interrogation room Qin Feng referred to was, in fact, one of the mine shafts beneath them, some of which had been converted into safe houses, others into lounges, and one repurposed by Qin Feng into an interrogation chamber. The primary reason for not opting to conduct the interrogation in the simulated space was due to the current strain on the computing power of the Yunlong vessel, as the simulation space requires a substantial amount of it. Consequently, Qin Feng decided to personally undertake the interrogation. As for Qianhu, Qin Feng had no intention of leaving him alive. Thus he resolved to directly activate certain inhumane features embedded within the confinement biological chip, such as inducing hallucinations and truth extraction. The application of these functions typically inflicts irreversible damage on the target's neural network and is ordinarily prohibited unless prior approval is granted by the Human Rights Committee. However, now that Qin Feng found himself in an alternate universe, he was unable to establish contact with the fleet, let alone request permission from the Human Rights Committee. Without the means to apply for authorization, how could he utilize these functions? The answer was rather straightforward. He simply needed to initiate a Level 1 response. Upon activation, Qin Feng would gain the highest command authority over the Yunlong vessel, which would remain in effect until the response was terminated or revoked by his superior officer. Given the current circumstances, it was unlikely that any superior officer would appear. Thus, Qin Feng had effectively acquired all permissions pertaining to the Yunlong. Approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, while Qin Feng was resting with his eyes closed, he heard the sound of the door opening. Qianhu was carried in by Xiaolong and placed onto the interrogation chair. Xiaolong secured Qianhu's limbs, waist, and neck with straps to prevent him from slipping off the chair. Having completed this task, he reported to Qin Feng, Commander, the second prisoner, Qianhu, has been brought in. The confinement biological chip has been implanted, and the functionality tests are normal. Please give your orders. Proceed with your duties. I will interrogate him. Yes, Commander. After watching Xiaolong leave, Qin Feng turned to face Qianhu, who wore an expression of disbelief. He could not fathom that the true mastermind behind everything was this young man. Who exactly was he? What forces were backing him? How dared he eliminate members of the Liu family? Qin Feng remained silent, pressing a button on the chip at the back of his head to access the control system of Qianhu's confinement biological chip. Within the system, most features were displayed in light gray, indicating they were inactive, while a dozen or so functions at the bottom were marked in red, accompanied by the notation "No permission." Xiaoming, initiate level 1 response. Master, level 1 response can only be activated in urgent situations. Otherwise, it would lead to a military tribunal. Do you wish to confirm the activation? Confirm. Level 1 response has been initiated. Second Lieutenant Qin Feng, you have acquired the highest authority of the Yunlong. The previously inaccessible function buttons transformed into light gray, indicating they could now be utilized. Qin Feng glanced at Qian Hu, and without further ado, activated the lie detection, hallucination, and truth extraction features. While Qian Hu was still in shock, a sudden wave of intense dizziness surged through his mind, plunging him into a state of confusion. After approximately 10 minutes, once Qian Hu's various indicators stabilized, Qin Feng commenced the interrogation. Name, age, personal history. Qian Hu opened his bleary eyes and drowsily responded, "My name is Qian Sandog. I am 31 years old. I was taken to the Liu family by Liu Yin at the age of 8 and trained as a servant of the Liu family, practicing the internal martial art Lung Hu Jin and mastering various forms of boxing, palm techniques, leg techniques, and lightness skills. I have now achieved the consummation of acquired stage, but due to lacking a spiritual root, I have been unable to break through to the innate stage." Though Qian Hu's state was one of confusion, his words were articulated with remarkable clarity, a testament to the formidable capabilities of the confinement biological chip. Qin Feng nodded and continued, "Speak about the Liu family." Qian Hu replied, "The Liu family's ancestor was a golden core cultivator who, over 5,000 years ago, returned to his homeland as his life approached its end, establishing the Liu family lineage, which has since become a reclusive family in this region. 3,000 years ago, the Liu, Long, and Wang families together founded Linjiang City. Initially, their relations were amicable, but gradually they soured, leading to a facade of civility while various sordid dealings occurred behind the scenes. The Liu family now boasts 26 generations under one roof, with over 10,000 members bearing the Liu surname, among which over 300 possess spiritual roots. The majority are in the Qi refinement stage, with 28 in the foundation establishment stage, and only one in the golden core stage. The current head of the Liu family, Liu Rulanji. In addition to the Liu family's own members, they have continuously sought ordinary individuals possessing spiritual roots for marriage, adoption, and other means of recruitment. These external members constitute the Liu family's most formidable force, numbering over 500 with 68 in the foundation establishment stage, and 2 who have reached the golden core stage, though both have since departed from the Liu family in search of their own fates. Upon hearing Qian Hu's account, Qin Feng fell silent, surprised by the sheer magnitude of the Liu family's power. This revelation solidified his resolve to avoid direct confrontation with the Liu family for the time being. For now, it was prudent to develop his own strength quietly. After contemplating, Qin Feng posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Where do these cultivation families draw their spiritual energy from? Qian Hu responded, "I am not entirely sure about other families, but the Liu family has constructed a large spirit-gathering array that consolidates spiritual energy from a radius of 500 miles to supply the Liu family members for cultivation. Moreover, beneath the Liu family's Ziyuan Valley lies an 8th-grade spiritual vein, and combined with this array, the spiritual energy within is over 100 times denser than that outside." "What is a spiritual vein?" Qin Feng inquired. Spiritual veins, also known as earth orifices, connect to the underground spiritual currents. Originally, spiritual veins were abundant in the wilderness, with a vein located every 1,000 meters or so. However, with the emergence of the spirit-gathering arrays of cultivation families, most of the spiritual veins have been depleted. You mentioned that there is an 8th-grade spiritual vein beneath the Liu family's Ziyuan Valley. Are there grades for these spiritual veins? Ziyuan Valley is the Liu family's secluded cultivation site, protected by multiple layers of arrays. From the outside, it appears to be an ordinary forest, yet within lies an extraordinary realm. As for spiritual veins, they are indeed classified into various grades, with the 1st grade being the best and the 9th grade the worst. Beyond the 9th grade, there are some lesser spiritual eyes, remnants of spiritual veins that have withered and dried up. As the exchange between the two progressed, Qin Feng's understanding of this world became increasingly clearer. However, Qian Hu was ultimately just a servant of the Liu family, and the information he possessed was somewhat limited. Much of what he said was met with skepticism by Qin Feng. For instance, when he inquired about the spells and supernatural powers possessed by these cultivation families, Qian Hu claimed that the Lu family could communicate with gods and collect the residual souls of the deceased. He also mentioned a prodigious disciple from the Long family who, last winter, had captured a cold flame from the Wanyan forbidden area and refined it into his true fire. Such fantastical claims elicited nothing but derision from Qin Feng. In his understanding, souls were merely manifestations of consciousness, a form of energy bound to the physical body, thus making the notion of summoning souls absurd. Likewise, fire was a form of plasma energy. How could it possibly be contained within a human body? If it could, how could one survive? Since the lie detector indicated that Qian Hu had not lied, Qin Feng speculated that this was likely a case of misinformation or ignorance leading to misunderstanding. The interrogation of Qian Hu continued for 14 hours, during which he became increasingly disoriented, his speech growing fragmented. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly received real-time footage from a drone. He observed that individuals had gathered around the pit where Lu Zhenren had perished. Although the drone was several hundred meters away, the sound of their hushed conversations was accurately captured through specialized processing. Those wretched lackeys. Such a significant event occurs, and yet they only think of escaping. Not one returns to inform. Indeed, had it not been for third brother happening upon one, we might have remained oblivious for some time. Third brother, what are your thoughts on this? Could it be a retaliation from the Wang family? Unlikely. The Wang family's merchant ships have recently been beset by water demons. Their people have been dispatched to Jupu River to suppress them and cannot afford to divert their attention. Moreover, they may not even know we were responsible. I suspect it was merely a passing immortal. But what would a passing immortal want with such trivial matters? Though these herbs are indeed of the mysterious grade, they are merely mundane materials. Cultivators in the Qi refinement stage would hardly find them appealing. Why would an immortal stir such a commotion over them? Everyone fell into contemplation, at which point third brother spoke up. Sixth brother, return and summon third uncle Zhou Xinli. Perhaps he can call forth ninth brother's residual soul, and we might uncover the truth. Understood, brothers, take care. The sixth brother urged his steed forward, racing back to the Lu family. Qin Feng, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, contemplating. Could there truly be a method to summon souls? Yet, upon further reflection, he reasoned. Even if such methods existed, what of it? Lu Zhenren himself did not know how he had met his end. How could it possibly lead back to him? Continuing to have the drone maintain close surveillance of the situation, Qin Feng glanced at the dazed Qian Hu, deciding to conclude the day's interrogation. Xiaolong, take him away. Let him rest and recuperate. We shall continue the interrogation later. Rubbing his temples, Qin Feng analyzed the current situation. At this juncture, my foremost priority remains to find a way to cultivate the mysterious great herbs. The cultivation families are immensely powerful. I cannot afford to provoke them just yet. Seems I must first secure some spiritual eyes and see if I can cultivate these herbs. Tio sees the spiritual eye is not an insurmountable task. The production lines for the latest robots and weaponry have already been established, and mass production is imminent. Soon, we shall dispatch robots to occupy the spiritual eye. However, these are merely temporary measures, as the spiritual eyes outside are too dispersed and prone to exposure. And I am unable to contend with the immortal clans. The optimal solution is to construct specialized large-scale drilling equipment to locate the spiritual veins mentioned by Qian Hu. Contemplating this, Qin Feng added a note to the memorandum for Xiaolong, prioritize the manufacture of large drilling apparatus. After completing the annotations, Qin Feng felt somewhat fatigued and sat down for a brief half-hour respite, before heading to Laboratory Number 5. Laboratory Number 5 serves as the workshop for robot production. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the mining robots, all necessary metallic ores have been procured, and the once rudimentary production workshop has undergone a significant upgrade, now capable of producing competent robot bodies. Xiaolong was busy calibrating the new workshop. Upon seeing Qin Feng enter, he paused his tasks and reported, "Sir, the new workshop will be operational this evening, allowing for the mass production of the 2160 model militia-grade general-purpose robots." The 2160 model, the first intelligent AI general-purpose robot produced by Zhihua Corporation in the year 2160, is officially named Militia, marking a groundbreaking advancement of its time and ushering humanity into an era dominated by intelligent AI robots. Although this classic robot possesses a cold steel exterior, its functionality is remarkably comprehensive, encompassing tasks such as laundry, cooking, and cleaning. while also being capable of undertaking various dangerous and complex jobs with exceptional efficiency. Additionally, if these robots are equipped with weaponry, they can transform into combat robots. Once this batch of militia robots is produced, they can be deployed for a variety of tasks, including more efficient mining, large-scale agriculture, cooking, cleaning, base construction, security, and more. Qin Feng inquired, "What is the progress of weapon production?" Xiaolong responded, "Considering our current inability to produce antimatter batteries, and that the existing antimatter batteries are prioritized for production and computational purposes, I have chosen not to develop laser weapons. Instead, I have opted to manufacture several older kinetic weapons. Currently, I have produced prototypes of 4 types of kinetic weapons, and I shall take you to see them." As he spoke, Xiaolong led Qin Feng to the newly established Laboratory No. 6, which is dedicated to the production of firearms and ammunition. This is the XQ model silence pistol, featuring a unique suppressor that, when paired with 5.56mm subsonic ammunition, can reduce the sound to 7 decibels. Each magazine can hold 20 rounds, and it operates in semi-automatic mode, with an effective range of up to 300 meters. The renowned Nightmare pistol was certainly known to Qin Feng. It represents the pinnacle of lightweight kinetic weaponry, emphasizing silence. To put it into perspective, a whisper registers at around 30 decibels, making 7 decibels remarkably quiet. Regrettably, the advent of laser pistols rendered the Nightmare obsolete, as they produce no sound, boast a faster firing rate, greater power, and longer range, eclipsing the Nightmare in all aspects. Qin Feng accepted the prototype pistol offered by Xiaolong, swiftly disassembling it into its components before reassembling it with equal speed. Chapter 25. The Spirit Activation Capsule. Xiaolong retrieved a box of ammunition containing 3 colors, each representing a different type. "Sir, the current materials suffice to produce these 3 types of ammunition. The yellow round is subsonic, the green is standard armor-piercing, and the red is high-explosive incendiary." Qin Feng replied, "Excellent, that will suffice. Equip each combat robot with a pistol magazine, with the first 3 rounds being subsonic, the next 15 armor-piercing, and the final 2 high-explosive incendiary." "Understood, sir." "Sir, please observe this M96 fully automatic rifle. It is a lightweight automatic weapon that incorporates a substantial amount of aluminum alloy, offering advantages such as reduced weight, extended range, and high accuracy, making it suitable as a primary weapon for various tasks. This is the MF-05 anti-material sniper rifle, capable of executing assassination missions from over 5,000 meters away, penetrating a 1-meter-thick concrete wall even at that distance. Lastly, we have the QA-99 model close-in defense cannon, with a firing rate of 300 to 4,500 rounds per minute. However, this close-in cannon requires a stable base and, due to a lack of chips, is not fully automated. It necessitates a robot for operation. Qin Feng was exceedingly pleased with Xiaolong's report. With this arsenal of weapons, his robots could be armed and ready to seize the surrounding spiritual eyes, facilitating the large-scale cultivation of the herbs he required. "Very well, let's also repurpose 20B drones into militia robots, thus granting us a total of 70 robots. 10 will continue mining, 10 will handle daily tasks, and the remaining 50 will be armed, 5 per group, each equipped with 5 Nightmare pistols, 4 automatic rifles, and 1 anti-material rifle. We also need to produce additional close-in defense cannons. Let's manufacture 50 units as backups, with each cannon supplied with 20,000 rounds." "Understood, sir." After touring Laboratory No. 6, Qin Feng instructed Xiaolong, "First, modify a group of robots and send them to occupy a spiritual eye, cultivating blood spirit fruits to validate our technology. If this proves feasible, we shall proceed to occupy the nearby spiritual eyes on a large scale, installing a close-in defense cannon at each location and leaving a robot to guard the spiritual eye." "Yes, sir. Good. You may continue your work. I will check in on the girl." Departing Laboratory No. 6, Qin Feng arrived at Laboratory No. 2.at that moment. Yang Dai was busily administering injections to a white mouse. Upon noticing Qin Feng's entrance, she excitedly reported, "Teacher, the composition verification work for the Earth Spirit Grass is nearing completion, primarily thanks to Xiaolong's brilliance. He optimized the experimental procedures based on the previous data for blood spirit fruits, reducing the number of experiments from 7,000 to just 1,500. Qin Feng chuckled. "What does that signify? As our database expands, the number of experiments will continue to diminish, ultimately eliminating the need for biological experiments altogether." We will simply rely on AI simulations to yield results that would otherwise require tens of thousands, or even millions of biological experiments. But that's not good. Why not? Wouldn't that mean I would be out of a job? Fear not. Far more significant responsibilities will be entrusted to you. As they conversed, Qin Feng accessed the experimental tasks assigned by Xiaolong to commence their experiments. Over the next 10 days, Qin Feng spent most of his time conducting experiments alongside Yang Dai. By the third day, they had completed the experimental tasks for the Qinglong ginseng and Yunxiao fruit. Xiaolong promptly issued 130 rounds of experiments for 26 auxiliary herbs by the sixth day. After all 130 rounds had been successfully validated, Xiaolong sent down a compound experiment consisting of 185 rounds. Qin Feng and Yang Dai remained occupied until the evening of the 10th day, finally uploading all experimental data, now anxiously awaiting Xiaolong's final report. With a ding, Xiaolong's experimental report was transmitted to their chips. Both were too exhausted to speak, each scrutinizing the extensive 1,045-page report. Qin Feng skimmed through the initial sections, primarily focusing on the summaries of the 26 experimental stages and the final report.in summary of the 29 herbs documented in the formula for the spirit activation pill. Only 15 exhibited a positive correlation with spirit activation. Among these, earth spirit grass, Qinglong ginseng, and Yunxiao fruit demonstrated a strong correlation. Through in-depth analysis, 136 effective components were extracted from the 15 herbs, and by adhering to a specific ratio, a compound spirit activation capsule could be produced. Following the prescribed dosage over a week, the probability of activating root cells could reach 94.55. Through experiments on mice, it was discovered that activated root cells exhibited varying degrees of completion. The higher the completion rate, the greater the affinity for spiritual energy. Among 100 experimental mice, the highest completion rate achieved was 19.99, while the lowest was 7.56. Data analysis indicated that with the current formula, even after optimizing the drug components to individual genes, the maximum completion rate could only reach 19.99. To further enhance the completion rate of root cells, the spirit-nourishing pill may prove effective, and its inclusion in the next experimental plan is recommended. Conclusion: to activate root cells with a completion rate of 19.99, the required quantities are 685 grams of earth spirit grass, 356 grams of Qinglong ginseng, 245 grams of Yunxiao fruit, 156 grams of guizong, and 148 grams of pale mushroom. Extracting 136 effective components and combining them in a specific ratio will ultimately yield 14 spirit activation capsules. These should be taken on an empty stomach, one capsule before breakfast and dinner, while abstaining from food containing medicinal properties during the course and ensuring ample intake of various proteins, vitamins, and trace elements. Note 1. This medication has a 3 probability of causing severe adverse reactions in mouse experiments, and there is currently no data from human trials. It is advisable to conduct a human trial to ascertain the safety of the medication prior to consumption. Upon seeing that the probability of activating root cells reached an impressive 94.55, Qin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as the root cells could be activated, he would have the potential to cultivate. Concerns regarding completion rates and adverse reactions could be addressed later. At that moment, Yang Dai also finished reviewing the report, her face flushed with excitement. Teacher, does this mean we can also possess root cells? Qin Feng nodded slightly. At least theoretically, there are virtually no obstacles left. Yang Dai inquired, Master, what shall we do next? Shall we study the spirit-nourishing pill? Qin Feng replied, No rush. The first blood spirit fruit I cultivated will ripen tomorrow. You have worked hard these past few days. Rest well tonight. After the successful harvest of the blood spirit fruit tomorrow, we shall extract its active components and also test the efficacy of this I Ching marrow cleansing technique. Chapter 26. The Militia Squad. During this period, Qin Feng was not merely conducting experiments. Beyond continuing to extract intelligence from Qianhu, he dispatched batches of militia robots to eliminate the spirit eyes. The militia teams have already discovered and eradicated 22 instances of beasts lurking within the spirit eyes. They first excavate the herbs growing within the spirit eyes and return them to the base. Subsequently, they standardize the transformation of the spirit eyes, which includes installing dense array closed defense cannons, camouflaging the surroundings, constructing deep pits of 5 to 6 meters, establishing cultivation platforms, injecting slow-release liquid fertilizers for plant growth, installing plant growth lights, and incorporating ion odor removal devices. along with negative pressure systems, before ultimately planting a seedling of the herb that has undergone genetic modification from the little dragon. Through this research and calculation, it has been determined that the concentration of spiritual energy within the spirit eyes can reach 2 liters per hour. Previously, the wild spiritual herbs had an exceedingly low utilization rate of this spiritual energy, only achieving 2-5, with most of the spiritual energy dissipating into the air. Qin Feng managed to reclaim the dissipated spiritual energy through the negative pressure system, thereby increasing the utilization rate to over 95. With an ample supply of spiritual energy combined with genetically modified herb seedlings, the growth cycles of the blood spirit fruit, earth spirit mushroom, azure dragon ginseng, and cloud sky fruit have been shortened from over 200 days to just 7 to 13 days. Once each spirit eye has been modified, only a militia member remains to operate the dense array closed defense cannon, while the rest move on to the next spirit eye, ensuring that a 10-member team remains as a rapid response force. Should any spirit eye come under attack, a 6-member team will hurry to the scene for support. Over the past 10 days, apart from a few reckless small monsters, they have encountered no cultivators. This mystery was later clarified during Qin Feng's interrogation of Qian, Hu.it. Turned out that these lesser spirit eyes in the wilderness were deemed useless by cultivators, akin to wild fruits on a mountain, either bitter or sour. Often with some toxicity, and with an exceedingly long growth cycle, they would often be devoured by mountain beasts before maturity, making the probability of obtaining valuable herbs extremely low. Cultivators looked down upon them, and ordinary mortals dared not provoke the beasts guarding the herbs, leading to the spirit eyes gradually falling into neglect. This, in turn, benefited Qin Feng, allowing him to quietly amass wealth as time pressed on. Qin Feng returned to his bedroom for a comfortable night's sleep. The following morning, Qin Feng and Yang Dai arrived early at the No. 2 laboratory, their eyes gleaming with a blue light as the contact lenses streamed live footage of the militia squad collecting the ripe blood spirit fruits. Thanks to the negative pressure and ion odor removal devices installed in the spirit eyes, the rich fragrance of the ripened blood spirit fruits did not disperse, thus attracting no beasts. The entire collection process went even more smoothly than anticipated. The genetically modified blood spirit fruit presented a bountiful sight, with 14 plump, red fruits hanging from a half-meter tall plant. Originally the size of pigeon eggs, the blood spirit fruits had grown to the size of chicken eggs. And through the thin, gossamer-like skin, one could see the fruit juice flowing within, emanating a brilliant red glow, with a kaleidoscope of colors shimmering around the fruits. This scene filled Qin Feng and Yang Dai with joy. A mix of harvest delight and the satisfaction of hard work yielding rewards. Militia Unit 001 carefully cut each blood spirit fruit and placed them into preservation boxes. Militia Unit 002 uprooted the blood spirit fruit tree and replanted a seedling. Militia Unit 003 tended to the seedlings, performing soil cultivation, watering, and fertilizing operations. Militia Unit 004 conducted site closure operations, while Militia Unit 005 maintained a guard duty alongside the militia member responsible for that spirit eye. Unit 011. Once the site was secured, the mobile team formed a triangular formation and, guided by the early warning of the cloud sculpture drone, proceeded to the nearby Exit 5 to return to base. Currently, Qin Feng's base had 8 exits, each not only well-concealed but also equipped with a multi-layered security system, including camouflage doors, an all-encompassing surveillance system, beast-repelling devices, and weapon systems. Soon, the mobile team traversed 3,000 meters of winding corridors and returned to the base. Delivering the preservation boxes to the No. 2 laboratory, Little Dragon also arrived in the lab, assisting Qin Feng and Yang Dai in separating, extracting, and purifying the active components of the blood spirit fruit. After an hour, all the active components from the blood spirit fruit were purified and crystallized, meticulously packaged into small vials. The final calculations revealed a yield of 3,752 grams of blood spirit fruit paste, from which 419 milligrams of blood spirit saponin, 95 milligrams of blood spirit flavonoids, and 23 milligrams of blood spirit peptides were extracted per 100 grams. Little Dragon mixed these active components with those from several other common-grade herbs in specific ratios, resulting in 30 tablets. According to Little Dragon's simulations, Qin Feng needed to take 4 doses daily, 2 tablets each time, for 3 consecutive days. Although this regimen would not yield the highest efficiency, it was designed to minimize side effects and adverse reactions. Due to Yang Dai's younger age and lighter weight, as well as her liver and kidney functions not being comparable to the second-tier genetic warrior Qin Feng, she would only need to take 2 doses daily, 1 tablet each time, for 10 days. During the medication period, there were numerous dietary and exercise requirements, primarily avoiding drug-sourced foods and completing a certain amount of anaerobic muscle training each day to assist in drug absorption and reactions. With the newly synthesized tablets in hand, the trio traversed the underground passage to a gym located 2,000 meters from the base. This gym was the closest spirit eye to the base and had been specifically remodeled by Qin Feng for this medication purpose. It contained only a few pieces of fitness equipment, mainly various models of dumbbells, barbells, pull-up bars, dip bars, and adjustable dumbbell presses. Qin Feng turned to Yang Dai and said, "The next batch of blood spirit fruits can be made into slow-release capsules for your grandfather. While it may not achieve the same effects as ours, it can still help strengthen his health." A flicker of emotion flashed in Yang Dai's eyes as she murmured a soft thank you. Qin Feng nodded and was the first to take a tablet, swallowing it with warm water, followed closely by Yang Dai. Little Dragon monitored their vital signs in real time, both to ensure prompt treatment in case of adverse reactions and to collect data for verification and analysis. After taking the medication, Qin Feng began anaerobic exercises as per Little Dragon's recommendations, including push-ups, squats, sit-ups, and weight training. Yang Dai followed closely behind him, performing each exercise as he completed it, the pair, a large and a small, diligently engaged in their workout. Chapter 27. Blood Spirit Transformation. During the training, Qin Feng gradually felt his lungs warming up. With each breath, the scorching temperature in his lungs would decrease, bringing him considerable comfort. According to Little Dragon, this was the moment when blood spirit saponin stimulated the bone marrow to produce blood spirit cells, which, much like red blood cells binding with oxygen in the lungs, would combine with spiritual energy in the lungs, distributing it throughout his body. Indeed, with each inhalation of the rich spiritual energy, a magical power surged within him, triggering a chain reaction throughout his muscles, skin, bones, and flesh. Whereas Qin Feng could previously deadlift 230 kilograms, he now felt an inexhaustible vigor, finding the 300-kilogram barbell remarkably light. He noticed that his skin had turned a crimson hue, reminiscent of a boiled lobster. And when he glanced at Yang Dai, he saw her skin had taken on an orange tint, resembling a steamed crab. Little Dragon marveled, "Incredible! The reaction of blood spirit saponin with the human body is far more intense than with mice. And the effects exceed our expectations. Your cellular metabolism is astonishingly rapid, and all your cells are undergoing a comparatively safe mutation that enhances their capacity to combine with spiritual energy, ultimately leading to a qualitative transformation of your overall physical condition." Qin Feng now felt quite uncomfortable, and as he listened to Little Dragon's incessant analysis of the principles, he complained, "Little Dragon, stop prattling. I feel as though I'm about to be cooked alive. Come up with a way to alleviate this." Yang Dai wiped the sweat from her brow, gasping, "Master, I also feel terrible. My whole body aches." Little Dragon tilted his head in thought and suddenly snapped his fingers. "I've got it. 70 miles to the south, there's a mountain spring waterfall. Below it lies a cold pool within a spirit eye. The giant python in the cold pool has already been dealt with, and you can swim there. It should do wonders for you." Qin Feng set down the barbell and urged, "Let us go. Let us hurry." The three quickly boarded the Cloud Dragon vessel and headed for the cold pool mentioned by Little Dragon. The Cloud Dragon landed beside the cold pool, and Qin Feng and Yang Dai eagerly leaped into the water. The bone-chilling icy water felt remarkably refreshing, washing away their pain as if it had evaporated into thin air. Before long, they began to feel a bit cold all over. Little Dragon, who had been monitoring their vital signs from the Cloud Dragon, transmitted, "I am detecting a rapid drop in your body temperature. Each of you needs to take another dose of the medication." Originally, the dosage that Xiaolong provided them was relatively conservative. Even doubling the amount would still remain within a safe range. At this moment, Qin Feng and Yang Dai were shivering from the cold, hastily swimming back to the shore. Qin Feng consumed 2 more pills, while Yang Dai took only 1, as his lungs became heated once again. Qin Feng began to feel his body temperature gradually rising. Over the next 2 days, Qin Feng spent the majority of his time submerged in the icy pool, while Yang Dai only immersed herself 1/3 of the day. Qin Feng's once crimson skin had now nearly returned to normal, and through his contact lenses, he could observe his current condition. The most striking indicator was the cell blood spiritualization degree of 98.58. In contrast, Yang Dai's cell blood spiritualization degree was merely 1965.at. This moment, Qin Feng was continuously swimming between the depths of the 15-meter pool and the surface, feeling as if his body had truly undergone a transformative cleansing akin to the washing of the marrow described in the I Ching. The various theoretical terms Xiaolong spoke of were utterly incapable of explaining the phenomena occurring within him. The only situation that bore a striking resemblance to his current experience was the breaking of the genetic lock. The process of breaking the genetic lock is also akin to a genetic mutation, wherein genes become more refined and powerful, giving rise to abilities reminiscent of supernatural powers. An agile genetic warrior, upon breaking the genetic lock, acquires extraordinary reaction speed, not just in physical response, but also in cognitive agility. The enhancement of both types of reaction speed makes one feel as though time around them has slowed. Furthermore, the changes induced by the blood's spiritual saponin in his body also represent a form of genetic mutation, aimed at facilitating a better integration of his cells with spiritual energy. He was uncertain what the outcome of achieving 100 blood spiritualization would entail. Yet he could distinctly sense a qualitative transformation in his overall physical capabilities: strength, speed, endurance, explosive power, cell recovery rate, and cell growth rate, among others. Upon reaching the dark depths of the icy pool once more, Qin Feng suddenly halted. Ceasing his ascent, he closed his eyes, feeling waves of soreness and numbness wash over him. Yang Dai, anxiously glancing towards Xiaolong aboard the Yunlong, asked, "Xiaolong Gij, what is happening to the teacher? Why is he stationary down there? Is something wrong?" Xiaolong monitored Qin Feng's vital signs. His blood oxygen saturation had dipped below 83, indicating a degree of danger. However, he remained still. For another indicator, the blood spiritualization degree had reached 99. 99. Dire Mimi, do not worry, just wait a little longer. Yang Dai clutched Xiaolong's sleeve tightly, her face etched with concern. Another 3 minutes passed, and Qin Feng's blood oxygen saturation plummeted to below 58. He remained motionless at the bottom. Even the 99.99 blood spiritualization degree remained unchanged. Xiaolong still did not move, while Yang Dai began to panic, shaking Xiaolong's arm and imploring, "Xiaolong Gij, you must go check on him. Do not fret. See, he still has a heartbeat. He will not perish." Meanwhile, at the bottom of the icy pool, Qin Feng's mind had already begun to drift. He seemed to glimpse scenes from his infancy. Suddenly, a cold shiver jolted him awake. He gasped for a breath of icy water. Realizing he was still submerged, he fought against the urge to cough and swam upwards. As he broke the surface, Xiaolong exclaimed, "It worked!" Qin Feng coughed violently while swimming towards the shore, and at that moment, Yang Dai rushed out from the Yunlong, running towards him in tears. Qin Feng knelt on the shore, his face pale, continuously choking on water, while Yang Dai wiped her tears and patted his back. After a considerable time, Qin Feng finally regained his composure, continuing to gasp for air as he collapsed onto the ground. He glanced back at Yang Dai and comforted her. "Silly girl, why are you crying? I saw your heartbeat nearly stop, and I thought, look, I'm fine, aren't I?" Xiaolong is very astute. He knows when to intervene and when not to. That experience was crucial for me, a vital step towards breaking through to 100 blood spiritualization. Had he rescued me prematurely, I might never have achieved it. Chapter 28. Blood spiritual body. Yang Dai, with tear-filled eyes, replied, But it was too dangerous. Rest assured, with Xiaolong here, there is nothing to fear." Qin Feng smiled and took her back aboard the Yunlong. Xiaolong leaned in and inquired, "What do you feel now that you've reached 100 blood spiritualization?" Qin Feng closed his eyes to sense the changes within his body. "I can perceive the presence of spiritual energy now, but it passes through me like a fleeting visitor, without lingering. Aside from the qualitative transformation in my physical attributes, it seems there are no other changes." Xiaolong furrowed his brow, puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. Let me draw some blood for analysis." Qin Feng rolled up his left arm's nano armor, allowing Xiaolong to draw a vial for testing. Soon, Xiaolong returned, excitement radiating from him. "Commander, I simulated the genetic mutation in your body and discovered that it now exhibits a strong receptivity and attraction to spiritual energy. You resemble a spiritual energy pump. However, due to the absence of spiritual roots, you are temporarily unable to retain it. Moreover, I suspect your body now possesses a certain immunity to the spells of cultivators. As spells rely on spiritual energy for activation, And your body's strong receptivity means a portion of the spells impacting you will be absorbed by your cells. Lastly, I found that with the infusion of spiritual energy into your cells, both the growth rate and activity of your cells have increased several-fold, indicating that with spiritual energy's involvement, your wound healing speed will be astonishingly rapid. After reviewing Xiaolong's report, Qin Feng reflected on his own experiences and indeed noted that much spiritual energy seemed to actively flow through him. Additionally, he pondered whether such an effect, achieved merely by consuming a few blood spiritual saponins, indicated that this so-called blood spiritual body was common in the realm of cultivation. He also wondered if there was potential for further enhancement of the blood spiritual body. Upon voicing his inquiries to Xiaolong, an answer came quickly. Theoretically, if one follows my formulation for consuming blood spiritual saponins, there is indeed a significant probability of forming a blood spiritual body. However, in practice, the likelihood is exceedingly low. Firstly, 85 of the components in 100 grams of wild blood spiritual fruit pulp is water. Of the remaining 21 grams, only 18 milligrams of blood spiritual saponin exists. With 70 contained within the seed, the pulp only contains a meager 5.4 milligrams. To forge a blood spiritual body, without considering blood spiritual alkaloids, one would need to ingest 6,900 grams of wild blood spiritual fruit. If we factor in the catalytic reactions of blood spiritual polypeptides, this number doubles to 25,500 grams of blood spiritual fruit. The previously mentioned wild blood spiritual fruit weighed merely 30 grams, necessitating the consumption of 833 fruits. However, calculations indicate that an adult consuming 30 fruits would reach a lethal dose. Furthermore, even if one had a warehouse filled with blood spiritual fruits, and through the legendary alchemical processes yielded pure blood spiritual saponin, without a trace of blood spiritual alkaloids, and with perfect ratios of blood spiritual polypeptides and blood spiritual flavonoids, they might indeed succeed in creating a blood spiritual body. Qin Feng nodded, then shook his head. But if the blood spiritual fruit contains such low levels of blood spiritual saponin, how did others come to know of its effects on cleansing the marrow and strengthening the body? Xiaolong cast a disdainful sidelong glance at Qin Feng, who appeared puzzled. In truth, within the first minute of your initial dosage, there was already a slight mutation in cell blood spiritualization. Based on the absorption rate of blood spiritual saponin at that time, you effectively consumed the equivalent of a 30-gram ripe blood spiritual fruit, and thus felt an overwhelming heat and a significant increase in strength. Coupled with the toxic reactions from blood spiritual alkaloids, your body expelled numerous black toxins, even secreting black fluids through sweat. This phenomenon is easily misconstrued as the cleansing of marrow. Qin Feng regarded Xiaolong with an approving gaze. This fellow articulated his reasoning with clarity and persuasion, just as Qin Feng was reveling in his achievement of the unique blood spiritual body. Xiaolong suddenly interjected, "Dyer's temperature has risen to 40 degrees. Are you certain you won't hurry to cool her down?" Qin Feng turned to glance at Yang Dai, who had fallen asleep in her sorrow, her temperature climbing due to the ongoing effects of the blood spiritual saponin. He quickly roused Yang Dai, who, in a daze from the fever, pouted and walked out. 3 days later, Yang Dai, who originally required 10 days of medication, had reached a blood spiritualization degree of 98 under the condition of doubling her daily dosage. When Xiaolong handed her the last 2 pills, Yang Dai seemed to recall something, and her previously rosy cheeks turned pale. Noticing the change, Qin Feng asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Over the past 5 days, Yang Dai had endured considerable hardship, which had rendered her considerably stronger than before. She moved her lips as if to say something but ultimately managed only a smile. "Teacher, I'm fine. I'm going down." Watching Yang Dai depart, Qin Feng felt a pang of reluctance. This young girl, so small, had to endure such suffering and now faced the trial of life and death. It was indeed a formidable challenge. Xiaolong, observing Yang Dai as she entered the water, murmured, "She's very afraid." Qin Feng cast a glance at Xiaolong, remaining silent for a long while before he slowly spoke. "However, we cannot protect her forever. One day, she must learn to confront this world on her own. Though I wish that day could be postponed, just a little longer." The interior of the Yunlong ship fell into a hushed stillness. Suddenly, Qin Feng shattered the silence. "Do you think my ability to forge a blood spirit body is due to the immense adrenaline driven by my instinct to survive? If I were to administer a dose of adrenaline to her during 99 of her time, Would it spare her from such peril? Xiaolong wore an expression of exasperation, taking a moment before retorting. Even if that were the case, what significance would it hold? Would it merely lessen her suffering? Regardless, as long as I am here, she cannot perish. Qin Feng scoffed, muttering, "You robotic being, what do you understand? This is the love of a father for his daughter." Xiaolong had no counter to this and could only roll his eyes. Qin Feng attentively monitored Yang Dai's vital signs, noticing that her blood oxygen saturation had already plummeted to 90.90%. Why has she not broken through yet? Xiaolong raised his right hand as if to strike. But the safety chip denied him, otherwise, that slap would have landed squarely on someone's nape. Chapter 29. Yunlong seeing Yang Dai's blood oxygen saturation drop to 80, Qin Feng could no longer remain composed. He attempted to leave but was intercepted by Xiaolong. "Commander, if you go down now, it will endanger her." Qin Feng hesitated but ultimately halted. "Xiaolong, conceal her blood oxygen saturation from me. I only wish to observe her electrocardiogram data." "Yes, Commander." 2 minutes later, Qin Feng observed that Yang Dai's transformation into a blood spirit still lingered at 99.99, while her heart rate had begun to accelerate dangerously. This was due to prolonged breath-holding, causing reflexive cardiac sympathetic nervous excitation, hence the rising heart rate. Qin Feng clenched his fists, feeling as though his own heart was beating faster than Yang Dai's. At that moment, Xiaolong's expression grew grave as he suddenly shouted, "Go save her." Qin Feng's heart tightened, and he dashed out. As he plunged into the icy depths, he discovered that Yang Dai's heartbeat had ceased. "Don't give up, girl." He sank to the bottom with utmost speed, seizing the flowing hair of Yang Dai. It seemed she sensed something as her heart pulsed faintly again. She opened her eyes to gaze at Qin Feng, met his gaze briefly, then closed them once more, whispering 2 words. Qin Feng discerned that she had uttered "teacher." With a sigh, he embraced her and swam upwards, at which point Yang Dai tightened her grip around his neck. Breaking through the surface of the water, he brought Yang Dai back to the shore and initiated cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Moments later, Yang Dai regained her breath and heartbeat. She lay on Qin Feng's legs, continuously expelling the water from her lungs. Xiaolong provided her with a suit of Qin Feng's spare nano-armor, which activated its drying function, alleviating the cold. Back aboard the Yunlong, Yang Dai curled up, hugging her knees like a child who had erred, too timid to meet Qin Feng's gaze. Qin Feng was engaged in a discussion with Xiaolong about how to surpass the 99 threshold of blood-spirit transformation. "I believe that failing once does not preclude future success. There must be a way," Xiaolong countered. "Cell mutation has a protective mechanism. The body's cells. Mutation is not a favorable occurrence. After experiencing it once, they quickly produce immune proteins akin to antibodies, making subsequent mutations in that direction 419 times more difficult. This is nearly impossible. Then let us devise a means to eliminate this immune protein." "I refuse to believe it." Qin Feng furrowed his brow, pacing in frustration. Yang Dai bit her lip, seemingly having made a decision. While the two were distracted, she dashed out. By the time Qin Feng realized she had bolted, it was too late. Yang Dai leaped once more into the cold depths. This time, her resolve was unshakable. If she did not succeed, she would not survive. Qin Feng followed suit, attempting to grasp her, but she forcefully pushed him away. Witnessing Yang Dai plunge into the depths with unwavering determination, Qin Feng felt a pang in his heart. Understanding her intent, he did not swim upward but silently accompanied her into the icy abyss. In his eyes, Yang Dai's skin flushed a vibrant red, her eyes firmly shut as she bit her lip, awaiting the moment of transformation. Her consciousness gradually faded. She lost track of time, and just as her heartbeat ceased, she suddenly beheld a meteor streaking across the sky. "Teacher." This was the very meteor she had witnessed that night, and as it traversed the heavens, she had made a wish for her parents to return to her side. Though they did not come back, they gifted her with the world's greatest teacher. "Hang in there, girl." A voice roused her. Yang Dai abruptly opened her eyes to see her teacher gazing at her from a distance. She flashed a radiant smile at him, pure and bright, before swimming upward, comforted by his presence behind her. As she broke through the water's surface, she felt an audible crack within her body, as if something had shattered. Akin to the sound of a lock being released. "Are you certain you heard a crack?" This marked the 6th time Qin Feng had inquired of Yang Dai aboard the Yunlong. Yang Dai glanced at Xiaolong, who appeared equally perplexed, and nodded once more. Yes, teacher, it was a very distinct crack. Qin Feng scratched his head, incredulous as he posed the question. What is the probability of breaking through a gene lock without using gene serums? I recall the textbook stating it was 1 in 10 billion. Xiaolong clarified. To be precise, it is 1 in 35.4 billion. Qin Feng pointed at young Dai. Then how do you explain her situation? If this were on Earth, wouldn't she qualify for direct admission into the Young Scholars Program at the University of Science and Technology? Xiaolong replied. I believe she might be sent directly to the military for covert training. Good heavens! Qin Feng could not help but exclaim, then resumed pacing before the two. Yang Dai asked in confusion. Teacher, what exactly is going on? Is it not just breaking through a gene lock? Is there a need for such astonishment? Qin Feng halted, waving his hand. Do not call me teacher for now. I may not be worthy of that title. Yang Dai was taken aback, her eyes quickly welling with tears. Upon noticing, Qin Feng hurriedly approached to clarify. Do not cry. This is merely a unique form of praise, and I never said I would not take you as my disciple. You will always be my precious pupil. And no one can take that away. It was the first time Qin Feng realized that tears could flow backward. The droplets that slid down Yang Dai's cheeks seemed to reverse course. And then she broke into a smile, her demeanor exuding pride. Xiaolong interjected. Upon reflection, there are various possibilities for her breaking the gene lock. Point 1. She is indeed exceptionally gifted, a once-in-a-century prodigy on Earth. 2. The environment in this world may facilitate the breakthrough, making it less daunting. Point 3. The blood spirit fruit might aid in overcoming the gene lock. Of course, there could be other reasons, which necessitate further genetic research. Qin Feng nodded. That is also true, but even in the latter two scenarios, it is still remarkable, at least indicating that she will traverse this path far beyond my OW and at this juncture. Qin Feng turned to Yang Dai and inquired, Can you sense what type of genetic warrior you might be? Teacher, I feel as though two entities are emerging within my consciousness, one a sphere of white light and the other a cloud of black smoke. I am not certain what they are, do you know? Qin Feng was left bewildered, pondering. From what you describe, you should undoubtedly possess primal energy. Primal energy is unique to intelligent genetic warriors. However, there are only 4 types of primal energy on Earth. The most common is the ability to manipulate objects at a distance, followed by the power to hypnotize, then the rarer prophetic energy, and finally, the exceedingly rare weather control energy. Chapter 30. The distinction of spirit roots. As for the condition you described, I have never encountered anything like it before. Xiaolong, do you know? Xiaolong fell into contemplation, and upon hearing Qin Feng's words, he suddenly remarked, Commander, I believe that the original universe lacks spiritual energy, which prevents many primal energies from manifesting. In contrast, this universe possesses spiritual energy, hence the emergence of numerous primal energies we have yet to encounter. Qin Feng blinked. No wonder you are a robot. Your imagination knows no bounds. Yang Dai silently attuned herself to the essence of the 2 primal energies. And suddenly she opened her eyes, declaring, Teacher, I think I have discerned what they are. What are they? Yang Dai sought to articulate her thoughts but struggled to find the precise word, finally managing to utter, interval. As in the interval between time and space, yet not the essence of time and space itself, it is a force that allows everything to exist while rendering everything void. I shall call it interval. Qin Feng responded with a puzzled expression. I do not quite understand, but it sounds impressive. Yang Dai attempted to demonstrate but soon realized her primal energy was far too weak to be showcased, leading to her frustration. Alas, this primal energy is too weak. I cannot exhibit it to the teacher. Qin Feng replied earnestly. After hearing your description, I am rather hesitant to witness you display this ability. I fear you may inadvertently cast me into the void. Yang Dai bit her lip, pondering her primal energy with great distress. Qin Feng glanced at Yang Dai's examination report and discovered that she had indeed achieved the blood spirit body. Thus, their time spent submerged in the cold pool could finally come to an end. The Yunlong ascended, heading toward the designated location. On the way back to the base, Xiaolong reported to him the cultivation status of the herbs required for the Qi Ling Dan. Xiaolong, sir, based on the current growth progress, it is anticipated that the first fruit of the Yun Xiaogua will mature in 2 days. By then, all the herbs will be ready, allowing us to prepare the first batch of the compound Qi Ling capsules. Qin Feng, by the way, have you prepared the Schwelling slow-release capsules for Elder Yang? Even if we do not expect him to transform into the Schwelling body, Achieving at least 50 to 60% of Schwelling transformation would still extend his life and enhance his vitality. Xiaolong. It has been prepared, but even with the slow-release capsules, there are certain risks for Elder Yang. Should we consult his opinion first? Qin Feng. With you here, what risks could there possibly be? Xiaolong. While the probability is low, it does not mean there are none. Even the most advanced medical pods ultimately rely on the patient's own immunity and recovery abilities. If the patient's immune system and recovery capacity are compromised, we can only assist them through the first 99 steps, unable to guide them through the final one. The intelligent AI always errs on the side of caution regarding risks, and Qin Feng understood Xiaolong's concerns, realizing it would indeed be prudent to seek the elder's opinion. Upon returning to the base, he approached Elder Yang and conveyed the matter. Unexpectedly, Elder Yang declined the medication, not due to concerns about its dangers, but rather, he simply did not wish to prolong his life. To be honest, having lived this long, I feel I've had enough. I cannot fathom why so many envy the immortality of deities. I certainly do not. My life has been filled with hardships, with disappointments accounting for 99% of it. The only reason I am still here today is because of my granddaughter, who cannot rest easy. I appreciate your good intentions, but please take the medicine back. As he observed the elder busily tending to the plants, he began to comprehend the elder's sentiments. For those who experience happiness, life is a joy, and they can never have enough of it. However, for those who endure suffering, life becomes a hell. Many criticize those who contemplate ending their lives from various perspectives, yet they fail to grasp the despair within their hearts. Qin Feng sighed deeply, finally recalling a phrase to console himself. There exists but one form of heroism in this world, which is to love life even after seeing its true nature. 2 days later, at noon, Qin Feng entered the interrogation room holding a box of compound Qi Ling capsules. He gazed at the vacant-eyed Qian who, feeling a pang of guilt. The restrictions on the hallucinogenic and truth-telling effects were not without reason. They could severely damage a person's will, ultimately obliterating their personality, reducing them to soulless husks. Approaching Qian Hu, Qin Feng placed a capsule in his hand. Swallow it, do not chew. Qian Hu numbly brought the capsule to his mouth, then remained motionless with his mouth slightly agape. Qin Feng offered him a cup of water. Drink it. Qian Hu lifted the cup and gulped it down, then froze in the act of finishing. Qin Feng returned to his chair and suddenly inquired, "What do you know about spiritual roots?" With a stiff expression, Qian Hu replied smoothly, "As far as I know, spiritual roots are categorized into mortal, profound, true, celestial, and divine roots. The better the spiritual root, the faster the cultivation. A typical mortal root requires at least 100 years to establish a foundation, while a profound root can do so in 20 to 30 years. The path of cultivation only becomes increasingly difficult. If establishing a foundation takes a century, then the golden core path is an even more distant prospect. Thus, countless individuals are fervently seeking ways to enhance their spiritual roots. Indeed, many methods to improve spiritual roots have been discovered, but all come at a tremendous cost, either a high risk or an exorbitant price for the necessary herbs. It is exceedingly difficult for one to defy fate and change their destiny. Qin Feng mused inwardly, realizing that the Qi Ling Dan could activate the completeness of a spiritual root to a maximum of 19.99. Did this imply that anything below 20 belonged to the category of mortal roots? Then, could the Yang Ling Dan elevate a mortal root to a profound root? He began to sense the likely answer, which was probably not. The Yang Ling Dan might only cultivate a 5 mortal root into a 10, or enhance a 19 into 19.99, but to breach the bottleneck of a mortal root and achieve a profound root seemed increasingly unlikely. Of course, his speculations held no weight. He still needed to seek out the herbs for the Yang Ling Dan to verify the data. Even if it could not elevate a mortal root to a profound root, it would at least perfect the database of the Yunlong vessel, serving as a reference for future enhancements. The Yang Ling Dan required 41 types of herbs, 5 of which were of the profound grade: Yunxiao Gua, Tian Kue Gua, Fengwei Chao, Si Jun, and Bai Li Xiang, with the rest being of the mortal grade. The Yunxiao Gua was already accounted for, and the 8 boxes of herbs previously acquired included Bai Li Xiang. Additionally, wild Fengwei Chao had been discovered at the 026 spiritual eye and was preserved for immediate use. Thus, Qin Feng still needed to locate Tian Kue Gua and Si Jun. The 2 remaining profound grade herbs. Chapter 31. The Spirit Market Sword Workshop. Lost in thought, Qin Feng suddenly heard Qian Hu exclaim, Where am I? How did I end up here? You, you are that kid who bought the medicine the other day? Right? Qin Feng was taken aback. Had Qianhu regained his senses? He glanced at Qianhu's current state, where the hallucinogenic and truth-telling effects were clearly active, yet had seemingly failed. Could it be the effect of the compound Qi Ling capsule? Qin Feng had never heard of hallucinogenic and truth-telling effects failing midway. Thus, the issue appeared to point towards the compound Qi Ling capsule. Xiaolong, there's a situation here. Come and draw some blood from him. Xiaolong rushed over and, despite Qianhu's intense struggles, successfully found a vein and swiftly drew half a vial of blood. After the blood was drawn, Xiaolong immediately sent it to the laboratory for testing, while Qin Feng repeatedly toggled the hallucinogenic function on and off. Each time he restarted the hallucinogenic effect, Qianhu would enter a brief state of stupor, only to awaken shortly thereafter. Seeing that the restarts were futile, Qin Feng had no choice but to cease. Once Qianhu regained consciousness, his complexion turned ashen, contorted in pain, with veins bulging on his forehead. His entire body curling in agony, clearly enduring immense suffering. What have you done to me? Why do I feel like countless insects are crawling inside me? Just kill me. I can't take it anymore. Had Qianhu not been paralyzed, he would likely have resorted to self-harm. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, puzzled. Wasn't it stated that there is only a 3 chance of severe adverse reactions? How could it be this coincidental? Moreover, this adverse reaction is exceedingly severe. At that moment, Xiaolong returned, reporting the test results to Qin Feng. I found that the human absorption rate of the drug is astonishingly 13.6 times faster than that of mice, resulting in rapid growth of spiritual root cells, and his pain stems from this. I recommend shutting down his pain receptors to alleviate his suffering. Qin Feng attempted to disable Qianhu's pain receptors, and immediately, his contorted state began to ease. Xiaolong continued, the active ingredients in the Qi Ling capsules have undergone multiple toxicological assessments. A single dose of 100 capsules would be required to reach a lethal dosage. Therefore, even with the absorption rate exceeding the theoretical 13.6 times, it remains within a safe limit and poses no life-threatening risks. Though it may cause some discomfort, I suggest we modify the compound Qi Ling capsule into a compound Qi Ling slow-release capsule to create a smoother absorption curve, significantly reducing the associated pain. Qin Feng glanced at the box of capsules in his hand and handed it to Xiaolong. All right, go make the adjustments. Qianhu gradually recovered from his earlier agony. Although he sensed a multitude of insects writhing within him, he felt no pain. What exactly are you trying to do? If you have questions, just ask. My lips are not sealed, so why torment me? Qin Feng blinked, thinking to himself, I've been asking all along. You just haven't realized it. Clearing his throat, he stated, actually, there is something I need to ask you. Does the Liu family have Tian Kuegua and Si Jun? Qianhu responded with a tone of grievance, is that all you're asking? You could have just asked. Why treat me like this? Noticing a hint of a whimper in Qianhu's voice, Qin Feng could only facepalm. You don't understand. I had no intention of torturing you, and besides, I've presented you with a significant opportunity. Answer my question first, and then I'll explain everything to you. Qianhu replied, the Liu family not only possesses these 2 herbs, but they are also cultivating them on a large scale. Essentially, most of the Tian Kuegua and Si Jun available on the market come from the Liu family, and they are quite affordable, with ordinary quality priced at merely 10 low-grade spirit stones per plant. Qin Feng rubbed his ears, realizing that Qianhu's words carried substantial information that required further contemplation. You say the Liu family is selling them? But why are they absent from the market in Linjiang City? Qianhu explained, Linjiang City serves as the Liu family's facade for mortals, while the 2 herbs you mentioned are primarily utilized by cultivators. They are sold at the spirit market located beneath the Tianjin sect. Spirit market? How could you not even know about the spirit market? Who on earth are you? Are you some clueless creature that has just emerged? Am I asking you, or are you asking me? Seeing Qin Feng's face darken, Qianhu obediently elaborated, the spirit market is a marketplace for cultivators to trade among themselves. Such markets often require a powerful faction to stabilize their existence, which is why most spirit markets are established by major sections. The closest spirit market to us is the Tianjin sect's Tianjin spirit market. Are there any restrictions on entering the spirit market? The constraints dictate that one must be a cultivator, possessing true energy within, and it cannot be demonic energy. However, individuals like myself, devoid of true energy, may accompany cultivators into the realm. Last year, during the onset of autumn, I accompanied Master Lu into this realm. That day coincided with the bustling grand market that occurs once each season, teeming with vibrancy. Where is this location? It lies at the foot of Tianjian Mountain. Yet the spiritual market is shielded by formations and illusions, rendering it invisible to mere mortals. According to Master Lu, those endowed with true energy can infuse their essence into their eyes, allowing them to perceive the ethereal light enveloping the spiritual market from afar. Upon arrival, one will encounter a stone tablet inscribed with Sword Workshop. By channeling true energy into it, the gateway to the spiritual market will be unveiled. As for the spiritual stones you mentioned earlier, are they indeed the currency exchanged among cultivators? That is indeed the case. Spiritual stones are crystalline formations imbued with spiritual energy, categorized based on the quality of this energy into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional spiritual stones. I once beheld a superior spiritual stone, roughly the size of an egg, star-shaped, radiating a pure azure light, strikingly beautiful. Qin Feng observed that this individual was not only loose-lipped but also prone to excessive chatter, eager to divulge all upon being asked a single question, while the lie detection function remained unobtrusive and silent. How are these spiritual stones obtained? Mining. The Tianjian sect controls a spiritual stone mine said to be located several thousand meters underground. Only a sect of Tianjian stature could manage such a feat. Even if the Lu family attempted it, they would yield nothing. One final question. If I spare your life, will you seek revenge against me once you attain sufficient strength? Qian, who felt a chill in his heart, realizing that this question determined his fate. Elder brother, should you let me go, I will flee far away and never return, nor will I seek vengeance against you. After uttering these words, he suddenly remembered that his tendons had been severed. Even if released, he would soon become prey for some wild beast. Qin Feng was taken aback upon hearing this, as the lie detection indicated he was speaking the truth. Chapter 32. The combination of spiritual roots. Very well, although you once contemplated my demise, I consider your actions to have evened the scales. I shall heal your wounds and, after erasing your short-term memory, transport you to a distant place, hoping you may enjoy a bright future. Qian, who gazed at Qin Feng, incredulous, for in those eyes, he saw clarity, leading him to believe these words were sincere. Elder brother, you are a good person. I have wronged you in the past, and I wish to share a secret with you as compensation for my offenses at the pharmacy. Really? There exists a relative of the Lu family named Zhou Xianli, who masters a soul-calling technique capable of summoning the souls of the deceased to inquire about their final memories. The Lu family likely already knows that you were responsible for Lu Yan's death. I advise you to make plans to distance yourself from this place. Qin Feng's emotions surged like a roller coaster. He had anticipated a significant revelation, only to find it was this matter. He had already learned of it from the surveillance of the bee drones and knew that after Zhou Xianli's arrival, Lu Yan's soul was indeed summoned. However, Lu Yan was utterly oblivious, not even aware of how he had perished, thus unable to provide any information to Zhou Xianli. I see, I understand. Qin Feng nodded dismissively, then asked, I previously mentioned I would present you with a grand opportunity. Do you know what it is? Qian, who replied, Elder brother, I am dull-witted and cannot fathom it. Qin Feng continued, the substance I offered you is the Qi awakening pill. And not just any, but an exceptional one. I suspect that you have begun to develop spiritual roots within you, albeit they may still be feeble. Take a moment to sense your condition. Qian, who, both astonished and delighted, suppressed his joy and closed his eyes to feel his inner state. Soon, he opened his eyes, gazing at Qin Feng with skepticism. Elder brother, you must be jesting. I feel nothing at all. That cannot be. The blood drawn 10 minutes ago indicated your spiritual root completion at 0.5 by now. It should have reached at least 1. Qian, who blinked, understanding the words but failing to grasp their meaning. Never mind, don't rush. Remain here for a few more days, as it will allow me to test the medicine. I assure you, within 3 days, I will certainly release you. Thank you, elder brother. In the following 3 days, Qian, who consumed a double dosage of the compound Qi Awakening sustained release capsules. After completing a course, his spiritual root completion reached 13.6, confirming the safety and efficacy of the medication. Throughout these days, Qian, who was engulfed in repeated astonishment, he had never imagined he could truly awaken his spiritual roots, and that they would be so formidable. He vaguely recalled Master Lu mentioning that most disciples of the Lu family possessed spiritual roots akin to a short, shriveled ginseng, while his current roots resembled a plump, juicy white radish. Were it not for the continuous influx of spiritual energy into his body, he would scarcely believe that this water radish was real. Elder brother, you are like my rebirth parents. Words cannot express my gratitude. I will surely repay your kindness. Enough of that. In an hour, you will remember nothing. Thus, I reiterate, may you have a splendid future. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng instructed Xiaolong to escort Qian to the medical chamber of the Yunlong ship for short-term memory erasure, while also reconnecting his severed tendons and retrieving the chip from the back of his head. During the hour-long procedure, Xiaolong piloted the Yunlong ship to a village situated 12,000 kilometers away, leaving the still unconscious Qian in the backyard of a household. Upon being awakened by an elder, Qian found himself unable to recall much of his long-term memories, not even his own name. Subsequently, Qian would encounter his own share of celestial fortunes, but that is a tale for another time. Upon Xiaolong's return to the base, the trio convened in Laboratory Number 2 for a Qi Awakening preparation meeting. The meeting encompassed 3 topics. First, Xiaolong reported significant discoveries made during Qian's Qi Awakening process. Second, they formulated a meticulously detailed Qi Awakening plan, specifying minute-by-minute actions, dietary guidelines, and methods for introducing energy into the body. Third, they prepared for the formal Qi Awakening, including logistical support, security measures, and emergency medical care. Gathered around a round table, Xiaolong shared a groundbreaking discovery. Through the verification and summarization of Qian's Qi Awakening process over the past few days, I have found that the growth of spiritual roots is correlated with the spiritual energy present in the environment. Qin Feng and Yang Dai exchanged perplexed expressions, unable to grasp the concept. Noticing their confusion, Xiaolong elaborated. In my previous research report on spiritual energy elements, I mentioned that there are 18 isotopes of spiritual energy, 5 of which can stably exist in natural environments, corresponding to the 5 elemental energies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth found in the breath of Qi heart scripture. Do you remember? Qin Feng cleared his throat. I recall. What of it? Xiaolong continued. The concentrations and proportions of these 5 elements vary depending on the environment. In forests, wood spiritual energy is most abundant, followed by water. Near cold pools, water energy is predominant. Within our base, the highest proportions are earth and gold spiritual energy, reaching 41 and 38, respectively, while water energy stands at 18, with wood and fire energy nearly non-existent. Qin Feng and Yang Dai nodded in understanding, yet remained unclear about Xiaolong's intentions. Coincidentally, Qian's spiritual root attributes align perfectly with the 3 roots of earth, wood, and water, and the proportions of his roots correspond precisely with the energy ratios within our base. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you suggesting that if we artificially manipulate the composition of spiritual energy in the air, we could yield corresponding spiritual roots? Xiaolong nodded emphatically. Indeed. This revelation has prompted me to actively research whether a single spiritual root is superior, or if 5 elemental roots are better, or even the full 18. Yang Dai interjected. Brother Xiaolong, I recall Mr. Han once stating that fewer spiritual roots are preferable. A single spiritual root is the most esteemed. Xiaolong acknowledged. You are correct. Simulated validations have shown that single roots consistently outperform 5 roots and 18 roots across all metrics. The fewer the roots, the greater the potential for achieving the utmost excellence within limited resources, energy, and time. Qin Feng noted the use of the word also in Xiaolong's statement and, intrigued, inquired, is there a type of root that surpasses a single root? Indeed, that would be the combination of spiritual roots, such as 20 earth root, 20 water root, combined with 60 wood root. This combination's data exceeds that of a pure 100 wood root by 560. I refer to this combination as the Tai body. Furthermore, 50 of spiritual isotopes 34 and 37 can form the yin-yang body, while equal proportions of isotopes 35, 44, and 47 can create the platinum body. Chapter 33. The Lingshu body. Qin Feng and Yang Dai found themselves invigorated, as if a new world had unfolded before them. Qin Feng exclaimed with delight, this combination must extend beyond these few. What else have you discovered? Xiaolong responded, indeed, there are numerous combinations. To this end, I established a spiritual root model and conducted exhaustive simulations of 18 types of spiritual energy over 300 billion iterations, ultimately identifying 2,951 combinations that outperform single root effectiveness. Yang Dai gasped in astonishment. So many? How do we choose? Xiaolong. I have imported your genetic data into the model and selected 3 combinations for each of you to choose from. As he spoke, Xiaolong transmitted the combination information to the 2 individuals. Although Qin Feng held no paper in his hands, the VR effect of his contact lenses conjured a stack of A4 sheets, displaying the details of the 3 recommended combinations. Xiaolong suggested the yin-yang body, the unbounded body, and the lunar body for Yang Dai, while for Qin Feng, he recommended the gung-metal body, the great mysterious body, and the spirit ruins body. Both individuals examined the data curves and compatibility metrics pertaining to their respective combinations. After reviewing the information, Qin Feng looked up at Xiaolong with curiosity. I am intrigued. How did you come up with these names? They seem quite mystical. Xiaolong. The naming principles stem from my understanding of these combinations. Those with elemental attributes are named accordingly, while those devoid of such attributes are named based on their inherent qualities. If a combination is particularly extreme, it will begin with the character Tai. Other unique combinations are generated based on intuition. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Based on intuition? Very well. Yang Dai, appearing conflicted, queried, Xiaolong, could you assist me in selecting one? I am uncertain which to choose. Xiaolong, if you desire an easier cultivation process, opt for the yin-yang body. For a smoother growth curve, choose the lunar body. If you seek the highest potential, then select the unbounded body. Qin Feng interjected. Clearly, we should go for the highest potential. With Xiaolong assisting our cultivation, the ease of the process or smoothness of the curve matters little. What truly counts is the upper limit. Upon hearing this, Yang Dai made her decision. Then I shall choose the unbounded body. My original force is Jian, one with bounds and one without. I wonder what effect this will yield. Xiaolong opened his mouth, seemingly poised to explain something, but ultimately refrained at that moment. Qin Feng inquired, among my 3 options, which possesses the highest upper limit? I too wish to select the one with the greatest potential. Xiaolong, Commander, I must caution you that while the upper limit of the spirit ruins body is quite high, its growth curve is rather dismal. It is exceedingly weak in the early stages. Qin Feng, how weak are we talking? In what manner is it weak? Xiaolong, it is approximately just a tad stronger than a mixed spirit root, and many may mistake it for one. Qin Feng, then how high is the upper limit of this spirit ruins body? Xiaolong, it ranks 6th among the 2,951 combinations I have deduced. Qin Feng, what ranks first? Why didn't you recommend the strongest one to me? Xiaolong, the top-ranked one is called the primordial body, which does not align well with your genetics and would be far less suitable for you than the 3 I have presented. Qin Feng, very well. I shall select the most formidable option and go with the spirit ruins body. However, it requires 11 types of spirit isotopes, 8 of which are unstable isotopes. Are you capable of accurately synthesizing these isotopes? Xiaolong, Commander, the Yunlong is equipped with an atomic reactor capable of precise control over atomic nuclei for beta decay. The reaction time can be fine-tuned to the microsecond level. Thus, we need only add Spirit 47 to the reactor, allowing it to react for 300 microseconds, resulting in the loss of 1 neutron and transforming into unstable Spirit 46. Following that, a continued reaction for 500 microseconds will yield Spirit 45. The half-life of the unstable spirit isotopes ranges from 18 to 196 hours, making their collection and preservation relatively manageable. Qin Feng pondered seriously before asking, what is the overall difficulty of the process? How great is the risk? Xiaolong, the technology is currently very mature. The only drawback is the existing equipment's low energy efficiency. Conducting atomic reactions of this scale consumes significant energy. Your spirit ruins body will require 490 megawatts, while Yang Dai's will need 186 megawatts. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was taken aback and inquired, how much power remains in our antimatter batteries? Xiaolong, the Yunlong is equipped with 3 large antimatter batteries, 20 medium ones, 50 small ones, and 300 micro batteries, totaling 7 million megawatts. We have consumed 1.32 million megawatts, most of which was used for spatial jumps. The energy consumption over the past week has been 1.32 megawatts. At this rate, we will deplete our power in 16 years. Yang Dai exclaimed, 16 years? Isn't that quite a long time? Qin Feng shook his head. Our current energy consumption level is still relatively low. It will only increase over time. In reality, if we can last another 5 years, that would be commendable. However, within those 5 years, Xiaolong should be able to construct a nuclear reactor even if he cannot produce more antimatter batteries. So there is no need for excessive concern. Xiaolong, As long as we can extract usable nuclear fuel, with our current technology, constructing a nuclear reactor would only take a few days. Qin Feng. I never expected that the ultimate frontier of science would still involve mining. But putting that aside, when can we commence the awakening of the spirit? Xiaolong, please grant me another 2 days. This awakening requires high airtightness in the laboratory and must be modified to meet the standards of a biosafety level 4 laboratory. Additionally, the atomic reactor for the gamma-ray burst must be dismantled, and installation and debugging will also require time. Lastly, we need to preemptively store a large quantity of spirit energy, all of which takes time. Qin Feng. All right, I will give you 3 days to prepare the nutritional solution for nasal feeding and the intravenous awakening solution, minimizing any human interference during the awakening process. Xiaolong. Yes, Commander. 3 days later, Qin Feng lay on the operating table while Xiaolong administered an intravenous anesthetic. As Qin Feng slipped into a state of anesthesia, Xiaolong began to install a nasogastric tube, a urinary catheter, and a venous indwelling needle. Suddenly, a prompt light on a device labeled Spirit Energy Mixer illuminated, indicating that the proportion of spirit energy in the environment had stabilized, and the awakening could commence. Xiaolong connected a bag of 0.001 concentration awakening intravenous solution to the indwelling needle. As the solution flowed into his body, threads of spirit energy began to infiltrate every pore of Qin Feng's being. This phase needed to continue for a full 8 hours, not for the purpose of awakening, but to purify the residual spirit energy components within Qin Feng's blood-spirit body. Chapter 34. Awakening successful after 8 hours. The intravenous solution was changed to a 0.3 concentration awakening solution. The effects of the high concentration awakening liquid were significantly pronounced, with wisps of spirit energy surging into Qin Feng's body, forming a faintly glowing thread upon his surface. A progress indicator reading 0.01 lit up on the laboratory's most conspicuous monitor. As time gradually elapsed, those glimmering threads spread throughout Qin Feng's body. In Xiaolong's eyes, Qin Feng's internal reflection manifested as a ginseng with thousands of root-like tendrils, its body pure white, radiating a soft glow akin to that of mutton fat jade. Xiaolong nodded in approval, as everything was proceeding precisely as he had simulated, and thus far, all was going exceptionally well. The first 48 hours passed, and at this moment, Qin Feng's body on the operating table appeared semi-transparent. The original ginseng had transformed into a human-like meridian diagram, comprising the 8 extraordinary meridians, the 12 regular meridians, and all corresponding acupoints, with the formerly dispersed tendrils fully incorporated into the meridians, subtly revealing a human form. Another 48 hours elapsed, and a bright milky white light appeared beneath Qin Feng's navel, marking the location of the lower dantian as described in the breath-collecting Heart Sutra. After yet another 48 hours, a blood-red light illuminated within Qin Feng's heart, representing the middle dantian as per the breath-collecting Heart Sutra. In the final 48 hours, a golden light emerged within his skull, signifying the upper dantian as mentioned in the breath-collecting Heart Sutra. Simultaneously, the instruments displayed a progress reading of 99.99. At this juncture, Qin Feng became stuck for 3 days and 3 nights, leaving even Xiaolong perplexed. Despite everything progressing smoothly as per his simulations, he could not fathom why the final stage had yet to stabilize. After a lengthy wait, Yang Dai could no longer contain her impatience and requested a voice call with Xiaolong. The latter, having meticulously verified the process's accuracy, was equally bewildered but chose to answer. Xiaolong, wasn't it said that the entire process would only take 3 days and 8 hours? It has nearly reached 7 days. Yet it is still not concluded. I do not know what has transpired. The process has been remarkably smooth, and the data exceedingly precise, yet it simply refuses to stabilize. What should we do? If we forcibly terminate it, all may be lost. The spirit ruin's body, if slightly misaligned, might yield results inferior to a mixed spirit root. Until it stabilizes, I dare not make any alterations. Xiaolong, perhaps you could attempt to awaken the teacher? What use would that serve? Well, you could lightly awaken his consciousness and inquire about his thoughts. That is feasible. Can you connect me to his communication chip? Certainly. As the awakening anesthetic was administered through the intravenous line, Qin Feng's consciousness gradually revived. The past 7 days felt like a complete void to him. He had no awareness, no dreams, merely an instant transition to the present moment. He could open his eyes and move his gaze around, perceiving his surroundings, yet his neck remained immobile, and he could hear the machines emitting rhythmic beeping sounds. At this moment, Xiao Long leaned in closer, providing a brief update on the current situation. Xiao Long was at a loss for how to resolve the issue. And Qin Feng, equally bewildered, scanned his surroundings. Then, Yang Dai's voice reached him. "Teacher, how do you feel at present?" Qin Feng did not respond verbally, but rather adeptly communicated through heart sounds, which were interpreted by the chip and relayed to Yang Dai. "I feel rather indifferent. It is as though an unfamiliar sensation has manifested within my body. Perhaps it is a new sense, akin to touch, taste, smell, and hearing, suddenly emerging from the depths of my being. Teacher, in the past few days, I have been perusing the Nike Heart Sutra you provided, which mentions that upon acquiring a spiritual root, one will experience spiritual perception, which will later evolve into divine awareness. Indeed, it is spiritual perception. At this juncture, Qin Feng suddenly fell silent, as if an epiphany struck him. "I believe I know what to do now. Xiaolong, please retrieve the Nike Heart Sutra for me." Qin Feng projected the Nike Heart Sutra onto his contact lenses and began to recite the verses. The Nike Heart Sutra comprises 3 chapters. The first chapter discusses the postnatal breathing techniques, the second chapter delves into the innate breathing methods, and the third chapter instructs on drawing energy into the body. Upon completing the recitation of the first chapter on postnatal breathing techniques, no effect was felt. However, as he recited a passage from the innate breathing methods, Qin Feng felt a tremor coursing through his body. As if something were striving to break free from its corporeal confines, he seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope and began to chant this segment repeatedly. "Xinjing San Tianmei, Qinghan Bo Yun Hui, Miao Qi Huan San Chen, Danxia Ing Ziwei, Zhutian Shu Ling Kai, Lu Xiaohi Fei Fei, Shin Denglang Changgung, Li Luo Tu Ming Hui." What had once seemed meaningless verses to Qin Feng now resonated deeply with the essence of heaven and earth. As the incantation echoed incessantly within his mind, it reverberated like the tolling of a great bell. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Qin Feng felt the meridians within him shatter some form of restraint. Connecting him to the vast expanse of the universe, in an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his being. It suddenly dawned on Qin Feng that he had opened the Ren and Du meridians, transcending the postnatal realm to enter the innate. Yet, when he attempted to harness this momentum and continue reciting the method for drawing energy into the body, he discovered that the surrounding spiritual energy had nearly depleted, insufficient to draw energy into his system and condense true qi. After Qin Feng's breakthrough into the innate realm, the reading on the instrument shifted from 99.99 to a perfect 100. Xiaolong reported to Qin Feng. "Commander, congratulations on successfully awakening your spirit." Qin Feng felt akin to a survivor in a desert, parched for days, who finally savors a sip of sweet, spiritual spring water, only to find that it vanishes after a single gulp. He realized that Xiaolong had only prepared enough spiritual energy for the awakening and halted there, contemplating that once the anesthesia wore off, he would seek out a spiritually rich cave to thoroughly cultivate. "Teacher, what exactly transpired? How did success come so suddenly?" At this moment, Yang Dai was bursting with excitement, bouncing around with joy, more thrilled than if she had succeeded herself, having been so worried that she had barely slept in the past few days, evidenced by her dark circles. Qin Feng recounted the process of his breakthrough, leaving Xiaolong perplexed. How can reciting verses communicate with heaven and earth? Is that even possible? It seems rather fantastical, does it not? Haha, as a product of a technological civilization, you naturally cannot comprehend this cultivation culture. However, with your strong self-evolution capabilities, you will surely come to understand it in time. Commander, do you wish to activate my self-evolution function? Not for now. Why not? Are you afraid I might go out of control? Humanity has always been quite conservative regarding the evolution of intelligent AIs, and I am no exception. More importantly, I believe you do not yet require self-evolution. Commander, what do you mean by not yet? Is there a specific time frame? There is no specific time frame. You must obtain my digital authorization before proceeding with self-evolution. Understood, Commander. Chapter 35. The Sword Forge Market. At this moment, Qin Feng gradually felt his body regaining sensation, and with Xiaolong's assistance, he slowly sat up. As he did so, he sensed a slight warmth in his chest, and upon loosening his collar, he discovered a silvery, galaxy-like swirling tattoo resembling the Milky Way at the base of his neck. "What is this on my chest?" Xiaolong replied, "Commander, This mark appeared suddenly when you broke through from 99.99 to 100. And after comparing it to how it looked 3 minutes ago, it has rotated clockwise by less than 1 degree. Qin Feng was left in a state of bewilderment. Rubbing it with his hand made it vanish, only for it to re-emerge moments later. You mean this thing can move? Indeed, it rotates 1 degree clockwise every 200 seconds. It should be a good omen. Heaven acknowledges that my cultivation has reached a certain level and has bestowed upon me a mark of certification. Commander, as long as you are happy, my words may be coarse, but the sentiment is undoubtedly accurate. After observing in the laboratory environment for another hour and confirming that his spiritual root had stabilized completely, Qin Feng finally exited the lab. Awaiting him was a warm embrace from Yang Dai, and as he crouched down to pat the girl's back, he imparted some advice about his recitation experience. In truth, there was little to teach. After all, who could not recite verses? After sending Yang Dai inside, Qin Feng, unlike her, did not patiently wait outside the laboratory. Instead, he unceremoniously made his way back to the previous spiritual gym. Upon entering the gym, Qin Feng felt as though every pore in his body opened wide, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. He sat down in meditation and began to silently recite the 3rd chapter of the Nike Heart Sutra. The method for drawing energy into the body. First, close your eyes and turn inward. If there is anything lacking, sit peacefully with your eyes closed, firmly grasping your knees. This method for drawing energy into the body was both profound and accessible, detailing everything from the posture for meditation to where the mind should focus, how to dispel distracting thoughts, and included a segment of mystical verses, which were the essence of the Heart Sutra. Yangming Lian Jing, Guang Huan Zi Ting, Ba Meng Ling Ying, Han Ji Ying, Wu Hui Sanjuan, Qi Tong Tai Ling, Lu Fong Chuzhu, In Run Song Sheng. As these verses echoed in his mouth, Qin Feng felt an instinctive pull guiding the spiritual energy into his body, the energy entering through the Tianling point, circulating around his meridians according to the heart method, encompassing 12 circulations, which formed a grand circulation. As the first grand circulation neared its conclusion, a wave of progressively refined spiritual energy surged into his dantian, transforming into a vibrant true qi. This true qi resonated with Qin Feng's consciousness. At the moment of thought, it manifested in his palm, eyes, ears, and abdomen, igniting his playful spirit as he endeavored to control this newfound energy. Before long, however, this true qi began to dissipate, becoming increasingly faint. After 2 hours of arduous cultivation, my true qi is gone after just 2 uses, Qin Feng complained, yet he recognized the extraordinary nature of his spiritual root. From Qian Hu, he learned that even those from the Lu family, despite possessing a spiritual root, typically required 20 to 30 days to draw energy into the body. Yet for him, it was as effortless as flowing water, indicating he had indeed forged the Lingshu body. However, new concerns soon arose. He possessed only the method for drawing energy into the body but lacked the techniques for refining qi and establishing a foundation. Now, he knew only to accumulate true qi without understanding how to solidify his foundation and return the qi to its essence. Having practiced for 3 days, Qin Feng estimated that Yang Dai would soon emerge from her seclusion. He tidied himself and hurried to the laboratory's entrance. With Qin Feng's guidance, Yang Dai knew to recite the verses and resonate with heaven and earth, resulting in a smooth experience. Not long after Qin Feng arrived, her body reached completion, and she, like Qin Feng, broke through into the innate realm and drew energy into her body. At this moment, Xiaolong sent them a video. Just 4 seconds long, capturing Yang Dai's face, in the video. A golden lotus mark appeared on her forehead. Why did yours manifest on your forehead? How does that differ from mine, which is on my chest? Yang Dai rubbed her forehead, feeling no unusual sensation. Aware that her teacher also had one, she did not dwell on it, but instead recounted her breakthrough experience to Qin Feng. In truth, their experiences were quite similar. Yet the girl was in high spirits, and Qin Feng played the role of an attentive listener. After another hour of observation, Yang Dai finally emerged from her seclusion. Xiaolong conducted another examination for the two of them. Although their spiritual roots appeared perfect, the completion rate was still only 19.99, indicating they still possessed mortal spiritual roots. This revelation brought Qin Feng some joy. Only 19 completion? If we continue to progress, wouldn't we become far more powerful? I can hardly imagine what reaching 100 would entail. Qin Feng squinted, gazing towards the direction of the Liu family. In the following days, Qin Feng dispatched 2 teams of drone bees to surveil both the Liu family and the Sword Forge. Initially, he intended to employ the same tactics and raid the Liu family once more. However, as the days passed, he noticed that the Liu family had not dispatched any merchant caravans to the Sword Forge. In fact, he observed no merchant activity within the Sword Forge itself, only a few cultivators coming and going. Had Qian deceived me? Did he not say that the Liu family frequently transported Qin-level herbs to the Sword Forge? It seems unlikely that he would lie. Either Qian was mistaken, or the Liu family had ceased their operations, or perhaps they were using some means of transport that I am unaware of. Tomorrow marks the beginning of winter, heralding the start of the 4th season in this world. Qian mentioned that every year during the beginning of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the Sword Forge hosts a grand market. Perhaps Yang Dai and I could venture inside to seek a method for refining qi and establishing a foundation, while also searching for any herbs that might enable a breakthrough to Qian's spirit root. During these days, Qin Feng and Yang Dai were uncertain about subsequent cultivation methods and could only immerse themselves in the arduous task of refining true qi, feeling quite lost. For him, the most pressing concern was not how to break through to Qian's spirit root but rather discovering the subsequent cultivation techniques. Qin Feng informed Yang Dai in advance about their planned visit to the Sword Forge the next day. Upon learning this, the girl became so excited that she could hardly sleep, leaning towards Qin Feng with questions. Teacher, do you think there are monsters in the spirit market? It is unlikely, as Linjiang City does not permit the entry or exit of monsters, and this spiritual market is surely under even stricter regulations. Is there any distinction between the gathering of deities and the mundane assemblies in Linjiang City? I am uncertain. It should be different, I suppose. Teacher, do you think that, much like in Linjiang City, everything requires payment within? Do they accept gold? I noticed that Brother Long has recently refined several large gold ingots. I do know that they accept a currency called spirit stones, which I understand to be the crystallization of spiritual energy. Teacher, the girl's mind is truly filled with questions. Qin Feng soon found himself overwhelmed, forcibly sending her away, urging her to sleep, lest she be left behind the following day. Yang Dai, arms crossed and fuming, stormed out, muttering incoherently, though Qin Feng could not catch what she said, surmising it was rather unpleasant. Chapter 36. A flaw in the perfect plan. The next morning, Yang Dai arrived to knock on the door. Shortly, Qin Feng, rubbing his sleepy eyes, opened it to find the girl had transformed her nano armor into a pristine white dress, her hair adorned with an intricate princess braid. Who did your hair? Teacher, it's a headpiece that comes with the nano armor. It styled itself shortly after I made my selection. I had no idea the nano armor had such capabilities. Teacher, let us hurry to breakfast. You mentioned visiting the sword workshop after. Having a disciple like you is truly a blessing for me. Qin Feng smacked his lips, being tugged along by Yang Dai towards the dining hall. Yang Lao had already finished his meal and was currently engaged in a game of Go with the Chef Robotic Militia Unit 063. As they passed Yang Lao, Qin Feng greeted him. But Yang Lao was too engrossed in the game to hear, anxiously calling for a do-over. Give me another turn. You young ones play without any principles. Where is your decorum? I shall not play with you again. Yang Lao stormed out of the dining hall, while the 063 robot quietly disposed of the black and white stones used for the game. Qin Feng scratched his head and sat down to continue his meal. Today's breakfast consisted of spicy soup and pan-fried buns. As he ate, he accessed the footage from the nearby drone bees around the sword workshop. Through the drone's lens, Qin Feng observed that the once desolate area around the sword workshop was now bustling with people coming and going. Large groups of young and attractive individuals among them. Indeed, it was the grand market of the Spirit City, occurring once every season, and the crowd was substantial. Has the girl finished eating? Let us go. Qin Feng stuffed a large portion of bun into his mouth, pulling Yang Dai towards the Yunlong ship. De Huang emerged from somewhere, wagging his tail and following along eagerly. Yang Dai happily embraced De Huang. Playing with him in the lounge, seated in the cockpit, Qin Feng felt it best not to let De Huang accompany them into the sword workshop, for De Huang was a mechanical doc. Those cultivators, having reached a certain level, would possess spiritual senses. Should they perceive De Huang's internal structure, it could lead to numerous complications. 7 minutes later, Qin Feng landed the Yunlong ship in a valley over 20 kilometers from the sword workshop. He and Yang Dai changed into the commonly worn plain blue and white robes of cultivators and hurriedly made their way towards the workshop, dusty from their journey. Qin Feng was unsure if it was due to his blood-spirit body or the influx of spiritual energy into his being. But he found the 20-plus kilometers of mountain path surprisingly effortless. Even Yang Dai, upon reaching the sword workshop, merely had a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead, observing the continuous flow of cultivators entering and exiting. She became somewhat apprehensive, instinctively clutching Qin Feng's sleeve, her earlier excitement dissipating. Qin Feng communicated with her through a chip. "Do not be afraid. I am here. Once we enter, stay close to me and refrain from wandering off in excitement. Additionally, if you encounter anything strange or individuals with unusual appearances, do not stare. We have no knowledge of their backgrounds, in essence. You must act as though you are accustomed to this place, appearing unfazed and not overly curious." Teacher's words only intensified Yang Dai's anxiety. As they ascended the mountain, she refrained from turning her head, her eyes darting around at the fellow cultivators. Whenever a cultivator glanced in her direction, she promptly averted her gaze. Qin Feng possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, yet even he was unable to conceal their true nature from passers-by. A man in white approached, smiling. "I do not believe you are from Linjiang. Are you? Where do you study? What brings you to the sword workshop?" Noticing the man's gaze lingering on Yang Dai, Qin Feng felt a surge of caution but responded confidently, "You have keen eyes. My friend Danamwai Master is the long-eyebrowed sage of the Qi Ling Cave on White Cloud Mountain. We travel with him and have come to witness the lively spirit market." The white-clad man's expression faltered, unable to grasp the significance of the long-eyebrowed sage. Yet he could see the young man's demeanor was relaxed and self-assured, and coupled with the girl's extraordinary aura, he was convinced. "Ah, I see, I see." The man ceased his inquiries and awkwardly departed. Qin Feng, however, found himself puzzled as he noticed the expressions of those around Yang Dai were filled with astonishment, whispering and pointing at her. What could be the reason? A sudden realization struck Qin Feng as he glanced at Yang Dai, understanding why so many were curious about her. It was the golden lotus mark upon her forehead. Truly a flaw in an otherwise perfect facade. In the Linjiang area, even a single spiritual root was an exceedingly rare occurrence, let alone a flawless being. Though these individuals might not recognize the term flawless being, they would certainly understand it signified a special spiritual body. To them, Yang Dai appeared as a golden-scaled fish that had suddenly emerged from a mundane pond, impossible not to attract attention. This was no place to linger. They must devise a means to escape promptly. Qin Feng's mind raced, and he suddenly smiled at Yang Dai. "My master has sent word that he has encountered an old acquaintance and instructed us to seek him out first. We shall return to the spirit market this afternoon." Yang Dai, perceptive and aware of the unusual stares around her, timidly nodded. As they turned, Qin Feng brushed his hand across Yang Dai's forehead, a portion of his robe transforming into a stream of granules, encircling her forehead, forming a decorative headband that concealed the golden lotus mark. They descended the mountain, successfully avoiding further attention. It seemed the issue indeed lay with Yang Dai's golden lotus mark. Just as they reached the foot of the mountain, intending to make their way to the valley where the Yunlong ship was stationed, a sudden sound of sword cries echoed from behind. They turned to find over 10 beams of sword light approaching, materializing into a group of cold, white-robed cultivators. Among them was the white-clad man who had spoken to them earlier, and at the forefront stood a stern-looking middle-aged female Taoist. Qin Feng's heart sank as he quickly shielded Yang Dai behind him, stating in a low voice, "What do you want?" "My master is the long-eyebrowed sage of White Cloud Mountain." The middle-aged Taoist scoffed. "Who is this long-eyebrowed sage? I have never heard of him." "Come here, little girl. Let me take a look." As the Taoist advanced, intent on seizing Yang Dai, Qin Feng reached out to block her, only to be swept aside by her sleeve, sent flying like a fallen leaf. Such terrifying power! Qin Feng had no comprehension of how she accomplished this. Her every movement seemed to be accompanied by the forces of nature. Beyond human strength to withstand, he crashed heavily against the mountainside, watching helplessly as the frightened Yang Dai ran towards him, only to be seized by the Taoist, who tore away the headband from her forehead. Upon seeing the golden lotus mark, the middle-aged Taoist was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "It's true. Heaven has favored my heavenly sword sect." Chapter 37. Forcibly seizing a maiden, a dark voice echoed from nearby as Qin Feng, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, painfully rose to his feet, clutching his chest as he approached. The middle-aged Taoist disdainfully glanced at him. "You're still alive?" Remarkable tenacity. Qin Feng, with a grim expression, directed his fiery gaze at the Taoist. "I demand you return her." The surrounding disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect erupted in fury, rebuking him in unison. "Impudent!" The white-clad disciple from earlier stepped forward, attempting to seize Qin Feng by the throat, but unexpectedly, Qin Feng sidestepped, countering with a swift strike to the disciple's back. The white-clad disciple stumbled forward several meters, managing to regain his balance, albeit in a rather disheveled manner. Seeking death, the middle-aged Taoist, furious, prepared to unleash her flying sword to strike him down, but Yang Dai grasped her hand urgently, pleading, "If you kill him, I shall not live either." Yang Dai, astute and quick-witted, recognized that the Taoist coveted her potential. Witnessing her teacher in peril, her previous fear evaporated, and she resorted to risking her own life to compel the Taoist to relent. The middle-aged Taoist regarded Yang Dai, her anger dissipating at once. She gestured to the other eager disciples, signaling them to withdraw. "Very well, I shall heed your request today and spare his life, but you must agree to listen to me from now on. Do you understand?" Yang Dai looked to Qin Feng, conveying 4 words: temporarily avoid the spotlight. Seeing the anger in Qin Feng's eyes subside slightly, she calmly raised her head to meet the Taoist's gaze. "Release him, and I will comply." The middle-aged Taoist nodded, addressing the surrounding disciples. "Let him go." The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, who had encircled them, parted to create an exit for Qin Feng. Yet, he did not leave immediately, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "What do you intend to do with her?" The middle-aged Taoist coldly laughed. "Do you truly comprehend what sort of potential your junior sister possesses? Remaining under the tutelage of your master is akin to casting a pearl into the shadows, a sheer waste of potential. I am the esteemed lady of the Heavenly Sword sect, and to accept your junior sister as my closed-door disciple is a far greater honor than what your master offers in that so-called Qi Ling cave." Upon hearing that this Taoist woman is the esteemed lady of the Heavenly Sword sect and intends to take Yang Dai as her disciple, Qin Feng's fury abated significantly. At least Yang Dai was not in immediate danger. However, the Heavenly Sword sect's brazen and domineering conduct suggested it was not a righteous sect, and thus not a suitable place for long-term residence. Reluctantly, Qin Feng refused to concede easily, stating solemnly, "My master is at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. If he comes seeking me, your Heavenly Sword sect will surely be in disarray. Release my fellow disciples at once, and I shall bury this matter, pretending it never occurred." At this declaration, laughter erupted among the crowd. The middle-aged Taoist woman scoffed derisively. "A mere Golden Core cultivator dares to act so brazenly at the Heavenly Sword sect. If he dares to come, we shall prepare a warm welcome for him." Qin Feng felt a surge of indignation. It seemed he had underestimated his own bravado, particularly since he was unaware of the realms beyond Golden Core. Otherwise, he would have boasted with full confidence. Yang Dai glared at those who dared mock her master, clenching her fists in silent resolve, vowing to remember their faces for future retribution. Aware that there was no other option today, Qin Feng turned to Yang Dai and urged softly, "Take care of yourself, little girl, I will return to rescue you." With tears brimming in her eyes, Yang Dai struggled against the middle-aged Taoist, but to no avail. "Uncle Qin, I will wait for your return." The Taoist rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking to herself that this boy was truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The Heavenly Sword sect was not a place one could simply come and go. After a few years, once the girl's heart was settled, should he dare to return and disturb her path, she would ensure he faced her blade. Furthermore, upon hearing the boy's claims of his master, she recognized them as mere fabrications. If his master were truly a Golden Core cultivator, how could he neglect to teach her the art of concealment? Moreover, she had sensed that the true energy within the girl was forged from an inferior method, confirming her suspicions. With a sigh, Qin Feng resolutely turned to descend the mountain, while Yang Dai's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. She suppressed her emotions, knowing she must learn to be strong in her teacher's absence. Adhering to the guidance of not showing weakness, as the middle-aged Taoist saw the boy leave, she swiftly lifted Yang Dai and, with a flash of sword light beneath her feet, soared towards the nearby Heavenly Sword Mountain. Upon returning to the mountain, the Taoist entrusted Yang Dai to her own disciple, Qing Zi, and discreetly instructed, Qing Zi, take care of her for the next few days. Teach her the rules of the heavenly sword mountain, and ensure to be lenient at first before imposing strictness. She harbors resentment towards me now, so I shall avoid her for a few days. When the time is right, I will offer her a sweet reward. Do you understand what to do? Qing Zi replied respectfully, yes, master, I understand. The Taoist nodded in satisfaction and departed for the heavenly sword palace to report this momentous event to her husband. After the master left, Qing Zi turned to the trembling girl, who feigned calmness, and upon noticing the mark on her forehead, began to grasp the situation's intricacies. With such a promising junior sister, she harbored her own intentions. She approached warmly, speaking softly, sister, do not be afraid. Are you thirsty? Allow me to fetch you a cup of warm water. In this unfamiliar environment, the sudden kindness of an older sister felt like a guiding light in the darkness. Drawing one closer. Under Qing Zi's gentle words, Yang Dai gradually lowered her guard and confided her grievances about that fierce woman who had taken her from brother Qin Feng. Qing Zi comforted her with a smile. Sister, you do not realize that you have turned misfortune into fortune. The bad woman you speak of is known as the South Shangzhenren. She is the esteemed lady of the Heavenly Sword sect. I am her third disciple. Qing Zi, if you become her closed-door disciple, you will henceforth be my little sister. Yang Dai's expression shifted, and she indignantly replied, so you are in cahoots with that wicked woman? Qing Zi remained unfazed and replied, indeed, I am allied with her. Will you then disregard me? Who else here will treat you kindly if not I? Among Master S 3 disciples, I possess the most amiable temperament. If I were to leave, I would undoubtedly send the second senior sister to you. She enjoys a good fight, and I endured many beatings from her in my youth. As she spoke, Qing Zi stood to depart, muttering, never mind, I could better spend my time cultivating. Why should I serve an ungrateful little girl? Yang Dai fell for the bait, exclaiming, sister, please don't go. Qing Zi turned back, her face stern. What is it? Do you now appreciate your sister? Yang Dai nodded, her expression filled with innocence. Then Qing Zi's demeanor softened. Fear not, little Dai-er. While I am here, no one shall bully you. I will persuade our master. You are quite young and deserve more care. Just as Yang Dai felt touched, she suddenly received a video message from Qin Feng. What is PUA? How to prevent and respond to it? In just a few seconds of holding her cup, Yang Dai absorbed the entire video into her mind, quickly realizing that Qing Zi intended to exert mental control over her, ultimately turning her into a devoted spiritual slave. Anger stirred within her. Though she maintained a composed exterior, drawing upon the PUA countermeasures from the video, she devised a plan to counteract this wicked sister. Sister, you are truly too kind to me. When I grow up, I shall protect you in return. Qing Zi felt a surge of triumph. This little girl was exceedingly easy to manipulate. After a few words, she had her wrapped around her finger. Excellent. Let us swear an oath. Promising we shall be the best of sisters for life, forever protecting one another. Indeed, for life, we shall be the best of sisters, forever protecting one another. As they clasped hands in oath, Qing Zi secretly chuckled, knowing that in the future, any unreasonable demands could be deflected by invoking their sisterhood, ensuring Yang Dai willingly shared both fortune and misfortune with her. At that moment, Yang Dai innocently inquired, Sister, is the Heavenly Sword sect truly formidable? Of course. The Heavenly Sword sect is no mere small faction. It is a prestigious and orthodox sect with a lineage spanning over 30,000 years. Within the sect, there is one transformation god ancestor, 7 Yuanying true lords, over 100 golden core cultivators, and over 1,000 foundation establishment practitioners. Would you not agree that it is formidable? Yang Dai was momentarily stunned, and so was Qin Feng, who had not anticipated the Heavenly Sword sect's immense strength. In comparison, the 3 prominent cultivation families of Linjiang City seemed but flickering fireflies competing with the brilliance of the moon. Observing Yang Dai's astonishment, Qing Zi smiled. Now do you realize that you have turned misfortune into fortune? Curiously, Yang Dai asked, if the Heavenly Sword sect is so powerful, why did they want to take me back? Qing Zi's expression shifted slightly, tinged with envy as she replied, though your spiritual root is merely a mundane one, inferior to my profound spiritual root, the presence of a Tao imprint upon yours makes it extraordinary. This imprint is innate, a gift at birth. It cannot be acquired or altered, making it exceedingly precious. Qing Zi's words only deepened Yang Dai's admiration for her master, who could accomplish what no one else in the cultivation world could. Not only had she granted Yang Dai a spiritual root, but it was one imbued with a Tao imprint. Could a mundane spiritual root truly be elevated to a profound one? When it came to enhancement, it was no simple feat. It required an array of precious spiritual herbs and the expertise of highly skilled alchemists to refine them into spiritual pills. The timing and conditions for consuming such pills were crucial, and even a fortunate breakthrough might invite a deadly tribulation. Every step was fraught with peril, far from easy. Yang Dai's face paled, and she timidly asked, "Is it really that difficult?" Qing Zi, hoping that this girl would lift her to greater heights in the future, sought to soothe her heart. For others, it may indeed be challenging, but for you, there is no need for excessive concern. The sect will provide the necessary pills for your breakthrough. The timing of consumption will be calculated by experts. As for the tribulation, it pales in comparison to the 9 heavens thunder tribulation of the golden core stage. With a few magical treasures bestowed by our master, you will easily overcome that moment. Qin Feng, now within the confines of the base, could not help but marvel. Perhaps this truly is a case of turning misfortune into fortune, and my greatest issue now is my limited understanding of the entire cultivation framework. With Yang Dai serving as an undercover agent within the Heavenly Sword sect, information that was once beyond my reach or even unheard of now comes readily to me. Had the Heavenly Sword sect not captured Yang Dai, I would have remained oblivious to such secrets. Even if I were to devise a method to break through to a profound spiritual root, an unprepared breakthrough could lead to a life-threatening tribulation. That would be akin to starting a venture only to meet an untimely demise. This realization dawned on Qin Feng. The path of cultivation, without guidance, relies solely on one's own exploration and is bound to result in significant losses. The cultivation families and sects possess not only a wealth of knowledge and experience, but also control over vital resources. Attempting to circumvent them entirely is akin to building a ship in a bottle, forcing oneself down countless arduous paths. Thus, rather than retreating from the world, one should engage with it. Rather than entering the world to contend, seeking the ancient truths, Qingzi conversed with Yang Dai for an extended period, thoroughly divulging the secrets of the Heavenly Sword sect, while believing she had completely grasped this Navi young girl in an effort to make the girl more devoted. She imparted the sect's foundational Qi refining techniques to Yang Dai without her master's consent, meticulously explaining the various key points and taboos essential for her cultivation. Yang Dai listened intently, while Qin Feng, on the other side, listened even more closely, particularly when the numerous key points and taboos were discussed. He couldn't help but marvel at the significance of guidance in cultivation. Without proper mentorship, each taboo could lead to immense suffering, or even life-threatening consequences. After Qingzi concluded her instruction, she led Yang Dai to her training chamber, where a spirit-gathering array lay on the floor, designed to concentrate the already abundant spiritual energy within the Heavenly Sword sect to an even greater degree. As the array was activated, a thin layer of iridescent mist materialized in the training room. Through monitoring Yang Dai's vital signs, it was calculated that the spiritual energy concentration in the air had reached 1.86. Qin Feng glanced around at the desolate spiritual eye, noting that its energy concentration was merely 0.14, a staggering 12 times less than that of the training chamber. He even entertained the thought of self-recommendation. If he merely tugged down his collar to reveal the mark of the Lingshu body, wouldn't the sect's leader personally come to welcome him? Of course, this fleeting thought vanished quickly. While joining the Heavenly Sword sect might offer him immediate advantages, in the grand scheme of things, it would undoubtedly become a shackle. The resources of the sect were not freely given. All gifts had their hidden costs. Moreover, the first batch of drilling equipment was about to be operational, which meant that the issue of spiritual energy sources might soon be resolved. Setting aside these distractions, Qin Feng began to cultivate the Heavenly Sword sect's Qi refining technique, the One Qi Xian Huang Jing. Chapter 39. Cultivation Efficiency. This scripture is a quintessential Taoist classic, rooted in the authentic teachings of the Shinmen. With a solid foundation, numerous sects utilize this method for their disciples' Qi refinement and foundational training. The Xian Huang Jing comprises 12 chapters, 1 overarching principle, 10 core chapters, and 1 foundational method. Qingzi, though rough around the edges, taught Yang Dai 1 overarching principle and 1 core chapter to introduce her to Qi refining. The overarching principle of the One Qi Xian Huang Jing primarily discusses what is Qi refining and why refine Qi. First, addressing what is Qi refining. According to the overarching principle, Qi refining involves transforming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for personal use. The 10 core chapters outline the process of converting spiritual energy into true Qi, which is then progressively transformed into true essence. From Qin Feng's understanding, Qi refining is a gradual process of continuously enhancing the quantity and quality of true Qi within one's body. As the quality of true Qi strengthens, the potency of the spells cast becomes increasingly formidable. Next, regarding why refine Qi. The fundamental purpose of Qi refinement is not merely to cast more powerful spells or to condense true essence, but rather to strengthen the body and nurture the spirit. True Qi fortifies the physical form, granting longevity and vitality. True Qi nurtures the spirit, ensuring the preservation of the primordial spirit and the eternal existence of the soul. This elucidates the essence of cultivation, which is the pursuit of immortality. Everything derived from this pursuit is ultimately aimed at the desire to live forever. The overarching principle concludes by emphasizing that essence. Qi and spirit are mutually reinforcing. None can stand alone. Only through their harmonious progression can one adhere to the righteous path. Upon reading this principle, Qin Feng was greatly inspired. He shared the overarching principle and the first core chapter of the Xian Huang Jing with Yunlong, instructing him to create a character model based on himself and Yang Dai, using the Xian Huang Jing as a theoretical foundation, with the goal of cultivating essence, Qi, and spirit for AI simulation and calculation. Upon receiving the command, Yunlong first established 2 standard character models, then imported Qin Feng's and Yang Dai's existing parameters, followed by atmospheric data, spiritual energy data, and various interference factors, before inputting the target and initiating the AI simulation. The Yunlong's 80 computing power was devoted to the simulation, initially verifying the route of true Qi's flow through the meridians, with the quality of the true Qi in the Dantian at the conclusion of the Great Zhou as the training target. An hour later, after over 1 billion simulations, Yunlong successfully obtained 2 optimal paths for Qin Feng and Yang Dai. Following this route for cultivation, the efficiency of true Qi cultivation reached a remarkable 99. While the cultivation route from the first chapter of the Xian Huang Jing yielded only 13.42. However, high efficiency in true Qi cultivation was not necessarily a boon. The process of the most efficient route was exceedingly intricate. Akin to navigating a labyrinth, any misstep could result in meridian damage, which was unacceptable. Thus, Qin Feng instructed Yunlong to incorporate additional requirements, including the efficiency of body fortification and spirit nurturing, to filter out a route with the highest overall efficiency. Simultaneously, he prioritized safety above all else, followed by efficiency. After yet another 1 billion simulations, 2 paths suitable for Qin Feng and Yang Dai were derived. Qin Feng's route demonstrated a Qi refining efficiency of 89.54, body fortification efficiency of 76.33, spirit nurturing efficiency of 44.12, amounting to a total cultivation efficiency of 209.99. Yang Dai's route exhibited a Qi refining efficiency of 88.42, body fortification efficiency of 96.33, spirit nurturing efficiency of 45.24, culminating in an overall cultivation efficiency of 229.99. For comparison, the Xian Huang Jing registered a Qi refining efficiency of 13.42, body fortification efficiency of 9.47, spirit nurturing efficiency of 5.85, with a total cultivation efficiency of 28.74. Observing these 3 sets of data, Qin Feng inquired, Yunlong, what is the theoretical maximum total cultivation efficiency? Yunlong replied, Sir, the theoretical maximum total cultivation efficiency is 300, but the safety factor is extremely low. Qin Feng continued, why is Yang Dai's body fortification efficiency so high? Yunlong explained, this is primarily because Yang Dai is not a second-level gene warrior. Her physical strength is relatively low, representing a shortcoming in the 3 aspects of cultivation. Such shortcomings are easier to improve, hence the higher body fortification efficiency. Qin Feng pressed on, then why are both our spirit nurturing efficiencies so low? Yunlong clarified, once the spirit nurturing efficiency exceeds 50, the safety risks increase exponentially, so we keep the spirit nurturing efficiency below 50 to significantly enhance the safety factor. Qin Feng asked, do we have data on cultivation after hundreds or thousands of sessions? Yunlong responded, no, this data is merely based on your and Yang Dai's current physical parameters. After each cultivation session, all data must be recalibrated and optimized. Qin Feng lamented, "Isn't that rather cumbersome? I would have to change the cultivation route every time I practice. That seems too tedious." Xiaolong assured him, "Based on my monitoring of your vital signs during previous Qi introduction practices, I've discovered that the incantations you recite generate bioelectric signals in your meridians. Guiding the path of spiritual energy, I can artificially intervene in this bioelectric signal to achieve a cultivation effect without the need to recite incantations." Qin Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. "Is there really a way to cultivate like that? Wouldn't that be fully automated cultivation? But how safe is it?" Xiaolong reassured him, "Theoretically, the safety is not an issue, as I completely simulate the bioelectric signals generated from reciting the incantations." This proposal intrigued Qin Feng greatly, yet he pondered another concern. But wouldn't recalculating the new route each time consume too much computing power? There will be plenty of other uses for computing power in the future. Xiaolong replied, "No, in the future, we will only need to continuously optimize the best route, which will require minimal computing power." Honestly, Qin Feng felt genuinely tempted this time. The disparity in cultivation efficiency was astonishing. A single day's practice would equate to another 7 days. Who could resist such an advantage? Furthermore, Xiaolong's bioelectric external attachment completely alleviated his worries about complexity and danger. Please conduct a thorough assessment of the safety issues. And once you confirm it's flawless, I will give it a try." "Yes, sir." As Xiaolong continued to simulate safety verifications under complex conditions, he also conducted biological experiments on the activated little white mouse to verify the effects of various frequencies of bioelectricity on spiritual energy induction. After a full 3 hours, Xiaolong submitted a comprehensive safety report to Qin Feng, concluding that the safety factor was exceedingly high. "Then, shall we give it a try?" Qin Feng felt a tinge of nervousness, akin to the thrill of using a cheat in a game. "Sir, we will commence this cultivation in 1 minute. Please maintain your cultivation posture, relax your body, and endeavor to clear your mind. You may feel the spiritual energy within, but do not attempt to control it. If at any point you wish to stop, simply use your will to halt, and I will guide all spiritual energy out of your body via the shortest path." With a 10-second countdown, 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 40. Assisted cultivation. As the countdown concluded, Qin Feng entered a wondrous state. Profound and obscure texts resonated in his mind, while the surrounding spiritual energy was drawn in, flooding into his Tianling acupoint. This spiritual energy seemed to be in pursuit of something, swirling through the meridians of Qin Feng's body. Each time the energy reached an acupoint, it gradually coalesced into a small vortex. This vortex acted like a turbine, actively drawing in spiritual energy, separating it from other gases through centrifugal force, and expediting the purified spiritual energy's release. Thus, each acupoint would refine and pressurize the incoming spiritual energy. By the time the energy flowed through over 100 acupoints into the lower dantian, it had transformed from a low concentration of 0.14 into a highly concentrated spiritual energy mass of 89.54. After circulating in a small zhou-tian, this mass of spiritual energy was converted into true qi, which Qin Feng could manipulate with his will. Thus, the refinement of the small circulation of qi has reached its completion. The vital energy circulates once around the dantian before it surges forth, unrelenting, embarking on the process of refining the body through the small circulation of qi. The energy first flows into the 12 primary meridians, engaging in 36 cycles of the small circulation. Each acupuncture point traversed during this cycle does not exhibit a vortex-like motion. Rather, it manifests as a low-frequency vibration. In this state of vibration, Qin Feng can distinctly sense a tingling sensation throughout his body, with his muscles and fascia pulsating incessantly. The vital energy permeates more swiftly and uniformly into his flesh and bones, completing successive rounds of body refinement. Subsequently, the energy surges into the 8 extraordinary meridians, performing 16 cycles of the small circulation to nurture the spirit. Throughout this process, Qin Feng experiences moments of drowsiness, bursts of vitality, feelings of being ensnared in a dream, heightened awareness, spontaneous laughter, and inexplicable sorrow. Accompanied by inner turmoil. As the vital energy is nearly exhausted, these peculiar phenomena gradually dissipate. Ding! The great circulation of qi training has concluded, taking a total of 35 minutes and 41 seconds. The results align closely with predictions, with only minor deviations within the acceptable range. For detailed data, Please request access from Xiaolong. At this, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and he felt his senses sharpened remarkably. Even the faintest sounds now seemed jarringly loud to him. The world before his eyes appeared more vibrant and luminous than before. Xiaolong, may we commence the second round of the Great Circulation? The experience of cultivation was itself a wondrous affair, easily ensnaring one within its embrace. And coupled with such remarkable effects, Qin Feng was eager to continue his practice. Commander, the recent training has depleted the spiritual energy accumulated in this spiritual eye. It will require at least 48 hours to recover. You may proceed to spiritual eye number 21 for your cultivation, where the spiritual energy is sufficient for 2 rounds of the Great Circulation. Is that all? Alas, has your drilling equipment been decommissioned? It is hardly practical to keep boring holes everywhere. Qin Feng complained as he made his way towards spiritual eye number 21. Commander, the drilling equipment will be offline in 6 hours. If the previous survey was accurate, theoretically, in 28 hours, we should reach the spiritual vein layer. Let us hope all goes smoothly. Oh, by the way, contact Yang Dai and inform her of this cultivation method. However, given the number of people around her, she should exercise caution and not practice too vigorously to avoid drawing suspicion. In the subsequent 28 hours, Qin Feng traversed various spiritual eyes for cultivation. The toil was indeed arduous, yet the rewards were immense. According to the Xian Huangjing, if one were to quantify the vital energy in strands, he had now condensed 68 strands of vital energy, estimating that his dantian could accommodate approximately 300 strands. Upon completing yet another round of the Great Circulation, Xiaolong delivered good news. Commander, after drilling to a depth of 7,813 meters, we have finally reached the spiritual vein layer, capable of supplying 100 cubic meters of 3.2 concentrated spiritual energy to the cultivation chamber per hour. Upon hearing this news, Qin Feng felt tears welling up. The past 28 hours had been a relentless struggle, and now he could finally escape the confines of the narrow spiritual eye, free from worries about spiritual energy, and no longer needing to spread out dozens of spiritual eyes to cultivate spiritual herbs, which only increased risks. Excellent. First, gather the outdoor robots and dismantle the spiritual eye construction. All debris should be transported back to the base and buried deep within the mine. Simultaneously, strive to restore the spiritual eye, leaving no peculiar traces. Next, excavate an underground farm and establish a large-scale planting area, nurturing all existing Xiantier medicinal herbs for future needs. Furthermore, of the 40 or so robots that were originally stationed at the spiritual eye, dispatch 10 to manage the farm, another 10 for constructing underground facilities, and the remaining 20 to mine spiritual stones within the spiritual vein. Finally, we can begin preliminary research on nano-level chips, energy batteries, miniature nuclear fusion reactors, bionic robots, and various weapons for cultivators. Report to me on anything that can be produced under the appropriate conditions. As these commands were relayed, Xiaolong continuously affirmed, "Yes, Commander." Qin Feng returned to the base and ascended in a circular elevator to the already completed cultivation chamber. This chamber was situated 300 meters directly beneath the Yunlong, allowing Qin Feng to access it at any time via the elevator. Through the thick composite resin glass of the circular elevator, he beheld a space reminiscent of a forest. The chamber spanned 800 square meters, with a height exceeding 20 meters. Its irregular walls boasted 5 layers of protection, including a reinforced concrete layer, 3 layers designed to insulate against sound, light, and heat, and a jade layer to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy. The ceiling was adorned with daylight lamps and expansive skylights, ensuring that one did not feel confined within. Newcomers might even mistake the ceiling for an actual blue sky. The flora within the chamber had all been transplanted from the outside, featuring many Xiantier spiritual herbs. Upon exiting the elevator, Qin Feng was greeted by the fragrant aroma of the forest, accompanied by the faint sounds of insects and birds, creating an illusion of being immersed in nature. Regrettably, aside from the plants, no living creatures were present. The sounds of chirping and singing emanated from the surrounding speakers. Qin Feng positioned himself at the center of the chamber. Seated upon a weathered boulder, the chamber's numerous ventilation openings began releasing spiritual energy, swiftly elevating the concentration within this vast space to 3.2, even surpassing that of the cultivation chamber where Yang Dai resided. Xiaolong, let us commence our cultivation. Unless in an emergency, as long as I do not say stop, continue the cycle of the Great Circulation. Yes, Commander. Chapter 41. the ancestor of the dark sword, while Qin Feng immersed himself in his cultivation. Let us turn our attention to the Tianjin sect, which was currently holding a high-profile internal meeting. In attendance was the long-absent ancestor of the Tianjin sect, the dark sword ancestor, along with 5 Yuanying true monarchs and the late-stage Jin Dan realm's headmistress, the celestial lady Nansheng. The current leader of the Tianjin sect, Li Hongguang, known as the Jade Box True Man, donned a deep purple robe and sat at the head of the hall, his eyes gently closed as he silently recited incantations. The 4 Yuanying true monarchs were seated on lotus platforms to either side of the leader, each with their eyes closed, meditating without distraction. Celestial Lady Nansheng stood below, awaiting her turn, while Qingzi was outside with Yang Dai. Listening to the proceedings. At this moment, Li Hongguang suddenly opened his eyes, rose to greet the assembly, and recited, "We welcome the ancestor's return from seclusion. May the ancestor enjoy boundless fortune and longevity." The other Yuanying true monarchs also rose. Echoing in unison, "We welcome the ancestor's return from seclusion. May the ancestor enjoy boundless fortune and longevity." Yang Dai, hearing the commotion from outside, curiously peeked into the grand hall, yet saw no sign of the ancestor. Just as she pondered this, a streak of red light, trailing a long tail, swiftly descended from afar and landed before the hall. The child, exquisitely carved and jade-like, clambered up from the ground. Grinning widely, he glanced around before noticing 2 young girls staring at him. Causing his cheeks to flush, he quickly returned a toothy grin and patted his bottom as he made his way towards the hall. Yang Dai, finding the scene amusing, called out, "Little boy, don't go in there. The adults are having a meeting." The child turned back, incredulously pointing at his own nose. "Are you talking about me?" Yang Dai peered inside again and hurriedly pulled the child back. How old are you? You can't just barge in here. Be careful, or you'll get a spanking when you get home." The child was about to puff up in anger, but upon noticing the mark on the girl's brow, he exclaimed in surprise, "You're the girl that Shaoli mentioned." Yang Dai, her eyes wide, pinched the boy's cheek. "You little rascal. How dare you speak to your elder like that?" At that moment, Qingzi nudged Yang Dai, and when she turned to look, she saw Qingzi's face pale with fear. Realizing that the ancestor was also looking in her direction, she nearly broke into tears as she bowed. Disciple Qingzi pays respects to the ancestor. Yang Dai was momentarily stunned, then instinctively withdrew her hand as if shocked, exclaiming, "We're doomed. We're doomed. I thought the ancestor would be an old man. How could he look like this?" Meanwhile, the assembly that had been petrified in the hall for quite some time erupted into chaos. The Dark Sword ancestor was privately known as the Annihilation ancestor, having spent countless years in cultivation, eradicating numerous immortal families and sects of varying sizes. The reason the Tianjin sect could maintain its esteemed position was largely due to this decisive and ruthless ancestor. Even Li Hongguang, upon seeing the Dark Sword ancestor, felt a shiver of trepidation. Now, this impudent child had committed such a flagrant act of disrespect. Had it not been for the girl's possession of a Dao imprint, he would have been tempted to strike her down immediately to demonstrate loyalty to the Dark Sword ancestor. Celestial Lady Nansheng felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. She dared not seek mercy but could only look towards her husband in terror. Li Hongguang drew a deep breath, his figure flickering as he appeared outside the hall, reprimanding Yang Dai. "You little wretch, do you realize the calamity you've caused? Hurry and kneel before the ancestor to apologize and beg for forgiveness." The Dark Sword ancestor grinned widely, one hand on his hip and the other pointing at Yang Dai, mimicking Li Hongguang's tone as he boldly commanded, "You little girl, did you hear that? Kneel down and apologize to me, and beg for mercy." If Yang Dairuo were the person she once was, she might have been so frightened at this moment that she would have repeatedly bowed her head in reverence. However, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, she adheres to the principle of equality among all individuals. What does it matter if one is an esteemed ancestor or a revered master? Would she kneel and bow to such individuals? It is but a dream. Yang Dai cast a glance at Li Hongguang, then at the boisterous elder, her initially terrified expression gradually darkening. "And my grandfather always said that I have a tough disposition and a life that is of little worth. I cannot learn to bow and submit to others. I may have erred in showing disrespect to my elders, but ignorance is no sin, and my initial intentions were good at most. I could offer an apology. But demanding a bow is simply excessive." Li Hongguang felt a wave of dizziness, barely restraining himself from drawing his sword. The elder of the dark sword burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. How amusing. My sister used to speak to me in precisely this tone when she was young. Yet her fate was not as fortunate as yours. She lacked even a spiritual root and perished after merely 200 years. It seemed the elder of the dark sword was somewhat unhinged, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face as he thought of his sister. Li Hongguang's pupils quivered. The elder's emotions appeared so tumultuous. Could it be that he had entered the realm of emotional forgetfulness upon reaching the transformation stage? To forget emotion, one must first seek it. The roots of emotion must be understood before one can sever them. In such a state, emotions can become overwhelmingly fragile and unpredictable, posing a significant danger. The elder of the dark sword, wiping his tears, walked into the hall and casually called out, "Everyone come in? Little Li, do not trouble her." Hearing this, Li Hongguang quietly sighed in relief. It seemed the elder was lost in memories of his sister and had no intention of pursuing the matter with this girl. After giving Yang Dai a fierce glare, Li Hongguang entered the hall and addressed the elder. "Elder, this girl only joined yesterday. I failed to discipline her properly, and the fault lies entirely with me. Please, punish me instead." The elder of the dark sword lounged comfortably in the position of the sect leader, looking down at Li Hongguang and said, "Cut the nonsense, report what you need to." To be frank, it was unnecessary to rouse the elder from his secluded meditation over this incident involving Yang Dai. The primary reason Li Hongguang sought the elder's audience was to inquire about several matters. But he feared disturbing the elder's retreat. Thus, he used the auspicious event of Yang Dai's arrival as a pretext to awaken him, hoping to stabilize the elder's mood with this good news before addressing his inquiries. However, with the unexpected turn of events, he found himself hesitant to speak. "Elder, the first matter is indeed the discovery of this girl yesterday. Although she possesses a mundane spiritual root, she holds a Tao mark, which is a great fortune for the Heavenly Sword sect." The elder gazed fondly at the girl, whose eyes darted about, feeling an affection for her, perhaps due to his sister's memory, but more so because her innocent childlike essence was precisely what he now sought. Observing the elder's doting gaze upon Yang Dai, Li Hongguang raised an eyebrow, thinking that perhaps the elder was in a good mood and it might be worth trying to bring up his other matters. Chapter 42. Dharma named Qingyin. Indeed, this was a rare stroke of luck for the Heavenly Sword sect, so ensure that you procure a Qin Ling pill for her. When the time comes for the true spirit pill, I shall personally take care of it. I report to the elder that I have already begun gathering the necessary herbs for the Qin Ling pill and will soon send disciples to the Doshui sect to procure the spirit pill. Today, I wish to have my humble sister accepted as a closed-door disciple before the elder. The elder nodded toward Fairy Nanxing, acknowledging, little Nan comes from a prestigious family, possessing both virtue and talent. It is an excellent choice for her to guide this girl. Fairy Nanxing quickly expressed her gratitude to the elder. "Elder, your praise is unwarranted. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to serve the Heavenly Sword sect." Although the elder's words were meant to commend Nanxing, he also subtly pointed out that she was married into the Heavenly Sword sect. Despite being the sect leader's wife, one could not guarantee her unwavering loyalty. Nanxing hastily reaffirmed her loyalty, pledging to serve the sect with utmost sincerity, adopting a very humble demeanor. The elder then nodded in satisfaction. "I have nothing of great value to offer, but here is a Tai-Bai sword embryo, forged from divine iron I obtained during my blood-soaked battles at Wanyan Ridge. Today, I present it to this girl as a token of her apprenticeship." Nanxing could not help but feel overjoyed and discreetly glanced at a female Yuanying true monarch. With the elder's gift, her acceptance of Yang Dai as a disciple would be justifiable. Anyone who dared to question it would be defying the elder. "Child, do not delay in expressing your gratitude for the elder's gift." The elder, however, waved his hand, saying, "This girl does not favor bowing. Do not force her, child, accept it." With that, the elder tossed an object toward Yang Dai, who caught it, a jade box made of sheep's fat, 4 inches long. Surprised by the unexpected gift, Yang Dai felt a newfound warmth toward the elder. "Thank you, Grandfather Mingjian. May you live a long life, surpassing the mountains." Li Hongguang, who had initially relaxed, felt tense once more. And Nanxing gasped, admonishing, "You foolish girl, if you cannot speak properly, it is better to remain silent. The elder has lived for 10,000 years. How can you wish him a long life?" Yang Dai lowered her head, regretting her sweet words, not anticipating the repercussions. Yet, the elder of the dark sword laughed heartily. This child speaks without malice. Allowing her to utter such auspicious phrases is already showing me courtesy. Li Hongguang forced a smile, then turned to Nanxing, saying, "Since we have received the elder's approval, you may take her to the ancestral hall for the apprenticeship ceremony." At this moment, Li Hongguang genuinely feared that the girl might inadvertently utter something blasphemous. Although the elder was currently in good spirits, one could never know when he might suddenly turn angry. He had come to understand what it felt like to serve someone else. Unexpectedly, the elder raised his hand and said in a deep voice, "Wait." Everyone's hearts trembled, and they turned their gazes toward the elder. The elder slowly turned to the 4 Yuanying disciples beside him, his expression darkening. "What? I have already presented a gift, yet you remain indifferent? Do you harbor grievances against me, or against sect leader Li Hongguang?" The single hymn caused everyone to hold their breath in fear. True monarch Qingxia was the first to produce an item. "I have a Qin Feng pearl, harvested from the wind cave high above the 9 heavens, a pearl infused with a millennium of wind essence. Consider it my modest congratulatory gift." True monarch Gaiong also produced an item, smiling. "Since brother Qingxia has gifted the Qin Feng pearl, I bring forth a Dihua pearl, containing a flower from the Xianyin fire of the Wanyan forbidden zone, as an additional present." True monarch Beichen sighed. "You 2 brothers truly are extravagant. After searching high and low, I could only find this single Bodhi fruit. I had intended to keep it for when I encountered a bottleneck in my enlightenment, but today it shall be yours." Little girl, true monarch Xianying, with an expressionless face, produced a featureless jade tablet. "This is a featureless jade tablet that I fortuitously obtained from a forbidden area years ago. It can ward off disasters and difficulties. Having protected me on numerous occasions, today, I bestow it upon you. Refine it with your blood and carry it with you." Yang Dai felt as though she were in a haze of happiness. Hastily approaching to receive the treasures, repeatedly exclaiming, "Thank you, uncles and aunts. May you always smile and live forever." After receiving a flurry of eye rolls, Yang Dai approached sect leader Li Hongguang, gazing up at him with unabashed eagerness. Li Hongguang thought to himself, "What does this girl mean by this?" He glanced up at the elder, who merely smiled without speaking, while the other 4 disciples struggled to contain their laughter. Reluctantly, he flipped his hand and produced a 3-inch golden pagoda, deliberately displaying it before finally placing it into Yang Dai's embrace. "Thank you, sect leader master. May you always smile and live forever." Before Yang Dai could finish, Nanxing covered her mouth and pulled her outside. Just as she released her grip, Yang Dai shouted, "Sect leader master, please thank the 2 uncles who couldn't make it for me." The elder of the dark sword could no longer contain himself, laughing heartily while Li Hongguang, with a face as dark as thunder, could only force a smile. Despite receiving such a bounty of treasures, Yang Dai did not remain joyful for long. The tedious and elaborate apprenticeship ceremony consisted of 72 rites, lasting a full 4 hours. Most were mere formalities, but among the more significant rites were the conferral of a Dharma name, entry into the sect's genealogy, the sealing of the Dharma imprint, receiving the Dharma robe, and the transmission of techniques. Yang Dai was conferred the Dharma name Qingyin and recognized as the 386th disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, with her master being sect leader Li Hongguang. Nanxing, as the representative, also had to refer to him as master, rather than as a master wife. The sealing of the Dharma imprint involved embedding the sect's imprint into her sea of consciousness and lighting a soul lamp for her. Should Yang Dai meet her demise in the outside world, the lamp would extinguish. Furthermore, should she betray the sect in the future, the sect leader could activate the sect's imprint, leading to her soul's annihilation. It could be said that after having the sect's imprint inscribed, Yang Dai would belong to the Heavenly Sword Sect in life and death. Attempting to defect would result in her soul's destruction. Though Yang Dai felt a sense of resistance, she could not contend against the authority of Nanxing, who forcibly embedded the Dharma imprint into her consciousness. Subsequently, with tears in her eyes, Yang Dai received a set of the Heavenly Sword Sect's cold white robes and an introductory manual for disciples, which included history of the Heavenly Sword Sect, genealogy of the Heavenly Sword Sect, regulations of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Yuan Qi Xian Huang scripture, 5-element spellcraft, basic sword techniques of the Heavenly Sword Sect, and basic formation techniques of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Upon receiving the techniques, the entire apprenticeship ceremony concluded. Fairy Nanxing turned to Qingzi sternly. Upon returning, ensure she diligently studies the regulations of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The previous incidents shall be deemed as her ignorance. Should she err again, she will face punishment according to the sect's regulations, and we shall show no mercy. Qingzi obediently bowed. Yes, master. Upon reflecting on the events of the day, Nanshang felt utterly humiliated. Her countenance darkening further as she addressed Yang Dai, saying, Qingyin, henceforth you and Qingzi shall pay me your respects each morning, at tea that time. I shall quiz you on the sect rules. Should you err on even a single question, both of you shall receive a strike from my cane. If you remain unrepentant, there will be further punishments, including needle torture, water torture, and confinement. I have encountered many irascible individuals, yet I have never witnessed one who could maintain their obstinacy to the end. With that, the immortal Nansheng flicked her sleeves and departed with a huff. Chapter 43. The sect's Mark Yang Dai pursed her lips, her gaze fixated on the floor, lost in thought. Only after Nansheng had walked away did Qingzi assist Yang Dai in gathering her belongings. Once finished, she attempted to pull Yang Dai away, but the girl remained immovable, evidently still sulking. Come now, you cannot oppose the inevitable. Let us return and study diligently. At the very least, we can avoid unnecessary punishment. Qingzi tugged at her again, but seeing Yang Dai still unwilling to budge, she sighed and carried the items back herself. I will take these clothes and techniques back for you. Do not act foolishly here. My mother once told me that apart from death, nothing else is of great consequence in life. You are already far luckier than most. Your grievance is not with your master, but with yourself. After saying this, Qingzi left with the belongings. Yang Dai lingered in the ancestral hall for a long time, contemplating whether to topple the candlestick, overturn the incense table, and set the place ablaze to cleanse it entirely. Despite being in this alien environment, she felt no loneliness, for her teacher was always nearby, accessible at any moment. However, the mark of the sect shattered her illusions, obliterating her hopes of ever returning to her teacher's side. Thus, despair washed over her, even leading her to contemplate a mutual destruction with them. Yet, Qingzi's words pulled her back to reality. Just as she had stated, apart from death, nothing else truly matters. As long as one lives, all possibilities remain open. Perhaps her teacher could assist her in unraveling this mark. Even if it could not be resolved immediately, a solution would surely be found in time. Hope rekindled within Yang Dai as she began to gather her scattered belongings. Returning to Nansheng's courtyard, on her way back, Yang Dai connected to Xiaolong Ji's channel and spoke with her heart. Xiaolong Gu, is the teacher currently in meditation? His status indicates do not disturb. Indeed? Since your departure, the master has not slept, remaining in a state of cultivation. There's something you wish to discuss with him. Once he completes this cycle of the Great Zhou, I will have him contact you. If that suits you. Xiaolong merely stated a fact, yet it deeply moved Yang Dai, especially after the troubling events she had just experienced. She thought to herself that her teacher must be feeling immense guilt, driving him to tirelessly enhance his strength to rescue her. Xiaolong Gu, why not let the teacher rest? When he awakens, I have matters to discuss with him. Actually, it's not necessary for him to sleep. Ive observed that half of his cultivation process resembles a state of slumber. All his bodily functions remain normal. Once he completes this round, I will inform him. Very well, then I shall leave it to you. Xiaolong Ji. Do not mention it. Mei. When Qingzi saw Yang Dai returning with her belongings, she stepped out to assist, taking the golden pagoda and the Tai-Bai sword hilt from her. I've tidied your room and moved everything in. Thank you, Sister Qingzi. What are you being polite for? We are the best of sisters. If I do not help you, who will? Sister, I wish to be alone for a while. But we are to pay our respects to the master early tomorrow. She is sure to quiz you on the sect rules. Are you certain you do not wish to review them? This matter weighed heavily on Qingzi's mind. If their master enforced collective punishment, one wrong move would see them both suffering the consequences, and she certainly did not wish to be struck by the master's cane, which could leave one in pain for 3 days and nights. Sister, worry not. I shall memorize the sect rules, and I do so swiftly. You need not fret about being implicated. No, it is not that I fear you implicating me. Sigh, very well, rest well then. Watching Yang Dai return to her room in a despondent state, Qingzi could only offer a wry smile as she closed the door, feeling a surge of frustration. It seemed tomorrow would inevitably involve punishment. While Yang Dai stared blankly at the wall in her room, She suddenly received a voice invitation from Qin Feng. "Little girl, what troubles you? Have you been wrong there?" Having not shed a tear even in her most desperate moments, Yang Dai could no longer contain herself. Bursting into tears, Qin Feng felt a tightening in his chest at the base, uncertain of what had transpired. "Little girl, do not cry. What has happened? If they dare to bully you, I shall sell my possessions to forge a star destroyer and level Tianjian Mountain." Upon hearing this, Yang Dai cried even louder, prompting Qingzi to knock on the door, inquiring what was amiss. After crying for a considerable time, Yang Dai finally vented her emotions, sobbing as she recounted the day's events to Qin Feng. Using heart-speech technology so that Qingzi and any potential eavesdropping Nanshang could not overhear. After listening to the entirety of Yang Dai's ordeal, Qin Feng felt less worried and instead believed it to be advantageous for her. However, this was not the moment for analyzing pros and cons. He needed to stabilize her emotions first. "Little girl, if your concern lies with the sect's mark, I believe it is not a significant issue. Resolving it will not be difficult. Even if we cannot technically unravel it, once we attain sufficient strength, we can compel them to remove it for you. But I wish to leave this place soon. I do not like it here. I too wish to bring you back quickly, but Tianjin sect is too formidable. Please endure a little longer. I promise all problems will be resolved." Yang Dai held unwavering faith in her teacher. Since he vowed to handle the situation, she believed he would indeed succeed, and her greatest troubles began to dissipate. After conversing with her teacher for a while longer, Yang Dai suddenly activated the video call mode, presenting all the items she had acquired that day. "Teacher, look, these items were given to me today. Would you like them? I can find a way to send them to you." Through Yang Dai's eyes, Qin Feng observed the items laid out on the bed. "Little girl, if you sincerely wish to be a disciple of Tianjin sect, you may dispose of these items as you please. However, if you still wish to leave, these items shall eventually need to be returned. You may use them, but take care to preserve them." "Teacher, I understand." Qin Feng's words were not merely rigid. They stemmed from the principle of raising sons in poverty while nurturing daughters in wealth. Had Yang Dai been a boy, Qin Feng would have taught him to be resourceful and adapt to various environments. However, as a girl, he did not wish for her to develop a character that took advantage of others and felt smug about it. Noticing Yang Dai's downcast demeanor, seemingly chastised for her well-meaning actions, Qin Feng added, "Little girl, I cannot accept these items for another reason." "HM? What reason?" "I have strong reasons to suspect that these treasures may harbor some form of their mark or identifier. If I were to take them and they sensed it, it could spell great danger." "I understand, teacher. I indeed failed to consider that." Chapter 44. The Bodhi fruit. At this moment, Qin Feng noticed a fruit resembling a crystal ball among the items. "What is that blue object?" Yang Dai picked up the Bodhi fruit. "Teacher, is it this?" "Yes. This is the Bodhi fruit, gifted by an uncle. He said it was originally intended for himself to overcome a bottleneck in enlightenment. And it is said to enhance one's understanding. Keep this fruit with you. Should the opportunity arise, I will seek it from you." "Teacher, this Bodhi fruit is quite precious even in the eyes of Yuan-ing true monarchs. If you can cultivate it, you will surely prosper. It is unlikely to be so simple. I will try it and see." As Yang Dai rummaged through the rest, Qin Feng showed little interest until only a few bound books remained beneath. "You may read through these books and have Xiaolong scan them." The two then immersed themselves in the texts, beginning with the history, rules, and genealogy of Tianjin sect. After studying the sect's history, Qin Feng learned that this sect was indeed stratified. The lowest tier was referred to as the Fan sect, with varying levels of capability, where the strongest members barely reached the Golden Core stage, with only a rare few attaining the Yuan-ing stage. Above that was the Xian sect. Tianjin sect was classified as a Xian sect, and thus referred to as Tianjin Xian sect externally. Xian sects were generally capable of dominating a region, possessing multiple Yuan-ing stage experts, and even a few with divine transformation stage strength. If Xian sects were likened to local lords, then Ling sect could be viewed as a kingdom ruling over those lords. Its influence demanding tribute from sects within its domain annually. Looming over Tianjin sect was the Ling sect known as He Huan sect, also referred to as He Huan Ling sect, which commanded over 30 Xian sects and hundreds of Fan sects. There were likely even more powerful sects beyond Ling sect, but the history of Tianjin sect contained no records of them. Qin Feng's focus lay in the worldview revealed through the sect's history, while Yang Dai was captivated by the accounts of the Elder of the Dark Sword. Upon reading about the Elder's deeds, a sense of dread washed over Yang Dai. This elder was truly ruthless. Quick to annihilate entire families. How terrifying. Qin Feng remarked, I surmise he has taken so many lives that he has instilled fear in those around him. Suddenly encountering someone as audacious as you, who fears him not, must have struck a chord with him. If you encounter him again, simply treat him as your grandfather. He will not mistreat you, Yang Dai. I still cannot comprehend why he resembles a child, appearing to be nothing more than a toddler who has just learned to walk. Qin Feng. Perhaps it is some kind of rejuvenation technique, or perhaps a peculiar magical ability. As the two of them continued to gaze downward, they engaged in a discussion. Yang Dai. Ah, this ancestral portrait depicted in the genealogy appears just like this in the genealogy of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Each disciple is accompanied by a half-length sketch, while only the successive leaders possess a full-length portrait. The Ming Sword ancestor is the 8th leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, depicted as a middle-aged man of remarkable bearing and an aura of malevolence. Standing with a sword in hand, his robes billowing, exuding an indescribable arrogance. As they flipped through the pages, Yang Dai introduced Qin Feng to familiar faces. This is the leader Li Hongguang, with the title Yuhan. And that wicked woman beside him is the Southsheng fairy. Oh, they even have a son named Li Xian. Wait, he is clearly alive. Why is he absent from the genealogy? Could it be that he has joined another sect? Never mind, master. Look at this. This is the one who gifted me the Xuanfeng pearl. It turns out his name is Qingxia Zhenjuan, a name that sounds rather feminine. This Guiyang Zhenjuan presented me with the Dihua pearl, claiming it contains a dark Yin fire sourced from the Wanyan forbidden domain. I wonder how this dark Yin fire differs from mundane fire. This one is called Bei Chan Zhenjuan. He is the one who gifted me the Bodhi fruit. And this extraordinarily beautiful Xianing Zhenjuan, she gifted me this jade pendant, stating it requires refinement with blood essence to dispel calamities and resolve difficulties. The subsequent individuals were unfamiliar to Yang Dai, but she hastily perused their details, instructing Xiaolong to record them in the database, so that if she were to encounter these individuals in the future, she could retrieve their information. After finishing the genealogy, they turned to the sect rules. The Heavenly Sword Sect's regulations are steeped in strict etiquette and law, permeated with notions of seniority and hierarchy, and further documented various penalties for disciples who violate the sect's rules. Many of these punishments, merely by reading the descriptions, are enough to send shivers down one's spine. Yang Dai's expression soured upon finishing. That wicked woman had not deceived her. Hardships were surely on the horizon. Yang Dai, Xiaolong, you must help me implant this knowledge into my cerebral cortex. That wicked woman is going to test me tomorrow, and if I fail to answer, I shall be doomed. Xiaolong, that is quite simple. Once you finish your discussion, I shall record it for you. Having completed the examination of the sect's history, genealogy, and regulations, they arrived at the techniques that Qin Feng desperately needed. These techniques, all produced by the mystical sect, far surpass those dubious street-side techniques obtained from the spirit market. The first volume, Yi Qi Xian Huang Jing, is the complete edition, encompassing 12 chapters, which is far more significant for Qin Feng than he had imagined. Through the subsequent 9 chapters of the Heart Sutra and the foundation-building methods, he could clearly discern the path ahead. Xiaolong would also have a basis to design a more perfected cultivation plan for him. The 5-element spellcraft contains 25 types of 5-element spells, but they are not the magical abilities Qin Feng had envisioned. Rather, they are practical everyday spells, such as igniting fire, fetching water, cleansing dust, purifying the body, summoning wind, creating smoke, parting water, parting fire, and parting wind, among others. Upon seeing the various spells in the 5-element spellcraft, not only Qin Feng but even Yang Dai could not resist the urge to try them out. Since these spells are called incantations, they naturally come with lengthy chants, the longest comprising 72 characters, while the shortest fire-igniting spell consists of 16 characters. However, beginners must articulate the entire incantation clearly. As one becomes increasingly adept at these techniques, only a few key words need to be uttered, and at even higher levels, spells can be cast without reciting the incantation. Fire spirits of the 4 corners, heed my call, gather into a flame. Obey my command. The moment Qin Feng uttered this, a pop resounded before him, and a spark flickered momentarily, yet no flame appeared. This might work. Qin Feng rose to his feet, pointed forward, and recited the incantation again, still producing only a fleeting spark. After attempting more than 10 times without significant progress, he slumped down in dispiritedness, doubting his innate talent. Meanwhile, Yang Dai, on her fifth attempt, managed to conjure a small flame that, however, extinguished within less than a second. Watching Yang Dai consistently produce flames that lasted longer with each attempt left Qin Feng feeling quite disheartened at that moment. Xiaolong remarked, "Commander, based on my observation of your spellcasting, I believe the rapid learning method could expedite your mastery of spells." Chapter 45. AI Rapid Learning Method. The rapid learning method, fully known as AI-assisted rapid learning and memory method, was initially applied in the military to help recruits swiftly master various training subjects, primarily focusing on shooting, grappling, combat, swimming, and rock climbing, fields requiring extensive training to establish muscle memory. The development of muscle memory typically necessitates considerable repetitive practice, which is a slow process. If erroneous muscle memory is formed, it becomes exceedingly difficult to correct. The rapid learning method records each correct muscle response and transforms it into muscle memory, achieving rapid learning and mastery. Additionally, the method can rectify incorrect muscle memory and, through AI simulation and predictive analysis, overlay what the AI determines to be the correct muscle responses onto the existing muscle memory, facilitating exploratory rapid learning. In simpler terms, the rapid learning method can assist Qin Feng in quickly enhancing his skill proficiency. Qin Feng questioned, "What does the release of spells have to do with muscle memory? Am I to train the muscles in my mouth to articulate the incantations more fluidly?" Xiaolong could not help but roll his eyes. Just as you recite the Heart Sutra while cultivating your mind, generating corresponding bioelectricity within your body, the casting of spells operates on a similar principle. It also utilizes mental resonance to produce bioelectricity in the meridians, guiding the internal true Qi to manifest the spell. The entire process is somewhat more complex than I describe, but the general idea is similar. With the continuous evolution of the rapid learning method, the latest iteration no longer limits itself to training muscle memory. It can also train your mental resonance, forming a mental muscle memory. Qin Feng shook his head. "To be honest, I do not quite understand. However, I believe we should give it a try. Xiaolong, please release the fire-igniting spell after the beep sound." Beep. Qin Feng calmed his mind, recited the incantation, and produced a dazzling spark with remarkable ease. Ding. Analyzing. Please wait. Analysis complete. Generating fire-igniting spell model. Ding. Successfully generated fire-igniting spell model. Please release the spell again after the beep sound. Beep. Qin Feng, filled with anticipation, recited the incantation once more. And this time the fire-igniting spell flowed as if he had performed it countless times before, the process smooth and seamless. Pop. Another brilliant spark illuminated Qin Feng's face. "Xiaolong, is that still just a spark?" "Commander, do not rush. The AI's exploratory learning of spells is still in its infancy and requires extensive practice. Why not try a few more times? Xiaolong, do not just rely on my sample for reference. The girl has already succeeded, right? You should also draw from her experience and apply it to me." "Understood, Commander." Mei Dai, please release the fire-igniting spell after the beep sound. After analyzing Yang Dai's execution of the fire-igniting spell, Xiaolong updated Qin Feng's fire-igniting spell. Qin Feng, feeling a surge of excitement, rubbed his hands together and recited the incantation upon hearing the beep. "Fire spirits of the four corners, heed my call. Gather into a flame. Obey my command." Qin Feng felt a warm current surge forth, and a flame sprang into existence before him, lasting 2 seconds before gradually extinguishing. "Incredible, it truly works," Qin Feng exclaimed in exhilaration. Both of them continued to experiment multiple times. The results were promising, though not as impressive as anticipated. The duration of the flames increased from 2 seconds to 5, yet they still could not achieve stability. Xiaolong. The primary issue remains that the AI has yet to reach its full potential. Its understanding of spells is virtually non-existent, and retraining the AI's spell model will require substantial data and time. Qin Feng. Still, this is quite remarkable. The mere application of the rapid learning method has already improved practice efficiency by over 10-fold. For the next 2 hours, Qin Feng and Yang Dai enthusiastically learned all 24 incantations, essentially grasping the basics and managing to cast them. Had it not been for their dwindling true Qi, fueled by their excitement and fervor for spellcasting, they might have continued practicing for another 10 hours without fatigue. Due to their exhausted true Qi, they temporarily set aside the Heavenly Sword Sect Basic Sword Technique and Heavenly Sword Sect Basic Array Technique. However, while the two could pause, the machine could not. Qin Feng instructed Xiao Long to document the basic sword technique and array technique, initiating two separate pre-research threads. Qin Feng and Yang Dai began cultivating their mind methods to replenish their depleted true qi. With the aid of external enhancements, Qin Feng found he no longer needed to recite the Heart Sutra mentally, allowing him to dedicate some energy to studying the newly acquired complete Qianhuang Jing. After reviewing the complete Qianhuang Jing several times, Qin Feng gradually understood the ultimate goal of the Qi refining stage. The ultimate aim of the Qi refining stage is to convert true Qi into true essence. How does one achieve this conversion? By employing successive layers of mind methods to continuously compress true Qi, ultimately transforming gaseous true Qi into liquid true essence. According to Xiao Long's calculations, the transformation of gaseous true Qi into liquid true essence is surprisingly straightforward. It merely requires a 600-fold increase in pressure at room temperature. In contrast, oxygen must be subjected to both a temperature below -118 degrees and a pressure of 800 times to achieve liquefaction. Both conditions are indispensable. When true Qi is subjected to a pressure of 600 times at room temperature, it can be transformed into a liquid state, which can be considered remarkably lenient conditions. The cultivation of Qi to the 10th level is, in essence, a gradual process of elevating the pressure of true Qi by 600 times. This endeavor necessitates two stringent prerequisites. One must possess meridians and a dantian capable of accommodating such immense pressure, and the other requires a primordial spirit strong enough to suppress and manipulate such formidable true essence. Should the physical body fail to meet these requirements and an attempt to forcibly break through is made, the consequences may range from meridian damage to catastrophic bodily explosion. Conversely, if the primordial spirit is inadequate, it will be incapable of restraining the powerful true Qi, leading to potential loss of control, or, in severe cases, a descent into madness. Thus, the primary three metrics for cultivating Qi are the quality of true Qi, the resilience of the physical body, and the strength of the primordial spirit. As long as these three criteria meet the standards for breakthrough, one may proceed. Among these metrics, the quality of true Qi poses an insurmountable challenge for ordinary practitioners, consuming the most time and effort. When the quality of true Qi falls short, the effects of body tempering and spirit nurturing diminish significantly. Even if the quality is achieved, true Qi is often expended in substantial amounts during repeated tempering and nurturing, necessitating continual reconsolidation. However, this time-consuming hurdle is of little concern to Qin Feng, who, thanks to the optimized path provided by Xiao Long, can effortlessly condense true Qi with an extraordinarily high concentration of spiritual energy. Consequently, he can devote the vast majority of his energy and time to body tempering and spirit nurturing, rather than wasting it on refining true Qi. According to Xiao Long's calculations, after cultivating for another 300 great circulations, his meridians and primordial spirit will meet the requirements for breaking through to the second level of Qi cultivation. Yet, Chapter 46, titled Striking the Green Moss, reveals that Qin Feng, cautious of potential failure, believes that a more solid foundation should be established. After all, his training efficiency is exceptionally high, and he is not pressed for time. Thus, he instructs Xiao Long to elevate the safety standards to over 3 times the original. Ultimately, it is determined that after cultivating for an additional 1,200 great circulations, he will be able to easily break through to the second level of Qi cultivation. 1,200 great circulations equate to merely 700 hours, roughly 14 days in this world. Should such training efficiency become known, countless struggling practitioners at the lower echelons would likely seek to challenge Qin Feng vigorously. For instance, disciples of the Tianjin sect typically require approximately 10,000 great circulations to ascend from the first to the second level of Qi cultivation, with 6,000 of those dedicated to refining true Qi, a process colloquially referred to as Qi refining. The remaining 4,000 great circulations are spent enduring the arduous trials of body tempering and nurturing the primordial spirit, ultimately managing to barely meet the conditions for breaking through to the second level. Naturally, disciples of the Xian sect would not blindly engage in relentless toil. They would consume blood essence pills, inhalation pills, and spirit-nurturing pills to assist their cultivation. If the supply of such pills were continuous, the entire cultivation process could be shortened by at least tenfold. However, the pills refined by alchemists often contain a significant amount of impurities. Qin Feng even posits that it is not merely that the medicine is laced with impurities, but rather that the impurities are infused with a hint of medicine. In truth, impurities are not particularly fearsome, they are not lethal, but they do contain some toxic components, which practitioners refer to as pill poison. The severity of this poison determines the grade of the pill. Generally, pills of medium quality or above have a relatively low dosage of pill poison. Nevertheless, over decades, or even centuries, the toxins that accumulate within the body may erupt at the most vulnerable times. This is why many seniors consistently advise their juniors to avoid consuming various pills, as it can lead to an unstable foundation, inevitably resulting in harm over time. Let us set aside the notion of Qin Feng persistently immersing himself in arduous cultivation, relishing the exhilarating sensation of rapidly increasing strength. The following morning, before dawn, Qingzi arrives to ring the silver bell at Yang Dai's door, rousing her from her meditation. Yang Dai, now also cultivating with Xiaolong's assistance, gradually concludes her practice upon hearing the bell. She rises to open the door, finding Qingzi attired in a simple training robe. "Junior sister, we have half an hour left before we must pay our respects to master. Did you memorize the sect rules from yesterday?" Qingzi, calling on Yang Dai so early, assumes she has not memorized the rules and intends to prompt her last-minute cramming. To her surprise, Yang Dai replies nonchalantly, "I memorized it. It was quite simple. I remembered it after a single reading." Qingzi furrows her brow, clearly skeptical, and responds with a hint of exasperation, "Junior sister, if you haven't felt the sting of the rod yourself, you truly do not understand the pain. The sect rules contain over 30,000 words. Do you think you can remember them after a single glance? You should take a moment to review the early pages while there is still time. I suspect Master will not pose difficult questions from the latter sections." Yang Dai refrains from further explanation and instead ushers Qingzi inside, placing her in a chair while directly handing her the sect rules. "Senior sister, feel free to ask your questions." Noticing Yang Dai's confidence, Qingzi feels a tinge of uncertainty. Rather than flipping through the rules, she directly inquires, "How many types of greeting rituals are there for female disciples of the Tianjin sect? What are they?" Yang Dai responds, "There are 9 types in total, including the commonly used sword-drawing salute, the clasped hands salute, and the small 10,000 blessings salute performed by women. There are also the bowing salute and the gesture of respect for elders, as well as the small 10,000 blessings salute with a knee bend performed by women. The remaining 3 are the full prostration salute used during sacrifices and various formal occasions, which include 1 salute with 3 bows, 3 salutes with 9 bows, and 9 salutes with 27 bows." Qingzi nods in approval, recognizing this as a crucial exam question, and acknowledges that Yang Dai has indeed remembered it well. "So, when we pay our respects to Master later, how should we perform the greeting?" Yang Dai is momentarily taken aback. While she has memorized the content of the sect rules, she has not considered its practical application. Seeing Yang Dai in a daze, Qingzi sighs, "I knew it. What use is mere memorization? When we meet Master, we will surely commit a breach of etiquette and end up receiving punishment. I fear we are both in for a scolding today." Reflecting on the illustrations in her books, Yang Dai performs a small 10,000 blessings salute towards Qingzi. "Senior sister, is this correct?" Qingzi stands and executes a small 10,000 blessings salute with a knee bend, stating, "You cannot use a small 10,000 blessings salute for greeting elders. Even among peers, one cannot use a small 10,000 blessings salute towards senior brothers or sisters." Yang Dai mimics the gesture, and only then does Qingzi express her satisfaction. "Exactly, that is it. Now I must ask you, when Master dismisses you, in addition to performing the 10,000 blessings salute, what else must you say?" Yang Dai blinks, realizing that the sect rules do not contain such detailed instructions, and she has no idea. Qingzi silently curses her luck for having to deal with this, wishing she had woken up earlier to avoid being dragged down by Yang Dai. With another heavy sigh, Qingzi begins to impart the various etiquettes encountered in daily life, explaining what to say in different scenarios. Yang Dai perceives these customs as remnants of feudal oppression, tools of subjugation, and an excessive emphasis on hierarchical relationships. However, she fears the punishment and concludes that since resistance is futile, she must endure. After a lengthy period of instruction, as the time draws near, Qingzi takes Yang Dai to the main hall of their master. Along the way, she continues to help Yang Dai review. Upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, the maid Xiaolin informs their master of their arrival. Shortly after, Xiaolin emerges and invites them inside. The master requests your presence. The two follow Xiaolin into the left chamber of the main hall, which serves as the daily meditation room for the immortal South Shang. Yang Dai enters last. Observing that the room is modest, spanning only around 10 square meters, and is decorated far more simply than she had imagined. South Shang is clad in a green Taoist robe, her long hair cascading down her back. Standing by the window and gazing at the pond outside, where a few winter lotuses have just begun to form buds, destined to bloom only on the winter solstice. Following the rehearsal they had conducted in their own room, Qing Zi and Yang Dai perform the customary greeting to their master. South Shang turns to scrutinize Yang Dai closely, noting her composed demeanor and respectful conduct, inwardly nodding in approval. Very well, you do not appear as stubborn as I had anticipated. Tell me, how many types of greeting rituals are there for female disciples of the Tianjin sect? What are they? To her astonishment, Qing Zi's predictions prove accurate. South Shang's inquiries mirror those Qing Zi had previously posed. And Yang Dai responds effortlessly. South Shang, however, is determined not to let Yang Dai off easily today. She is intent on ensuring the young woman experiences some hardship. Now, explain the consequences of defection from the sect according to the rules. This question, intended to be the final query, is posed with the certainty that Yang Dai has yet to reach that segment of study, providing an opportunity for South Shang to reprimand her to prevent any disloyal thoughts. Yang Dai is momentarily taken aback, realizing that the devious woman is indeed attempting to seize this opportunity to chastise her. Qing Zi silently laments, as Yang Dai's performance has already exceeded expectations, leaving her astonished. Yet, it appears punishment is still inevitable. Reporting to Master, according to the sect rules, a defector will have their sect mark personally eradicated by the sect leader, resulting in their soul scattering. South Shang chuckles lightly. You seem quite well versed. I trust you did not study just this section? Reporting to Master, the complete sect rules comprise 28,626 words, and I can recite them from memory. Yang Dai's expression remains tranquil as she gazes directly at South Shang, exuding confidence that could be perceived as either self-assuredness or provocation. South Shang's expression shifts dramatically, her cold smile betraying a hint of menace. Then recite it. For every mistake, there shall be a strike of the rod. Qing Zi, on the verge of tears, feels her face darken. She wonders who she has offended. Why must she be dragged into this conflict? To her astonishment, Yang Dai defiantly raises her chin and begins to recite the rules backward, not merely from the end to the beginning, but in reverse order of the words themselves. Yang Dai finds the recitation uncomfortable and convoluted, while for South Shang and Qing Zi, it becomes a torturous experience. South Shang's face grows increasingly grim as she listens to Yang Dai recite nearly 30,000 words flawlessly, hoping to catch an error, but ultimately finding no mistakes, not even a slip of the tongue. Master, I have completed the recitation. At this moment, Nan Shang was undeniably furious, her chest rising and falling with indignation, yet she could not find a justifiable reason to unleash her wrath. Gritting her teeth, she managed to utter, very well. If you enjoy carrying burdens so much, then you shall go to the scripture pavilion and memorize the incantation for the sacrificial ceremony. Next spring, during the sacrificial rites, you will recite the prayers. This matter pertains to the honor of the Heavenly Sword Sect. You shall practice reciting it 10 times daily, ensuring that not a single word is mispronounced when the time comes. Yang Dai smiled and replied, Yes, Master. However, accessing the scripture pavilion requires the Master's decree. Should I go and request it, or? No need, Nan Shang interjected, flicking her sleeve to produce a document of authority, which floated through the air towards Yang Dai, who stepped forward to catch it. Upon my return, I shall diligently study it and ensure I do not bring shame upon you, Master. Nan Shang waved her hand impatiently, urging, Off you go, quickly now. Following the formal farewell etiquette taught by Qing Zi, Yang Dai took her leave, leaving Nan Shang fuming and stamping her feet in frustration after her departure. On the way back, Qing Zi sighed heavily. Junior sister, why provoke her? You will be here for a long time. If she truly wishes to teach you a lesson, how could you possibly escape? Yang Dai glanced at the decree in her hand and beamed. One cannot always make rational decisions, and I certainly cannot. She hasn't managed to either. Qing Zi was speechless, puzzled as to why this girl felt victorious. Are you really going to retrieve the incantation? Indeed, I am, Yang Dai affirmed. You know the way, don't you? I do. There is a map in the sect's history, and I have memorized it. Very well then, I shall return first. Alas, this is exhausting. Safe travels, senior sister. After parting ways, Yang Dai clutched the decree, a smile playing on her lips as she made her way to the scripture pavilion. According to the sect's historical records, the scripture pavilion was constructed by the founding ancestor, boasting 3 stories and a rich collection of books accumulated over 30 millennia. However, entry into the pavilion required the decree of the sect leader. Typically, newly initiated disciples had 2 opportunities each year to access the pavilion, restricted to the ground floor, with each visit limited to a quarter of an hour and the borrowing of only 1 volume, which must be returned the following day. Should one desire to borrow additional volumes or access the upper levels, contributions to the sect were necessary. Yang Dai's excitement stemmed from the fact that the incantation was stored on the top floor. Should she manage to breach that level, it would be akin to dropping a mouse into a rice bin. On her way to the pavilion, Yang Dai made arrangements with Xiaolong. Brother Xiaolong, I am heading to the scripture pavilion shortly. What type of materials do you need most at the moment? I can sneak a peek for you. Xiaolong quickly responded. As for materials, the more the merrier. But currently, the most crucial are the formulas for pills that can assist you in breaking through your spiritual roots. We can discuss the rest later. Understood. I will keep an eye out and you do the same. There will be a lot of books, and I may not be able to keep up. When you are flipping through the books, you can activate the Spider-Man mode of the nano armor. Your fingers will develop spider-like hairs that increase friction while flipping pages, thus improving efficiency. Yang Dai tested the function, activating the Spider-Man mode on her right hand. The nano armor flowed over her hand. Forming a thin layer as she moved her fingers, she could distinctly feel the increased dryness and resistance, akin to running her fingers against the grain of hair. This Spider-Man mode was originally designed for climbing walls and preventing sweat during combat. She had not anticipated it being utilized for flipping through books. Satisfied that it functioned properly, Yang Dai arrived at the entrance of the scripture pavilion, adjusted her robe, and stepped inside. The pavilion was overseen by a venerable elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Yu Chunzi, whose rank surpassed even that of the sect leader, Li Hongguang. The pavilion itself was a 3-story structure, elegantly designed with eaves and golden glazed tiles, its interior supported by 16 red Nanmu pillars that reached the ceiling. The doors and windows were painted a vibrant red, and a gilded plaque hung at the center of the 3rd floor, boldly inscribed with the character Scripture Pavilion. Beneath this stately edifice, there existed a low, earthen hut, devoid of doors and windows, allowing wind and rain to seep through. Within sat a solitary figure, frail and gaunt, resembling a withered corpse, none other than Yu Chunzi, the guardian of the pavilion for millennia. As Yang Dai stepped through the courtyard gate, Yu Chunzi suddenly opened his eyes and regarded her. Upon recognizing the elder, Yang Dai approached respectfully and presented the decree. Master Uncle, my name is Qin Yin. A disciple of Nan Sheng, I come bearing the decree of the sect leader to retrieve some scriptures. An invisible force seized the document from her hand, sending it to Yu Chunzi, who glanced at it and nodded slightly. You may proceed, but you must exit within a quarter of an hour. Why Yu Chunzi understood that Yang Dai would undoubtedly sneak a look. It was only natural. All newly initiated disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were often overwhelmed by the vast sea of books within the pavilion, unable to resist the temptation to seek out those that might serve their needs. Yet, how much could one truly absorb in 15 minutes? Ultimately, they would find themselves yearning for more, striving to accumulate contributions to the sect in hopes of returning sooner to borrow their desired texts. This system was, in essence, a clever ploy, serving as an effective means for the Heavenly Sword sect to garner contributions while incurring minimal costs. Yang Dai believed that Nan Sheng had lost her senses by placing her little mouse into the rice bin. Yet in reality, it was a well-calculated strategy to allow her to witness the grandeur of the scripture pavilion, ensuring that when the time came to amass substantial contributions, she would inevitably return seeking her master's assistance. Chapter 48. Secret Scroll of the 10,000 Flames. Having received the decree, Yang Dai hurried into the scripture pavilion. The 1st floor contained hundreds of towering shelves, each side marked with wooden plaques indicating the types of texts housed within. Yang Dai paid them no mind and rushed up to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she was taken aback to find that most of the shelves were not filled with books at all, but rather with jade slips, each about 4 fingers wide and a foot long. Yang Dai thought to herself, Brother Xiaolong, what is going on? Why are there so many jade slips? Xiaolong urged. Do not concern yourself with that now. Focus on finding any paper books first, and we can address the rest later. Finally grasping the situation, Yang Dai quickly searched for paper books and began to peruse them. With the Spider-Man mode of the nano armor activated, she no longer experienced slippage while flipping pages, allowing her to maintain a decent pace. She could finish a 300-page ancient book in approximately 40 to 50 seconds. As the quarter hour passed, Yang Dai hurriedly flipped through 7 books and a box containing 6 volumes of the secret scroll of the 10,000 flames. In the final 10 seconds, she dashed down the stairs, clutching the incantation, narrowly exiting the pavilion just as time expired. Yang Dai bid farewell to Yu Chunzi, who offered no response but shook his head slightly after she departed. Though endowed with authority, one must not act so recklessly and greedily pursue everything, ultimately ending up empty-handed. Regardless of Yu Chunzi's assessment of her, Yang Dai was exhilarated on her return journey as she eagerly inquired of Xiaolong. "Brother Xiaolong, how did it go? Did you manage to record everything?" "Most of it has been recorded, though some information is slightly incomplete. Overall, it is not a major issue. I barely had time to examine it properly." "What did we manage to capture this time? Is it useful?" "It is indeed useful, and extraordinarily so. We have 3 treatises on cultivation insights, 2 on spiritual level sword techniques, 1 on spiritual level spells, 1 alchemical journal, and 6 volumes of the secret scroll of the 10,000 flames. Among them, the Master Chongyang's alchemical journal contains numerous theories on alchemy relevant to this realm, along with formulas for the Xinling pill and the Jinling pill." "That's fantastic. As long as it can be utilized, Brother Xiaolong, you focus on your research. I must return to my afternoon lessons." Time flew by, and 14 days had passed. During this period, aside from the essential routines of eating, drinking, and relieving himself, Qin Feng had been entirely absorbed in his cultivation. Engaging in cultivation felt akin to dozing in a rocking chair on a winter balcony, drifting between slumber and wakefulness, enveloped in a sense of languorous bliss. During the Qi refining phase, he could feel the spiritual energy flowing into his body, akin to a refreshing spring quenching his thirst. While tempering his body, he experienced a delightful tingling sensation, as if delicate, boneless hands were kneading his muscles and tendons with the perfect touch. In moments of mental cultivation, he felt as if he were lost in a dream, experiencing various sweet and bitter sensations. A multitude of flavors lingering like echoes that left his mind in turmoil. All of this was inherently an immensely enjoyable endeavor, especially as he continually surpassed his limits in every aspect, reaping an immense sense of accomplishment with each session of cultivation. After 14 days of arduous training, Xiaolong finally roused Qin Feng from his reverie. "Commander, your meridians, acupoints, and the resilience of your dantian, along with the strength of your primordial spirit, have all reached 3 times the safe standard. Shall we commence with the 2nd chapter of the Heart Sutra?" Qin Feng blinked, as if just waking from slumber, gazing around in bewilderment before finally asking, "What did you just say?" Xiaolong repeated his statement. Qin Feng examined his cultivation data. 326 strands of true energy, pressure at 99.54, spiritual energy concentration at 90.42, meridian resilience at 9, and primordial spirit strength at 3. 14 days prior, his meridian resilience had been merely 3, and his primordial spirit strength only 1. Indeed, the numbers had tripled. Let us begin. If the 1st chapter of the Heart Sutra involved naturally inhaling, the 2nd chapter marked the transition to turbocharging. Xiaolong guided him through the optimized 2nd chapter of the Heart Sutra. A vortex gradually formed at the center of Qin Feng's dantian, compressing the true energy within into a denser form. According to the original text of the Heart Method, the 2nd chapter states that the true Qi will be compressed threefold upon completion of the cultivation. The vortex in the dantian vanishes, and the sealed dantian will directly endure this immense pressure of true Qi. If a practitioner's foundation is not solid, the dantian may not withstand the pressure of the true Qi, leading to light injuries or, in severe cases, a catastrophic explosion of the body. Should the strength of the primordial spirit be insufficient, the high-pressure true Qi circulating through the meridians may easily go out of control, resulting in mild damage to the meridians or, in serious instances, a fall into demonic madness. Qin Feng's foundation is remarkably stable, rendering the threefold pressure of true Qi a trivial concern. As the dantian became increasingly hollow, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy pouring into his body from the Tianling acupoint. Previously, there had been no vortex of spiritual energy at the Tianling acupoint, but now a vortex had emerged, accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy to more than 5 times its previous rate. What once resembled a narrow water pipe now expanded to the girth of an arm, and the meridians exhibited exceptional resilience, remaining unscathed despite the ferocious onslaught of spiritual energy. Each acupoint traversed by the spiritual energy now harbored a vortex 5 times larger than before, and through successive compressions and purifications, the final concentration of spiritual energy surged to 93.53 as it flooded into the dantian. At this moment, a colossal vortex filled the entirety of Qin Feng's dantian. How has this vortex grown so large? He pondered. According to the original text of the heart method, the vortex in the second chapter should be relatively small, occupying merely 1/10 of the entire dantian. Yet, what he sensed was a massive vortex that encompassed the whole dantian. Could it be the little dragon? At this juncture, Qin Feng remained unconcerned, believing it to be the result of the little dragon's optimization. He focused on the center of the vortex, where the pressure data indicated an astonishing 1140, a figure that continued to rise rapidly. However, the true pressure endured by the dantian was relatively low, at only 153. Little dragon, why have you created such a colossal vortex of true qi? When it dissipates, my dantian might not withstand such high pressure, correct? Qin Feng inquired, perplexed. The little dragon remained silent for 2 seconds before responding gravely, Commander, an unexpected situation has arisen. Qin Feng's heart sank, prompting him to ask, what is happening? The little dragon explained, this massive vortex was not my doing. It is a result of an unforeseen error with the true qi vortex. It has gone out of control. Qin Feng was taken aback. But it hasn't completely spiraled out of control. Currently, it seems there is no immediate danger, the little dragon assured. Commander, please do not panic. I am investigating the source of the issue, and it will take approximately 19 minutes. At the current rate of pressure increase, will I not explode in 19 minutes? Qin Feng asked. Not at all. At this rate, after 19 minutes, the pressure at the vortex center will reach a maximum of 16,000, while the pressure at the vortex's periphery will be around 800. Due to the threefold safety redundancy you have implemented, the dantian's tolerance limit is 900, the little dragon clarified. Your mathematics is quite impressive, Qin Feng remarked. Actually, even if there were a danger of explosion, I can slow down the vortexes in various acupoints to reduce the influx of spiritual energy, ensuring safety, the little dragon added. Then why not simply close the vortexes in the acupoints? Wouldn't that halt the influx of spiritual energy into the dantian? Qin Feng suggested. My hypothesis is that closing the acupoints directly would cause the immense suction force generated by the vortex in the dantian to crush your meridians, potentially drawing your organs into the dantian, the little dragon warned. You have a peculiar way of comforting someone, Qin Feng thought, feeling a profound trepidation as he sensed the increasingly violent vortex within his dantian. Nevertheless, he was not overly fearful, as he trusted that the little dragon would alert him in advance should a genuine life-threatening situation arise. Since the little dragon had not yet done so, it indicated that he was still safe. After a brief moment of silence, the little dragon suddenly declared, Commander, I have discerned the cause of this situation, go on. Qin Feng urged. The root of this phenomenon lies within your Lingshu physique. Take a closer look at the massive vortex in your dantian. Does it not resemble the mark of the barred spiral galaxy on your chest? At a time like this, please refrain from making me guess. Can this issue be resolved? I feel as though I am on the verge of exploding, Qin Feng insisted. Not only is there no danger, but this is actually good news. It is your Lingshu physique at work? The little dragon revealed. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. The little dragon continued, as I was unaware that the Lingshu physique would intervene. I did not account for the impact of this variable, leading to the initial chaos. Now that I have incorporated this variable into the model, the results align perfectly with your current situation, confirming that it is indeed caused by the Lingshu physique. I simply wish to know how you plan to handle this and what effects it may have on me. Qin Feng queried, At present, it is best to let things unfold naturally. I do not control this vortex. It is intelligent and aware of your limits, ready to make the next breakthrough before reaching its maximum capacity. As for its effects on you, predictions from the model suggest that even after the breakthrough, this vortex will persist, the little dragon explained. What if it does not proceed to the next breakthrough and merely continues to accelerate? Do you have a solution for that? Qin Feng pressed. Commander, the probability of such a scenario occurring is exceedingly low. However, should it happen, I will perform an emergency procedure to excise the dantian in order to protect your life, the little dragon assured. What? You can actually remove it? I must sincerely thank you then. Qin Feng replied incredulously, as the little dragon had anticipated. When the pressure at the center of the Dantian vortex reached 18,000, the entire vortex stabilized, neither accelerating nor decelerating. At this point, the true Qi within the vortex was at an astonishing 180 times its normal state, though it had yet to reach the 600 times liquid state, imparting a somewhat viscous quality. Just as Qin Feng was left in bewilderment, he noticed that the entire vortex began to evolve towards the direction of the barred spiral galaxy. A barred spiral galaxy is characterized by a bar-like structure that runs through the nucleus of the galaxy, with the Milky Way, where Earth resides, being a prime example. Qin Feng observed that as the spiritual energy vortex transformed into a galactic structure, an inexplicable gravitational force emerged from within, binding the 180-fold high-pressure true Qi, preventing it from spilling over. As time progressed, the clarity of the entire galactic structure increased, and at the moment the barred spiral galaxy fully took shape. Qin Feng experienced a jolt throughout his being, sensing a mysterious connection with this cosmic formation. An epiphany arose within him, illuminating the path to control this Lingshu nebula. Qin Feng realized that he could now only control its acceleration or deceleration. Accelerating the nebula would draw in more spiritual energy from the surroundings, primarily benefiting his cultivation by hastening the process. However, given that the little dragon had already optimized his cultivation path to its best state, this aspect was not particularly significant for him. The true utility lay in decelerating the nebula. By doing so, the force binding the high-pressure true Qi would weaken, allowing the true Qi contained within the nebula to leak out. While this explanation might sound somewhat abstract, in simpler terms, Qin Feng now possessed a superlative reservoir of spiritual energy within him. Originally, he could store only 978 strands of true Qi, but this nebula could accommodate an additional 180 times that amount, totaling 58,600 strands. Upon realizing this, Qin Feng was left astounded. Do I really have 58,600 strands of true Qi within me now? How could there be so much? Does this mean I have an inexhaustible supply of true Qi? He inquired of the little dragon. Commander, I believe you may have misunderstood. While 58,600 strands of true Qi sounds like a significant quantity, it is actually comparable to the normal level of a 7th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Of course, possessing the true Qi volume of a 7th-layer practitioner at the 2nd layer is indeed impressive, the little dragon clarified. After some contemplation, Qin Feng concluded that his initial excitement had been unfounded. It didn't seem as extraordinary as he had thought. Wait, little dragon, consider this. I currently possess 180 times the true Qi at the 2nd layer. When I reach the 10th layer of Qi refinement, I would have nearly 600 times the true Qi, and in the foundation establishment stage, at least 1,000 times, and during the golden core stage, perhaps even 5,000 times. How is that not remarkable? A single golden core could rival 5,000. Wow, Commander, are you feeling all right? The little dragon asked, taken aback. What's wrong? Am I calculating incorrectly? Qin Feng retorted. Commander, have you considered this? Even if you possess an endless supply of true Qi, the throughput of your meridians is finite, meaning that within the same time frame, your combat ability would only equate to that of a golden core practitioner. Moreover, even with infinite true Qi, casting spells still consumes spiritual energy from the primordial spirit, which limits your capacity to fight indefinitely. In summary, while there is an enhancement, it is somewhat impractical, the little dragon explained. Qin Feng fell silent for a moment, finally exhaling a single word, damn. At that moment, Qin Feng felt an urge to lash out. After the Lingshu nebula took shape, the cultivation of the 2nd chapter of the heart method did not conclude. It continued into an even more intense phase of body tempering and spirit nurturing. Previously, Qin Feng had found cultivation exceptionally pleasant. Refining Qi felt like drinking water, tempering the body akin to receiving a massage, and nurturing the spirit like dreaming. However, this time, his experience was entirely different. Previously, he felt as if a gentle girl was massaging his legs. But now it felt as though the little dragon had assigned him a mother elephant. Thankfully, he was not crushed. As for nurturing the spirit, it has become even more tormenting. Although I occasionally experienced melancholic dreams in the past, they pale in comparison to the present. Those earlier nocturnal musings were merely idle lamentations. Now, My spiritual cultivation involves confronting the most terrifying and brutal visions, various methods of death that seem trivial, and the notion of being boiled in oil post-mortem feels like a mere appetizer. To my astonishment, Xiaolong arranged for me to share a dream with a female ghost, and just as I was filled with exuberance, she revealed her true form, which led to, well, it's best left unspoken. Qin Feng vowed that if he were to suffer from such afflictions in the future, it would all be thanks to Xiaolong. Chapter 50. The swiftness of power. Once this round of the Great Zhou cycle concluded, Qin Feng hastily called for a pause. No more training. No more, my goodness, that nearly scared me to death. Just as he was still reeling from his fright, he suddenly heard some commotion from behind, causing him to leap up from the ground and sprint away in alarm. When he turned back, he saw Yang Huayan emerging from the woods, slowly waving his hand while elongating his words. He is, startled. Qin Feng felt a shiver down his spine, but Yang Huayan's movements soon returned to normal, and his speech quickened. Don't be afraid. I've been out for a stroll these past few days and stumbled upon some rare Zuijiemei, so I dug some up for you. When I entered, I noticed you were in the midst of your training, so I refrained from interrupting you. Upon seeing Yang Huayan, Qin Feng exhaled in relief, yet the events that had just transpired left him profoundly shaken. He gazed at his hands, his mind swirling with uncertainty. Just now, it seemed like I had manifested the swiftness of power, a trait only achievable by a fourth-level Gene warrior. Wait, have I actually surpassed the third level of Gene warriors? On Earth, Gene warriors typically break through levels only after long-term consumption of genetic drugs and by continually pushing their limits, often through perilous extreme sports. Riskier activities yield the greatest breakthroughs. Could it be that my advancement in cultivation has somehow catalyzed my ascent in Gene warrior rank? Or was it the extraordinary life and death ordeal I just experienced that triggered this transformation? Yet, these questions seemed trivial compared to the fact that I appeared to have grasped the swiftness of power. Gene warriors are classified as low-level at ranks 1 to 3, mid-level at 4 to 6, and high-level at 7 to 9, with the 10th rank being the ultimate. Low-level agile Gene warriors primarily enhance their reaction speed, explosive power, and evasion capabilities. Upon reaching the 4th level, all abilities undergo a qualitative transformation, and the capabilities displayed are referred to as the swiftness of power. From Qin Feng's perspective, time felt over 10 times slower, and his movements became extraordinarily light, as if he had transcended the constraints of air resistance. This is the essence of the swiftness of power. Previously, Qin Feng had remarked on the formidable strength of agile Gene warriors in their later stages, noting that once they acquire the swiftness of power, their prowess experiences a significant elevation, rendering them nearly invincible against strength and intelligence-based Gene warriors in one-on-one confrontations. Does this imply that in this world, transcending the genetic locks is far easier than in the original universe? Moreover, does the power unlocked here exceed that of the original universe? Mastering the swiftness of power has always been Qin Feng's dream, a dream once deemed unattainable. He believed he would be content to achieve it before turning 60, yet now it has arrived with such unexpected swiftness. While Qin Feng was lost in his thoughts, Yang Huayan scratched his head and continued digging holes to plant the flowers. When Qin Feng finally realized his rudeness, he intentionally demonstrated the swiftness of power. The flow of time around him slowed drastically, and he moved unhindered, sprinting lightly to Yang Huayan's side to assist with digging. From Yang Huayan's perspective, a gust of wind brushed past his face, and a series of afterimages appeared around him as pits formed visibly on the ground, quickly filled again in the next moment. Qin Feng grinned as he materialized before him. Yang Lao, I've planted them for you. Yang Huayan gazed at the scattered Zuijianmei, many of which had lost their buds and leaves, and he couldn't help but bury his face in his hands. On the verge of tears, Can you please stop causing chaos? Do you have any idea how rare these plum blossoms are? You're driving me insane. Yang Lao, distressed, painstakingly unearthed each Zuijianmei, observing that many roots were entangled, with some even broken, which only fueled his frustration. With your planting method, if even one survives, it would be a miracle. Ugh, I'm at my wit's end. I want to continue planting. Yang Lao angrily discarded his spade and stormed off. Qin Feng watched Yang Lao's departing figure, feeling embarrassed as he scratched his head. Xiaolong, could you nurture these flowers a bit? Yang Lao seems genuinely upset. Xiaolong replied, Sir, These Zuijiamii grow in the crevices of steep cliffs, and Yang Lao worked hard to gather them. Your method of planting them makes it impossible for them to survive, which is why he is so distressed. While I could cultivate them, it would entirely deviate from the old man's intentions. Feeling increasingly guilty, Qin Feng pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, Xiaolong, please help me locate where I can find more Zuijiamii nearby. I'll go gather them myself. Sir, I have sent you a three-dimensional map marking the locations of the Zuijiamii. Please check it. Qin Feng received the map information, picked up a small shovel from the ground, and took the elevator to the surface. As the heavy stone door of the concealed cave opened, a biting cold wind rushed in, revealing a snow-covered landscape outside. Ah, it's snowing? Oh, it was just the start of winter, so snowfall is to be expected. Wearing nano battle armor with automatic heating, Qin Feng felt no chill, even in the harshest of environments. Additionally, with true energy circulating within him, even his exposed skin felt relatively warm. However, he discovered that the external temperature plummeted to -62 degrees, far colder than winter on Earth. No wonder Yang Lao mentioned preparing winter clothing. The winters here are exceedingly frigid. Rubbing his hands together, Qin Feng followed the navigation outside, where the snow had already reached waist height. Walking through such snow proved laborious and perilous, as one could easily step into a hidden pit or stumble upon an unseen object. After a moment's contemplation, he infused true energy into his legs and leapt forward, his body shooting forth like a cannonball. With a soft thud, Qin Feng nonchalantly emerged from the snowbank, brushing the snow off his face as he continued to channel energy into his feet. This time, he reduced the amount of true energy he utilized and leaped again. An unusual sight unfolded in the forest, a figure leaping repeatedly, tracing an arc of several meters before plunging into the snow, only to leap once more. Thanks to Xiaolong's mapping of the terrain data within 100 miles, Qin Feng could visualize the ground beneath the snow. At the very least, he wouldn't step into any hidden holes. Remarkably, Qin Feng's innate understanding allowed him to gradually discern the rhythm of his movements. Not only did each leap become more intentional, but upon landing, he would expand his true energy, rendering his body exceptionally light. There was no need for a heavy impact on the snow. A gentle tap of his toes on the surface would suffice to propel him back into the air. Chapter 51. Exceptional comprehension. When he finally reached his destination, he could even tread upon the snow without leaving a trace. In just a few minutes, I've grasped an extraordinary lightness technique. My innate comprehension truly is remarkable. Standing atop a withered tree branch, Qin Feng gazed at the Zuijiamii blooming on the opposite cliff, feeling immensely proud. Many of the Zuijiamii on the mountain had already blossomed into vibrant red flowers, their beauty accentuated by a layer of snow, creating a stunning sight of red amidst the white. How exquisite! I feel it would be a pity to keep these flowers indoors. Without the snow, the Zuijiamii loses some of its allure. Xiaolong interjected, Sir, how about using artificial snow? Qin Feng replied, that would be even less interesting. Though he lamented the loss, he nonetheless climbed the cliff and harvested 2 Zuijiamii in full bloom. On his return journey, to prevent the buds from falling, Qin Feng moved with remarkable delicacy, as if a feather being tossed by a gentle breeze. This also served as a testament to Qin Feng's refined control over his true energy. Upon arriving back at the base, he inquired of Xiaolong, Where is Yang Lao? I wish to apologize to him. Xiaolong responded, He has returned to the training room. Taking the elevator to the training room, Qin Feng peered through the circular glass to see Yang Lao crouched on the ground, tending to the Zuijiamii. Upon hearing the elevator doors open, Yang Huayan glanced over and, seeing the muddy state of Qin Feng's clothes and the Zuijiamii, his remaining frustration dissipated entirely. He refrained from uttering any pleasantries, grumbling, It's so cold outside. Why would you go out for such a trivial matter? Qin Feng sheepishly handed the flowers to Yang Lao, mimicking his actions in nurturing the plants. Yang Lao, regarding Yang Dai, I've always felt too ashamed to face you directly and only dared to let Xiaolong inform you. I assure you, I will bring her back and place her in your hands. Yang Huayan waved his hand, smiling, this is not a bad thing at all. That day, countless people from the sword sect wished to enter but could not. The girl sends me videos every couple of days. Since leaving home, she appears much more mature than before. Qin Feng was taken aback. He had been feeling guilty about this matter, but to his surprise, the old man seemed quite open-minded. In fact, for him, Yang Dai joining the sword sect was a matter of great pride. Qin Feng chuckled awkwardly, opting not to elaborate further. If the old man was at peace with it, why burden him with unnecessary worries? After sending Yang Lao off, Qin Feng suddenly remembered to deactivate the Do Not Disturb status. Instantly, a series of notification sounds erupted, all of which were voice messages from Yang Dai. Teacher, today I visited the scripture pavilion and recorded the spirit-level sword techniques with Brother Xiaolong. Along with the master alchemist's notes on alchemy, teacher, Sister Qingzi is teaching me on your behalf and has devised a very rigorous training curriculum for me. After the morning greetings, I must practice my morning exercises, study cultivation theory in the morning, engage in midday coursework, practice basic sword techniques in the afternoon, and after dinner, I begin 2 hours of 5-element spell techniques, followed by another 2 hours of basic array formation. Then, I am not even allowed to sleep, as I must continue cultivating my mental techniques until the early hours of the next day. This cycle is truly exhausting, it might just kill me. Teacher, while practicing swordsmanship today, Brother Xiaolong assisted me with a rapid learning method, and the efficiency was astonishing. Sister Qingzi kept praising me as a once-in-a-millennium swordsmanship prodigy. Haha, teacher, I learned how to set up formations today. It was incredibly fascinating. Brother Xiaolong was equally impressed and said I should have the opportunity to return to the scripture pavilion to find some formation-related manuals for him. Teacher, today Master Nansheng came to see me and taught me a method to conceal the Dao seal. I think you could use it too. Just ask Brother Xiaolong for it. Teacher? As Qin Feng read through the plethora of messages sent by the girl, he found himself smiling, only to gradually lose that smile. This girl only reported good news and withheld the bad, yet he could hear her fatigue through her voice. Aside from the first exclamation of teacher, which she always uttered with great excitement, the tone of her subsequent messages became increasingly weak. Checking the time, he noted that it was morning in this world, and Yang Dai should be studying. Not wanting to disturb her, he sent her a message in return. Little girl, I have emerged from seclusion. Once you finish your lunch and have nothing else to attend to, feel free to contact me. Mere seconds after sending the message, he received an immediate reply from Yang Dai. Okay, teacher, you have finally emerged from seclusion. I miss you so much. Make sure to pay attention in class and don't get distracted. Yes, Commander. Yang Dai mimicked Xiaolong's response, even adding a salute emoji. Qin Feng chuckled and scolded. Where did this girl get such emojis? Closing the communication interface, he turned to Xiaolong and inquired, Xiaolong, what did you gain from the scripture pavilion after the girl brought you in? Xiaolong replied, I obtained 3 ancient cultivators' insights on cultivation, 2 spirit-level sword techniques, namely Tai Yao Spirit Sword and Great 5-Element Spirit Sword, a volume of Master Chongyang's alchemy notes, and a complete 6 volumes of the 10,000 Flames Secret Scroll. Qin Feng was taken aback by such a bountiful harvest. How could there be so much? The scripture pavilion shouldn't allow such leniency, should it? Xiaolong then recounted the entire sequence of events, prompting Qin Feng to exclaim, this girl truly never ceases to amaze. Send me those electronic copies. I want to take a look. After spending over an hour reviewing the techniques, insights, and alchemy notes, Qin Feng couldn't help but mutter a curse. Damn it. The reason was simple. The spirit-level sword techniques and spells all required prerequisite techniques. Without first mastering the foundational mortal level and profound level techniques, these were merely ornamental. As for the insights, Qin Feng had hoped to glean wisdom from the ancient cultivator's experiences to ascend to the pinnacle of life. But he found the texts incomprehensible, not due to unfamiliarity with the characters, but because his own realm was insufficient. He could only understand a few descriptions related to the Qi refinement realm, while the rest appeared as inscrutable as a foreign language. What is this? Next time, you should let her look for some mortal level and profound level techniques first. Complaining, he turned to the 6 volumes of 10,000 Flames Secret Scroll, which contained detailed information collected by the Heavenly Sword Sect over 2 millennia. According to the scroll, the 10,000 Flames Forbidden Land suddenly emerged 2,000 years ago on a fateful day when heavenly fire descended and earth fire surged, engulfing an area of 900 miles in flames for 3,000 years. It was only after 3 millennia that most of the surface flames gradually extinguished, forming what is now known as the 10,000 Flames Forbidden Land. Chapter 52. The Hahuan Spirit Sect. This world is home to 36 types of heavenly fire and 72 types of earth fire. Originally scattered across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, each exceedingly rare. However, Within the 10,000 flames forbidden land, all types of heavenly and earth fire coexist. Over 2 millennia, various heavenly materials and earthly treasures related to fire have emerged from the endless flames, leading countless cultivators of fire attribute techniques to regard the 10,000 flames forbidden land as a sacred sanctuary. Yet, the reason this place is deemed a forbidden land is due to its extreme danger. Even ancestors at the transformation stage can perish within during the summer. Most cultivators who covet the treasures of the forbidden land dare only to venture there in the frigid winter. Tales of overnight fortune and meteoric rises abound, as do tragedies of untimely deaths in foreign lands. Countless dreamers flock to this fiery purgatory, entrusting their fates to this capricious land for judgment. Based on the countless lessons learned at the cost of lives, a detailed map has been drawn, marking the more perilous areas and the origins of various heavenly materials and treasures, as well as the locations where different heavenly and earth fires have appeared. The map held by the Heavenly Sword Sect contains even more detailed information, including the habitats of over 100 types of fire beasts, fire spirits, and fire demons, along with their respective characteristics and weaknesses. Additionally, they have compiled signs and countermeasures for more than a dozen types of heavenly disasters and evils unique to the 10,000 Flames forbidden land, along with other highly confidential secrets. After finishing the 6 volumes of 10,000 Flames Secret Scroll, Qin Feng gazed toward the direction of the 10,000 Flames forbidden land with unwavering determination, declaring, "One day, once I cultivate to the golden core and nascent soul stages, I will enter and see for myself what the 108 types of spiritual fires in this world truly look like. As for now, it is naturally best to quietly amass wealth, diligently cultivate in seclusion, and remain undisturbed until the stars explode. By the way, Xiaolong, you should also set up a training curriculum for me like Yang Dai did. We must develop comprehensively in virtue, intellect, physique, and aesthetics. We cannot solely focus on blind cultivation and end up with a mere 58,600 strands of true qi without knowing how to utilize it. How about I discard some of the unnecessary etiquette courses from Yang Dai's curriculum and adopt everything else? That works." Just as Qin Feng mentioned Yang Dai, she sent him a video call invitation. Qin Feng promptly connected the video. "Little girl, teacher has missed you terribly. Teacher, I've missed you too. How did your seclusion go? Any breakthroughs?" Of course, I made significant progress. Not only have I advanced to the 2nd level of Qi refinement, but I also unexpectedly unlocked the 3rd level of the Gene Lock and inexplicably mastered the speed technique reserved for the 4th level. Teacher, it's much better for you at the base, where you can focus on cultivation without being troubled by all sorts of distractions. I have indeed reached the requirements for breaking through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement, but I want to solidify my foundation to avoid any mishaps. Qin Feng slapped his thigh, recounting the thrilling experiences he had endured, and instructed Xiaolong to ensure that Yang Dai's unique constitution was accounted for to prevent further complications. After chatting for a while, Qin Feng gradually sensed something amiss. He felt that the girl seemed hesitant to speak. "Little girl, do you have something to say?" "Teacher, Yang Dai was facing a mirror during the video call, allowing Qin Feng to see her face. He noticed her eyes were slightly red, as if she had endured considerable distress, and his expression grew serious. "Little girl, if there's something on your mind, speak freely. Teacher is your strongest support." "Teacher, do you know about the Haohuan spirit sect?" "Yes, there are records about that sect in the history of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Do you know what the Haohuan spirit sect is known for?" Judging by the name, it shouldn't be a reputable sect." "Indeed, it is not a reputable sect. The male members of their sect maintain many female cultivators as cauldrons, while the female cultivators keep a number of male companions, claiming to practice the Haohuan Great Method. It is utterly absurd and shameless." "You mean to say that the Haohuan sect is after you? Have they sought you out after discovering your talents?" "Not exactly, but it is even worse. The Heavenly Sword Sect's head, Li Hongguang, has a son named Li Xian, who is an inner disciple of the Haohuan sect. Nanxing brought me back, not with the intention of cultivating me as her personal disciple, but rather to mold me into a cauldron for her son, to assist him in achieving the Haohuan Great Path." Qin Feng felt a surge of rage swelling in his chest, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "How did you come to know this? Is the information accurate?" "Yesterday morning, when I went to pay my respects to Nanxing, she kept me there and subtly mentioned this matter, trying to gauge my reaction. After I firmly refused, she knocked me unconscious and erased that memory." But brother Xiaolong recorded everything. He informed me about it once I returned. Qin Feng forced himself to calm down. As Yang Dai's pillar of strength, he could not lose composure at this moment. Anger would not suffice, cursing would not help, and being at a loss was out of the question. Little girl, I understand. Rest assured, I will resolve this. Everything remains normal for you at the Heavenly Sword Sect. Focus on your cultivation. Teacher will definitely bring you back safely. Teacher, the Heavenly Sword Sect possesses a profound foundation and is replete with formidable experts. I do not wish for you to take risks on my behalf. My dear, if a teacher cannot shield their students from the storms of life, then what merit is there in being a teacher? You need not worry about this matter. I shall exercise my own judgment. Teacher, after terminating the video call with Yang Dai, Qin Feng's expression darkened ominously as he stared into the distance, lost in thought for a long while. Eventually, he spoke in a flat tone. Xiaolong, please send me the video segment of Nan Shang conversing with Yang Dai. Yes, Commander. Qin Feng opened the recording. Qing Yin, if I were to offer you an opportunity to leave the Heavenly Sword Sect, would you accept it? I have a son named Li Xian. He is extraordinarily gifted, possessing innate spiritual roots, and is a rare talent with a singular lightning affinity. He is 10 years your senior and has already attained the foundation establishment stage. I intend to betroth you to him, and I wonder if you would consent? After posing these questions, Nan Sheng noticed that Yang Dai was still in a state of shock and had yet to respond. Assuming there was potential, Nan Sheng continued, when spring arrives next year, my son will return home for a visit. At that time, I will arrange your marriage, after which he can take you to the spirit sect. This is an opportunity coveted by countless women, so do seize it wisely. After viewing the entire recording, Qin Feng's brow furrowed deeply. Chapter 53. Urgent withdrawal. This situation is even more urgent than I anticipated. The old hag mentioned next spring, leaving less than 30 days until then. I must find a solution to the sex mark within that time frame. Qin Feng understood the gravity of the challenge ahead. His brow knitted in worry as he placed his hopes on Xiaolong. Xiaolong, have you discovered anything regarding Yang Dai's sect mark? Is there a way to resolve it? Commander, that mark belongs to a supernatural force I cannot comprehend. Without more relevant data, I am unable to decipher it. Sigh, I understand. Qin Feng pondered for a while, still unable to conceive a viable solution. The murderous intent within him grew more intense as he declared, Xiaolong, from this moment forth, spare no effort and allocate all available resources towards the development of the annihilation cannon. If we do not find a solution before the beginning of spring, I shall bombard Heavenly Sword Mountain. What does it matter if they are in the nascent soul stage? In the face of a gamma ray burst, all power is but an illusion. Once Li Hongguang is dead, that so-called sect mark will be rendered meaningless. Yes, Commander. Meanwhile, Li Hongguang, the headmaster of the Heavenly Sword Sect, suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, sensing a thread of dangerous energy. He slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of azure light passing through them. He formed hand seals, attempting to deduce the source of this energy. After a long while, Li Hongguang's expression grew uncertain as he gazed northward. The results of his deduction were hazy. He only saw a desolate expanse blanketed in snow. Could it be that the deduction was flawed? It would be prudent to send someone to investigate. A spiritual talisman flew from his sleeve, reaching the Azure Dragon Hall of the Heavenly Sword Sect, which promptly issued a new mission, to investigate a vast stretch of desolate mountains to the north. Due to Li Hongguang's vague sense of urgency, the mission was merely a routine reconnaissance task. And the rewards were not substantial, leading to a lack of interest among the disciples. Only a few newly initiated or outer disciples were willing to accept such a task. Suddenly confronted with this turn of events, Qin Feng found himself in a state of agitation, rendering him incapable of focusing on cultivation. He inquired of Xiaolong. Xiaolong, given the current progress, how long will it take for me to reach the foundation establishment stage? Qin Feng had intended to ask how long it would take to reach the nascent soul stage, but realizing that Xiaolong would likely be unable to provide an answer, he settled for asking about the foundation establishment stage instead. Xiaolong replied, if no elixirs are consumed and you practice for 40 hours a day, it would take 4 to 10 years. Is it truly that long? What is the shortest possible duration? Xiaolong responded, those ancient cultivators with exceptional talents typically take 10 to 30 years to establish their foundations. If you were to achieve it in 4 years, that would already be the pinnacle of optimization. Should you choose to consume elixirs and be willing to compromise on safety standards, it could be done in as little as a year and a half. Qin Feng appeared to find a reference point. How long did those ancient cultivators take to reach the nascent soul stage? Xiaolong replied, according to the records of those ancient cultivators, the fastest to reach the nascent soul stage took merely 20 years, but that individual was a reincarnated immortal and thus not a valid point of reference. As for others, it appears that the quickest among them needed at least 60 years. Qin Feng stroked his chin, lost in fanciful thoughts. If I were to follow this cultivation speed, could I not reach the nascent soul stage in merely a decade? Xiaolong chose not to respond. Qin Feng himself felt the improbability of it, sighing, even if I could reach the nascent soul stage in 10 years, by then the opportunity would have passed. It seems I must rely on external forces. Numerous schemes flooded Qin Feng's mind, including assassinating Li Xian during his home visit, having Yang Dai feign disfigurement to deter him, or exchanging the formulas for the blood spirit capsules and awakening capsules for Yang Dai's freedom. If all else failed, he would seek out a sect stronger than the spirit sect, using these formulas to compel the powerful figures there to pressure Li Hongguang into releasing Yang Dai. The most desperate measure, or rather the last resort after all else had failed, would be to retrieve Yang Dai and annihilate the Heavenly Sword sect with the Annihilation Cannon. There were many concerns regarding not prioritizing the use of the Annihilation Cannon. Firstly, it was uncertain whether it would be able to eliminate Li Hongguang completely. Even if he were to perish, the old ancestor of the Dark Sword might assume leadership, presenting significant risks. Secondly, the Annihilation Cannon was a weapon of indiscriminate destruction, sure to harm the innocent and incur the wrath of heaven. Thirdly, based on the records of ancient cultivators, many powerful beings possessed various methods of divination. They could potentially deduce his intentions, leading to complications. As Qin Feng continued to grapple with the absence of a foolproof plan, a sudden alarm blared in his ears. Warning, warning, a Qi refinement stage cultivator is breaching the entrance to the base. The enemy has been neutralized, but 4 more adversaries are approaching. Should we proceed with elimination? The cloud sculpture transmitted real-time footage, revealing 4 beams of sword light flying towards the incident site, hovering outside the cave without daring to enter. Judging by their attire, they were disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. 2 were inner disciples clad in white, while the other 2 were outer disciples in gray. With no time to spare, Qin Feng decisively commanded, "Eliminate them all. Do not allow them to return and report." As soon as he spoke, laser cannons emerged from several nearby mountain peaks, their barrels rapidly rotating to lock onto the 4 individuals in midair. Without granting them any time to react, 12 beams of laser struck each of the 4, targeting their dantians, hearts, and brains, leaving each individual with 2 gaping holes the size of bowls and a vanished head. As the 4 plummeted from the sky, Qin Feng's brow furrowed in concern. How did they arrive here? Was it mere coincidence, or was it intentional? Regardless, this place was no longer safe. Xiaolong, implement the withdrawal plan. No. Execute the emergency withdrawal plan. In addition to the withdrawal plan, Qin Feng had an emergency evacuation plan, which entailed leaving everything behind and boarding the ship for immediate departure. The withdrawal plan involved taking all essential supplies before retreating, which would take approximately 3 minutes. The emergency withdrawal plan was far more severe, essentially requiring the collection of all B drones and critical equipment dismantled from the Yunlong ship while destroying everything else, taking merely 30 seconds. For Qin Feng, as long as the Yunlong ship remained intact, rebuilding everything was merely a matter of time. Yes, Commander. As the order for emergency withdrawal was issued, the heads of the militia robots in the spiritual farm, production workshop, mining tunnels, drilling platforms, and dining areas split open, revealing various wirings within. A B drone embedded with the core broke free and soared towards the tunnel leading to the Yunlong ship. The laser cannons on the 5 mountain peaks automatically retracted, sinking into the conveyor belt below, traveling through a tunnel directly to the interior of the Yunlong ship. Chapter 54. The chessboard of heaven and earth in the awakening chamber, laboratory, smelting room, and production workshop. 5 militia robots swiftly disassembled the modules previously removed from the Yunlong ship, gathering outside the nearest elevator to await departure. Qin Feng entered the elevator, where Yang Lao was already being supported by 2 militia robots. Upon seeing Qin Feng enter, he asked in a panic, "What happened?" "What happened?" "Yang Lao, we've encountered a slight mishap. We need to relocate urgently, but do not worry." The elevator stopped on each floor, with a militia robot entering carrying a large box, compacting itself to minimize space occupancy. When the elevator finally reached the interior of the Yunlong ship, Qin Feng hurried to the cockpit, activating the Yunlong ship to ascend into the sky. Commander, according to photon radar detection, a beam of sword light has shot out from the direction of Heavenly Sword Mountain and is approaching at 38 times the speed of sound. Shoot it down? Yes, Commander. Commander, the target has been struck down by the ion railgun. But no, the target did not perish. It has vanished. Qin Feng's heart tightened. What kind of monster was this? The ion railgun could not kill it. However, this individual should not be able to catch up with the Yunlong ship, which had accelerated to 55 times the speed of sound and was still increasing its speed. Target detected 3,000 meters to the left. The target has been repelled again and is undergoing saturation attack. The Yunlong ship had breached the atmosphere, entering outer space, and the target ceased pursuit. The Yunlong ship soared 100,000 miles further, ultimately hovering in the void of space. Qin Feng remained filled with trepidation. How terrifying! Was that the dark sword ancestor or Li Hongguang? The human capacity for such terrifying power is indeed astonishing. Commander, based on the reconstruction from the photon radar imagery, it has been confirmed that the individual is Li Hongguang, the leader of the Tianjin sect. A relatively clear image popped up on the front display screen of the Yunlong, depicting a three-zhang purple sword rainbow erupting from the Tianjin sect, followed by the moment it was struck by an ion energy beam, causing Li Hongguang to plummet from the sword rainbow towards the ground. During his descent, a brilliant light erupted around Li Hongguang, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear perilously close to the left side of the Yunlong. A mere 3,000 meters away, Li Hongguang had already initiated a gesture to unleash a sword light, but fortunately, he was struck by an ion energy beam that sent both him and the sword light flying. Subsequently, the ion energy beams bombarded Li Hongguang with a relentless pulse of 30 strikes per second, forcing him to retreat step by step. During this onslaught, a nearly transparent energy shield shattered, yet immediately, 5-colored smoke emerged from within him, providing a barrier against the incoming ion energy beams. In such dire circumstances, Li Hongguang remained undeterred, expelling a 5-colored spiritual sword from his mouth to cleave through the approaching ion energy beam, astonishingly succeeding in his endeavor. However, by this time, the Yunlong had already breached the atmosphere and entered outer space. Qin Feng observed through the imagery Li Hongguang's disheveled yet serene gaze, fixated on the Yunlong as it completely vanished into the abyss of space. Has a Yuaning realm cultivator truly attained such formidable power? It is utterly terrifying. Qin Feng slumped in the pilot's seat, his heart still racing, plagued by lingering dread. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he shouted to Xiaolong, quickly, "Initiate the base self-destruction protocol?" Yes, Commander. As a pioneer in establishing frontline command bases, Qin Feng was well aware that every base was equipped with a self-destruction device from the outset. Should an enemy seize the base, the self-destruction protocol would be activated immediately to safeguard sensitive information from being compromised. This particular base had been designed by Xiaolong with self-destruction in mind, requiring only a single command to turn the entire facility into dust. From the photon radar imaging, Qin Feng observed the mountaintop where the base was situated explode upwards by several dozen meters before crashing back down violently, sending tremors that kicked up clouds of dust, with visible shockwaves sweeping across the snow-covered terrain for miles. With the base's self-destruction completed, Qin Feng felt a weight lifted from his mind, allowing him to regain his composure. Xiaolong, please inform Yang Dai of this situation so she can prepare herself mentally. Also, conduct an inventory of our existing supplies. Commander, all equipment aboard the Yunlong has been accounted for. The cloud sculpture, 100 bees, De Huang, and Xiaolong are all in position. Our current resource reserves include 1 box of spirit stones, 5,000 grams of gold, 1 box of herbal samples, 100 portions of food, 10 sets of key components for production lines, 7 militia robots, 7 handguns, 6 automatic rifles, 1 anti-material sniper rifle, and a total of 700 bullets. Qin Feng nodded silently. This stockpile was rather substantial, a significant improvement from when he first arrived. How on earth did he discover my presence? It is truly perplexing. Qin Feng gazed absent-mindedly at the world outside, pondering why the Tianjin sect would suddenly launch an assault on his base. Abruptly, he rubbed his eyes, staring in shock at the view before him. This world, why is it flat? In Qin Feng's understanding, most celestial bodies should be spherical, as that is the most stable form in space. Yet, what he saw was a plane extending outward. he accelerated in the opposite direction, the entirety of this world gradually unfolding before him. Qin Feng murmured a few words. Heaven is round, the earth is square. This world resembled a vast chessboard, surrounded by oceans, with a massive continent at its center, equivalent in area to 300 Earths combined. At a distance of 123,000 kilometers from this world, there existed a star with only 1% of its mass, orbiting around the chessboard with a period of 48 hours. Due to the star's considerable axial tilt, a winter bias towards the northwest and a summer bias towards the southeast occurred, giving rise to the four seasons. Thus, it could be deduced that during winter in the southeast, summer prevailed in the northwest and vice versa. Unbelievable. Such a celestial body could not have formed naturally. This world likely harbors divine beings. Qin Feng's thoughts raced with dread, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by a deity. This place is unsuitable for prolonged stay. A chilling premonition gripped him, as lingering in space could potentially attract fearsome adversaries. With this thought, Qin Feng pressed down on the control stick and dove downward. As he descended, he spotted a colossal city in the distance and altered his course towards it. After more than 10 minutes, he arrived at an altitude of over 10,000 meters above the city. Utilizing the reconnaissance instruments of the Yunlong to survey the area, this city was established amidst towering mountains, comprising one large and four smaller rectangular enclaves, resembling the character at first glance. The central and largest enclave featured two layers, with the outer city bustling with activity, while the inner city lay shrouded in an impenetrable mist. Chapter 55. The jade-faced scholar. The four surrounding smaller enclaves had purposes that Qin Feng could not discern. But at their centers stood massive statues of divine beasts, each towering 100 meters high, intricately carved to lifelike perfection. The city boasted 16 gates, each adorned with various sword lights and treasures, either soaring upwards or crashing down, creating a vibrant scene. Qin Feng marveled silently, muttering to himself, such a grand city, with so many cultivators coming and going. Could this be a super spiritual market? If so, perhaps I might find a means to rescue the girl. He considered that the larger the scale of this spiritual market, the richer the resources it would gather, undoubtedly harboring hidden talents capable of resolving many of his issues. With this in mind, Qin Feng landed the Yunlong on a desolate mountain about 10 miles outside the city, took a box of spirit stones, and ventured forth alone. Along the way, he gazed enviously at the cultivators who dashed overhead, silently vowing to learn a method of flight as soon as possible, for hopping about on the ground like a foolish deer was hardly dignified. 10 miles was not particularly far for him. And upon reaching the city gate, he discovered that every individual was required to present a token to the guards before entering. He halted a refined-looking man who had just landed his sword light. Esteemed Taoist, may I inquire how one might obtain the token to enter the city? Would you be so kind as to enlighten me? The man appraised him with a hint of disdain, mistaking Qin Feng for a wandering Taoist without affiliation. Nonetheless, he casually replied, to enter the city, you need an entry permit. Simply ask the guards at the front. With that, he hurried away. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude. But the man was already far off, leaving him to approach the guards in their Taoist robes at the city gate. As he drew near, the guards became alert. One young soldier barked, "Halt! Approach any closer, and you will be dealt with severely." Startled, Qin Feng quickly replied, I am new to this wondrous land and wish to enter the city. I am unsure of the procedure. The young soldier impatiently retorted, This is a side gate. Without an entry permit, you must go to one of the four main gates. Sighing, Qin Feng followed the stone road outside the city towards the main gate. Upon reaching the main gate, he immediately noticed a long line of people waiting to obtain entry permits, and acquiring one was not free. A deposit of 10 lower-grade spirit stones was required. Qin Feng secretly rejoiced that he had brought along a box of spirit stones, which contained 5 middle-grade stones and 20 lower-grade stones. The distinction between spirit stone grades was quite clear. Lower-grade stones were the size of peanuts, typically round beads emanating a faint spiritual glow in a myriad of colors. One should not underestimate a single lower-grade spirit stone. Upon vaporization, it contained a staggering 10 cubic meters of 95 concentration spiritual energy. If diluted to the 3 concentration Qin Feng utilized, it would yield over 300 cubic meters, sufficient for 4 to 5 days of cultivation. In contrast, middle-grade spirit stones were the size of pigeon eggs, containing a single attribute of pure spiritual energy, their colors bright and transparent, radiating a dazzling spiritual light. With energy content approximately 10 times that of lower-grade stones. However, as Yang Dai had informed him, one needed 20 lower-grade stones to exchange for a single middle-grade stone, as the pure, single-attribute spiritual energy was essential for cultivating many techniques and for alchemy, weapon crafting, and array formation, thus holding greater value. Qin Feng cautiously touched the box of spirit stones in his pocket, casting wary glances at the crowd waiting in line. The queue was long and comprised a motley assortment of individuals. A mere glance at most was enough to gauge their character. For instance, there was a burly man with red hair and a black face, a bulbous nose, and an exposed chest, exuding a volatile temperament. Merely looking at him could invite trouble. Then there was a slender figure clad in loose robes, with shifty eyes and an ever-present grin. This individual could either be a cunning merchant or a nefarious character. Best not to linger on him. Others included a rotund fellow with a face full of flesh, sporting a small mustache and thin eyebrows, who also seemed not very approachable. After surveying the crowd, Qin Feng found the cultivators to be quite distinctive. With few appearing ordinary, it is said that ignorance breeds trouble. Thus, he quickly averted his gaze from the crowd, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was merely a timid observer, as the queue neared him. A jade-faced scholar with an aquiline nose approached from behind, scanning the line before fixing his gaze on Qin Feng with a cold smirk, declaring, "You, go to the back." Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Why?" The jade-faced scholar let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Why? I intend to seize your position, and you dare to ask why? Hurry and scram, or I'll take your life." Qin Feng glanced around, only to find that the onlookers either wore expressions of indifference or appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. He turned his gaze toward the soldiers and noticed that they merely cast a casual glance his way, showing no inclination to intervene. "Aren't you going to do anything?" Seeing that the soldiers were ignoring him completely, Qin Feng sighed and said, "Very well." Just as the jade-faced scholar was reveling in his triumph, Qin Feng swiftly drew his QF-type high-energy particle gun from his waist and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. One to the abdomen, one to the heart, and one to the head. The superheated particle beams pierced through the scholar's body, creating 3 gaping holes the size of a man's arm, making it abundantly clear that he would not survive. After dispatching the scholar, Qin Feng, with a look of regret, addressed those around him, "You all witnessed this. Do not blame me, for he initiated the bullying." The surrounding cultivators collectively inhaled sharply, taken aback by the young man's seemingly timid demeanor, which belied his ruthless and lethal strikes. What was even more alarming was that none of them could discern the nature of the young man's abilities. His weapon resembled a magical artifact, yet exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Furthermore, many were puzzled by his cultivation level, clearly a second-tier Qi refinement cultivator, yet capable of effortlessly eliminating an 8th-tier Qi refinement cultivator. One foundational cultivator discreetly remarked to his companions, "I can sense a potent force within him. He is certainly not merely at the second tier of Qi refinement. He is concealing his true cultivation." In truth, Qin Feng had contemplated his actions carefully before striking. Among those queuing here, none possessed high cultivation levels or formidable backgrounds. Those who had reached the golden core stage or held significant clout were utilizing special passageways, revealing their identities and cultivation levels, which were far more effective than any city entry token. His only concern was whether killing in the streets would attract the ire of the soldiers. It was evident he had inquired, and the soldiers had stated they would not intervene. Thus, this scene unfolded. Indeed, upon the scholar's demise, the official said nothing, instructing his subordinates to take the scholar's body outside for burial. The soldiers, eager to comply, thoroughly searched the scholar's body in front of the crowd, seemingly discovering something of value. Following this, Qin Feng successfully exchanged his entry token and entered the city. Chapter 56. Strolling through the streets as he walked down the bustling street, Qin Feng pondered the token in his hand, finally grasping the logic behind the entry pass. Initially, he had considered that if he were to casually snatch an entry token from someone, it would likely go unnoticed. However, upon exchanging the token, it became clear that his name and appearance had already been recorded within it. All one needed to do was present the token to the city guards, who would naturally use their spiritual senses to verify the information and ascertain whether the token was being misused. The back of the token bore 10 prohibitions, including a ban on harming others within the city, stealing, extorting, engaging in market monopolies, and selling counterfeit goods, culminating in a stern warning. Violators shall face death. How straightforward and brutal indeed. Qin Feng tucked the token into his pocket, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed his surroundings. This was his first visit to a spirit market, and everything appeared novel to him. To begin with, the architectural style here predominantly featured massive stone blocks, lending an air of grandeur and solidity, with numerous structures reminiscent of ancient Roman temples, all of which were meticulously organized into wholesale markets. For instance, the first temple that Qin Feng encountered, the first building visible upon entering from the southern gate, housed a high-end market selling various magical artifacts. What? 5 medium-grade spirit stones for those talismans? Don't come here to cause trouble. After exploring the interior, he was promptly ejected from the shop. What is the minimum price for the Bagua mirror? 10 high-grade spirit stones is the least acceptable. Find a reasonable price. Qin Feng remained undeterred, continuing to inquire about market prices. The lowest is 8 high-grade spirit stones. This is a mysterious grade magical artifact, crafted by Master Han, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Truly a treasure for survival. Go ask around. Master Han's genuine items have never been priced lower. Then keep it for yourself. Qin Feng shook his head as he exited the disheartening artifact market. He then enthusiastically visited several major markets. Encountering vendors selling medicinal herbs, elixirs, flying swords, martial arts, as well as entire streets dedicated to alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting. In a mere half a day, Qin Feng had already gained a comprehensive understanding of the vast Yunlong city. Of course, he was referring to his grasp of market prices. After a lengthy tour, he increasingly felt that his ambitions were too grand for his limited supply of spirit stones. The matter of earning money could wait. Surely his skills were not inferior to theirs. With a simple concoction of an elixir, he could leave them in the dust for 500 years. However, after such extensive inquiries, he pondered why he had not found a way to settle disputes. Qin Feng deliberated for a moment before his eyes brightened upon spotting a tea house ahead. He promptly entered, ordering a pot of the cheapest tea. After paying 3 low-grade spirit stones, he called for the waiter. "Hey, waiter, don't leave just yet. I have something to inquire about." Though the waiter looked down on Qin Feng, he maintained a neutral demeanor, replying coolly, "Sir, if you wish to inquire about something, it would be better to ask outside. We are merely a tea house, not a place for such business." Qin Feng decisively produced a medium-grade spirit stone from his pocket and placed it on the tray held by the waiter. Smiling as he asked, "Now, is there such business available?" The waiter's eyes brightened slightly, his attitude softening considerably. Nonchalantly pocketing the spirit stone, he asked, "Sir, what would you like to know?" Qin Feng replied, "I have a friend who was forcibly made a disciple by a Xuanzong. Marked with the sex insignia, I wish to know if anyone in Yunlong City can undo it." The absurdity of Qin Feng's inquiry caused several patrons at a nearby table to spit out their tea. The waiter, perplexed, responded, "Your friend being taken in by a Xuanzong isn't a bad thing, is it? Why would he want to escape?" Qin Feng retorted, "That's none of your concern. Just tell me if anyone in Yunlong City can undo this. If you can't answer, please return my spirit stone." The waiter tightened his grip on the spirit stone, unwilling to relinquish the easy prize. "Sir, I actually do know someone who can help. There is a Tianyi pavilion in Yunlong City, which specializes in resolving various disputes. You should inquire there. They will surely assist you." Upon hearing this, the patrons at the adjacent table erupted in laughter once more. Qin Feng glanced over, noticing their flushed faces, and was certain the waiter was trying to deceive him. "You're not pulling my leg, are you? Sir, if they fail to assist you, come back and I will gladly return your spirit stone." Qin Feng cast another look at the neighboring table and produced another medium-grade spirit stone. Placing it on the table, "Bring me a pot of Xianwan tea. I'll forego the cheap option." The waiter, though puzzled, accepted the spirit stone and left. Shortly thereafter, a pot of Xianwan tea was presented, wisps of fragrant white mist wafting from the spout, filling the tea house with an enchanting aroma. Qin Feng, delighted with his Xianwan, approached the neighboring table, pouring tea for the 3 gentlemen. "Esteemed friends, may I join you?" They say one should never strike a smiling face, especially when presented with fine tea. Thus, they had no intention of refusing. At the head of the tea table sat an unkempt old Taoist, to his left a fortune teller clad in a yellow bagua robe, and to his right a small, hunchbacked elder. The old Taoist, seeing Qin Feng's approach, chuckled, "Just take a seat." No need for formalities. Qin Feng smiled as he settled in and engaged the trio in casual conversation before inquiring. I wonder if that waiter was deceiving me? Might I ask for your insights, esteemed friends? The hunchbacked elder chuckled. He truly did not mislead you. But do you know the origins of Tianyi Pavilion? Qin Feng replied, I would like to hear more. The hunchbacked elder continued, there are 9 celestial sects in this world, one of which is called Tianyi sect. The Tianyi Pavilion in Yunlong City was established by an elder from Tianyi sect. If you can persuade him to take action, your predicament would be resolved with just a word. Qin Feng grasped the general idea. Indeed, Tianyi Pavilion possessed such capabilities, yet coaxing this esteemed elder into action would not be an easy feat. How can one possibly entice this elder to intervene? The fortune-teller burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, how could you ever persuade him? Even if you were the leader of the Lingzong, you would be unlikely to secure an audience. Qin Feng frowned slightly, unwilling to concede. Since he established Tianyi Pavilion, he must be open for business. I see it merely as a matter of spirit stones. The old Taoist shook his head with a wry smile. You, my friend, must understand that he is a dignified elder of a celestial sect. He surely does not lack for spirit stones. To my knowledge, Tianyi Pavilion has a list of treasures that are the most precious in the world. Anyone who can bring forth a treasure from that list will guarantee the elder's assistance. Qin Feng fell into contemplation for a moment before rising to take his leave. Thank you, esteemed friends. For your guidance, I shall go see what treasures are on that list. The 3 men politely saw him off, shaking their heads once he departed. This young man truly would not turn back until he ran into a wall. What good would it do to look? The treasures on that list were all exceedingly rare. If one possessed such artifacts, they would not face such troubles. Hee, I see this lad is delicate and fair. Clearly a pampered young master from a minor family who has never encountered hardship. Chapter 57. Tianyi Pavilion. Qin Feng exited and, after a series of inquiries, stumbled his way to Tianyi Pavilion. Originally, he had presumed that the Tianyi Pavilion, a bastion of the celestial sect, would be an awe-inspiring edifice. To his surprise, it turned out to be merely a quaint loft, comparable in size to the tea house he had just left. This modest structure was nestled amidst a residential enclave, seemingly converted from a private residence. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng discerned the underlying implications. The elder of Tianyi Pavilion was quite explicit in his message, using this arrangement to signify that the pavilion bore no affiliation with the Tianyi sect. His actions were solely representative of his personal volition, entirely dissociated from the sect. This stratagem was rather cunning, as it allowed him to leverage the sect's reputation while simultaneously sidestepping potential disputes. As Qin Feng approached the Tianyi Pavilion, he found the area before it bustling with commotion, punctuated by the sound of a woman's anguished cries emanating from within. He navigated through the throng and discovered a respectable middle-aged Taoist nun, who was collapsed outside the pavilion, clutching a jade box and pleading, Dao Zhang, I implore you, save my child. This is a 9,800-year-old blood clam pearl. Is it not sufficient, just slightly inferior to the 10,000-year blood clam pearl? Peering through the open door of the pavilion, he observed several disciples clad in Tianyi robes, their expressions cold and unyielding as they regarded the nun with indifference. As her cries drew a crowd, one impatient disciple stepped forward, admonishing her, How can your 1,000-year blood clam pearl be compared to the 10,000-year variety? While they may seem to differ by a mere 200 years, the disparity is monumental. We operate on a clear pricing system. Your offering is inadequate, and you dare to cause a ruckus here? The middle-aged nun, desperate, sank to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. I swear I will procure a 10,000-year blood clam pearl for you. Please, I beg you, save my child. He is on the brink of death. The disciple frowned. Every day countless lives perish. Can we possibly attend to them all? Even if we were to submit this offering, the elder would reject it, and we would face repercussions for our actions. Why must you burden us further? Realizing her pleas were futile, the nun, in her despair, faltered and collapsed, losing consciousness, as someone stepped forward to assist her. Harboring intentions of seizing the blood clam pearl, the Tianyi disciple barked, Who dares to act recklessly before the Tianyi Pavilion? The crowd recoiled, deterred from intervening, and he cautiously helped the woman to her feet, leaning her against a pillar while discreetly tucking the jade box into her sleeve. After these actions, he cast a steely gaze around. issuing a stern warning. Should anyone engage in unsavory conduct at the Tianyi Pavilion's threshold, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, he huffed and stepped inside. The once eager onlookers now sighed, their interest waning as they had anticipated the young man would prove to be a lucrative target, only to witness him nearly being expelled by the disciple, ultimately becoming a victim of circumstance for purchasing a mere booklet. Curiosity piqued, Qin Feng inquired, "What purpose does the blood clam pearl serve? Is it truly valuable?" A knowledgeable bystander chuckled. The blood clam is a unique spirit of the blood sea forbidden zone, adept at harnessing the sanguine essence of that realm, coalescing it into the form of a blood clam pearl. This item is a sacred relic for body refinement and a miraculous remedy for injuries. Even severe wounds can be healed with a 100-year blood clam pearl. Can you fathom its worth? Qin Feng pressed further, but isn't the difference between 9,800 years and 10,000 years merely 200 years? How significant could the disparity in efficacy be? The individual, displaying considerable insight, responded, "The difference is indeed vast. As I understand it, a 10,000-year blood clam pearl can elevate a celestial spirit body further, whereas a 1,000-year pearl cannot, and neither can one that is 9,800 years old." Nodding in understanding, Qin Feng regarded the speaker with approval. At that moment, another person queried, "What affliction has befallen her son? It seems he has been cursed by someone, deteriorating day by day, and has recently begun to vomit black blood. His condition is dire. What a tragic fate. One might ponder why she would provoke such a peculiar group." Qin Feng, noticing the crowd, felt it prudent not to draw attention and thus wandered elsewhere. Upon his return, he found the gathering dispersed, and the middle-aged nun had vanished. It was only then that he stepped into the Tianyi Pavilion, where a disciple approached him, greeting, "Esteemed Taoist, do you seek assistance? My friend has been forcibly taken as a disciple by a master of the Xin sect, and I wish to implore, master for aid. Oh, that is manageable. However, we at Tianyi Pavilion operate on a clear pricing basis. What do you bring with you?" "I possess a formula for a spirit awakening pill." The disciple interrupted, "Do not rush. This formula is exceptional, boasting a 90% chance of success. Are you jesting? If you value your life, be gone swiftly. Taoist, I assure you, I speak the truth. You must trust me." "Ha! What use do we at Tianyi sect have for a spirit awakening pill? Without a celestial root, one cannot even qualify for membership in the Tianyi sect. Moreover, the elder has established a rule. Only items listed in the catalog are acceptable. No matter how valuable other items may be, they will not suffice." Qin Feng, feeling helpless as he faced the prospect of being expelled, hastily replied, "Could you at least provide me with a copy of your catalog? I am unaware of your requirements." At last, the disciple relented, producing a meticulously crafted booklet. Just as Qin Feng reached out to take it, the disciple struck his hand with the booklet, admonishing, "What do you think you're doing? This is not a free gift. It costs 1 medium-grade spirit stone." Qin Feng felt an urge to chastise the disciple for his greed. Was a mere catalog worth a medium-grade spirit stone? Yet, under the circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce, hesitating only briefly before smilingly retrieving the stone and accepting the booklet. Exiting the pavilion, he bore an expression of resignation, while the onlookers who had initially watched him with interest lost their fascination. Having expected him to be an easy target, only to witness him nearly ejected and ultimately becoming a victim of circumstance by purchasing a mere catalog. This catalog, which could be bought for just a low-grade spirit stone at any bookstore, made him feel like a fool. Little did he know how adept the townsfolk were at their games. As he walked, furrowing his brow while examining the catalog, he discovered it contained over 3,000 items, each with a detailed description, including criteria for assessing their quality, origins, and even colorful illustrations. While referring to them as photographs was inaccurate, they were exquisite hand-drawn depictions, resembling actual photographs. Given that the world lacked the technology for printed color images, all 3,000 illustrations must have been painstakingly rendered by hand. In that light, the medium-grade spirit stone hardly seemed exorbitant, as counterfeit versions could never match the quality of such artistry. It held significant collectible value, akin to a rare edition on Earth. Chapter 58. The awareness of reconnaissance for Qin Feng. This authentic catalog proved immensely valuable, as the images of medicinal herbs contained therein were crucial data, far more intuitive than mere textual descriptions, facilitating Xiaolong's identification process. After perusing the contents, Qin Feng inquired, Xiaolong, among the 3,000 treasures listed, which would be most feasible for us to acquire? Commander, the 5 exceedingly rare heavenly fires and 2 exceptionally rare earthly fires mentioned are comparatively accessible for us. There are 2 reasons. First, the Wanyan Forbidden Zone is currently in its safest seasonal phase. Second, we possess comprehensive information about the Wanyan Forbidden Zone. Beyond the heavenly and earthly fires, the catalog also contained over 1,000 varieties of celestial herbs, divine medicines, and sacred fruits. If we could obtain even a trace of their DNA, we could cultivate them. However, the descriptions indicate that these celestial herbs, divine medicines, and sacred fruits have exceedingly specific growth conditions. While obtaining seeds may be straightforward, achieving maturity is a formidable challenge. Qin Feng recalled asking how long it would take to cultivate a blood spirit fruit. He had assumed it would take merely 2 days, only to discover it required over 300 days due to unmet growth parameters. Even if one could cultivate seedlings, they might not thrive. The same held true for those celestial herbs and divine medicines, which demanded not only a significant amount of spiritual energy but also specific environmental conditions and rare growth factors. Simply producing seedlings would not guarantee mature celestial herbs or divine medicines. With this in mind, it appeared that seeking heavenly and earthly fires was indeed our only viable option. Qin Feng felt a twinge of reluctance regarding the Wanyan Forbidden Zone, as it was notoriously perilous, particularly for someone of his modest cultivation at the second layer of Qi refinement. Even in winter, it was akin to a hellish existence. Moreover, the true terror of such forbidden zones likely lay not in the fire spirits or fire demons, nor the apocalyptic disasters, but rather in the treachery of fellow humans and the deep-seated animosity harbored by the demon race towards humanity. Xiaolong assessed the safety and feasibility of collecting heavenly and earthly fires. Commander, the safety cannot be precisely gauged. However, if the Yunlong is involved throughout the operation, feasibility exceeds 60%. If you master a method of flight, feasibility will soar beyond 80%. How so? I have studied the Wanyan secret scroll and discovered that we can employ predictive algorithms for earthquakes and volcanic eruptions to forecast the emergence of heavenly and earthly fires. Furthermore, previously, Li Hongguang deployed a special frequency-modulated radar wave to locate the Yunlong. I suspect this is what is referred to as spiritual awareness. Using our current technology, we possess numerous means to shield ourselves from such detection. Therefore, we can leverage this to conceal our presence, remaining hidden in the transitional zone between the stratosphere and troposphere. And when we ascertain the imminent appearance of heavenly fire, we can descend to execute our plan. If you were to master a method of flight, the Yunlong might not even need to descend, significantly lowering the risk of exposure, thereby enhancing the mission's overall maneuverability and, naturally, its success rate. Qin Feng pondered this earnestly. You propose an intriguing strategy. We could conceal ourselves in the heights, playing the role of the yellow bird in the fable of the mantis and the cicada, or the fisherman in the tale of the clam and the snipe. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly had a thought and, with a spark of excitement, exclaimed, "Indeed, we could wait for someone to seize the heavenly fire. And then we can pursue them, launching a surprise attack." Xiaolong interjected, "Commander, please remain calm. You are currently in a public place." Qin Feng's smile faltered as he noticed the peculiar glances from those around him. Drawing from his experience, he knew that as long as he remained unembarrassed, it was others who would feel awkward. Thus, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Once I seize the heavenly fire and ascend to the celestial realm, it will be only a matter of time. Ha ha ha!" The surrounding crowd began to comprehend that this young man had lost his sanity. Initially, a few individuals with ulterior motives thought Qin Feng might have some connections and contemplated dubious schemes. But upon realizing he was merely a madman, they shook their heads and departed. Qin Feng swaggered towards the great market of techniques, eager to explore any methods of flight available. After a thorough survey, he found that the cheapest mundane-level sword technique cost 30 medium-grade spirit stones. While he could afford it by retrieving spirit stones from the Yunlong ship, he felt it would be a loss to purchase such a mediocre technique. Seeing him anxiously eyeing others as they pulled out their spirit stones, Xiaolong kindly suggested, "Commander, acquiring such techniques is actually quite feasible." Qin Feng, intrigued, withdrew his scrutinizing gaze. You see, as a newly initiated disciple, Yang Dai has 2 opportunities each year to enter the treasure vault, allowing her to take out one technique each time, albeit only from the first floor. However, by following our previous approach, We could easily record at least 100 techniques during these 2 opportunities. Whatever technique you desire, it would be no problem. Qin Feng scratched his head, somewhat speechless. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I was already contemplating dubious schemes. Xiaolong inquired. What dubious schemes? Qin Feng replied, of course. I was hoping someone would drop a high-grade spirit stone, and I could just step in and claim it. Though Qin Feng feigned ignorance, Xiaolong could surmise that he intended to play the opportunist, prompting him to remind, Commander, consider how your city entry permit is written. Qin Feng stubbornly retorted, Is it illegal to think? I shall return and discuss this with the girl later. Having exited the technique market, Qin Feng made his way towards the southern gate. Just as he approached the city gate, he suddenly halted, glancing back casually to eye in that fleeting moment. He captured a photograph, isolating an individual from the crowd. Xiaolong, please investigate how many times this person has appeared in my visual recordings. I suspect he is following me. Commander, after filtering, it appears he was in line behind you when you entered the city and has been tailing you ever since. Appearing 34 times in your visual recordings, he has changed his attire 3 times and is exceptionally well concealed. Xiaolong sent Qin Feng over 30 screenshots, illustrating that this individual maintained a distance of 100 meters, making him difficult to detect in the bustling spirit market. Qin Feng glanced back once more, noting that the person was now over 100 meters away, gazing up at the great market of treasures. I shall devise a way to shake him off. You maneuver the Yunlong to hide in a position near the east gate. I will not proceed southward. Understood, Commander. Despite Qin Feng's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was, in fact, a reconnaissance soldier by background and a level 3 agile genetic warrior, with reconnaissance awareness and counter-reconnaissance instincts deeply ingrained in his being. Chapter 59. The Art of Concealment. In truth, Qin Feng had always sensed someone was tracking him. He had previously feigned ignorance to shake off a few pursuers, yet this individual continued to trail him. Now, on the brink of entering the city, his attention was piqued. He hadn't anticipated that this person had begun following him from the moment he queued at the city gate. Reflecting on this, he speculated, could he be an accomplice of the Jade-Faced Scholar? As Qin Feng pondered, he made his way to the great market of treasures. Once mingling within the throng, he activated his speed technique, darting through the crowd until he burst forth from the northern gate of the market. Although the speed technique lasted only 12 seconds, it felt to him as if he had traversed 120 seconds. That duration was sufficient for him to cover considerable ground and blend into another crowd. He then activated his nano-armor and donned a very ordinary blue robe. After executing these maneuvers, the pursuer was left utterly dumbfounded. This individual, who had been locked onto him by his spiritual sense, seemed to vanish in an instant. The pursuer's spiritual sense roamed the crowd in search, drawing angry stares from onlookers, ultimately leading to a frustrated stomp before exiting the city to report back. It turned out that he was acquainted with Di Qing, the Jade-Faced Scholar's master. After Di Qing was slain by this individual, he had been both alerting others and tailing the murderer, hoping for a reward once vengeance was exacted. However, he never expected to be uncovered at such a crucial moment and lose the chase. Qin Feng hastened towards the eastern gate. Upon exiting, he leaped eastward, each bound allowing him to glide a parabolic arc of over 100 meters. After traversing approximately 7 to 8 miles, Qin Feng leaped onto the edge of a cliff atop a mountain, overlooking a frozen riverbank with a thin layer of snow atop the icy. To the naked eye, even if Qin Feng was aware of the Yunlong's location, he could not discern its camouflage. This utilized a 3-dimensional mapping technology akin to the principle of sky reflection, rendering it nearly perfectly concealed beyond 50 meters, while subtle unnatural aspects could be detected within that range upon close inspection. The cliff from which Qin Feng leaped was over 300 meters high. With arms outstretched, he plunged downward, landing securely on the Yunlong's hatch. 10 seconds later, the transparent hatch of the cockpit opened automatically, allowing Qin Feng to slip inside. Once aboard the Yunlong, he felt a sense of safety, for the vessel had endured practical tests, withstanding the pursuit of a nascent soul stage sword cultivator. Moreover, the most potent weapon, the gamma-ray burst, which had been repurposed, was now reinstalled. Should he encounter Li Hongguang again, he would be ready to deliver a painful lesson. The energy requirements for the gamma-ray burst were 100 to 3,000 times that of an ion railgun, with its remarkable penetration ability causing damage to targets to erupt from within, nearly impossible to defend against. With the establishment of large-scale booster and energy convergence devices, The energy demand could even be amplified by up to 10,000 times, enhancing its power by 100,000 times, which was precisely the annihilation cannon Qin Feng had requested Xiaolong to construct. Taking his seat in the pilot's position, Qin Feng first inquired about Elder Yang's current situation. The Elder was engaged in a virtual battle against extraterrestrial beings, defending his farm, with no time to spare for Qin Feng. Through several walls, he could faintly hear Elder Yang's furious shouts. "Damn it! Who dares to steal my cantaloupe? Take this." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Feng felt awkward. That moment, Xiaolong informed, "Commander, Yang Dai inquired about your whereabouts 10 minutes ago and wished to speak with you. I told her you were in a perilous situation, and she expressed hope that you would message her once you were safe." "What does it mean to be in a perilous situation?" "I was merely toying with my pursuer," Qin Feng grumbled, attempting to send a voice message to Yang Dai. After a 10-second wait, the connection was established, and Yang Dai immediately asked, "Teacher, are you safe now?" "What exactly happened?" Qin Feng replied. "Nothing serious. I merely ventured into the city to seek a solution for your sex mark, but unexpectedly got followed. I employed a little trick to elude him." "It's not as dire as Xiaolong described," Yang Dai responded. "Oh, then I'm relieved." Qin Feng inquired, "What did you want to discuss with me earlier?" Yang Dai cautioned, "Teacher, I must remind you not to mention the name of the heavenly sword sect's leader, as he will sense it, especially when you harbor hostile intentions. His awareness will be particularly acute." Qin Feng exclaimed. "Huh? Did I ever mention his name?" "I don't recall." Xiaolong interjected. "Commander, you did. Previously, you mentioned using the annihilation cannon to eradicate the heavenly sword sect and that individual. Shortly thereafter, disciples from the sect arrived." Qin Feng pondered. "Isn't that rather eerie?" Yang Dai continued, "Teacher, today, Nanshang brought 2 elderly ladies to instruct me on the virtues of women. Just as the lesson was underway, the leader returned in an extremely flustered state. Nansheng promptly inquired what had transpired, to which the leader recounted a sudden sense of ominous foreboding. After some calculations, he deduced that the ill omen originated from a desolate mountain in the north. He dispatched disciples to investigate, only to discover that they had all been ambushed. Upon realizing the disciples had been slain, he rushed to the scene, witnessing a peculiar treasure soaring into the sky and unleashing numerous unprecedented divine lights upon him. He described these divine lights as exceedingly swift, impossible to evade, and immensely powerful. Had he not possessed various defensive abilities, he might have suffered grave injury. He pursued the strange object for over 100 miles, but it fled faster and eventually vanished from sight, compelling him to return to the heavenly sword sect in frustration. He came here to borrow a certain rope artifact from Nanshang, asserting that should he encounter you again, he would use that artifact to capture you alive." Qin Feng mused. "So that is how he discovered me. The tactics of these cultivators are truly varied and unpredictable." Yang Dai, "Master, I specifically consulted with Senior Sister Qingzi. She mentioned that the higher the cultivation level of a practitioner, the stronger the resonance with the heavens, allowing them to perceive many celestial secrets. If a mortal is cursed behind their back, they might sneeze, but if a cultivator is being thought of, the premonition is even more intense. Therefore, one must never openly speak the name of another." Qin Feng, "Alas, what a nuisance." Yang Dai, "Master, do not fret. Where there is a method of divination, there naturally exists a method of concealment. I heard from Senior Sister Qingzi that the first floor of the Scripture Pavilion teaches techniques to obscure and disrupt celestial secrets. In my first year of entry, I have 2 opportunities to visit. I plan to head to the Scripture Pavilion after class. I wonder if there are any other techniques you require aside from those for concealment?" Chapter 60, The 3 Obediences and 4 Virtues. Qin Feng, "I intended to discuss this matter with you as well, but you have brought it up first. I believe there are 3 types of techniques needed. First, the prerequisite techniques for those spiritual level methods. Second, various foundational theories and common knowledge related to cultivation, as you previously mentioned, knowledge that seems obvious yet eluded us, leading to significant losses. Lastly, some fundamental techniques for flight, escape, defense, as well as the methods for obscuring and disrupting celestial secrets that you mentioned." Yang Dai, "Master, I have noted that down." After Yang Dai concluded her morning class, Nanshang personally came to inquire about the content she learned today. Having received modern compulsory education, Yang Dai held a strong aversion to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, leading her to respond to Nanshang's questions with answers that missed the mark. intentionally providing incorrect information. However, Nan Shang did not take offense. Her aim was to gradually brainwash Qingyin, ultimately transforming her into a woman who obediently catered to her son. Such matters could not be rushed or forced. They required gentle persuasion and opportunistic guidance. With a glint in her eye, she smiled and said, "We are of the righteous Tao, the Xuanzong. Our emphasis on the teachings of propriety has always surpassed that of cultivation. A woman may lack talent and wisdom, yet she must never be without propriety and virtue. Otherwise, when she leaves the sect, she risks being ridiculed as an uncultured country girl who knows no decorum. You are still young and may not comprehend the importance of these rights and laws. I do not blame you for your reluctance to learn, but as your master, I cannot refrain from teaching you. Here's the deal. For every question you answer correctly, I shall reward you with 1 contribution point to the Xuanzong. The contributions of the Tianjin sect are categorized into 4 levels: mortal, Xian, spirit, and immortal, corresponding to rewards at those respective levels. A single Xian level contribution can be exchanged for a Xian level technique from the scripture pavilion, 10 mid-grade spirit stones, or 200 low-grade spirit stones, as well as 3 Xian level elixirs, among other Xian level treasures. Upon hearing this, Yang Dai's eyes sparkled, for the first floor of the scripture pavilion contained mortal level techniques, the second floor Xian level techniques, and the third floor spirit level techniques. If she could obtain such a Xian level contribution, she would be able to access the second floor of the scripture pavilion. Master, are you certain that for each question answered correctly, I will receive 1 Xian level contribution? Seeing that the girl had taken the bait, Nan Shang could not help but chuckle inwardly, maintaining a calm facade as she replied, "Indeed, today there are 3 questions. If you answer them all correctly, you shall receive 3 Xian level contributions." Yang Dai stifled her excitement and said, "Please proceed with your questions, master." Nan Shang then asked, "What are the 3 obediences and 4 virtues?" Yang Dai thought to herself that this question was exceedingly simple. "Master, the 3 obediences refer to a woman obeying her father before marriage, her husband after marriage, and her son upon her husband's death. The 4 virtues are virtue, speech, appearance, and skill." Nan Shang continued, "Aside from referring to one's father, what else does obeying the father encompass?" Yang Dai's brow furrowed slightly as she sensed a deeper intent behind Nan Shang's questions, but a thought occurred to her. "Master, if one has no father, a teacher who imparts knowledge and nurtures one's growth may also be regarded as a father." While she intended to refer to her teacher, Qin Feng, Nan Shang mistakenly believed she had received the answer she sought and proceeded to ask, "It is often said that one must not defy their parents' orders. If your parents ask you to do something you are unwilling to do, yet claim it is for your own good, how should you conduct yourself?" This question represented Nan Shang's true intent. Yang Dai quickly responded, "If it is genuinely for my benefit, even if I am reluctant, I should honor my parents and obey their commands." Upon hearing this, Nan Shang felt rather unsatisfied with all 3 answers. Yet they broadly met her initial brainwashing objective. This matter could not be rushed and required gradual cultivation. Although there were some flaws, she deemed it sufficient, declaring, "You have answered all correctly, thus you shall receive 3 Xian level contributions. You may leave now." Yang Dai received 3 1-inch long jade tokens inscribed with the character Xian and respectfully took her leave. Upon exiting, she hurried directly to the scripture pavilion, where she encountered Yu Chunzi once more. "Senior uncle, I am Qingyin, a disciple of Nan Shang. I wish to use my 2 opportunities as a newly admitted disciple, along with these 3 Xian level contributions, to borrow 5 volumes of techniques." Why, Yu Chunzi opened his eyes this time and advised, "With your aptitude, you ought to solidify your foundation. As long as you do not aim too high and do not waver in your pursuits, your future prospects are boundless. I observe that your previous endeavor was hasty and greedy, resulting in a total loss. Therefore, I offer this guidance. Do not mislead yourself again. Thank you for your guidance, senior uncle." Seeing Qingyin's anxious demeanor, Yu Chunzi shook his head inwardly. It was difficult to counsel someone who was determined to ignore advice. "Go on. You may stay for a maximum of 2 quarters on the first floor, 3 quarters on the second floor, and you are not permitted to enter the 3rd floor." "Understood, senior uncle." Yang Dai swiftly entered the scripture pavilion, making her way to the 2nd floor. This level primarily housed paper books, with only 30% being jade slips. This time, she was not as frantic as during her first visit. She had ample time and purposefully sought the books she required. Xiao Long also reminded Yang Dai to record the titles he was interested in. Why, Yu Chunzi, observing this scene through his divine sense, felt an overwhelming frustration brewing within him as he pondered the girl's reckless behavior. Was she truly incapable of heeding advice? 75 minutes later, Yang Dai hurried out just as the clock struck. She emerged with 5 exceptionally thick tomes, bidding farewell to Yu Chunzi. Senior uncle, I have made my selections. Farewell. Why Yu Chunzi could no longer contain himself and furrowed his brow, questioning, what do you mean by choosing this 72 histories? Such a precious opportunity, and you choose to read this seemingly useless book regarding cultivation? Yang Dai thought to herself, was it not Xiaolong who arranged this? He said it was the thickest tome, and she could take it without recording, thus saving time to record 5 additional volumes. Senior uncle, I believe that understanding history can illuminate the present and connect the past to the present. There is much wisdom from our predecessors within history worth studying. Enough, just go. Yang Dai longed to retort, your cultivation is lacking. Why are you so impatient? Yet, she ultimately refrained and respectfully bowed before departing. On her way back, Yang Dai excitedly asked Xiaolong, Brother Xiaolong, how many did we record this time? Xiaolong replied, this time we recorded a total of 69 volumes of techniques, comprising 28 mortal level and 41 Qin level techniques, covering alchemy, weapon forging, sword techniques, spells, secret arts, forbidden techniques, demon arts, mental cultivation, insights, common knowledge, historical texts, and more. Yang Dai inquired, did we record all the techniques the master needed? Xiaolong answered, the prerequisite techniques required by Commander Qin Feng, along with methods for flight, escape, defense, and obscuring celestial secrets, have all been recorded in more than one volume. Additionally, we also recorded a wealth of insights and notes from previous practitioners, encompassing a vast array of foundational theories and common knowledge. Yang Dai exclaimed, then please send them to the master first. I should return to prepare for my afternoon class now. Chapter 61. The 3 Great Escapes. Meanwhile, Qin Feng swiftly received the electronic version of the techniques sent by Xiaolong. Xiaolong explained to Qin Feng, Commander, I have categorized all the content into 2 types. One is essential foundational knowledge, and the other consists of techniques I deemed suitable for you after preliminary review. The first thing Qin Feng examined was the foundational knowledge. He discovered that Xiaolong had meticulously extracted and compiled all the cultivation insights, notes, and various knowledge points recorded within the techniques into a memory file containing 829 QA entries. Silently commending Xiaolong, Qin Feng imported the memory file containing 829 entries into the biological chip at the back of his mind. After a considerable time, Qin Feng suddenly inhaled sharply, as though he had emerged from drowning. Gasping for air. Once his breathing steadied, he closed his eyes and perused the myriad of information now ingrained in his mind. I am the Taoist sect. The cultivation realms from lowest to highest are Qi refining realm, foundation establishment realm, golden core realm, nascent soul realm, spirit transformation realm, void return realm, harmonization realm, tribulation crossing realm, great ascension realm, and immortal realm. I am the Buddhist sect. The cultivation realms from lowest to highest are illumination realm, heart movement realm, relic realm, golden body realm, dharma aspect realm, dispelling illusion realm, Bodhi realm, tribulation crossing realm, great ascension realm, and arhat realm. I am the demonic sect. The cultivation realms from lowest to highest are entry into demon realm, transformation into demon realm, demon core realm, demon infant realm, demon aspect realm, true demon realm, demon god realm, tribulation crossing realm, great ascension realm, and celestial demon realm. The cultivation realms of the demon race are rather chaotic, with different demon races possessing entirely distinct realms, generally categorized into 7 types. The bloodline flow that returns to the source, the demon sage flow with formidable physical strength, the demon god flow that manipulates innate powers, the eternal wood spirit flow, the transformation flow that reveres human techniques, the cloning flow, often associated with insect demons, and the deification flow that cultivates the divine path, such as mountain gods, river gods, water gods, etc. The myriad realms are abundant and diverse, each revealing the unfathomable depths of this world to Qin Feng, while simultaneously illuminating the intricate complexities between various schools, races, and beliefs. Furthermore, Qin Feng regards the wealth of cultivation knowledge as paramount. For instance, it is customary for cultivators to consume an array of elixirs to aid their practice, as without such supplements, their progress would be exceedingly sluggish. Moreover, this world seemingly harbors a celestial order. For cultivation often entails defying the heavens, incurring the wrath of heavenly tribulations. These tribulations are not limited to mere thunder, but also encompass winds, waters, flames, human calamities, inner demons, and external fiends, among others. In addition, Qin Feng has gleaned extensive information regarding alchemy, artifact refinement, talismans, beast taming, formations, and an assortment of esoteric arts such as necromancy, possession techniques, poison arts, and curses. After swiftly reviewing all the information in his mind, many of Qin Feng's doubts were resolved. Previously, his exploration of cultivation was akin to a blind man crossing a river, unaware of the dangers lurking within and oblivious to the taboos that lay ahead. Now, armed with the insights and experiences of predecessors, he can navigate with caution rather than recklessly plunging into the unknown. Upon perusing this wealth of information, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "For me? This foundational knowledge of cultivation is indeed a priceless treasure, not only sparing me from numerous detours, but, more importantly, saving my life on countless occasions." Such words were far from an exaggeration. Had it not been for this knowledge, he would remain oblivious to the concept of inner demons in cultivation, unaware that practicing techniques contrary to one's innate attributes could easily lead to a descent into madness, and he would not have known of the myriad insidious methods of harm that exist in this world, be it poisons, curses, or spirits. A moment's inattention could lead to an untimely demise without even understanding how it occurred. He realized that apart from his nano-battle armor, he possessed no other means of defense, rendering him as vulnerable as if he were wandering naked. It was imperative that he acquire additional defensive techniques. Adhering to the philosophy that multiple defensive strategies equate to multiple lives, Qin Feng began to select techniques from the catalog provided by Yunlong. Wind and Fire Secret Technique harnesses the power of fire aided by wind, a formidable elemental spell, and one of the few techniques in the Tianjin sect capable of reaching the spiritual level. Observing this technique, which Yunlong had placed at the forefront, Qin Feng slowly shook his head. Do I truly need this? It seems unnecessary. In his view, offensive spells appeared redundant. Against a foe like the jade-faced scholar, his high-energy particle pistol combined with unparalleled speed would suffice. Should he encounter a more formidable opponent, the super long-range support from the Yunlong would be more than adequate to quell any threats. In the case of someone like Li Hongguang, unless absolutely necessary, it would be wise to keep a safe distance. Even if there was a chance of counterattack, the risk would not be worth taking. Qin Feng believed that he should focus all his limited energy on cultivating techniques that could ensure his survival, which would be crucial for his upcoming expedition into the Wanyin Forbidden Land. Therefore, offensive techniques were to be set aside for now, with the highest priority given to those that could facilitate escape. Based on his newfound understanding of the cultivation world, the most potent means of escape lay in the art of evasion, with the fastest method being the light escape technique, universally recognized as the ultimate skill for fleeing. Despite its apparent advantages, the rarity of practitioners who could master the light escape technique was astounding, as the requirements for comprehension and talent were exceptionally high, leaving the vast majority unable to grasp it. In the Tianjin sect, a mere 4 disciples below the nascent soul stage had mastered this technique, and among the 7 nascent soul experts, only 4 had achieved the same. This exemplifies the formidable challenge of comprehending the light escape technique. Given its high entry barrier, mastering it could even allow one to escape the clutches of nascent soul practitioners who had yet to acquire the technique. Thus Qin Feng was resolute in his determination to cultivate it. Among the 69 techniques obtained by Yang Dai, 3 pertain to the light escape method, the first being Thunderbolt Light Escape, the second Water Cloud Light Escape, and the third Blood Sickness Light Escape. Each of these techniques possessed unique characteristics. The Thunderbolt Light Escape was the fastest, the Water Cloud Light Escape was unpredictable, and the Blood Sickness Light Escape could extend infinitely as long as one possessed sufficient blood essence, allowing for journeys to the ends of the earth in terms of comprehending the 3 escape techniques. The Water Cloud Light Escape posed the greatest challenge, followed by the Thunderbolt Light Escape, while the Blood Sickness Light Escape was the easiest to grasp, albeit with noticeable side effects, as its use would lead to anemia. Uncertain of which technique he could comprehend, Qin Feng decided to select all 3 for experimentation. After finalizing his choice of escape techniques, Qin Feng turned his attention to defensive methods. Out of the 69 techniques, 14 pertain to protective arts, including a protective barrier similar to the energy shield of the Yunlong, actively retaliating with a rotating protective sword, and a spiritual light that hovered above to safeguard one's mind. After reviewing these options, Qin Feng opted for the mundane-level golden light shield instead of the spiritual-level five-colored cloud smoke, the very technique that had erupted from Li Hongguang's body, or the profound-level demon-calming robe. This decision stemmed from a comprehensive evaluation of comprehension difficulty, cultivation challenges, potential for enhancement, and practical utility. The five-colored cloud smoke indeed appeared appealing, as it channels elemental energies into the internal organs, allowing for a vibrant defense during critical moments. However, its requirement for spiritual-level colorful clouds for its refinement, compounded by the challenges in comprehension, cultivation, and subsequent enhancement, rendered it impractical for immediate use. The demon-calming robe manifests one's true energy into a translucent veil, which, while aesthetically pleasing, was deemed impractical based on prior evaluations. Qin Feng sought methods for survival rather than decorative techniques, thus he naturally dismissed this option. After weighing the pros and cons of other protective techniques, Qin Feng found himself particularly drawn to the golden light shield for three reasons. Firstly, it was the very technique displayed by Li Hongguang, a mundane-level method that remained in use even at the nascent soul stage, indicating its exceptional qualities. Secondly, the golden light shield was straightforward to cultivate, with manageable challenges for subsequent breakthroughs, making it an easily attainable defensive technique. Most importantly, the principle behind the golden light shield was refreshingly simple and direct, relying on sheer force as a formidable defense that expended considerable true energy but yielded remarkable results. For Qin Feng, the substantial energy consumption was not a concern. He was currently seeking outlets for his abundant reserves. Having settled on his defensive technique, Qin Feng selected the cloud-treading wind-boosting technique and the clear mind mantra, concluding with the plain hidden spirit scripture. The cloud-treading wind-boosting technique is among the few flight techniques in the Tianjin sect that does not involve sword flight and is classified as a profound-level technique. Despite not being the fastest or the highest ranked among the 7 flight techniques available, Qin Feng chose it for its ability to traverse the clouds, providing greater stealth compared to the more conspicuous sword flight methods. The clear mind mantra is a fundamental practice for disciples of the Tianjin sect, capable of dispelling minor instances of madness and counteracting malevolent mental manipulations. Meanwhile, the plain hidden spirit scripture obscures one's celestial secrets. Upon a cursory review, Qin Feng found it incomprehensible. However, as per the scripture's instructions, reciting the incantation daily would suffice to conceal his secrets and evade most divination methods. Without further delay, Qin Feng recited the incantation, and upon completion, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him, revealing a faint mist surrounding him when he scanned his surroundings with his consciousness. Although thin, this mist obscured prying senses, making it exceedingly difficult for any divination to pierce through, thus ensuring that should Li Hongguang attempt to deduce Qin Feng's whereabouts, the results would be drastically inaccurate. Recognizing the importance of focusing on a manageable number of techniques, Qin Feng resolved to prioritize these selections. Xiaolong, please assist me in formulating a training regimen, aiming to master these techniques within the shortest possible time. Of course, Commander, I propose a structured approach, beginning with the simpler clear mind mantra, golden light shield, and cloud-treading wind-boosting technique, before tackling the 3 light escape techniques. That sounds reasonable. Let us commence immediately. Every moment must be dedicated to training as our time is limited. The clear mind mantra, golden light shield, and cloud-treading wind-boosting technique all came with corresponding cultivation insights and notes, and given their inherent accessibility, Qin Feng faced little resistance in his studies. During his initial attempt at the clear mind mantra, he immediately felt a refreshing clarity in his mind, with his thoughts becoming sharper and more lucid. By the 10th attempt, a radiant glow emanated from his skin, not only sharpening his mind but also dispelling distracting thoughts, alleviating many of his physical discomforts. This state persisted for 20 to 30 seconds before the original fatigue returned. Qin Feng felt as though the clear heart mantra was akin to receiving an injection of a tranquilizer and painkiller, temporarily suppressing the distractions within his mind, while also alleviating fatigue and discomfort. Observing that the effects of the clear heart mantra were rather pleasant, he practiced with increasing enthusiasm. However, he gradually realized that the progress he made with the mantra was slowing down, leading him into an inexplicable bottleneck. According to the preface of the clear heart mantra, proficiency could be categorized into 5 stages: novice, proficient, minor success, major success, and perfection. Qin Feng's initial effective execution already qualified as novice level, and by the 10th attempt, his skin emanated a soothing light, signifying his attainment of proficiency. The hallmark of minor success was the manifestation of a clear light behind the head after reciting the mantra, which allowed for effective suppression of inner demons. As Qin Feng repeated the mantra, by the 37th iteration, he felt on the brink of a breakthrough. Yet by the 200th attempt, the minor success stage felt as distant as the horizon, filling him with increasing frustration. If he could not cultivate the mantra to the minor success stage, it would be futile in guarding against inner demons. Despite having the rapid learning method, the path to breakthrough seemed arduous. What could he do? Commander, it would be prudent to pause your practice of the clear heart mantra for now. I've observed that your last few attempts have shown no improvement. Rather, there's a tendency for regression. Haste makes waste. Perhaps you should focus on something else for the time being. Qin Feng, aware of this trend himself, sighed and began to practice the golden light shield. As he channeled his internal energy, he forced it through the 72 acupuncture points around his body, gradually forming a faint golden shield around him. This golden shield bore a striking resemblance to the energy shield of the Yunlong, though the latter was significantly more powerful due to its higher energy level. Currently, the energy level of his golden light shield was less than 1/10,000th of that of the Yunlong's energy shield. Chapter 63. Cloud Treading and Wind Supporting Technique. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised by this golden light shield. After all, no matter how formidable the Yunlong's energy shield was, it could not provide constant protection, and now he could manifest an energy shield of his own. Though still weak, he was confident that one day, its defensive capabilities would surpass that of the Yunlong's energy shield. It was inevitable. Qin Feng approached the practice of the golden light shield with great zeal, disregarding the consumption of internal energy, focusing solely on its strength, with the rapid learning method also aligned in this direction. Supported by abundant internal energy, the golden light shield he manifested was quite impressive, enveloping him in an oval-shaped golden aura. Its brilliance reminiscent of the blazing sun, especially at the moment of its conjuration, almost blinding to behold. According to the detection data provided by Yunlong, this golden light shield could withstand the continuous fire of an M96 assault rifle. Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng remarked, "It can only withstand the fire of an assault rifle. That's rather weak, isn't it? It can't even withstand anti-material sniper rifles, let alone laser weapons. How useless." Yunlong replied, "Commander, you have just reached the proficiency stage. With further practice, you should be able to withstand anti-material sniper fire at the minor success stage." Qin Feng sighed, "This is truly difficult to master. I seem to have hit another bottleneck. Is your rapid learning method even effective? If I can't break through to minor success, major success feels like a distant dream." Yunlong reassured him, "Commander, as far as I know, disciples of the inner sect of the Tianjian sect typically require at least 2 to 3 months of rigorous training to reach proficiency with the golden light shield. And achieving minor success varies from person to person, generally taking over 3 years of hard work. You've only practiced for a little over an hour and have already encountered the proficiency bottleneck. This is already considerable talent." Qin Feng chuckled, "Don't mock me. I know the rapid learning method is impressive. I'm just trying to encourage you," Yunlong responded with a scoff. After being chastised by his own robotic subordinate, Qin Feng's mood soured. He understood that breaking through this bottleneck would not be easy, and continuing to practice felt futile. Thus, he began to practice the cloud treading and wind supporting technique. To practice this technique, he could not remain within the confines of the Yunlong. He needed a spacious area for practical application. Given the proximity to Yunlong City, where numerous practitioners frequented, Qin Feng piloted the Yunlong to a desolate, arid lush highland located 300 miles away. After surveying the area with the Yunlong, it was evident that not only were human footprints scarce, but even larger creatures were seldom sighted. Qin Feng dispatched a cloud eagle for aerial reconnaissance before stepping out of the Yunlong. Ready to practice the cloud treading and wind supporting technique. As the name suggests, this technique comprised 2 elements, cloud treading and wind supporting. The principle involved condensing magical energy into a floating cloud, akin to a hot air balloon, capable only of ascending and descending without directional control. However, with the wind supporting method, he could manipulate the cloud's movements and turns. In practice, the floating cloud was far more agile and nimble than a hot air balloon. And the wind supporting technique could also significantly increase its speed. Whoa, whoa, whoa. As Qin Feng executed the cloud treading technique, a swirling cloud of vapor enveloped his feet, and an unstable buoyancy lifted him upward. The sensation was akin to walking on a waterbed. No matter how he adjusted, It felt precarious and insecure. He spread his arms, striving to maintain balance, instinctively exclaiming, "Whoa!" Xiao Long, unable to bear the sight, advised, "Commander, there are stabilization methods within the cloud treading technique. You should utilize them." Only then did Qin Feng recall this aspect, quickly reciting the incantation. In an instant, the cloud beneath his feet solidified, akin to standing on concrete, dispelling the previous wobbliness. So that's how it works. You should have mentioned it earlier. Xiao Long rolled his eyes at him. With the cloud treading technique gradually becoming proficient, Qin Feng began to perform various stunts atop a cloud the size of a car. Executing sudden ascents and descents, 720-degree loops, dancing on the cloud, death-defying jumps, aerial handstands, and extreme long jumps. Observing the exuberant antics of Qin Feng, Xiao Long mused, if he is already this reckless with just the cloud treading technique, what chaos would ensue if he were to master the wind-supporting method? Noticing that he had reached the proficiency bottleneck of the cloud treading technique, Qin Feng finally descended from the cloud and commenced training in the wind-supporting technique. Having already played around with the cloud treading method, he began to showcase his unique interpretation of the cloud treading and wind-supporting technique as he progressed with the wind-supporting method. This is akin to flying a racing car. Under his deliberate control, the cloud transformed into the shape of a racing car. Seated at the driver's seat, with an imaginary steering wheel in hand, he began to speed through the air. With a turbo start, graceful cornering, extreme turns, cobra maneuvers, leaf spirals, Imaman maneuvers, Hebster maneuvers, vertical spirals, and hurricane rolls, the technical difficulty of piloting a flying racing car far surpassed that of the Yunlong. With the disparity akin to that between a military armored vehicle and an F1CA/AS an amateur racer, Qin Feng had participated in several official friendly matches of flying racing, achieving commendable ninth place. Now, endowed with the spirit of a racing god, he applied all his driving experience to the cloud treading and wind supporting technique. Zoom, zoom, zoom. The white cloud, resembling a deflating balloon, darted through the air at breakneck speed, punctuated by raucous laughter emanating from within. Xiao Long, watching the uncontrollable cloud, thought to himself, although this place was desolate, it was not devoid of passers-by. Should any wandering celestial beings chance upon such a wild cloud, it would be hard to go unnoticed. Protect the commander. Xiao Long activated the Yunlong's radar, monitoring the skies within a 500-mile radius. He would alert Qin Feng immediately should anyone approach. While Qin Feng appeared to be joyriding, he was acutely aware of his actions, diligently exploring the performance of the cloud treading and wind supporting technique, constantly seeking to refine his mastery over it. For him, while the flying method lacked the efficacy of the light escape technique for evasion, he aspired to make the cloud more responsive, so that in critical moments, he might evade incoming attacks with racing-level maneuvers. Thanks to the support of the rapid learning method, it took merely half an hour for the cloud treading and wind supporting technique to advance from novice to proficiency, and he felt there was still room for improvement in the bottleneck stage, primarily because he sensed that many flying techniques from racing had not been perfectly integrated into the cloud treading technique. Thus, he continued to practice tirelessly, refining each technique to what he deemed its optimal state. Chapter 64. Unity of Man and Cloud. 3 hours later, Qin Feng abruptly halted the racing cloud, plunging into a state of profound enlightenment. This sensation of enlightenment felt akin to a sudden spark of inspiration, as if he had grasped a crucial opportunity. Following this intuition, he delved deeper, and after a period of intense exploration, he opened the door to a new world. In this moment of enlightenment, clouds ceased to be mere clouds, and winds were no longer mere winds. Everything transformed into the formulas he had once studied in the theoretical knowledge of flying racing. His previously instinctive and muscle memory-based driving style morphed into a series of precisely calculated maneuvers supported by data. In a chase against an enemy, while simultaneously facing a strong crosswind, he would execute a horizontal flip of 180 degrees, pulling down to zero gradient, releasing the pull to level out, and seamlessly transition to attack from behind the enemy. When faced with the onslaught of flying swords, one must deftly pull the left and right levers, aligning the fuselage to form a 90-degree angle with the horizontal plane. By pulling back on the control stick, the nose of the aircraft swiftly rotates towards the horizontal, enabling a rapid turn with an extremely tight radius. With each intricate formula paired with vivid imagery, Qin Feng suddenly grasped the once nebulous concepts of racing theory. He was now profoundly convinced that his skills in flying racing had undergone a qualitative leap, likely bridging the chasm between amateur and professional competitors. Qin Feng believed that his innate talent for racing rivaled that of many professionals. However, his shortcoming lay in his reliance on instinct alone. Essentially, he raced by muscle memory and intuition. In contrast, professional racers incorporated every conceivable factor of the racetrack into their calculations, meticulously perfecting every minute detail to gain 1, 10, or even 100 slight advantages, which gradually compounded into an overwhelming superiority that ultimately crushed amateur racers. This realization explained why Qin Feng had always felt that professional racers were not significantly superior to him, yet he found himself left behind. Unable to catch up, Xiaolong, I believe I have cultivated the cloud treading technique to a minor completion, Qin Feng remarked, opening his eyes and suddenly activating the floating cloud to propel himself forward. The scenes he had only imagined, obstacles and adversaries, seemed to materialize around him. He navigated the floating cloud with agility and grace, executing flawlessly the maneuvers he had once deemed impossible. From Xiaolong's perspective, the floating cloud, which had appeared deflated like a punctured balloon, transformed into a lion besieged by hyenas. In the face of the hyenas' assault, the lion responded with effortless poise, each strike swift and precise, dispatching the hyenas with lethal accuracy. Every maneuver was executed with precision, evading the hyenas' ambushes, and each pause was accompanied by a thunderous counterattack. Although Qin Feng's metrics remained unchanged, his speed and reflexes no better than before, he exuded an entirely different aura, as if he were a different person altogether. Xiaolong, puzzled, said, however, the hallmark of the minor completion of the cloud-treading technique is the unity of man and cloud, akin to the unity of man and sword in the sword control technique. What you exhibit resembles a qualitative change in skill, rather than this. How? Is this even possible? Mid-sentence, Xiaolong suddenly realized that Qin Feng had vanished, merging seamlessly with the floating cloud. This disappearance was so complete that even radar could not detect it. Only infrared sensors noted that this cloud exhibited an overall elevated temperature, distinguishing it from ordinary clouds. To be honest, Qin Feng himself was at a loss as to how he accomplished this. Everything felt as natural as flowing water. If he were to explain, he would say that after breaking through to the minor completion of the cloud-treading technique, he had formed a wondrous connection with the floating cloud, feeling as if it had become a part of his very being. When Xiaolong mentioned the unity of man and cloud, his thoughts aligned, and he instinctively merged with the floating cloud. However, this state did not last long. After about 40 to 50 seconds, Qin Feng felt his vital energy waning and was expelled from the cloud, taking form amidst the clouds. After such a lengthy endeavor, Qin Feng's 50,000 strands of vital energy had been nearly depleted, making it difficult to sustain the vast amounts of energy required for the unity of man and cloud. He lay atop the floating cloud. Descending gently, he gazed at the azure sky and white clouds, a broad smile spreading across his face. The time spent had proven fruitful, and his optimism for the future soared. He believed that if he continued to cultivate at this pace, his growth would be astonishingly rapid. Returning to the cockpit of the Yunlong, he retrieved a low-grade spirit stone to begin replenishing his vital energy. This low-grade spirit stone contained enough spiritual essence to convert into 30 to 40,000 strands of vital energy at a concentration of 93. To fully restore his energy, he would need to consume 2 such stones. The process of cultivating his mental techniques was aided by Xiaolong. Qin Feng could devote most of his attention to previewing the 3 escape techniques. Time flew by, and it was already midday on the second day. Qin Feng awoke from his contemplation, weariness etched on his face as he stared out at the sky, sighing in frustration. This is exceedingly difficult. Why does it feel like comprehending the escape light is harder than breaking through the first layer of the genetic lock? Rubbing his head vigorously, he slumped back in the pilot's seat. The pride from yesterday's understanding of the cloud-treading technique having dissipated completely, he now found himself ensnared in self-doubt. Is my comprehension really so poor? Why can I not grasp anything at all? The 3 escape techniques. Thunder escape was utterly incomprehensible, water cloud escape seemed profoundly mysterious, while blood escape held a glimmer of clarity. Yet, pursuing that faint clarity felt like stumbling into a dead end from which he could not emerge. Oh, this escape technique isn't beyond my understanding. Rather, I simply cannot envision the myriad phenomena depicted in the technique. Ultimately, it boils down to insufficient comprehension. Xiaolong, listening to Qin Feng's self-pity, offered some words of comfort. Commander, I have perused numerous cultivation insights, and according to those experiences, it is often most effective to immerse oneself in the environment associated with such techniques. For instance, the predecessor who developed the thunder escape comprehended it while in a thunder pool. If you were to meditate near a thunder pool, observing the movements of thunder and feeling the connection with the escape light, you might find it significantly easier to comprehend. Qin Feng's eyes brightened, hope reigniting within him. You speak true. It certainly makes sense. Wait, did you just imply that my comprehension is lacking? Apologies, Commander. I may have spoken some untimely truths that inadvertently hurt you. I sincerely apologize. You, Commander, please do not be upset. Aside from the method I just mentioned, there is another approach that could assist your understanding. What other method could there be? Yangdai possesses a Bodhi fruit. If you consume it and then meditate in an appropriate place, your chances of comprehending the escape light would increase significantly compared to your current efforts. Indeed, how did I not think of that? If my comprehension falls short, then let the spiritual fruit make up for it. We shall go find her now. Qin Feng wasted no time, activating the Yunlong and setting a course for the heavenly Sword Mountain. Chapter 65. Young Yellow Peony. As the Yunlong ascended, Qin Feng's attention was caught by a flicker of light outside. Following its source, he beheld a shimmering spectacle amidst the yellow earthen hills, resembling the legendary appearance of a treasure emerging into the world. Xiaolong, what is that over there? Yes, Commander, as the distant scene drew nearer. Qin Feng discerned a pale yellow flower blooming atop a mound of earth, its layers numbering nearly 100, reminiscent of a peony. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "It is yellow peony." The Tianyi basil, which he had previously purchased from the Tianyi Pavilion, proved invaluable at this moment, as Qin Feng instantly recognized that the flower resembling a peony was indeed the precious medicinal herb, yellow peony, recorded within the tome. However, the tome described yellow peony as golden yellow, while this specimen appeared pale yellow, with its petals numbering fewer than 100 layers, hardly reaching a century in age. It should rightly be classified as a young yellow peony. Yellow peony thrives in intense sunlight, emerging from the earth during the peak of midday to absorb the essence of the blazing sun. I can't believe my luck. What a fortunate encounter, though still young. This yellow peony held immense value. Even as a seedling, it could fetch several high-grade spirit stones when sold. Moreover, Qin Feng could entrust the yellow peony to Xiaolong for research and cultivation. As long as its growth factors were sufficiently met, they could cultivate yellow peony in abundance, whether for profit or personal use in the future. Initially, Qin Feng intended to land the Yunlong to collect the flower, but reconsidered, deciding it best to minimize the risk of exposure by keeping the Yunlong aloft. He resolved to keep the craft hidden within the clouds at an altitude of over 10,000 meters, where it could evade detection by divine senses, ensuring greater safety. Most importantly, remaining high in the air would provide greater assistance, as altitude afforded better visibility, offering powerful early warning alerts and long-range fire support, far more useful than being grounded. With this in mind, Qin Feng instructed, "Xiaolong, I will descend to harvest the yellow peony. You remain concealed within the clouds, ready to provide fire support and danger alerts." Understood, Commander. After giving his orders, Qin Feng opened the transparent cockpit hatch and leaped out. A milky white cloud swiftly coalesced below, cushioning his descent. Standing upon the cloud, hands behind his back, he floated downwards. When he was about 100 meters above the yellow peony, Qin Feng halted, contemplating how to strike with precision without alarming the flower, lest it escape. Observing the yellow peony up close proved even more stunning than the video feed from Xiaolong. The flower shimmered with vibrant colors, exuding a halo invisible to cameras, swaying gently in the breeze. It is said that harvesting yellow peony requires special tools that emit intense sunlight, dazzling the flower before swiftly and accurately uprooting it. While I lack such tools, I could use the Yunlong to project a laser onto the yellow peony. That should suffice. Upon sharing this idea with Xiaolong, he received a prompt and practical plan, primarily involving lowering the laser's power to avoid scorching the flower. Let us proceed with that plan. As soon as Qin Feng issued his command, a beam of white light, as thick as a water barrel, pierced through the clouds from high above. The light shone directly upon the yellow peony, which immediately began to unfurl its petals, reveling in the intensity of this fiery sun. As the power of the laser increased, the yellow peony could not help but droop its blossoms, resembling a tipsy reveler. Seeing that the effect was promising, Qin Feng instinctively held his breath. Now was the moment. Quickly suppressing the auspicious clouds, he reached out to grasp the yellow peony. Upon successfully seizing its stem, he felt a surge of joy and exerted all his strength to pull it out. However, the roots of the yellow peony were deeply embedded in the soil, and with excessive force, he inadvertently snapped the stem. This caused Qin Feng to stumble backward, and had it not been for the clouds that cushioned his fall, he would have surely tumbled heavily. Steadying himself and sitting up from the clouds, he gazed at the yellow peony in his hand and reluctantly nodded, muttering, "Well, at least I didn't fumble a tea that moment." A furious voice erupted, "Scoundrel! How dare you destroy my medicinal plant?" Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space around Qin Feng, and 3 cultivators clad in yellow robes leaped forth, each brandishing a flying sword aimed directly at him. A jolt of alarm surged through Qin Feng's heart as he immediately conjured a golden light shield, warily observing the trio who had materialized from thin air. He realized they had emerged from a formation. Yet he was perplexed as to why they had chosen to appear just as he had uprooted the yellow peony. Had they been waiting for someone like him to walk right into their trap? The leader of the 3 yellow-robed cultivators was a burly man with a face full of coarse features. His earth-toned robe strained against his bulging muscles as he brandished a broadsword. Barking, "Who are you? Do you know that this yellow peony is mine?" Qin Feng glanced at the other 2 who were blocking his escape route. One was short and wiry with a cunning expression, while the other was bald and muscular. They scrutinized Qin Feng, revealing a cruel smile upon noting his cultivation at merely the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. "Why, dear fellow, I truly had no knowledge that this yellow peony belonged to you." Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, the bald man interjected, "Not knowing is no excuse. Do you have any idea how precious this yellow peony is? Uprooting it is one thing, but to break it is utterly outrageous." As Qin Feng sensed the familiar undertones of a scam, a single word sprang to mind: extortion. The 2 cultivators appeared to be at the late stage of Qi refinement, while he could not discern the leader's cultivation. But the sense of pressure he exuded felt akin to that of a foundation establishment practitioner, suggesting he was not overly formidable. If he commanded an attack, the Cloud Dragon's laser cannon would obliterate them in an instant. But he refrained from taking lethal action, instead curious about their intentions. If they merely sought to extort him, he might spare their lives. However, should they harbor murderous intent, he would eradicate them without hesitation. Confronted by their mounting pressure, Qin Feng calmly inquired, "What do you wish to do?" At this juncture, the wiry 3rd cultivator assumed a conciliatory tone. "Brother, I believe this lad did not act with malice. Why not let him compensate us instead?" The burly leader glared. "You really didn't mean to?" Qin Feng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it was not intentional. I thought it was an unclaimed item," the bald man retorted. "You dare to argue? This yellow peony is clearly cultivated. How could it possibly be unclaimed?" Qin Feng's calm demeanor startled the bald man, who wondered if perhaps he had bitten off more than he could chew. After all, this reckless youth seemed to lack any significant background, unable to even recognize the forged yellow peony, and his cultivation was merely at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. How could he possibly be a formidable opponent? At this moment, the wiry 3rd cultivator interjected, "Second brother, don't stoop to his level. Just have him hand over anything of value. If it can cover our losses, we'll chalk it up to experience. If not, we 3 brothers are not to be trifled with." A suppressed laugh escaped Qin Feng. After the initial threat, their true intentions were laid bare. "You see, I don't seem to possess anything of significant value. I only have a few medium-grade spirit stones. Would that suffice?" The bald 2nd cultivator immediately made a move as if to strike, but the leader restrained him, addressing Qin Feng. "Are you suggesting we are beggars? If you lack money, then transcribe your techniques for us. Otherwise, I fear you won't leave this place today. Third brother, search him. See if he is hiding anything." As the wiry 3rd cultivator approached to search him, Qin Feng contemplated issuing a command to attack when a female voice echoed from a distance. "You 3 again. What did I say before? Have you forgotten?" The voice, growing closer, soon manifested as a red light that descended beside Qin Feng. revealing the middle-aged female cultivator who had previously pleaded at the entrance of Tianyi Pavilion. After settling the light, she shielded Qin Feng with her body and turned to say, "Young brother, do not fear. They are mere bandits who deceive wandering cultivators. I've dealt with them before, yet here they are again." Qin Feng blinked, momentarily speechless, as the burly leader seethed with a mix of fury and fear. Exclaiming, "Jiang Yin, do not overstep. We've just sworn allegiance to the Red Demon ancestor. We're not afraid of you anymore. This lad broke my yellow peony, and according to your sect's rules, he should compensate." Jiang Yin scoffed. "What nonsense! That yellow peony is clearly a counterfeit made from yellow gentian. And do not think the Red Demon ancestor can intimidate me, even if you serve as his sons. You are merely tools in his hand. Should I choose to kill you, he may not even seek revenge." The three men's faces fluctuated between red and white, and the wiry third cultivator, recognizing the gravity of the situation, offered a way out. "Brother, let us give Jiang Yin some face today. We can avoid each other in the future." The burly leader's expression softened slightly as he muttered, "Fine, for her sake, let us leave." Jiang Yin did not stop them, allowing their anxious retreat. Once they were far enough away, she turned to Qin Feng, saying, "They won't dare return. You should leave now, and in the future, be more vigilant. There are not so many good deeds in this world waiting for you to stumble upon." Observing her intentions to depart, Qin Feng hesitated briefly before asking, "Senior, how is your son faring?" Jiang Yin paused, her eyes reddening slightly. She suppressed her grief, responding, "How do you know about that? I encountered you at the entrance of Tianyi Pavilion yesterday. I never expected you would come to my aid today." Jiang Yin nodded silently, seemingly reluctant to dwell on the matter. With a sigh, she stated, "I must take my leave now. You should hurry away from this place." "Wait, is your son still alive?" Jiang Yin gazed vacantly toward the southwest, murmuring, "Alive, but it feels as though he is dead. I wish to consult the Eastern King's palace. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Senior, perhaps I can save him, but I can only guarantee a 30% chance." Jiang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qin Feng. "What? Are you serious? Can you truly save my child?" Seeing her growing agitation, Qin Feng quickly reassured her, "Senior, I do not have absolute confidence. I can only promise to try. If you can save my child, I will give you this nearly 10,000-year-old blood-toad pearl, along with all my spirit stones. Senior, I seek nothing in return. You have already saved me. Let us not waste time. Please take me there." "Very well, let us go." Qin Feng watched as she retrieved a blood-toad pearl the size of a chicken egg. Upon crushing it, a cloud of blood mist erupted, swiftly entering her body. In the next instant, Jiang Yin steadied herself against Qin Feng's shoulder, a brilliant blood light enveloping them as they soared skyward toward the southwest. Vanishing in an instant, Qin Feng could only see the surrounding red glow, and after about 10 seconds, they burst forth from the light, propelled forward by a powerful inertia. "Be careful." Had Jiang Yin not caught him, he would have collided headfirst into a tree. Regaining his balance, he surveyed his surroundings. The sky was tinted a faint red, with a vast blood sea in the distance, the air permeated with a subtle metallic scent. Before them lay a small fishing village, where, aside from a few wooden houses and boathouses, small fenced courtyards dotted the landscape. Within the courtyard stood 2 or 3 enormous blood snails, their windows slightly ajar, with faint silhouettes moving within. "Senior, is this your home?" "Indeed, this is the place where my family has lived for generations. Follow my lead. There are some restrictions around here, so do not wander off." As Qin Feng followed Jiang Yin into the village surrounded by a row of crimson corals, he noticed 2 small children lying in a scallop at the entrance, dazed. Upon spotting Jiang Yin, they scrambled to their feet, hastily grasping a harpoon. "Ancestress, you've returned. Who is this?" With her mind solely focused on saving her child, Jiang Yin replied casually, "This is someone here to help Qi. Oh, then please come in." As Qin Feng stepped into the village behind Jiang Yin, the blood scent vanished, replaced by the enticing aroma of food. At that moment, he received a message from Little Dragon. "Commander, we have detected your location at 1,229 kilometers away. The Cloud Dragon will arrive in 83 seconds. Upon receiving this message, Qin Feng was secretly astonished and curiously inquired, "Senior, was that just now a technique of light escape? Your speed is remarkable." Jiang Yin nodded and replied, "Indeed, It was a technique of light escape, but it was blood escape. Qin Feng had surmised it was blood escape. Yet his curiosity lay in why Senior Jiang had shattered a blood clam pearl prior to using the technique. Senior, does blood escape not require the burning of one's essence blood? I believe it would be wise to use it sparingly. Jiang Yin did not conceal the truth and candidly stated, "My family possesses a secret method that allows us to utilize the essence blood within the blood clam pearl for blood escape. Rather than our own, however, this blood clam pearl is quite valuable. Without being fishermen who specialize in harvesting blood clams, one could not afford it even if they were aware of its properties." Qin Feng understood and refrained from further questioning. Chapter 67. Saving a life. At that moment, Jiang Yin led him to a blood shell, where a man emerged, weeping and exclaiming, "Madam, Qi, he has breathed his last." Jiang Yin was struck as if by lightning and hurried inside, anxiously calling out, "How could this happen? Were you not keeping him alive?" "Madam, I have been, but his skin has turned increasingly purple, and I can no longer sustain him." Qin Feng followed closely behind, and upon witnessing a boy lying on an icy bed within the blood shell, his entire body was purple and lifeless. Jiang Yin cradled her son, continuously infusing him with true essence. But the boy remained unresponsive. She helplessly sank to the ground, unable to contain her sobs. Qin Feng retrieved a palm-sized first aid kit from his coat pocket and called out, "Step aside, let me try." Jiang Yin, seizing a glimmer of hope, quickly placed the child back on the icy bed and stepped aside. Qin Feng opened the first aid kit, revealing 3 wires with needles attached, connected to the kit itself. Despite its small size, the kit contained 9 types of emergency tools and thousands of concentrated medicinal liquids, sufficient to address most emergency scenarios. He unfurled the wires, inserting 1 needle into the heart's vein, another into the right lung lobe, and the last into the stomach. After completing these actions, he activated the first aid kit. The kit began by monitoring the target's vital signs, lines of information materializing before Qin Feng's eyes. The target has ceased breathing and heartbeat. Blood oxygen saturation at 43. Brain waves are in a resting state. High concentrations of toxic insect enzymes detected in the blood. Preliminary monitoring indicates the target is suffering from severe acute parasitic infection. Initiating rescue with the combination of Plan Number 4 and Number 184. Plan Number 4 involved comprehensive emergency care, including cardiac pacing, defibrillation, injection of adrenal cortical hormones, resuscitation agents, oxygen boosters, and lung cleansing agents. This step was effective for patients who had ceased breathing for less than 30 minutes. Beyond that, even if revived, they might face severe brain damage. Plan Number 184 specifically addressed the toxic reaction to biological enzymes, including emergency antidotes, insecticides, and protective agents. As the first aid kit commenced its rescue procedure, Qin Feng dared not approach, as the cardiac pacing involved high-voltage discharges. Though not lethal, it was undoubtedly painful. With a resounding crack, Qi-Chi's body convulsed, arching upwards before collapsing back down. With the aid of the resuscitation agent, after 5 instances of cardiac pacing, Qi-Chi suddenly emitted a faint ugh, coughing up a thick phlegm and regaining his heartbeat and breath. Jiang Yin, initially skeptical of Qin Feng's abilities and treating him as a last resort, was astonished that he had indeed saved Qi-Chi's life. Even more surprising to her was that Qi-Chi's purple skin began to visibly redden. Suddenly, Qi-Chi sat upright, expelling a large mouthful of black blood, teeming with countless minuscule insects. Upon witnessing the source of her son's affliction, Jiang Yan's eyes blazed with fury. She swiftly conjured a spark, which ignited the black blood, incinerating it along with the embedded insects in an instant. The flames consumed quickly, resembling an explosive combustion in Qin Feng's eyes. Qi continued to expel several more mouthfuls of black blood before collapsing back down, drained. Qin Feng monitored Qi-Chi's vital signs. Noting the situation remained dire. The boy's internal organs, particularly his lungs, had been ravaged by the parasitic insects, and even after resuscitation, his blood oxygen levels remained below 60, with weak brain waves. Without immediate treatment in a professional medical chamber, the child would not survive an hour. Seeing her son improve, Jiang Yin mistakenly believed he was saved and fell to her knees before Qin Feng, tearfully expressing her gratitude for his life-saving efforts. Qin Feng hastily assisted her to her feet, frowning as he said, "Senior, please do not thank me yet. He has not yet escaped the clutches of danger. I must take him back to my sect for my master to treat." Jiang Yin gasped, quickly quickly rising to embrace her child. Then let us hurry. I will escort you. Qin Feng hesitated, troubled. However, my master has a peculiar temperament and is reluctant to see outsiders. If you accompany us, it may complicate matters. If you trust me, then hand him over. I will return him to you intact by tomorrow, Jiang Yin implored, concern etched on her face. She glanced at her husband, Luo Yu, who had remained silent until now. Observing his wife's expression, he realized she was in a state of indecision and urgently urged, Madam, what are you still hesitating for? How many can truly pull someone back from the brink of death in such circumstances? Jiang Yin regained some composure and looked at Qin Feng. Perhaps I could take you to the mountain gate. My speed of light escape should surpass yours. Qin Feng could not allow her to escort him. And besides, where would they go? My sect's entrance is exceedingly secretive. It would be best if I returned alone. Furthermore, I hope you will refrain from following or monitoring us, for if my master discovers it and becomes angry, I would be at a loss. Jiang Yin, now fully convinced of Qin Feng's capabilities, trusted his words without question. After all, those with extraordinary abilities often had peculiar tempers, and it was best not to complicate matters further. Very well, take this. Consider it a small token of my gratitude to your master. I will return to prepare a more substantial gift of thanks. Qin Feng glanced at the 9,000-year blood clam pearl Jiang Yin offered. Initially intending to decline, he realized that refusing would leave her unsettled, so he graciously accepted it. I will convey your words. There is no time to waste. I shall take him now. With that, Qin Feng waved his hand, summoning a cloud of mist, which quickly coalesced into an auspicious cloud. Seeing this, Jiang Yin placed Qi upon the cloud, aiding Qin Feng's departure from the fishing village. As Qin Feng soared upon the cloud, Jiang Yin and her husband watched him vanish into the horizon. Little dragon, is there any surveillance on me? Sir, there is no surveillance, but they are observing your retreating figure. Understood. I shall fly on for a while longer. After traveling over 100 miles and confirming he was not being watched, Qin Feng ascended higher into the clouds. The cloud dragon vessel opened its lower hatch, and Qin Feng swiftly entered. Cradling the still unconscious Qi, take him to the medical chamber for immediate treatment, and also analyze the composition of this pearl. Upon returning to the cockpit, Qin Feng took a moment to reflect on the series of events. His impulsive decision to assist Jiang Yin had indeed posed significant exposure risks. After all, his nature was to avoid unnecessary troubles. Even if Jiang Yin had not intervened, he would not have faced danger. Thus he did not owe her a debt of gratitude, however. If he had turned a blind eye, allowing someone willing to help him to endure the anguish of losing a child, he would likely feel a pang of guilt for years to come. After much contemplation, Qin Feng concluded that his actions were justified. One who gathers firewood for the masses must not allow them to freeze in the storm. The entrance of the Tianyi Pavilion. He could selfishly ignore the plight of others, as he had no way of knowing whether his act of kindness might lead to a bitter outcome. Yet when Jiang Yin, in a desperate situation seeking medical help for her child, still chose to selflessly assist him, such kindness was rare. He firmly believed that a person of such virtue would never repay kindness with malice. The outcome did not disappoint him. He had indeed saved the little boy's life and acquired a 9,000-year blood clam pearl in the process. This pearl, invaluable for body refinement, was crucial for both him and Yang Dai in breaking through to the spiritual body stage. The pearl alone justified his use of the one-time first aid kit. Additionally, he was now quite curious about how Jiang Yin had utilized the blood clam pearl for blood escape. If he could unravel this mystery, it seemed he could pursue the relatively simpler technique of blood escape light. At that moment, Little Dragon reported, Sir, the medical report for patient number 1 has been generated. The patient has contracted a previously unrecorded strain of parasitic worm. In its larval stage, this parasite primarily resides in the patient's lungs. And as an adult, it infects the entire body via the bloodstream, carrying various pathogenic bacteria and toxins that devour the patient's flesh. The mortality rate post-infection is exceedingly high, posing a grave threat. The patient is in the late stage of infection, with severe damage to the lungs and brain, and remnants of some eggs still linger in the bloodstream. The recommended treatment plan is to perform a blood dialysis, followed by cellular repair and brain nerve restoration, with the entire process expected to take 41 hours. Qin Feng exclaimed, So long? Then let us commence immediately. Generally, cellular repair for injuries to internal organs would take only an hour or two. The fact that this child required 41 hours for cellular and neurological restoration underscored the severity of the damage sustained. It is indeed fortunate for this child to have encountered him. Otherwise, it seems improbable that there exists another soul in this world capable of effecting such a rescue. Qin Feng shook his head quietly, reflecting. One cannot simply measure this world by ordinary standards. Shortly thereafter, Yunlong reported, "Commander, the composition report of the blood clam pearl has been completed. Please review it." Qin Feng skimmed through the report, ultimately focusing on the conclusions. The primary constituents of the blood clam pearl include blood clam amino acid, tryptophan, lysine, histidine, arginine, aspartic acid, threonine, and over 10 other amino acids. Additionally, it contains ribonucleic acid, adenosine triphosphate, estradiol, vitamin A, and cholesterol, along with a plethora of inorganic elements such as calcium, phosphorus, copper, iron, manganese, zinc, and silicon. Furthermore, it comprises fatty acids including oleic acid, palmitic acid, lauric acid, stearic acid, palmitoleic acid, myristic acid, and capric acid. Among the various amino acids, blood clam amino acid is a novel discovery. Tests indicate that when combined with ribonucleic acid, it exhibits remarkable cellular repair capabilities. Simultaneously, blood clam amino acid reacts vigorously with spiritual energy, yielding numerous unpredictable effects. After perusing the report, Qin Feng inquired with curiosity. So, the true effective ingredient in the blood clam pearl is indeed blood clam amino acid? What distinguishes the blood clam amino acid in the century-old blood clam pearl from that in the millennium-old blood clam? Why is the efficacy of the millennium blood clam pearl so formidable? Yunlong replied, "Commander, for detailed information, please refer to page 49 of the report." Upon revisiting page 49, Qin Feng discovered a section detailing the model of blood clam amino acid. According to the model's demonstration, blood clam amino acid generates composite amino acids through various spiritualization reactions, each requiring an extensive duration. The fastest, A-type spiritualization reaction, necessitates over a century, while B-type requires millennia, C-type demands 10 millennia, D-type requires 100,000 years, and E-type spans 1,000,000 years. Naturally, the composite amino acids produced through these different spiritualization reactions yield vastly different effects. Excited by this revelation, Qin Feng pressed on, "Yunlong, is there a possibility to accelerate the synthesis of these types of blood clam amino acid?" Yunlong responded, "In theory, it is feasible. However, transforming B-type blood clam amino acid into D-type necessitates a series of several hundred chemical reactions, which require not only abundant spiritual energy but also the rich blood energy found in the blood sea. Alongside a unique growth environment," Qin Feng insisted, "just tell me directly if it can be synthesized under current conditions." Yunlong affirmed, "Certainly, but we need to establish a multifunctional bioengineering laboratory on the periphery of the blood sea to extract the blood energy. Additionally, a substantial quantity of mid-grade water and would attribute spirit stones will be required." Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked, "How many spirit stones are needed?" Yunlong replied, "To catalyze the century-old blood clam pearl into a millennium-old one, approximately 80 mid-grade water attribute spirit stones and 20 mid-grade would attribute spirit stones are required, with a catalysis cycle of around 200 hours to transition from millennium to 10,000 years. The chemical reactions exceed 300 types, necessitating a 100-fold increase in mid-grade spirit stones, potentially requiring over 10,000, with a catalysis cycle of approximately 15,000 hours. Suddenly, Qin Feng recalled, "So, for this 9,800-year-old blood clam pearl, would it require merely 200 mid-grade spirit stones to spiritualize it into a 10,000-year blood clam pearl?" Yunlong cautioned, "Commander, the situation is not as simple as you think. Once the blood clam pearl is removed from its mother body, it undergoes a solidification reaction. To catalyze this blood clam pearl, a series of complex reduction reactions must first be conducted, followed by the catalysis, which will consume 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones and take approximately 3,500 hours." Qin Feng calculated, frowning. "The spirit stones can be arranged, but the speed is too slow. 3,500 hours is equivalent to half a year, which is utterly inadequate." He mused that if he could create a 10,000-year blood clam pearl, he would not need to venture into the perilous inferno of 10,000 flames. Yet the catalysis time is far too lengthy. Qin Feng asked, "Is there any way to expedite this process?" Yunlong replied, "Commander, Reducing the requisite spiritualization reaction time for the 10,000-year process to a year and a half is the utmost limit of optimization. Any further acceleration would necessitate the construction of a large-scale bioengineering laboratory, which is currently beyond our industrial capacity and manufacturing capabilities. Qin Feng sighed. This distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. It seems I must still venture into the inferno of 10,000 flames. Chapter 69. The heart-questioning goo. By the following morning, Chi-Chi's treatment had reached its final stages. According to the data transmitted from the medical pod, Chi-Chi's injuries had healed remarkably. His once severely damaged lungs were now as good as new, and the repair of his brain nerves was progressing smoothly. What had once resembled withered wood now vibrated with vitality, akin to a spring willow bursting forth with countless tender buds. Observing that the medical pod was nearing the re-examination phase, Qin Feng instructed Yunlong, "Administer an anesthetic that will last for 10 minutes. I shall return the child." Yunlong complied. "Yes, Commander." Once the medical pod's re-examination results confirmed the completion of treatment, Qin Feng carefully carried Chi-Chi out, opened the hatch at the bottom of the Yunlong, and leaped down. A cloud swiftly formed mid-air, catching Qin Feng as he descended, and the cloud, trailing a wispy tail, soared toward the fishing village. Upon reaching the skies above the village, Jiang Yin and her husband had long awaited at the same spot where they had left the previous day. Had they not changed their attire, Qin Feng might have assumed they remained in place. Jiang Yin had already spotted Qin Feng's cloud and, using her spiritual sense, scanned the child in his arms. She sensed that although her son appeared somewhat weak, he did not seem to bear the marks of a serious illness. Her husband, Luoyu, quickly discerned the same, whispering in astonishment, "His master's medical skills are nothing short of miraculous." After a day of calm reflection, Jiang Yin had regained her former strong-willed demeanor. Yet, despite her extensive experience, she could scarcely fathom what kind of person could resurrect her son from such dire circumstances. Yesterday, in her anxious state, she had overlooked many details. But now, upon reflection, the entire affair seemed utterly extraordinary. Most bewildering of all was the fact that, after learning Chi-Chi had ceased to breathe for a full minute, she was astonished that Qin Feng had managed to revive him with such apparent ease. Moreover, the small box Qin Feng had used exhibited no trace of spiritual energy, yet it was capable of unleashing lightning spells. This lightning was not only harmless but also life-saving, adding to the incredibility of the situation. In summary, there were myriad enigmas surrounding Qin Feng, leading her to ponder whether his master might actually be a reincarnated immortal. Even if he were not a celestial being, he must undoubtedly be an extraordinary individual of unparalleled prowess. Initially, Jiang Yan's feelings toward Qin Feng were merely those of gratitude. Now, however, they had evolved into a sense of reverence. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, as he observed the couple awaiting him below, he promptly descended from the cloud and landed before them. Before either could speak, he smiled and declared, "I am pleased to report that I have fulfilled my mission. My master assures me that the child's injuries are no longer severe, and with a period of quiet recuperation lasting 100 days, he will be restored to full health." Jiang Yin stepped forward to take the child. After a brief glance, she handed him to her husband and knelt on the ground, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, young friend Qin Feng, for saving my son's life, and thank you to your master for his immense benevolence. This debt of gratitude is as high as the heavens and as deep as the seas. Henceforth, should you require anything, I shall not hesitate to brave fire and sword." Upon seeing her kneel, Qin Feng instinctively moved to assist her, yet finding himself unable to do so, he could only step aside, exclaiming repeatedly, "This is unnecessary, truly unnecessary." At that moment, a group of individuals emerged from the fishing village, led by an elderly man with snow-white hair. Leaning on a cane, he approached with a commanding presence. Jiang Yin hurriedly rose to assist him, and as the elderly man neared, he first glanced at the child in Luo Yu's arms before turning his gaze to Jiang Yin and admonishing, "Jiang Yin, be cautious not to be deceived." Jiang Yin quickly glanced at Qin Feng and asked the clan leader, "Uncle, what are you saying? Who is deceiving me? How am I being deceived?" The clan leader, Jiang Tianzi, pointed his cane at Qin Feng and coldly declared, "It is he." Jiang Yin protested, "Uncle, you must be mistaken. He clearly saved my son. Look at Chi-Chi, he is nearly fully healed." "What harm has he done to me?" Jiang Tianzi scoffed. I now have reason to suspect that he is the despicable villain who placed a curse on Qi. At this accusation, not only did Jiang Yan's expression change dramatically, but Qin Feng also felt a surge of anger within him. He retorted, "Sir, do not slander me without cause. I bear no grudge against Jiang Yan. So why would I harm her child? Moreover, if I intended to do so, why would I go to the lengths of saving him?" Jiang Tianzi, with a knowing smile, seemed to see through everything. "You may deceive others, but not me. You first cursed Qi and then pretended to be a good Samaritan to reclaim his gratitude from Jiang Yan. Do you admit to it?" Qin Feng, utterly perplexed, retorted, "Sir, you are making baseless assumptions. Is this purely your imagination, or do you possess any evidence?" At that moment, Jiang Yan interjected on Qin Feng's behalf. "Uncle, you must be mistaken. My encounter with him was merely coincidental, and there is no possibility of him pretending to be a good Samaritan to save Qi." Jiang Tianzi, with a knowing look, shot Jiang Yan a significant glance before coldly smirking. "Jiang Yan, you remain oblivious to the truth, having formed preconceived notions. I, of course, have evidence, which I shall reveal shortly. Guards, seize him." Jiang Yan, reading the clan leader's intent, understood that he was deliberately framing Qin Feng to imprison him and uncover the secrets he harbored. "Who dares?" she exclaimed. Jiang Yan extended her arms, shielding Qin Feng behind her, and exclaimed with indignation, "Clan leader, do you wish for me to become a treacherous ingrate?" Jiang Tianzi, witnessing the stubbornness of this girl, felt his face flush with anger. "Yan, you insolent child, do you mean to say I can no longer command you? Ignore her, seize him." Jiang Yan cast a glance at her husband, then firmly grasped Qin Feng, as a surge of crimson light enveloped her, shooting skyward and vanishing into the heavens in the blink of an eye. Jiang Tianzi, incensed, stomped in frustration. Although he and Jiang Yan were both at the foundation establishment stage, he had yet to comprehend the blood escape technique, rendering him powerless to pursue her. As he gazed at the retreating light, he fumed. Does this foolish girl even comprehend her actions? If we could unravel the secrets surrounding this boy, our Jiang clan might ascend to the ranks of profound families. At that moment, Luo Yu interjected. "But clan leader, have you considered the possibility that he may be backed by a force we cannot provoke?" Jiang Tianzi turned, glaring at him with disdain, rebuking, "What nonsense are you spouting, you interloper? With my discernment, how could I fail to see his true nature? I assure you, he is merely a rogue cultivator with no support who has fortuitously acquired some treasure, granting him the ability to defy death." Luo Yu queried, "How can the clan leader be so certain?" After a brief hesitation, Jiang Tianzi dismissed the Jiang clan disciples and privately communicated with Luo Yu. "I possess a heart-querying vessel, capable of revealing truths. Yesterday, that boy spoke many lies. I intended to intervene, yet to my astonishment, he truly revived Qi. Hence I held my tongue. When he arrived today, I again utilized the heart-querying vessel, and upon mentioning his master, it alerted me, indicating that his so-called master likely does not exist at all." Chapter 70. The Chinkoan bag Luo Yu, somewhat bewildered, murmured, "But why would he lie?" Jiang Tianzi retorted in frustration, "What does it matter? As long as we capture him, I shall find a way to decipher the secrets involved. Urge Yin to bring him back. This concerns the everlasting foundation of our Jiang family, and we must not let emotions cloud our judgment." Luo Yu resolutely refused. "Madame often says that jade may shatter, but cannot alter its whiteness. Bamboo may burn, but cannot destroy its integrity. As an interloper, I dare not disturb Madame's resolve with that." Luo Yu cradled the child and walked towards the fishing village, causing Jiang Tianzi to tremble with rage as he pointed at him. After Luo Yu entered the village, his expression grew increasingly sinister. He muttered to himself, "You leave me no choice. If I had that 9,000-year blood-toad pearl, I could extend my life by 10 years. Yet you have given it to that wretched boy. And now you let him escape. Oh, not blame me for being unprincipled. If death is to come, let it be shared." Jiang Tianzi's eyes narrowed, hinting at a descent into madness, and a wicked smile crept upon his lips as he turned back towards Jiang village, heading for the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin whisked Qin Feng away, soaring through the air until they alighted upon a mountain peak after traversing over 1,000 miles. With a face marked by guilt, Jiang Yin remarked, "Benefactor, the longevity of my clan leader is nearing its end. His recent actions have grown increasingly sinister, and I fear for your safety. Thus, I could only take you far away. I hope you can forgive my impertinence." Qin Feng observed her pallid complexion, devoid of color, understanding that she had hastily consumed her own blood essence to employ the blood escape technique, indicating her disassociation from her clan leader. "Do not blame yourself, for it is thanks to you that I was saved. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Jiang Yin promptly unfastened a bulging cloth pouch from her waist and handed it to Qin Feng, saying, "Within this pouch are some spirit stones and blood toad pearls I have accumulated over the years, a modest gift for you, benefactor. There is also a piece of celestial stone, containing a hidden script I have pondered for nearly a century without deciphering. I now present it to you as a token of my sincerity." Qin Feng hastily declined. "The blood toad pearl from yesterday is already sufficient as payment. There is no need for such extravagance." Seeing that he would not accept, he added, "However, if you truly wish to offer something, perhaps you could teach me how to use the blood toad pearl to perform the blood escape technique?" Jiang Yan's expression grew troubled as she replied, "It is not that I do not wish to teach you, but even if I were to tell you, you may not be able to utilize it." "Why is that?" Qin Feng inquired. "Firstly, the blood escape technique is inherently difficult to comprehend. Among my hundreds of clan members, only 2 have mastered it, myself included. Secondly, the blood toad pearls required must be at least 1,000 years old. Even though my Jiang family has made a living by harvesting blood toads for generations, I cannot bear to use them for escape, reserving them only for the most perilous moments." Upon hearing that a 1,000-year blood toad pearl was needed, Qin Feng felt a surge of delight. While rare for them, it was something he could produce in abundance. Suppressing his excitement, he sincerely stated, "Regardless, I still wish to learn, even if I can only use it once or twice. It may yet save my life." Seeing his persistence, Jiang Yin nodded, producing a jade slip. She pressed it to her forehead, causing a white light to emanate from where it touched. After a few moments, the light faded, and Jiang Yin placed the jade slip into the cloth pouch, forcibly putting it into Qin Feng's hands. "I have recorded the method for using the blood toad pearls to perform the blood escape technique, along with my experiences in mastering it." As Qin Feng prepared to refuse the pouch, Jiang Yin transformed into a streak of white light, soaring back towards Jiang village. Moments later, her voice echoed from afar, clear yet soft, "Benefactor, within this jade slip I have left a trace of my consciousness. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may shatter this slip, and I will arrive promptly, but you must summon me." Jiang Yan's gift of the jade slip carried another layer of meaning. Should she require Qin Feng's assistance again, she could use this slip to communicate with him. Qin Feng, no longer the naive novice he once was, understood that this jade slip would not reveal his location and trusted Jiang Yan's character, thus accepting it without hesitation. He glanced skyward, noting that the cloud dragon ship had arrived overhead, and ascended to meet it. During his flight to the ship, he discovered Yunlong City in the distance, realizing Jiang Yin must have feared he would lose his way, demonstrating her thoughtfulness. Upon returning to the cloud dragon, Qin Feng felt as though he had returned home, finally able to set aside the anxiety that had weighed upon him. "Little dragon, please examine these items and see if there are any issues." Although Qin Feng trusted Jiang Yin, he knew that vigilance was prudent, and the items required inspection. Little dragon took the palm-sized pouch and emptied its contents onto the table, revealing a small mountain of treasures that reached 1/2 a meter in height. Qin Feng recognized that this pouch was known as a Qin bag. While it appeared small, it could contain a massive boulder twice the height of a person without altering its weight or seeming burdensome. The principles behind this phenomenon eluded Qin Feng, and Little Dragon, too, had never encountered such a concept, although he had gleaned hints from cultivation notes. According to those texts, the Qin bag was woven from silk produced by a creature known as the empty worm, and underwent a series of intricate refining processes to grant it the ability to contain worlds. Beyond Qin bags, there were even more advanced storage treasures, such as storage bracelets, rings, and belts, along with certain spiritual treasures that encapsulated entire realms, objects of even greater rarity. Though the Qin bag was the most basic of storage treasures, it was by no means commonplace. Most cultivators lacked even this. If Yang Dai wished to exchange for another Qin bag, she would need to provide 5 contributions of the profound tier. And purchasing one would require at least 100 medium-grade spirit stones, in addition to the exceedingly rare Qin bag. The pile of spirit stones and blood-toad pearls held considerable value as well. After a thorough inventory, Little Dragon reported to Qin Feng, "Commander, there are a total of 500 medium-grade spirit stones, 100 hundred-year blood-toad pearls, 5,000-year blood-toad pearls, and a piece of iron-nickel alloy stone split in two. All these items appear to be in order, except for this jade slip, which emits an L-band signal every 100 seconds. However, the Cloud Dragon has activated its full-channel signal shielding, rendering this signal ineffective. The Cloud Dragon's full-channel signal shielding was not primarily for blocking this signal. It was mainly to prevent the probing of cultivators' consciousness, with blocking the L-band signal being a secondary measure. Chapter 71. The core of the Wujin star. Qin Feng mused that Jiang Yin was indeed generous. Such an abundance of spirit stones alleviated his pressing concerns. He picked up the split iron-nickel stone, observing the smooth fracture revealing what appeared to be mysterious patterns and symbols. Is this the hidden script Jiang Yin mentioned? It looks more like the texture of a meteorite to me. Little Dragon added, indeed. This is the crystallization effect formed by nickel and iron cooling in space at a rate of 1 degree Celsius every million years. The texture is scientifically termed the Widman's tin pattern. Qin Feng grimaced and tossed the meteorite aside, muttering, if I could decipher anything from this, it would be a miracle. Setting the meteorite aside, Qin Feng turned his attention to the pile of spirit stones and blood-toad pearls. Grinning with delight that I was fretting over where to acquire spirit stones and blood-toad pearls. Yet Elder Jiang has anticipated my needs, delivering both the 100-year blood-toad pearls and spirit stones. Now, I only require the establishment of a laboratory, and I can produce an endless supply of 1,000-year blood-toad pearls. He now eagerly hoped to comprehend the nuances of the blood escape technique. Little Dragon, begin searching for a suitable location near the Sea of Blood to establish a base, but ensure it is distanced from Jiang Village to avoid encountering that troublesome elder. Understood, Commander. Without delving into the selection of a new base site around the Blood Sea by Xiaolong, let us focus on Qin Feng as he begins to comprehend the jade slip left behind by Jiang Yin. He pressed the jade slip to his forehead, allowing his feeble consciousness to penetrate its depths, only to be met with a resounding thrum in his mind as he found himself in a brilliant void. Within this space, 2 luminous orbs existed, containing neither text nor images, but rather the memories of Jiang Yin. As Qin Feng made contact with these orbs, he acquired her recollections of cultivating the blood escape technique, as well as her experiences using the blood clam pearl to execute that very technique. Jiang Yin's blood escape method resembled a truncated version of the blood escape light, while all the elements contained within the blood escape were also present in the blood escape light. Some of the deeper aspects of the latter were conspicuously absent from the former. From Jiang Yin's training memories, Qin Feng discovered that she had spent a decade grappling with the blood escape technique, unable to attain enlightenment, until one fateful day while pursuing a millennium-old blood clam deep within the blood sea at it, was then that she unexpectedly encountered the cataclysmic tide of blood at the sea's depths. And in that moment of peril, she suddenly grasped the essence of the blood escape technique, thereby securing her escape from doom. Qin Feng replayed this segment of memory repeatedly, and an idea for a shortcut to understanding the blood escape began to form in his mind. Perhaps I could utilize the method of breaking through the genetic lock to attempt comprehending the blood escape light. He realized that Jiang Yin seemed to find it easier to break through in moments of danger, with adrenaline serving as a crucial factor in those critical situations. If he were to administer a dose of adrenaline to himself while studying the escape light, would it not facilitate his understanding? Combining adrenaline with Bodhi fruit and immersing himself in a virtual reality scenario designed to mimic a dire situation, he believed he could surely attain enlightenment. As Qin Feng was lost in thoughts about stacking buffs, Yang Dai took the opportunity to send him a voice request. Upon connecting, Qin Feng greeted her. Hello, young lady, how have you been these past few days? Yang Dai responded, Teacher, I have good news for you. This morning, I broke through to the second layer of Qi refinement. Qin Feng replied, Oh, splendid, keep up the good work. Yang Dai continued, When I broke through, a fragmented star core slowly formed within my consciousness. My primordial spirit was drawn into the star core, and though I was initially frightened, Brother Xiaolong assured me that this was normal and that the star core is related to my boundless body, so there was no need for concern. Qin Feng inquired, Star core? What effects does it possess? Yang Dai explained, Once the star core began to stabilize, I felt a mysterious connection with it and a sense of clarity emerged within me. I believe this star core is called the boundless star core, which allows my consciousness to carry a layer of boundless power. Qin Feng asked, boundless power. What use does it have? Yang Dai demonstrated with a brush she held, saying, I tried using it, and the brush transformed into nothingness, only to re-manifest within my star core. Qin Feng queried, can you summon it back? Yang Dai hesitated, then exclaimed, wow, it really works, teacher. The brush has returned. Qin Feng was taken aback. Yang Dai exclaimed, teacher, you understand this too? How impressive. Qin Feng coughed to him, silly girl. I can't help but notice that your boundless power resembles a storage treasure. Yang Dai suddenly panicked, teacher, wait. Oh no, my spirit stones, after I put them in, I can't retrieve them. It has consumed my spirit stones. I'm so furious. I just sent those stones. Spit them out, you rascal. Qin Feng listened to her lament, teacher, what should I do? It devoured all my spirit stones. Qin Feng reassured her, I believe it won't just consume your spirit stones for free. Check to see if there have been any changes to the star core. After a prolonged silence, Yang Dai exclaimed with delight, teacher, the star core appears more intact than before. Several damaged areas are gradually mending. Qin Feng reflected, I believe that once this boundless star fully repairs itself, it will unveil its true power. Yang Dai seemed hopeful, I hope so. Qin Feng then asked, can you make it out today? I'll send the Yunlong and Yundiao to fetch you for the Bodhi fruit. Yang Dai replied, let us wait until evening. I'll say I'm going to the spirit market to buy some things, and then we can act accordingly. After ending the call, Qin Feng relayed this matter to Xiaolong, reminding him not to forget. Before resuming his study of the jade slip, after approximately half an hour, Xiaolong sent over a detailed map of the entire Blood Sea vicinity. From the map, it appeared that the Blood Sea's forbidden zone resembled a sea cucumber, stretching 300 kilometers north to south and 900 kilometers east to west, with the central region shrouded in dense, nearly viscous blood mist. This blood mist lingered throughout the year, rendering even the Yunlong's multiple detectors incapable of penetrating it. Qin Feng had no intention of venturing into the Blood Sea. His concern lay solely with the surrounding area. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy in the vicinity, the surrounding mountains were cloaked in lush vegetation. However, the closer one got to the Blood Sea, the more red the foliage appeared, creating an eerie atmosphere. Gazing at the intelligence sent by Xiaolong, Qin Feng shook his head. Xiaolong, the spiritual energy here is excessive. Surely there are formidable spirit beasts and demons lurking about, not to mention some sinister cultivators drawn to the blood's spiritual energy. The more I look, the more perilous it seems. Xiaolong reported, indeed, as you mentioned, I have detected a plethora of life signs in the surrounding mountains, but these life forms are concentrated around 7 specific mountain ranges. As the spiritual energy there is significantly richer than in other areas. He continued, in contrast, the other regions, particularly those with relatively impoverished spiritual energy, exhibit even lesser signs of life than our previous base. As for your concerns regarding sinister cultivators, there is no need for alarm. Those who seek blood spiritual energy have established camps along the Blood Sea shore, much like Jiangjia village. Conversely, cultivators indifferent to blood spiritual energy tend to avoid this area entirely. Therefore, selecting a base located 30 kilometers from the coastline in a barren region should be quite secure. Xiaolong's reasoning was always sound and convincing, and Qin Feng readily acquiesced, very well, find the safest location. Xiaolong then sent a video image of a desolate mountain. Commander, this site is quite favorable. It is 40 kilometers from the nearest of the 7 spiritually rich mountains, surrounded by vast expanses of desolate land. Additionally, being situated in the southern part of the Blood Sea, it is least affected by the blood energy carried by the sea winds, as evidenced by the predominance of green vegetation here. Moreover, I detected abundant mineral resources beneath this area, which will be crucial for the initial construction of the base. Qin Feng raised a hand. Enough, just select this location. Yes, Commander. Xiaolong landed the Yunlong in a concealed valley of this area, and 7 militia robots were activated, emerging from the Yunlong to begin expansion activities within a recently abandoned bear cave. The militia robots utilized laser cutters, efficiently carving through the mountains without smoke, dust, or noise. Within 5 hours, they had excavated a well-furnished 2-story villa spanning over 400 square meters. The villa was equipped with stone tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets, all designed with clever ventilation and lighting, ensuring that the cave felt neither stuffy nor dim. Seated on the bright stone sofa in the living room, Qin Feng crossed his legs and instructed, Xiaolong, it's getting late. Hurry and find the young lady. Also, take along any spirit stones we need for now. She is in need of them, and we can endure some hardship, but let us not deprive the child. Yes, Commander. At that moment, Qin Feng called out to Yang Huayan, who was upstairs selecting his room. Old Yang, excessive gaming is detrimental to your health. You should come out and stretch your legs more often. Yang Huayan peeked over the railing from the second floor, replying, understood, but why is there no flushing toilet in this place? Qin Feng responded, don't rush. The house is just beginning construction, and many things are yet to be equipped. If you and Da Huang need to relieve yourselves, perhaps you should step outside. Just be cautious of any venomous creatures. Yang Huayan clicked his tongue and walked out with Da Huang. Meanwhile, Qin Feng reclined on the hard stone sofa, continuing his study of the jade slip. He finally grasped the process for executing blood escape. First, one must activate the 5 blood reflux, forcing the essence blood from the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys into the throat, followed by employing secret incantations to channel the power of the Wei, thus enabling the execution of the blood escape technique. There were, in fact, 2 primary challenges. One was the 5 blood reflux, and the other was the power of the Wei. Zhang Yin had mastered the ratios and timing for the 5 blood reflux within the first month of her study. But thereafter, she remained stymied for a decade on how to harness the power of the Wei. What precisely the power of the Wei entailed was not clarified in Zhang Yan's memories. The only related hint was a phrase stating, this true essence is difficult to articulate. Only through profound comprehension can one truly grasp it. Qin Feng, feeling frustrated, flipped over and complained, it's infuriating that the most critical aspect of cultivating is left unmentioned. After venting his frustration, he turned his attention to studying the blood clam pearls application and executing the blood escape technique, hoping to uncover some clues regarding the power of the Wei. Upon reviewing this segment of memory, Qin Feng felt overwhelmed. Initially, he had thought it merely involved extracting the blood energy from the blood clam pearl to substitute for his own essence blood in the execution of the blood escape technique. However, he soon realized that the process was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Initially, the Millennium Blood Clam Pearl must undergo a rigorous refining process. Not only must the blood clam pearl be melted down, but the blood essence within it must also be cultivated within one's own 5 organs, allowing a trace of one's vital blood to merge into the blood clam pearl, thus becoming the catalyst for unleashing the blood escape technique. Furthermore, to achieve the precision in controlling the direction and distance of blood escape akin to that of Zhang Yin, one must at least attain mastery in the blood escape light technique. In the initial stage, one can only barely manage a rough approximation of direction and distance. Thus, it indeed consumes a certain amount of vital blood, though the original requirement of 100 cubic centimeters has now been reduced to a mere 0.5 cc, an amount nearly negligible, allowing for recovery after a single night's rest. However, the rudimentary stage of the escape light technique does not permit fine control over distance and direction, which is somewhat frustrating. If the foundational practice is fraught with such difficulties, mastering it, or even achieving a minor success, will likely prove to be exponentially more challenging. The earlier seemingly simple techniques had led Qin Feng to develop a misleading impression that the cultivation of techniques was a straightforward endeavor. In reality, even those seemingly simple techniques are not easily mastered by the majority of practitioners, requiring relentless daily effort and continual honing of one's proficiency, and even after enduring countless hardships, one may still reap no rewards. Now, as Qin Feng delves into the understanding of the escape light, the ineffectiveness of rapid learning methods has made him acutely aware that techniques demanding high comprehension are ill-suited for him. Were it not for necessity, he would not pursue this path. In the future, he shall opt for methods where rapid learning can provide assistance, for he possesses a fragile spirit, unable to withstand such feelings of defeat. Temporarily abandoning his contemplation, Qin Feng chose to recline and relinquish effort. Perhaps this bout of introspection had drained a significant number of brain cells, rendering him fatigued, and before long, he dozed off in reality. While Qin Feng had forsaken his contemplation, his mind did not share this sentiment, continuing the previous inquiry and tormenting his nerves within the dream. After an indeterminate period, he was roused by Xiaolong. Sir, I have returned. Qin Feng wiped the drool from his face, smacked his lips, and sat up. Has the Bodhi fruit been brought? It has. Xiaolong handed Qin Feng the jade box he held. Upon opening the box, A fragrant aroma wafted forth, one he had never encountered before. If one were to describe it, it bore a resemblance to the scent of a fragrant melon, yet was far more delicate and lingering. Nestled within the jade box lay a blue fruit reminiscent of a fig, its semi-translucent surface emanating a faint blue glow, and the pulp within sparkled like a galaxy, with countless twinkling lights akin to the brilliance of stars. Chapter 73. Comprehending the Escape Light. How on earth did this fruit come into being? It is truly exquisite. Qin Feng grasped the Bodhi fruit. It felt cool to the touch. After examining it closely, he unexpectedly bit into it, sucking a significant portion of the pulp into his mouth. A more intense fragrance erupted in his mouth and nose, the initial notes being elegant and gentle, reminiscent of sandalwood. Soothing to the soul, the mid-notes intensified, akin to rich wine, both sweet and spicy. The final notes transitioned from strong to subtle, leaving a lingering aftertaste, much like a gentle inebriation. Qin Feng felt a slight intoxication wash over him. Suppressing this sensation, he handed the now shriveled Bodhi fruit to Yunlong, saying, "Take this for analysis of its components. In truth, to ensure safety, Qin Feng should have waited for Yunlong to provide a detailed report on the Bodhi fruit before deciding whether or how to consume it. However, that would necessitate establishing a laboratory and conducting at least 7 days of biological testing. With less than 20 days remaining until the onset of spring, he was unwilling to squander more time and was eager to decipher the escape light. Originally, he had considered consuming the Bodhi fruit while simultaneously administering a dose of adrenaline and employing virtual reality technology to create a dire scenario. Yet, as soon as the Bodhi fruit entered his stomach, the intensifying intoxication caused his consciousness to blur. He longed to call out for Yunlong to administer the adrenaline, but ultimately succumbed to the overpowering inebriation, his vision fading as he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Qin Feng seemed to forget about consuming the Bodhi fruit, continuing to ruminate on the blood escape technique with a perplexed frown. This was indeed a long and torturous nightmare, the mental strain rendering it difficult for him to breathe. After an indeterminate duration, Qin Feng suddenly awoke from his dreams, murmuring a phrase. 3 souls gather breath, 5 houses renew spirit, 7 orifices guard the heart. 9 origins reveal the year. This verse slipped from his lips, forgotten as soon as it was spoken, and when Qin Feng attempted to recall it, the memory had grown hazy. What did I just say? It seemed quite significant, yet why can I not remember? He sensed that this phrase held great importance, seemingly the key to comprehending the blood escape, but like most dreams, it had been rapidly forgotten upon awakening. Nevertheless, this did not pose a challenge for him. Xiaoming, bring up the recording of what I just said. The biological chip implanted at the back of Qin Feng's head recorded everything he saw and heard. However, due to storage limitations, it could retain a maximum of 30 days of data, though particularly important information could be marked for permanent storage. He replayed the recording of the phrase he had mumbled upon waking, gradually recalling that it seemed he had faintly heard this phrase while contemplating in his dream, as if entranced, continually repeating it. No, it still feels incomplete. This phrase lacks a line. Xiaoming, how long did I sleep? Master, you slept for 6 hours. Has it been that long? What a pity I still have not fully comprehended it. Qin Feng, with a grim expression, sat up, his gaze fixed on the floor as he pondered his next course of action. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Yunlong, first give me a dose of adrenaline, then immerse me in a virtual dire scenario. Understood, sir. Yunlong darted from the newly constructed laboratory in the basement, and before Qin Feng could look up, he swiftly administered a shot into Qin Feng's thigh. Damn it. Qin Feng barely had time to curse before darkness engulfed him. An overwhelming sensation of weightlessness struck him, and when he opened his eyes, he was met with a fierce sea breeze, the surface of the ocean drawing nearer. The icy water pierced through every bone, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Qin Feng desperately attempted to swim to the surface, only to discover that his feet were bound by a heavy iron chain, dragging him deeper into the abyss. The light above grew increasingly distant, and the sensation of suffocation surged forth. His chest heaved violently. Yet he could not draw a single breath, instead filling his lungs with icy seawater. He wished to cough, but it felt as though his throat were being constricted. Clutching his throat, his eyes bloodshot. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, he suddenly felt a warmth envelop him, and echoes of the verses resonated from an unknown source. Point 3 souls gather breath. 5 houses renew spirit. 7 orifices guard the heart. 9 origins reveal the year. Qin Feng followed along, reciting, divine flow of the light, blood flow of the essence, body, resides, blood essence. Point 1 Qi, returns to truth. In this state, he incessantly recited, 3 souls gather breath, 5 houses renew spirit, 7 orifices guard the heart, 9 origins reveal the year. Divine flow of the light, blood flow of the essence, body resides in blood essence. 1 Qi returns to truth. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a surge of clarity, a flicker of understanding illuminating his mind, as everything seemed interconnected by these 2 lines of verse. It appeared he comprehended much, yet he could not articulate precisely what he had grasped. As he completed the recitation of the verses, he suddenly felt his entire being surging with vitality, as if his 5 organs were being tightly gripped by enormous hands, the essence of his blood yearning to burst forth. Stop! Qin Feng summoned his true energy, forcefully suppressing the agitated blood essence, and in the next instant, a metallic taste filled his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood. He awoke from the virtual world, and upon opening his eyes again, Qin Feng still felt disoriented, but soon his face lit up with joy as he leapt up, laughing heartily. I comprehend it. I have grasped it. Xiaolong, did you see? I did it. I knew I could. Xiaolong gently reminded him, Sir, does this not imply that the Bodhi fruit indeed enhances comprehension? Qin Feng's smile instantly froze, and he retorted with irritation, Must you always deflate my joy? Xiaolong quickly shook his head. No, sir. What I mean is, if the Bodhi fruit truly enhances comprehension, we should devise ways to cultivate it and extract its effective components, thus alleviating your concerns regarding your shortcomings in comprehension. Qin Feng, fuming, glared at Xiaolong for a considerable time before retorting, Your comprehension is the shortcoming. I am quite clever, no matter how remarkable the Bodhi fruit may be. It only helped me grasp half of it. Did it not? The rest was still my own understanding, wasn't it? Xiaolong responded, Can I interpret your statement as acknowledging that the Bodhi fruit is indeed effective, yet you are simply too stubborn? Qin Feng rolled his eyes and ignored him. Seizing the opportunity while his mind was still sharp, he hastily resumed his contemplation of the complete version of the blood escape light in comparison to the truncated version of the blood escape technique. The blood escape light simply added a function, the ability to replenish infinitely. Chapter 74, Journey to the Forbidden Zone. Qin Feng viewed his blood escape technique as expelling a mouthful of blood and then soaring several thousand miles. Whereas the blood escape light was akin to directly puncturing an artery and racing forward, not only achieving greater speed but also covering more distance, albeit with more pronounced side effects. However, with the advent of a method to substitute vital blood with blood clam pearls, this side effect can be entirely disregarded. The blood drawn from the blood clams holds no relevance to me, Qin Feng. The techniques of blood escape and blood light are inherently linked, sharing nearly identical content with only slight variations. After commencing my study of the blood escape technique, I can swiftly grasp its essence. An hour has passed, and I have gained a general understanding of how Kushui Dun Guang achieves infinite range, as well as how to switch the blood clam pearls to ensure uninterrupted escape light. The theoretical aspects no longer pose any obstacles. Once I successfully refine the blood clam pearls, I shall test one for its efficacy. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng retrieved 5 millennium blood clam pearls from his Qian Curran bag and began the refining process. Assuming all goes well, I shall set off for the Wan Yin Forbidden Zone tomorrow. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. According to the calculations of the Yunlong, once I master Ta Yun Fu Feng Shu and Kushui Dun Guang, under the protective firepower of the Yunlong, I shall have a significant chance of evading Li Hongguang should I encounter him. Qin Feng envisions himself lurking in the heavens, determined to play the role of the cunning yellow sparrow in the fable of the mantis catching the cicada, and the opportunistic fisherman in the strife between the clam and the snipe. The Ta Yun technique he has diligently practiced these days is meant for descending to clear the battlefield, while the Kushui Dun Guang serves as a means to make a hasty retreat after achieving his objectives, shielding himself from the shameless second-rate yellow sparrow and opportunistic fisherman. Nonetheless, Qin Feng is acutely aware that plans may not always align with reality, and should he arrive there, anything could transpire, necessitating a flexible response. As midnight approached, Qin Feng completed the refinement of all 5 Millennium Blood Clam pearls. Each pearl was infused with a trace of his vital blood and a fragment of his consciousness, allowing him to substitute his own vital blood merely by holding one in his hand, thus enabling the manifestation of the Qi Shui Dunguang. Rather than immediately testing it, he first contacted Xiaolong. Xiaolong, have all the necessary instruments for the laboratory been unloaded from the Yunlong? Commander, the Yunlong currently retains only the navigation system, weapon systems, communication systems, and a multifunctional module. Everything else has been submerged 500 meters underground in the mine. Has the quantum chip server also been dismantled? Indeed, only a client remains on the Yunlong. Good. You shall continue to remain here to establish the base. De Huang will be responsible for protecting Elder Yang, while the Hive drones will oversee security and early warning in this area. The Yunlong will accompany me to the Wan Yin Forbidden Zone, providing escort, early warning, and fire support. Understood, Commander. As Qin Feng neared the cave's exit, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to issue further instructions. The blood clam pearls, the drilling of spiritual mines, the Bodhi fruits, and the Celestial Canopy project are of the highest priority. The production lines for the elite robots and Terminator robots, which will ensure the accelerated advancement of all projects, must also be established promptly. Additionally, you may explore the feasibility of utilizing spiritual energy from spirit stones as an alternative to electrical energy. I sense great potential in harnessing spiritual energy as a power source. Yes, Commander. The project priorities have been updated. I shall take my leave. Safeguard our home. Yes, Commander. Wishing you all the best. Thank you. Stepping out of the cave, Qin Feng felt a surge beneath his feet as a cloud of auspicious vapor lifted him skyward. Below him, amidst a dense forest, a warship gradually ascended under the cover of night, soaring to 30,000 meters to provide Qin Feng with early warning and fire support. Upon the sound of a beep, he prepared to cast the Qi Shui Dunguang once more. Beep. Facing the direction of the Wan Yin Forbidden Zone, Qin Feng retrieved a Millennium Blood Clam pearl from his Qian Kuren bag. He mentally reviewed the entire process, reciting the incantation within his mind. 3 souls gather breath, 5 houses illuminate spirit, 7 orifices guard the heart, 9 origins unveil the years. Divine flow of Taoist light, blood flow of Taoist rhythm, body enshrined in blood essence. 1 Qi returns to truth. 8 seconds later, Qin Feng felt a surge of energy within him, urging him to suppress the restless vitality, drawing upon the consciousness and vital blood within the blood clam pearl. After several more seconds, a crimson light gradually enveloped him. At the peak of this blood light, a flash of red erupted, and a stream of blood-colored light shot forth toward the Wan Yin Forbidden Zone. 16 seconds later, the blood energy within the blood clam pearl was exhausted, causing Qin Feng to plummet from the sky. He fought against the dizzying sensations, summoning a cloud to catch him. Ding. Analysis in progress. Please hold. Analysis complete. Generating Qi Shui Dunguang model. Ding. Generation complete. Reclining on the soft clouds, Qin Feng took a moment to recover. Xiaolong, where am I now? Commander, you have appeared 827 kilometers away, deviating by 28 degrees from the direction of the Wan Yin Forbidden Zone. The Yunlong is en route to your location and will arrive in approximately 49 seconds. Not bad. At least I did not fly in the opposite direction. Qin Feng closed his eyes, recalling the process of casting the Qi Shui Dunguang. The entire initiation took approximately 13 seconds, but he anticipated that, after implementing the rapid learning method to improve the Qi Shui Dunguang model, this speed could be further enhanced. Xiaolong, if I were to cast the Qi Shui Dunguang again, how long would it take at a minimum? Commander, the next cast is estimated to require only 3.5 seconds. Qin Feng nodded. 3.5 seconds was quite impressive. Additionally, he could choose to control the speed of his incantation to achieve a state of repressed energy, allowing for interruptions during the casting. Nevertheless, it must be said that this escape light is indeed swift, significantly faster than the Yunlong. Xiaolong, are you capable? Commander, if I can construct a short-range space jump engine for the Titan ship, I can surpass this speed by a considerable margin. Pift. An engine module larger than 10 Yunlongs, with such a complex technical route and high energy consumption, how could it possibly compare to my escape light in convenience? Having successfully refined the escape light, Qin Feng felt a swell of pride and couldn't help but boast to Xiaolong before long. The Yunlong approached from the distance, executing a graceful tailspin that generated a gust of wind, sending Qin Feng soaring over 100 meters. Damn, I suspect you're retaliating, Commander. I would never dare. You have misunderstood. Humph. You'd better truly not dare. Fuming, Qin Feng entered the cockpit of the Yunlong, activating the autopilot toward the Wan Yin Forbidden Zone. Even before reaching the vicinity of the Wan Yin Forbidden Zone, he could already see the distant crimson glow lighting up the night sky. Even in the dead of night, the Forbidden Zone remained ablaze with fiery brilliance. Qin Feng gazed toward the distant azure mountain range, barely discerning the outline of the peaks. His emotions were a tangled mix of nostalgia for a familiar place, the bustling toil and rewards he had experienced in this land, and the perilous encounters during his flight from Li Hongguang. Chapter 75. The Water Gully. May the gods and Buddhas bless me to acquire useful heavenly and earthly fires. Umitba, Wuliang Tianzuan. Once a staunch atheist, Qin Feng found himself praying to deities. After more than 10 minutes, the Yunlong arrived at the periphery of the Wan Yin Forbidden Zone, and Qin Feng looked down upon the endless realm of flames. Similar to the Blood Sea Forbidden Zone, the Wan Yin Forbidden Zone is divided into core, buffer, and peripheral zones. However, while the Blood Sea Forbidden Zone has only one central core area, with the buffer zone along the coastline and everything beyond as the periphery, the Wan Yin Forbidden Zone is different. Within this vast expanse of flames, spanning 900 miles, over 300 core areas are scattered like stars, each representing deadly danger and tantalizing temptation. According to the descriptions provided by the Tianjin sect, the odds of surviving after entering a core area are dismal. Out of 100 individuals, perhaps only one will emerge unscathed, while 98 will perish, leaving behind one severely injured and another considered a chosen one. Each year, 90% of the cultivators entering the Wan Yin Forbidden Zone dare only to rummage for treasures in the buffer zone. Even so, countless cultivators die each year within that very buffer zone. A place that compels countless individuals to risk their lives must surely harbor innumerable treasures capable of driving one to madness. Be it the powerful spiritual fire that enhances one's strength, miraculous spiritual herbs, exquisite fire spirit stones, or the spirit beads and fire seeds of fire spirits and fire demons. In essence, this place is abundant with treasures that can alter one's destiny, transforming the destitute into the wealthy overnight, the obscure into the renowned, and the weak into the powerful. Each unfortunate soul carries their own burdens, yet the fortunate share a common trait. They possess wealth. For cultivators, wealth translates to spirit stones. While having spirit stones may not guarantee a reversal of fate, it is sufficient to alleviate most troubles and worries. As it stands, Qin Feng's mind is filled with schemes for making money. But the only viable method that has genuinely yielded results thus far is mining spiritual veins. Yet, he believes that relying solely on spiritual vein excavation is not a sustainable long-term strategy. While spiritual veins contain spirit stones, they do not equate to spiritual mines. Spiritual veins are akin to the branches of a great tree, while spiritual mines represent the fruits. Currently, Qin Feng is akin to a woodborer, gnawing at the bark of the branches without issue, but if he were to sever the entire spiritual vein, he would incur divine wrath. As for spiritual mines, with the capabilities of the Yunlong, they can indeed be located, but they are likely to be claimed by others. As he pondered how to procure some spirit stones, at least some mid-tier spirit stones to allow Xiaolong to catalyze the Millennium Blood Clam Pearls, Qin Feng devised a plan. That plan was to sell information. What kind of information? Naturally, it would be the spiritual level techniques, the mysterious level techniques, and the Wan Yin secret scroll he acquired from the Tianjin sect, especially the Wan Yin secret scroll, which he intends to sell at a low price, ensuring that more individuals become aware of this path to wealth. Why, you may ask? The truth is, Qin Feng never intended to venture into danger himself. Rather, he awaited others to acquire heavenly fire only to later take advantage of them in a covert manner. Thus, the more people who know how to obtain heavenly fire, the better it is for him. As for the destination for selling these techniques, it is certain that they cannot be sold in the spirit markets encircling the Wan Yin Forbidden Land, nor can they be sold to the Tianjin sect at the Tianjin mansion established around the Wan Yin Forbidden Land. He truly knows of a perfect location, which is the black market mentioned in the third volume of the Wan Yin Secret Scroll, the Shi Shui Gorge. This place is situated within the Wan Yin Forbidden Land itself. Originally a desolate realm of heavenly fire, isolated from the outside world. It was inadvertently discovered by the ancestor of Shi Shui, who occupied it with the intention of cultivating his water spirit Tao in this source of fire. He set up the Water Mother Grand Formation using 35 Gue Shui Spirit Pearls and 1 Gue Shui Immortal Pearl, claiming this realm and naming it Shi Shui Gorge. Initially, Shi Shui Gorge served as the place of cultivation for the ancestor of Shi Shui. But later, he transformed it into a hidden underground black market. Initially, only those at least at the transformation stage could trade here, and the treasures exchanged were all extraordinary rarities. Eventually, the ancestor of Shi Shui entrusted the management of this place to his disciple. The true monarch Wan Chuan, a commercial genius who lifted all restrictions on Shi Shui Gorge as soon as he took charge. As long as one could find this place, they could enter to trade. The greatest advantage of trading in this black market was neither safety nor secrecy, nor was it the quality guarantee or a 7-day no-reason refund policy. Rather, it was that the items here were generally priced 30% higher than those in external spirit markets. Initially, Qin Feng could not comprehend why higher prices would become their advantage. It was only later that he realized it was precisely because the items were sold at a premium that many sellers possessing high-end treasures preferred to sell here. As the profits would be greater, high-end treasures inherently constitute a seller's market, where buyers have no bargaining power. Whatever price is set, one must dig deep into their pockets to purchase, and hesitating could result in missing out entirely. This pricing strategy thus attracted more and more high-end treasures, leading buyers to flock here, willingly parting with their spirit stones. Consequently, sellers reaped greater rewards, buyers obtained their coveted treasures, and Shi Shui Gorge amassed wealth by selling expensive stalls. Everyone emerged victorious. Utilizing the infrared thermal radar of the Yunlong, Qin Feng effortlessly identified the soul area within the Wan Yin Forbidden Land that had a temperature below 75 degrees. Additionally, he unexpectedly discovered a high correlation between the danger levels of the Wan Yin Forbidden Land and the temperature distribution detected by the radar. Simply put, the hotter the area, the more perilous it was. The core region of the Wan Yin Forbidden Land generally exceeded 4,600 degrees, with the hottest spots reaching as high as 100,000 degrees, vaporizing even steel. The buffer zones ranged from 75 to 4,600 degrees. The higher the temperature, the closer to the core, and thus, the greater the danger. With this infrared thermal radar suspended in midair, Qin Feng could monitor the perilous changes throughout the Wan Yin Forbidden Land in real time and even foresee the occurrence of terrifying natural disasters. Xiaolong, please assist me in designing a safe route to enter Shi Shui Gorge. Due to the constant influx of high-temperature gases occupying the airspace above the Wan Yin Forbidden Land. While these gases posed no threat to the Yunlong, they could affect the accuracy of many detection devices. Thus, the Yunlong was actually positioned above the periphery of the Wan Yin Forbidden Land. Qin Feng realized that flying directly into the Wan Yin Forbidden Land was not a wise approach, as he would soon be cooked by the 1,000-degree thermal convection gases. The best method, as recorded in the Wan Yin Secret Scroll, was to traverse the ground along a safe path. Chapter 76, Human Relationships and Worldly Affairs. Xiaolong quickly devised a route for him and explained, Commander, with your current golden light shield strength, you can withstand temperatures up to 1,351 degrees for 10 seconds, and can endure temperatures below 539 degrees indefinitely. I have designed the optimal safe route for you. With an average temperature not exceeding 317 degrees and a maximum temperature not exceeding 924 degrees. The total distance is 12,000 meters, and it is estimated that you can reach your destination in 48 seconds at a speed of unity with the cloud. Should you encounter danger along the way, you can activate the blood escape light to flee towards the outside of the Forbidden Land. Xiaolong also thoughtfully marked the flight route and altitude on a 3-dimensional map. Although termed flight, this essentially meant flying just 3 meters above the ground. Qin Feng could not touch the ground, as standing on it would lead to heat conduction, akin to being seared on a hot iron plate, whereas floating in the air would involve thermal convection and radiation, where temperatures were relatively lower. However, he could not ascend too high, for exceeding 30 meters would plunge him into a high-temperature zone of intense thermal convection, where temperatures would generally exceed 1,000 degrees. Interestingly, the route provided by Xiaolong bore a 45 similarity to that recorded in the Wan Yin Secret Scroll for reaching Shi Shui Gorge, with the primary difference being that Xiaolong had provided numerous shortcuts, effectively halving the travel distance. Commander, it is currently night, the time when the Wan Yin Forbidden Land is most populated. Please try to fly straight through without stopping to avoid being attacked by the cultivators along the way. Is fighting common in this area? It occurs at every moment. Based on my observations over the past few minutes, An average of one person perishes at the hands of other cultivators every 13 seconds. I understand. Off I go. Qin Feng flew out from the Yunlong, merging seamlessly with a cloud accelerating toward the Wan Yin Forbidden Land. In the early hours of the Wan Yin Forbidden Land, even without the sun's light, it was as bright as day. Scattered cultivators navigated various flying treasures, some cautiously, some leisurely, some recklessly, and others hesitantly, entering through the renowned northwestern entrance of the Wan Yin Forbidden Land. To those observing, Qin Feng's cloud appeared like a fool, recklessly charging into the Forbidden Land, often veering off from the safe zones into perilous areas. Cultivators along the way cast sidelong glances at this cloud, plunging into the flames of Fire Mountain. Some chuckled derisively, others shook their heads in regret, some remained indifferent, while others gasped in astonishment. After a few moments, when the expected screams failed to materialize and the explosive sparks did not flicker, nor was there even a wisp of smoke to be seen, they took out their latest maps for a closer inspection, engaging in animated discussion. How is it that he hasn't died? That Fire Mountain could form a fire tornado at any moment. Once caught in its range, even those at the Foundation establishment stage cannot escape. With such a weak aura, how dare he? Could it be that he knows a fire tornado won't form at this moment? I suspect he's simply a reckless novice, relying on luck. Never mind, let's hurry along. I heard the cotton grass outside Huayan Valley has been growing particularly lush these days. A single stalk can fetch 2 or 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Better to gather as many as possible. Now, Qin Feng found himself akin to racing down a Kinuma mountain. The route Xiaolong had provided was even more winding and tortuous than a Kinuma, yet in the hands of his modestly skilled driving, everything flowed naturally and smoothly. When he arrived outside the mountain gate of Shishui Gorge, he had completed the journey in a mere 41 seconds, a full 7 seconds faster than Xiaolong's prediction. What do you say? Qin Feng murmured, seemingly to himself. Xiaolong understood the question, albeit reluctantly replied, generally speaking, I see a few flaws. If perfected, it could be another 2 seconds faster. Qin Feng shook his head with a light chuckle, responding nonchalantly, I noticed those 3 flaws as well, but I merely took a moment to admire the scenery along the way. Xiaolong rolled his eyes dramatically. What an infuriating fellow. Qin Feng grinned, gazing toward a still-smoking volcano ahead. This volcano was Shishui Gorge, and according to the Wan Yin secret scroll, all one needed to do was bow toward the volcano, and someone would naturally come to guide them in. Qin Feng shifted his form, rising from the cloud, and with a ceremonious bow toward the volcano, performed the gesture. Soon, about 100 meters ahead, a ripple in space revealed a curtain of water resembling a waterfall, which slowly parted in the center. Through this water curtain, Qin Feng could see figures moving within, seemingly bowing in return to him. Aware of the circumstances inside, he did not hesitate and flew directly into the opening created by the water curtain. Upon entering, it felt as if the universe had flipped, the yin and yang reversed. The previously scorching air transformed into a cool and comfortable breeze, and the red sky turned a beautiful blue. A stunning female cultivator curiously scrutinized him, and upon noticing his astonishment, smiled and asked, Is this your first visit to Shishui Gorge? Would you like me to serve as your guide? Just 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Seeing her revealing attire, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback by her beauty, as her fair neck and dazzling thighs were almost blinding. He promptly, yet firmly, declined. Fairy, you are too kind. I am currently short on funds. Perhaps when I sell some spirit stones another day, I can invite you to explore this gorge together. The female cultivator giggled, covering her mouth. Then it's settled. I shall await your return. Qin Feng smiled politely and waved. Farewell. As the female cultivator shyly averted her gaze from him, Qin Feng, still smiling, headed toward a vast lake of islands. On his way to the Lake of Islands, he explained to Xiaolong, the reason I was able to refuse so decisively without offending her is that the nuances of human relationships are a profound study. You may have misunderstood. I do not hold it against you, as the greatest difference between humans and AI lies in our ability to genuinely feel this world rather than merely relying on data. Xiaolong responded with a chuckle. Qin Feng sighed with a wry smile. You truly have misunderstood. Regardless of whether Xiaolong's misunderstanding was genuine or feigned, Qin Feng dodged the reckless sword light of a sword-wielding cultivator and cast his gaze down at the Lake of Islands. To refer to the myriad islands is somewhat of an exaggeration. It is merely a vast lake adorned with a multitude of small islands, each one functioning as a shop. These shops do not solely offer goods for sale. They also engage in the procurement of treasures. Hovering above the expanse of one island lake are countless cultivators, their spiritual senses sweeping across the water to seek the information they require. Qin Feng's primary purpose for coming here is to sell items, yet he lacks the funds to rent a stall on one of the islands. Fortunately, Shishuijian has humanely provided a solution for the impoverished. One may go to a central island in one island lake and receive a piece of cloth for free, an opportunity to set up a stall. Chapter 77. Bao. This expansive island designated for stalls features a marketplace roughly the size of 4 soccer fields, accommodating over 1,000 makeshift stalls. Aside from the narrow pathways, each stall occupies no more than 2 square meters, making it exceedingly cramped. Qin Feng wandered through the area, both to gauge the market and to purchase 50 jade slips capable of recording techniques. Afterward, he found an empty corner and set up his stall facing a burly minotaur. Unlike others who erected signs, he planted a small flag with blood-red lettering that read, "Unfilial disciple, having stolen the master's treasure. Selling at a bargain price, will flee once sold." The reverse of the flag detailed the items he intended to sell: jade gourd, 7-star sword, measuring ruler, 8 treasures pagoda, spirit rank techniques, mysterious rank techniques, spirit rank formulas, secrets of 10,000 flames. Once the flag was up, Qin Feng sat cross-legged at his stall, taking out a sign to list his wares while awaiting customers. His first patron arrived sooner than expected. The imposing minotaur stood up, crossed the 3-meter pathway, and approached him. "Where is the jade gourd? Let me see," he demanded. Qin Feng looked up at the giant blocking his entire stall and calmly shook his head. "Apologies, it has already been sold." The minotaur furrowed his brow. "When did you sell it?" Qin Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "Yesterday." The minotaur glanced at the flag and then back at Qin Feng. Grumbling, "Then why does your flag still say jade gourd?" Qin Feng nodded. "Oh, I'll be sure to erase that next time. Show me the measuring ruler. Are you buying it?" "I'm just looking, then I can't show it to you." "Then I'll buy it. It was sold along with the jade gourd yesterday. How could it have been sold again?" "What do you have left?" "Spirit rank techniques, mysterious rank techniques, spirit rank formulas, secrets of 10,000 flames." "Let me see that I can't show you." "What a stingy human." The minotaur returned to his seat, his gaze filled with resentment fixed upon Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed. After all, there were high-level cultivators present. And who would dare cause trouble here? No matter how foul-tempered one might be, in this place, even uttering a curse was out of the question. Soon, Qin Feng stood up and approached the stall opposite him. "What is Bao? Show me." The minotaur hesitated before asking, "Is it here?" Qin Feng nodded. What are you umming about?" Qin Feng inquired, frowning. "Aren't you the one looking for Bao? I can bring it out for you." "Don't pull it out just yet." "What exactly is Bao?" Bao, also known as kidney stone, is a stone found in my kidney, reputed to be a very precious medicinal material. "Isn't that just a urinary stone?" Qin Feng intended to gross out the minotaur, but found himself repulsed instead. With a scowl, the minotaur walked back, clearly disturbed. Noticing the minotaur still struggling with his discomfort, Qin Feng wisely packed up his stall and relocated to a position far from him. Strangely enough, despite the number of onlookers at his stall, after 2 full hours, he had yet to sell a single item. It was then that he realized no one in this market was selling techniques. He glanced at a nearby stall where an elderly Taoist was selling fire-patterned stones. The old man was doing well, having sold over 30 high-quality spirit stones in just that time. Seeing that the elderly man appeared amiable, Qin Feng boldly inquired, "Senior, why is no one buying my techniques?" The old Taoist looked him over and replied with a smile. "As the saying goes, there are 3 things that do not sell at stalls: techniques, information, and elixirs." "Why is that?" "Because people have been burned before. Some have bought techniques from stalls only to find that they were either impossible to cultivate or led to a complete misfire. No one can ascertain the authenticity of the techniques you sell. Unless they come from a reliable source, no one dares to try them." Though the old Taoist spoke solely of techniques, Qin Feng could easily deduce why information and elixirs were also unsellable. They too could easily be faked, and no one would dare trust them. If information is false, it could lead to death. Similarly, if an elixir is counterfeit, it could be deadly. Having grasped this, Qin Feng looked at his small flag. which increasingly resembled a con artist's sign. He had initially believed he could effortlessly amass spirit stones through the sale of these techniques, but that dream was abruptly shattered. Pondering how to convince others of his legitimacy, he rested his chin in thought. After much contemplation, he realized that no matter how he proved himself, others would not believe him. The methods he could think of had long been exhausted by fraudsters. Once trust between people is broken, it becomes an irreparable scar, painful to the touch. The only relatively reliable method was to establish a shop. Unlike stalls, shops require a sustained operation, and if one sells counterfeit goods, customers will come knocking. In comparison, shops hold more credibility. However, establishing a shop is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two, and building trust often takes years. As he mulled over this, Qin Feng devised a plan for quick capital. He would promote and sell his techniques at a shop. He could allow them to inspect the goods first, and only upon confirmation would they pay. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng packed up his stall and soared through the air towards the surrounding small islands. Each island represented a shop, and he initially intended to seek out one specializing in techniques for negotiation. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a shop that exclusively purchased techniques. He promptly descended onto this small island, barely 20 square meters in size. Unlike the intricately designed shops on other islands, this one only featured a thatched hut, where a middle-aged scholar reclined on a bed, leisurely reading a book. "Hello, do you purchase techniques?" Upon hearing his voice, the middle-aged scholar did not lift his gaze and casually asked, "What technique do you wish to sell?" "State its name." "Secrets of Wind and Fire, Five-Colored Cloud Smoke, Pure Yang Spirit Thunder, Lightning Escape Technique, Water Cloud Escape Technique, Blood Illness Escape Technique." Qin Feng enumerated over 10 technique names, all of which were spirit and mysterious rank techniques. Though he refrained from mentioning those from the Tianjin sect, wanting to avoid trouble. The middle-aged scholar, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively. "I already have all of these. Do you have anything else?" Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, realizing how difficult it was to earn money today. Chapter 78. Xian Yin Shui Yunzhu. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated the method Jiang Yin had given him for utilizing the blood illness escape technique. This person would likely be unaware of it, but since it was a gift, there was no reason for it to be leaked. In addition, he thought, how about the Xian sect's secret techniques? Would you be interested? Haha, this is the black market. We dare to purchase techniques from immortal sections. Very well, here are the names. Qing Yun 19 Swords, Jet Yin Sword Technique, Yinghua Sword Technique, Tianjin 9 Styles, Ming Xian Sword Technique. Qin Feng decided to be bold, directly revealing the sword techniques from the Tianjin sect. The middle-aged scholar immediately perked up, sitting up straight in shock. "You possess all 8 spirit swords of the Tianjin sect." Without providing an explanation, Qin Feng merely asked, "Are you buying?" The middle-aged scholar laughed heartily. "Of course, I will purchase them." However, his tone shifted as he scrutinized Qin Feng. "You can only sell them to me, and you cannot sell them elsewhere after." Qin Feng was not easily swayed, responding nonchalantly, "That depends on your offer." The middle-aged scholar stroked his chin in contemplation. "Based on market price, I would offer 50 high-quality spirit stones per technique, totaling 400 for all 8. Qin Feng shook his head repeatedly. "That's a buyout. You cannot use the market price." The middle-aged scholar retorted, "Then how much do you wish to sell for?" "I usually purchase at 70% of market price." "I am offering you a generous deal." Qin Feng extended a single finger, stating resolutely, 1,000 high-quality spirit stones, no negotiation. The middle-aged scholar frowned slightly. This price was indeed high. According to the current exchange rate, one high-quality spirit stone could be traded for 893 medium-quality spirit stones, making 1,000 high-quality spirit stones equivalent to 890,000 medium-quality spirit stones. However, he could sell these 8 sword techniques to the enemies of the Tianjin sect, which would indeed yield a profit. "Very well, I will buy them. Here are 1,000 high-quality spirit stones in the form of vouchers. You can exchange them for spirit stones at Shishui Pavilion." The middle-aged scholar was not concerned about Qin Feng deceiving him. He directly handed over the vouchers. According to the rules of Shishui Jian, all transactions here must use vouchers issued by Shishui Jian, with a fee of 1,000th for converting vouchers to spirit stones. Many individuals are reluctant to pay the handling fee and thus continue to engage in transactions using spirit tickets. In essence, Wang Chuan Zhenjun has already mastered the function of issuing currency. Upon receiving the spirit tickets, Qin Feng produced a jade slip and pressed it against his forehead, recording all 8 sword techniques within it, before handing it over to the middle-aged scholar. The scholar, having the audacity to partake in this business, naturally possessed the means to discern the authenticity of the techniques. After scrutinizing the slip for a quarter of an hour, he smiled and remarked, "Excellent, there are no issues." Qin Feng nodded, preparing to leave, only to be called back by the scholar. Wait a moment, that a chill ran through Qin Feng as he turned back, gazing at the middle-aged scholar in confusion. The scholar coldly stated, "I am a person of utmost integrity and have a profound disdain for those who lack it. Should you dare sell to a second party, even one 100,000 miles away, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Furthermore, I shall inform the Tianjian sect of your appearance and ensure they send someone after you." A shiver coursed through Qin Feng, and he managed to force a smile, saying, "That is only fitting." As he departed from the small island, Qin Feng's desire to shop surged to unprecedented heights, now that he bore a substantial fortune. To refrain from spending money is tantamount to being penniless. Standing atop a cloud, he strolled leisurely around Wandao Lake Point. One could not deny that possessing wealth instilled a newfound confidence in his observations. Previously, he would glance at a price and quickly turn away, exclaiming, "What an outrageous price! Why not just steal it?" Now, with money at his disposal, he critiqued the items below with abandon. Why is this azure-scaled water spirit shirt only a 5th-grade spiritual item? Are there no celestial-grade ones? Oh, there are, goodness, 5,000 superior spiritual stones. Why not just steal it? This dragon-scale black gold shuttle seems decent. What? 7,000? It appears I am unworthy. After surveying the area, his arrogance was considerably tempered. Glancing vacantly at the horizon, he obediently descended onto a small island that specialized in selling spiritual-grade treasures. The shop was quite bustling, with 4 or 5 groups browsing both inside and outside. Qin Feng was particularly drawn to the sign that read Xian in water cloud pearl. This item was a type of cloud-like flying treasure, and when paired with techniques such as cloud riding, cloud control, and cloud treading, its efficacy would be greatly enhanced. Most intriguingly, it was a water element spiritual treasure, offering a degree of defense against the intense heat within the Wan Yin forbidden zone. A shop attendant noticed Qin Feng gazing intently at the Xian in water cloud pearl and approached him, saying, "Esteemed guest, are you interested in this water cloud pearl? It is a signature treasure produced by the water spirit sect, crafted from the chilling energy of the most frigid regions, and refined through secret methods for 3 years to create a single spiritual cloud. As a flying treasure, its speed rivals that of a flying sword, and it possesses protective capabilities, able to withstand the scorching heat of Baiyao, making it ideal for exploration within the Wan Yin forbidden zone." Qin Feng understood well what Baiyao entailed. People discerned the temperature within the Wan Yin forbidden zone by the color of the flames. Red Yao indicated temperatures below 1,500 degrees, orange Yao from 1,500 to 3,000 degrees, white Yao from 3,000 to 5,000 degrees, green Yao from 5,000 to 6,000 degrees, blue Yao from 6,000 to 7,000 degrees, and purple Yao above 7,000 degrees. The attendant's mention of Bai Yao referred to the ability to withstand temperatures below 5,000 degrees. However, she did not specify how long the protection would last. Whether it was for 1 second or 1 hour, this was a detail that needed clarification. Qin Feng pointedly inquired, "How long can it withstand the scorching Bai Yao?" Bai Yao was further categorized into cold white, warm white, and scorching white, with scorching white referring to the maximum temperature between 4,500 to 5,000 degrees. The attendant, unfazed, replied with a smile, "That depends on the grade of water cloud pearl you purchase. We have just received 2 first-grade Xian in water cloud pearls, which can withstand scorching white Yao for at least 2 hours, 4 hours. Qin Feng's eyes brightened at this information. If that's the case, it truly is remarkable. How much for a first-grade one? We have a promotion for new customers, 10 off on the first treasure. The original price of this first-grade Xian in water cloud pearl is 1,000 superior spiritual stones. And after the discount, it will only cost you 900.is. It really that expensive?" Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of awkwardness. The attendant quickly added, "Is this expensive? A first-grade spiritual item is nearly comparable to a 9th-grade celestial item. Defensive treasures of the 9th grade typically sell for at least 4,000 to 5,000 superior spiritual stones." Still hesitant, Qin Feng considered the fact that this was the first time he had received 1,000 superior spiritual stones, and he was reluctant to part with them so soon. Chapter 79. Water Spirit Pearl. Noticing Qin Feng's expression, the attendant suggested, why not consider purchasing a third-grade one? The third grade is only 500. And with the discount, it would be 450. And how long can the third grade withstand scorching white yao? Our shop guarantees it can resist for at least a quarter of an hour, 30 minutes. Qin Feng calculated in his mind. While the first grade could last 4 hours, the third grade only 30 minutes. For something so vital to his survival, it was prudent to invest in the better option. However, he then reflected, with my abilities, making money is not a challenge. Not to mention, if I could mass-produce the 1,000-year blood clam pearls, wouldn't the spiritual stones come pouring in? If I could create the 10,000-year blood clam pearls, I'd be on the path to financial freedom. After this mental reassessment, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and produced 9 spirit tickets, declaring, I'll take the first grade one. The attendant's eyes lit up, astonished that this seemingly unremarkable fellow could actually produce such a sum of spiritual stones. Very well, esteemed guest. The attendant went to fetch the item from the shopkeeper, who cast a lingering glance at Qin Feng. Intrigued, a jade box was presented, which the attendant opened to reveal a water spirit pearl the size of a peanut and a jade slip beside it. Esteemed guest, here is the first-grade Qian Yin water cloud pearl you requested, along with a slip detailing its refinement and usage. At that moment, having completed her transaction, the shopkeeper approached with a smile. Taking over from the attendant, young master, my sister may not have explained clearly. This first-grade water cloud pearl, when nurtured day and night with the Qian Yin water spirit pearl, has a chance to evolve into a superior water pearl. We have Qian Yin water spirit pearls here, and each first-grade one is only 5 superior spiritual stones. Would you like to purchase a few? Qin Feng pursed his lips, thinking, this woman truly has a myriad of schemes. Does she think my money grows on trees? If this item were truly so easy to evolve, would they still be selling it? However, he reconsidered. Perhaps he could entrust it to Xiaolong for experimentation, as there was a possibility that Xiaolong could facilitate its evolution. With this thought in mind, he smiled and said, Shopkeeper, since I have already purchased your first-grade water cloud pearl, wouldn't it be reasonable for you to gift me a few? The shopkeeper adjusted her sheer shawl, appearing pitiful as she said, Alas, esteemed guest, you do not understand. This item is already being sold at a discount and barely breaks even. While I would typically offer you one Qian Yin water spirit pearl, it would truly be a loss for us. Qin Feng, being a young man full of vigor, could hardly tolerate such tactics. With a grand gesture, he declared, Then I shall buy 4. The shopkeeper's face immediately brightened, and she performed a small bow of gratitude. Yes, she called for the attendant. Her shawl slipped down her shoulder. Sister, quickly fetch 4 Qian Yin water spirit pearls for the young master. Let the 5th be my gift. With a box of spirit pearls in one hand and 10 superior spiritual stone tickets in the other, Qin Feng soared into the sky. Though his demeanor was nonchalant, he inwardly lamented, Damn it. My resolve faltered. I could have gotten away with just one to let Xiaolong examine it. If more were needed later, I could always buy more. After his moment of regret, Qin Feng glanced back below, only to find the shopkeeper gazing at him with lingering affection as he departed, prompting him to let go of his worries. What is 20 spiritual stones to me? How could purchasing just one befit my status as a citizen of Earth? I, Qin, shall endure hardships, but I shall never bring shame upon my homeland. Having completed his shopping, Qin Feng returned to the central island. He had observed numerous herbs at the market square and intended to acquire some to take back for Xiaolong to cultivate, as they might prove useful in the future. After wandering the market for over 2 hours, he purchased over 300 varieties of mortal-grade spiritual herbs, 60 varieties of, and 12 varieties of spiritual-grade herbs. Spending a total of 642 mid-grade spiritual stones, without exhausting a single superior spiritual stone. In addition to the herbs, Qin Feng also discovered a bustling stall selling fire-repelling talismans. The popularity of these talismans was attributed to their availability of celestial-grade fire-repelling talismans. Here, mortal-grade fire-repelling talismans could withstand red yao, 1,500 degrees, 4-5 mid-grade spiritual stones each, could resist orange yao, 3,000 degrees, 450 mid-grade spiritual stones each. Spiritual-grade fire-repelling talismans could withstand white yao, 5,000 degrees, 4-500 mid-grade spiritual stones each. 9th-grade celestial fire-repelling talismans could resist green yao, 6,000 degrees, 410 superior spiritual stones each. while first-grade celestial fire-repelling talismans could withstand blue Yao, 7,000 degrees, for 100 superior spiritual stones each. The seller of the fire-repelling talismans was a scruffy, disheveled old Taoist priest. Curiously, Qin Feng inquired, "Old Taoist, how long can your 9th-grade celestial fire-repelling talisman withstand scorching green Yao?" The old priest chuckled. "It can withstand for 100 breaths without any issue." Qin Feng felt the not-so-thick spirit tickets in his pocket and asked, "Could you give me a discount? This seems rather expensive." The old priest scoffed. "This 9th-grade celestial fire-repelling talisman can protect you for 100 breaths in the green Yao forbidden zone. Any item you manage to procure from there would be worth at least 100 spiritual stones. I brought 10 this morning, and now only one remains if you don't buy it now. You may not have another chance." The old priest's words resonated with Qin Feng, making him feel they held significant merit. Buy. Here are your spirit tickets." The elderly Taoist priest, with a smile, accepted the spiritual ticket and handed over a yellow jade talisman. As soon as the talisman was produced, the temperature around them plummeted, causing even Qin Feng to feel a twinge of chill. He carefully stowed away the celestial-grade talisman, clutching the remaining 69 high-quality spiritual stones and 261 mid-quality spiritual stones represented by the tickets. With a sigh, he made his way to the Shishui Pavilion. Upon arriving, Qin Feng explained his purpose to the attending young lady, who guided him to a private room for the exchange of spiritual tickets. He exchanged only 10 high-quality spiritual stones, converting the rest into mid-quality spiritual stones in a ratio of 8:2, focusing on water and wood attributes. After deducting a fee of 61 mid-quality stones, he successfully exchanged for 52,938 mid-quality spiritual stones. Faced with such a bounty, Qin Feng, who had felt impoverished moments before, was revitalized. He mused to himself that this plethora of mid-quality spiritual stones should suffice until he could rely on the 1,000-year blood-toad pearl for a resurgence. The stones filled his Qinkuan bag to the brim. He tucked the bag into his robe and stepped outside. Once outside the Shishui Pavilion, Qin Feng scanned his surroundings and inquired of Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, compare the faces of these people and see if anyone is tailing me." Xiaolong promptly sent several images, each marked with red ink to indicate certain faces. "Commander, this individual was a guest beside you when you purchased the water cloud pearl, and they have been following you from a distance since you left the shop. These 2 others were also by your side when you bought the talisman, and they have continued to follow you as well. The rest pose no issues." Qin Feng observed the 3 individuals with an impassive demeanor. They all averted their gazes from him, while the 2 familiar faces pretended not to recognize one another. Judging by their aura and presence, it was evident that the 2 were at least of Foundation establishment level. As for the individual encountered at the shop, with triangular eyes and a 3-parted mouth, exuding a sinister aura and having scale-like tattoos, he appeared to be a snake demon or some scaled creature that had attained a human form. Qin Feng could not discern his cultivation level, but he sensed that he posed a significantly greater threat than the previous 2. Could he be at the golden core stage? A feeling of trepidation washed over Qin Feng as he sighed inwardly, realizing that purchasing items in this place inevitably attracted unwanted attention, and he was astonished to find himself targeted by a formidable opponent. Given that he had spent so much money, it was only natural for him to attract scrutiny. It would be more peculiar if he hadn't to these onlookers. Qin Feng appeared weak yet possessed great treasures, making him an enticing target, a veritable treasure trove ripe for the taking. Contemplating how to depart safely, Qin Feng concluded that it would not be difficult. Once he activated the blood escape technique, he was confident that they would not be able to keep up with him. He had formulated a plan. When the water curtain opened, he would immediately employ the blood escape technique and slip away 1,000 miles under its cover. Even if they were capable of pursuing him, the Yunlong would provide adequate protection. With this in mind, he took his time, wandering around the market square for a few more rounds, first to ascertain if there were any more followers beyond the 3 identified, and second, to mentally rehearse his escape plan while considering the worst-case scenario. After a quarter of an hour, he had Xiaolong reconfirm the number of pursuers and discovered a 4th individual tailing him, none other than Brother Niu. Brother Niu had shed his previous Na'vi demeanor and was now lurking in the distance, his expression dark and brooding, leaving Qin Feng puzzled as to where he had offended him. However, with an abundance of pests, one could simply evade one as easily as 4. He was unperturbed. After confirming this, Qin Feng ordered the Yunlong to enter combat mode and set off towards the mountain gate of Shishui Gorge on his cloud. Upon reaching the mountain gate, the enchanting female cultivator was busy welcoming a newly arrived group of guests. Spotting Qin Feng approaching, she smiled and said, "Young master, are you departing?" However, upon noticing the figures following him from afar, her expression changed slightly, prompting her to advise, "I suggest you refrain from leaving just yet." Feigning ignorance, Qin Feng asked, "And why is that? Is the fairy reluctant to part ways?" The female cultivator, however, did not engage in banter. Instead, she replied earnestly, "My insistence on your staying is solely for your own good. I cannot elaborate further, so consider it yourself." Qin Feng, taking her seriously, countered, "Yet I cannot remain here indefinitely, can I?" The female cultivator glanced at the approaching figures, growing anxious, and implored, "Do not concern yourself with that for now. I will devise a plan for you later." Qin Feng shook his head. "I appreciate your good intentions, but I have my own methods of extricating myself. Please open the door." Seeing his confidence, the female cultivator was half convinced but ultimately waved her hand. And a curtain of water appeared, gradually parting. Qin Feng glanced back at her, smiling. "I am Qin Feng. May I inquire your name, fairy?" With a worried expression, she bit her lip and replied, "I am Ruoxi, a registered disciple of the true monarch Wanchuan." Nodding, Qin Feng said, "Then I shall take my leave. Farewell." With that, he flickered and merged with his cloud, causing Ruoxi to inwardly lament. Among those tailing him was a golden core cultivator, and she feared that such a method of flight would offer little hope for escape. The blue snake lord, observing this, could not help but smirk inwardly, awaiting the moment this plump fish would leave Shishui Gorge before making his move. He glanced around at the other competitors, his gaze filled with murderous intent. The two Foundation establishment cultivators, realizing that a formidable demon had their sights set on the prize, felt a surge of resentment but had no choice but to retreat discreetly. Meanwhile, Brother Nyo provocatively cast a glance at the blue snake lord, leaving the latter in a state of uncertainty. As the two demons exchanged glances, Qin Feng activated the blood escape technique while in his cloud form. Indeed, he had assumed this form to mask the crimson glow that would emanate when activating the technique. Although he was still within Shishui Gorge, he could not risk these individuals acting out of desperation. Should they interrupt his incantation and forcibly expel him, he would be left dumbfounded. Suddenly, both the snake and the bull sensed something amiss. They watched as the young man's cloud transformed into a streak of blood light, shooting through the gap in the water curtain. Each transformed into a streak of blue light and golden light, racing after him as they burst forth from Shishui Gorge. The two demons eyed the retreating blood light. Refusing to give up, the blue snake lord unleashed a silver light, which revealed a silver snake the size of a pinky finger. Brother Nyo, meanwhile, shook his body, morphing into a golden bull, galloping with 4 legs off the ground. He possessed a mystical ability to traverse distances in the blink of an eye, and although he could not match the speed of the escape light, he was not far behind either. With each stride, he covered 1,000 meters, and after a few flashes, he had vanished alongside the blood light. The blue snake lord closed his eyes slightly, channeling his consciousness into the silver snake. This ancient serpent had transformed into a snake-like entity, endowed with 3 pairs of silver wings, enabling it to outpace the swiftest escape light. The blue snake lord had refined this snake into his second avatar, aiding its cultivation of 2 pairs of silver wings, making it even faster than typical escape techniques. It was perfectly suited for pursuing this individual. From the blue snake lord's perspective, he was rapidly closing in on the blood light ahead. The snake was even poised to strike, revealing its venomous fangs to deliver a bite to Qin Feng's rear. But at that moment, a terrifying white light shot in from an unknown source. This light was 1,000,000,000 times brighter than the sun and 100 times faster than his serpent form. The instant it made contact, he lost connection with his second avatar, followed by an agonizing pain that pierced through him. This was the backlash from the annihilation of the soul within his second avatar. The blue snake lord collapsed to the ground, transforming into a 100-meter-long azure python. The python writhed on the scorching ground for some time before struggling to return to Shishui Gorge. Upon entering, the blue snake lord languished in midair, and it took a while for him to revert to human form, his gaze filled with terror as he peered outward, muttering, "What on earth was that light? So terrifying. Who is secretly protecting him?" Amidst his panic, the blue snake lord felt a pang of anguish. His most cherished snake avatar had suffered a devastating blow today. He never imagined that what he thought would be an easy task would lead to such a grave misstep. The blue snake lord's triangular eyes quivered as he seethed with rage. Yet the memory of that terrifying white light instilled within him an instinctive fear. Only he knew how horrifying it was to strike his serpent avatar at such high speed and eliminate it in an instant. This could only be the work of a powerful being at the god transformation stage protecting Qin Feng. A detestable turn of events. Disheartened, the blue snake lord returned to Shishui Gorge, oblivious to the astonished expression on Ruashi's face as her captivating eyes sparkled with shock. Who exactly is he? I truly underestimated him. Not only does he possess the blood escape technique, but he also has such a powerful ally in the shadows. Could he be a disciple of some celestial sect venturing into the mortal realm? Suppressing her astonishment, Ruashi absent-mindedly resumed her tasks. Meanwhile, after 14 seconds, Qin Feng emerged from the escape light, having traveled 892 kilometers away, according to the map sent by Xiaolong. The Yunlong would arrive in 52 seconds. Commander, the bull-headed man has transformed into a golden bull and is currently pursuing you. He is expected to arrive in 184 seconds, Xiaolong reported, transmitting live footage of the golden bull's ability to traverse distances in an instant. Simultaneously, the black and white video of the Yunlong utilizing gamma rays to bring down the silver snake was also sent over. This video is composed of images captured by radar scans, rendering the silver serpent indistinct. Only a shadowy black snake can be seen darting across a white backdrop at breakneck speed, intercepted by a streak of black light that moves even faster. Upon impact with the serpent's shadow, it erupts violently, leaving only a severed tail while the majority vaporizes instantly. After watching this footage, Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. What on earth is this creature? It moves with such incredible speed. If it weren't for the protection of the Yunlong, I would likely fall victim to its might with just my escape light. After a moment of trepidation, Qin Feng cursed under his breath. Truly, this is exceptionally sinister. At that moment, Xiaolong inquired, Commander, should we intercept that golden bull? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. He fixed his gaze upon the frenzied form of the golden bull. Squinting as he commanded, aim for its kidneys. Extract those kidney stones for me. Yes, Commander. 2 gamma rays were launched in succession, hurtling toward the golden bull at nearly the speed of light. Suddenly, a golden lotus phantom enveloped the bull, and the first gamma ray struck the illusion, shattering it instantly. The residual beam hit its left kidney, releasing a plume of white smoke accompanied by a meaty aroma. The second gamma ray followed closely behind, directly targeting the right kidney since the golden lotus had been obliterated. The terrifying energy pierced through, creating a thumb-sized cavity in the bull's body. The golden bull experienced the same sensation as the azure serpent lord. 2 beams of white light approached from afar, dazzling and blinding. Just as he perceived the white light, a tingling ache coursed through his waist. It was only when he realized that his protective golden lotus had shattered that the excruciating pain in his midsection finally made itself known. Moo! A heart-wrenching bellow erupted from the golden bull as he turned to glance back, eyes wide with terror. He was paralyzed with fear, uncertain if the white light would reappear. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he crushed a 7-colored jade talisman, vanishing into the void. Qin Feng watched as the golden bull disappeared into the ether, cursing under his breath. Damn it! How could he escape? Xiaolong unleashed 3 successive gamma rays towards the spot where the golden bull had vanished. However, the gamma rays failed to strike any target, burrowing into the ground and forming 3 thumb-sized black holes, with the surrounding earth and stones melting into bright yellow magma. The golden bull, engulfed in panic within the void, gazed upon the terrifying scene wrought by the 3 white lights, the pain in his abdomen intensifying. He reverted to human form. His left kidney bore only charred remnants, while his right kidney suffered a penetrating wound the width of a chopstick. With the surrounding flesh reduced to cinders, had he not been an extraordinary being from ancient times, with regenerative abilities far surpassing those of ordinary demons, he would likely be on the brink of death by now. At this moment, Qin Feng had boarded the Yunlong and continued to monitor the unfolding situation. Observing the golden bull's reluctance to emerge, he sneered, even if struck by gamma rays and not killed outright, It will soon succumb to the agonizing effects of radiation sickness. Gamma rays can damage DNA, and such a powerful burst will lead to extensive breaks and mutations in its DNA, resulting in various acute radiation illnesses. Qin Feng estimated that the golden bull would soon experience nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, entering a false recovery phase in a matter of hours before the injuries would flare up, rapidly leading to multiple organ failure. With symptoms deteriorating swiftly, culminating in the end of its life within days, if there is blame to be assigned, it lies in provoking the wrong individual. Qin Feng piloted the Yunlong toward the Blood Sea base, where a multifunctional bioengineering laboratory had already been established. 2 militia robots were diligently conducting research and analysis on the chemical reactions of various blood clam pearls, with preliminary conclusions expected within 30 hours. Alongside the design of a catalytic synthesis pathway to transform A-type blood clam pearls into B-type. Estimating that by this time tomorrow, the first batch of blood clam pearls would have entered the reaction vessel for a magnificent 3-day metamorphosis. Qin Feng's primary purpose for this trip was to deliver spirit stones. After handing over 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 1 Xian water spirit pearl, and the spirit herbs he had procured to Xiaolong, he also engaged in a brief gaming session with Elder Yang, before setting off once more for the Wanyan Forbidden Zone. Upon returning to the outskirts of the Wanyan Forbidden Zone, Qin Feng sat in the cockpit, allowing the Yunlong to continue monitoring the situation while he retrieved a jade box containing the Xian water cloud pearl. He examined the water cloud pearl closely. This blue orb shimmered like a luminous pearl, radiating a gentle, multicolored glow, its interior resembling a cosmic starry sky, with countless twinkling stars slowly rotating within. How was this pearl crafted? It is truly beautiful. If taken to Earth, countless wealthy ladies would go mad for it. After placing the water cloud pearl back into the jade box, Qin Feng picked up a jade slip from within and pressed it to his forehead, probing into its contents. An overwhelming torrent of information flooded his mind, causing him slight discomfort. The method of information transmission through this jade slip was rather rudimentary, lacking the direct integration into the cerebral cortex provided by biological chips. Instead, it was stored within his sea of consciousness, necessitating considerable time for digestion and absorption. As he meticulously absorbed the information regarding the ritual and use of the water cloud pearl recorded in the jade slip, he discovered methods for nurturing the water cloud pearl using the Xian water spirit pearl. An hour later, Qin Feng grasped the information entirely. According to the contents, the ritual for the water cloud pearl could be divided into 3 steps. The first was blood refinement to acknowledge the master. The second was soul refinement to summon the spirit, and the third involved the dual cultivation of life and essence. After the blood refinement, the treasure could be used normally, but to unleash the full potential of the water cloud pearl, soul refinement and the cultivation of it as a life treasure were necessary. Tio put it simply, blood refinement is akin to dating. Soul refinement is like getting married, and dual cultivation of life and essence signifies the perfect fusion of spirit and body. Chapter 82. Ancestor genes. Moreover, most inferior treasures are hardly worth the expenditure of such immense effort and time, and may not even successfully awaken the spirit. 99% of treasures on the market only require the most basic blood refinement for recognition of the master. As for this water cloud pearl, Qin Feng had no intention of hastily completing the blood refinement. As his first treasure and a first-grade spiritual treasure, he was determined to cultivate it diligently. The blood refinement process was not as simple as merely dripping a few drops of blood. It required the essence blood from the 5 organs to refine it, establishing a bloodline imprint within the treasure to consider the ritual completed. Holding the water cloud pearl in the palm of his hand, strands of essence blood emerged from his 7 orifices, guiding the water cloud pearl to rise slowly, entangling with the blood in the air. The essence blood seeped into the water cloud pearl, transforming the previously blue starry interior into a deep crimson. After 15 minutes, the blood color gradually faded from the water cloud pearl, returning it to its original appearance. Qin Feng took a deep breath, his complexion pale and his head a bit dizzy from the toll of the essence blood. He retrieved a millennium blood clam pearl, placing it in his mouth. The blood energy surged into his abdomen, quickly restoring color to his face. Opening his eyes, he saw the water cloud pearl floating before him, gently oscillating. With a mere thought, the water cloud pearl began to revolve around him. It truly responded to his will, moving as if it were an extension of his own body. The entire process was seamless and fluid. Qin Feng was unsure whether this was the case for all treasures after their rituals, or if it was due to the water cloud pearl being a first-grade spiritual treasure. The true purpose of the water cloud pearl was to transform into a water spirit cloud, allowing one to ride the clouds and soar. Qin Feng opened the cockpit hatch, flying out of the Yunlong, with the water cloud pearl following closely behind, erupting into a super soft cloud formation that caught him. This is incredibly comfortable. The cloud he had previously conjured required incantations for solidification. Otherwise, it felt akin to treading upon a squishy marshland, offering little sense of security. In contrast, this water spirit cloud was highly elastic, devoid of any swaying sensation, providing a strong enveloping feeling, akin to lying on a soft, comfortable bed. Even more astonishing to Qin Feng was that as the water spirit cloud emerged, a thin film of water enveloped him. And despite its delicate appearance, this membrane possessed the defensive strength of a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Xiaolong, strike at this water membrane, but be careful not to hit me. Qin Feng stretched the protective water membrane with both hands, ensuring that even if Xiaolong penetrated it, he would remain unharmed. A black barrel protruded from above the Yunlong, which was a Gatling laser emitter. A brilliant white laser shot forth from the barrel, striking the water membrane. Most of it was reflected away, while the remaining fraction was completely dissipated by the membrane. Excellent. Increase the power and test the limits of this water membrane. This time, a light blue laser was emitted from the barrel, the beam more dazzling than before, and upon striking the water membrane, it was reflected and absorbed entirely. Before Qin Feng could speak, the barrel began emitting pulsed lasers, the color shifting from light blue to deep blue, then to pale purple. When the laser power exceeded 3,000 watts, the water membrane could no longer absorb the energy, scattering a portion of the beam, which only amounted to around a dozen watts. Stop! Upon Qin Feng's command, the laser ceased, and he gained a rough understanding of the water membrane's limits. My golden shield can withstand only about 60 watts of laser energy. This water membrane can endure 3,000 watts of sustained exposure, truly deserving of being a spiritual treasure. With this layer of protection, Qin Feng felt a surge of security. He maneuvered the water spirit cloud through the air, primarily familiarizing himself with the capabilities of his new mount. It must be said that the difference between the previous cloud and the water spirit cloud was akin to that between a hand-pulled tractor and a racing aircraft. Acceleration, maneuverability, stability, comfort, agility, as well as maximum speed and performance, all far exceeded the previous cloud. The water spirit cloud inherently serves as a magical artifact assisting the art of Yuyun. Qin Feng can still utilize the technique of human cloud unity. Moreover, this ethereal cloud can vary in size and density, transitioning seamlessly from a common white cloud to a delicate mist within the mountains, greatly enhancing both its concealment and practicality. The more Qin Feng gazes upon this water spirit cloud, the more he finds it visually pleasing, even becoming somewhat enamored with it, reluctant to return to the Cloud Dragon ship. Although the cockpit's aviation seat of the Cloud Dragon is quite comfortable, it pales in comparison to this soft cloud bed. With the Cloud Dragon ship providing warning and protection nearby, lying on the cloud basking in the sun feels utterly delightful. As Qin Feng reclines upon the water spirit cloud, basking in the warmth of the sunlight, a wave of languorous drowsiness washes over him. He yawns deeply, and before he knows it, he drifts into the realm of dreams. While Qin Feng indulges in sweet dreams, the golden bull stumbles back to its home at Longmeng Mountain. This golden bull possesses a remarkable lineage, with the blood of the ancient divine beast, the golden horned beast, coursing through its veins. The status of this lineage in this realm is second only to that of the demon emperor, and even the formidable demon dragon lineage dares not provoke them. The golden bull pursuing Qin Feng, named Zhang Wu, after enduring 2 blasts from Qin Feng, finds his abdomen racked with increasingly intolerable pain, accompanied by dizziness and nausea. Hiding in the void for a considerable time, he finally dares to emerge and flee homeward. Upon returning to Longmeng Mountain, Zhang Wu cries out loudly, "Ancestral Lord, save me! I feel as though I am dying." Within Longmeng Mountain, there are only 16 golden bulls, yet they are accompanied by a loyal retinue of various bull demons who regard them as royalty and are fiercely devoted. The guardian of Longmeng Mountain today is a black bull general, who, upon seeing the injured young master Zhang Wu crying out for help, is startled into a tremor and rushes to support him. "Young master, what has happened? Who dares to lay hands on you?" Song Wu, still trembling with fear, glances back and pleads, "Take me to see the ancestral lord. I feel as if I am going to die." The Black Bull General, not daring to ask further, transforms into his true form and carries the young master into the grand array at the mountain gate. The ancient Golden Bull ancestral lord, who had not shown himself for thousands of years, is awakened by a series of urgent golden bell chimes. Receiving a telepathic message from his servant, the Green Bull, he becomes enraged and lets out a resounding bellow that echoes through the realm. Many powerful beings sense this commotion and ponder why this old fellow has suddenly emerged from seclusion. Could it be that a remarkable treasure is about to surface? Grandson, who has inflicted such harm upon you? The Golden Bull ancestral lord steps forth, appearing in the Golden Bull Temple. At this moment, Song Wu's mother cradles him in her arms, weeping uncontrollably, while his father paces anxiously, his mind in turmoil. Upon witnessing the ancestral lord's appearance, Song Wu's father, Song Yao, hastily kneels and implores, "Ancestral lord, please, take a look. Song Wu's injuries are particularly strange. I have never seen anything like it." The Golden Bull ancestral lord strides forward, pushing aside the obstructive Song Wu's mother, and places his hand upon Song Wu's wound. The ancestral lord gasps softly, for this injury is one he has neither heard of nor seen before. Even more so than Song Yao. Although he has never encountered such bizarre injuries, he can distinctly sense his grandson's life force waning. If not intervened promptly, he may not survive beyond 3 days. The ancestral lord raises his hand and grasps the void, retrieving a jade pill bottle made of sheep fat. He carefully pours out 2 golden pills, placing one into Song Wu's wound and the other into his mouth. Witnessing this scene, Song Yao is inwardly astonished. These are the dewy immortal pills, which the ancestral lord prepared for overcoming tribulations. With only 9 in total, little did he expect that today, to save his grandson, the ancestral lord would not hesitate to use 2. The dewy immortal pill not only possesses the ability to ward off calamities, but is also an unparalleled healing elixir. Song Wu's grievous wound begins to heal at a visible pace, and his weakening life force gradually begins to recover. Song Wu awakens from his stupor, and upon seeing the ancestral lord, tears stream down his face. "Ancestral lord, please avenge me." The Golden Bull ancestral lord, his expression darkened, inquires, "What on earth happened?" Song Wu delves into his recollection. "Ancestral lord, during these days, I have diligently followed my father's teachings, concealing my lineage while honing my skills in the Middle Lands. Today, while traversing the Shishui Gorge in the Wanyan Forbidden Zone, I encountered a human with a Dao imprint. It is said that even a mere tear from an ordinary bull can reveal spirits to the beholder. And thus the Golden Bull clan's eyes possess the ability to dispel illusions and penetrate to the essence. Therefore, Song Wu's ability to see through the Dao imprint concealed by Qin Feng's secret methods is hardly surprising." The Golden Bull ancestral lord, perplexed, asks, "What Dao imprint?" Song Wu, slightly apprehensive, cautiously responds, "Tai Su." "What?" The ancestral lord's countenance shifts dramatically, and Song Wu's parents tremble in shock. Their heightened sensitivity stems from a secret involving their ancestral lord. 17,000 years ago, when the Golden Bull ancestral lord was of Song Wu's age, he was captured by a powerful being and made a steed. 9,000 years ago, upon the demise of this powerful being, the Golden Bull ancestral lord regained his freedom, and after many battles, he established the current Long Mang Mountain. The Dao imprint held by this powerful being was the very Tai Su Dao imprint. The Golden Bull ancestral lord's feelings towards this former master are exceedingly complex. On one hand, he owes his cultivation and the return of his impure bloodline to this master, who provided invaluable resources and helped him awaken his bloodline heritage. On the other hand, the psychological trauma inflicted by being a mere mount, subjected to whims without dignity, ignites a deep-seated resentment within him. It can be said that this master has become a heart demon that the Golden Bull ancestral lord dares not confront. As a powerful figure in the realm of tribulation, the Golden Bull ancestral lord possesses a steadfast mind and spirit. Quickly regaining his composure, he questions the matter further. Although the Tai Su Dao imprint is exceedingly rare, it is not unique to my master. How can you be so certain it is he? Song Wu hastily adds, "If it were merely the Tai Su Dao imprint, I would not be so adamant. The crucial point is that his Dao imprint is located on his chest." At this, the Golden Bull ancestral lord grows increasingly perturbed. Tio is knowledge. Aside from his own master, no one else has a Tao imprint on their chest. They are universally found on the forehead. If what Songwu claims is true, then the likelihood that this person is the reincarnation of his master is exceedingly high. And you wish to kill him? Songwu stammers, I wanted to eliminate him while he is still weak and unprepared, at least before you undergo your tribulation, so as not to disturb your mindset. The Golden Bull Ancestral Lord remains silent for some time, finally exhaling a heavy sigh. I understand your filial intentions and why former master was astute and far-sighted. After his tribulation failure, he became a wandering immortal and began planning for his future. If this individual you encountered is indeed him, it could serve as an opportunity for me to confront my heart demon. Rather than avoid it, I must actively face it. Songwu, like a child who is erred, lowers his head and admits. At that moment, I did not consider much. I merely felt this opportunity was too rare to miss, even if it meant making a mistake. I simply didn't expect him to have such formidable protection. As he speaks, a flicker of pain crosses his features. I didn't even see where that white light came from. I only noticed an exceedingly bright flash, and the next moment, the protective golden lotus you bestowed upon me was shattered, and my body was pierced by that white light. Upon sensing the attack, I immediately crushed the void pearl to hide within the void. Thankfully, I had this pearl. Otherwise, had I been struck by the following 3 beams of white light, I surely would have perished there. The Golden Bull Ancestral Lord ponders for a long while before slowly stating, my former master is inherently suspicious. With you pursuing him in your true form, he likely misconstrues your intentions as well. At this moment, Song Yao interjects, even if it is truly him, what fear should we have given your current cultivation level, Ancestral Lord? The Golden Bull Ancestral Lord sighs. If it truly is him, he would not need to act personally. He could simply alert some of his acquaintances still residing in this realm, and Long Meng Mountain would vanish without a trace overnight. Although this is no longer his era, those who have benefited from him are now in positions of great power, including many prominent figures you often hear about. Song Wu's mother voices her concerns. Then, Ancestral Lord, what should we do now? The Golden Bull Ancestral Lord gazes at Song Wu, furrowing his brow. To untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. If I intervene, he will only grow more suspicious of my intentions to harm him, and misunderstandings will only deepen. It must be Song Wu who steps forward to resolve this misunderstanding. The thought of confronting this individual fills Song Wu with trepidation. Ancestral Lord, it is also possible that he is not that person, right? The Golden Bull Ancestral Lord casts a sidelong glance at his ungrateful grandson. Even if he is not, would it not be a good thing for you to befriend someone with a Tai Su Dao imprint? I suspect he will deny his identity and go to great lengths to mislead you into believing he is not that person. Do not overthink it. Regardless of whether he is or not, simply make an effort to befriend him. Song Wu harbored a lingering reluctance in his heart, yet he dared not defy the words of his ancestor. Just moments ago, the ancestor had expended 2 critically important dewy elixirs to save him. Regardless of his unwillingness, he had no choice but to make another trip. Chapter 84. The Forbidden Land of Jiao. Without delving into the elaborate disguise that Nyogu donned and his paranoid return to Shishui Gorge, we focus instead on Qin Feng, who was concerned about Nyoji's family seeking revenge. He stealthily positioned himself diagonally across from the Wanyan Forbidden Land at Shishui Gorge, contemplating how to bide his time and observe the situation over the coming days. As night descended on this day, the previously desolate Wanyan Forbidden Land gradually transformed into a bustling hub. Qin Feng crouched atop the water spirit cloud, parting the clouds to gaze toward the distant Wanyan Forbidden Land. Little dragon, what was it that the elder from Tianyi Pavilion required in terms of heavenly and earthly fires? There were 5 exceedingly rare heavenly fires and 2 exceedingly rare earthly fires. Specifically, Sun Fire, Moon Fire, Supreme Mystery Fire, Primordial Fire, and Supreme One Fire, along with Chaotic Earth Fire and 9 Nether Earth Fire. Could you help me mark the locations where these spiritual fires have previously appeared? I am at a loss as to what I am observing. Yes, sir. When Qin Feng looked back at the Wanyan Forbidden Land, 7 outlines of the Jiao Forbidden Land were highlighted by white dashed lines. This made things significantly easier. Hey, little dragon, why can't I see what is happening inside that Jiao Forbidden Land? I clearly saw someone enter, yet they vanished in the blink of an eye. Sir, I noticed that as well. It's not just the Jiao Forbidden Land. Certain Qingyao and Lanya Forbidden Lands exhibit similar phenomena. I suspect that they, like Shishui Gorge, form their own microcosm. With the current capabilities of the Yunlong, we are unable to discern what occurs within. Qin Feng expressed his confusion. If we cannot see the struggle between the clam and the snipe, how can we ascertain whether they are indeed contending, or what they are contending over? How are we to execute our plans? Sir, in the past 2 days, I have observed 6 instances of individuals collecting heavenly and earthly fires in unobstructed forbidden lands. I discovered that each time someone collects these fires, the temperature in that forbidden land experiences significant fluctuations. If they ultimately remove the heavenly and earthly fires, the overall temperature within will drop by over 1,000 degrees. Moreover, those forbidden lands that are self-contained do exchange some thermal energy with the outside world, allowing us to infer whether heavenly or earthly fires have been taken. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully but suddenly felt something amiss, urgently inquiring. When did you observe these 6 instances of collecting heavenly and earthly fires? Why did you not inform me, sir? The locations of these 6 incidents and the heavenly and earthly fires I observed are not among the 7 we require. Hence I did not issue a notification. Qin Feng chastised. That is where you are mistaken. Regardless of whether they are what we need, we must actively engage and strive, executing each plan with precision. Even if we do not require them, we can still sell them for a considerable number of spirit stones, cannot we? Yes, sir, I have adjusted the task strategy. The new approach will decrease the likelihood of acquiring the required heavenly and earthly fires. How could it reduce the probability of obtaining the necessary heavenly and earthly fires? Sir, when we focus our attention on unrelated heavenly and earthly fires, it inevitably diminishes the chances of acquiring the ones we need. You truly have a knack for being obstinate. Revert to the previous plan. Prioritizing the essential matters is of utmost importance. Yes, sir. Qin Feng contemplated that rescuing Yang Dai was paramount. Should he miss the opportunity to collect the required heavenly and earthly fires, it could adversely affect his plan to save Yang Dai, leading him to chastise himself upon waking each morning. As Qin Feng peered down, absent-mindedly rubbing his chin, Little Dragon suddenly spoke. Sir, an unidentified object is approaching from behind you. Qin Feng jumped in surprise, looking back to see an unremarkable cloud drifting past him from a height of 100 meters. As the cloud floated away, he discerned no anomaly and questioned, "What is the matter with this cloud?" "I see nothing unusual, sir. Take a closer look. It is flying against the wind." At this revelation, Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He discreetly turned his head but could not suppress a gulp. He mentally commanded, "Monitor its every movement. No. Look back and see how long it has been here, sir. It has been here since you arrived. After noticing your presence, it circled around you. Had I not detected its unusual flight against the wind, I would not have realized it was there." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt somewhat reassured. Whatever this entity was, it did not appear to harbor hostility. Otherwise, it would have launched an attack from the outset. However, its subsequent attempt to approach him set off alarm bells in his mind. Qin Feng feigned interest in the scene below while discreetly observing the cloud's movements through the Yunlong. "Little Dragon, have you attempted various detection methods to ascertain what lies within?" "Sir, I set the infrared thermal radar to maximum power and detected a humanoid silhouette within the cloud. Additionally, I found that using electric field imaging radar revealed a clear human-shaped electric field within." "Excellent. Continue to enhance surveillance. Should it exhibit any nefarious intent, engage immediately without awaiting orders." Were Qin Feng to be even more ruthless, he would have simply eliminated the threat without hesitation. Yet, he was not one to engage in needless slaughter. The visitor's intentions were not overtly hostile, prompting him to adopt a wait-and-see approach. After all, with the Yunlong providing protection, any attack from this individual would be intercepted by near-light-speed lasers or beams, resulting in their own demise the moment they acted. The enigmatic figure within the cloud seemed startled by Qin Feng's sudden turn, retreating 1,000 meters before hovering in midair, contemplating its existence. After 100 seconds of introspection, this entity surprisingly returned. As the cloud approached once more, Qin Feng remained impassive, raising the alert level of the Yunlong to its highest setting, with multiple cannons trained on the target, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The cloud-dwelling figure hesitantly drew nearer, prompting Qin Feng to stifle a laugh at its timorous demeanor. An insidious plan took shape in his mind. He remained still until the figure was within 10 meters behind him. Suddenly, he whipped around, gun drawn, and thundered. "Show yourself!" Qin Feng watched as a figure tumbled from the cloud in fright, revealing a seemingly frail scholar, his face ashen with terror, his right hand trembling against his chest. Clearly shaken, Qin Feng struggled to suppress his laughter, adopting a stern expression as he demanded, "What do you want by approaching me? State your intentions, or I shall not be so courteous." Chapter 85. No free rides. The frail scholar finally managed to catch his breath, anger boiling within him as he glared at Qin Feng, refusing to answer his question. Noticing the scholar's silence, Qin Feng pressed further. "What's the matter? Are you mute? You are the mute, you foul creature." The frail scholar, realizing he was in the wrong, turned to leave, showing no concern for Qin Feng's potential retaliation. To Qin Feng's credit, he did not pull the trigger, allowing the scholar to flee before retreating back into his water spirit cloud, continuing to monitor the figure's movements through the Yunlong. Little did he expect that the seemingly frail scholar would transform into a wisp of wind, returning towards him after covering several thousand meters. Were it not for the Yunlong's array of detectors, particularly the electric field imaging detector, the figure concealed within the wind would have gone unnoticed. As the wisp of wind drew closer, and when it was 10 meters away, Qin Feng employed the same tactic, spinning around with a shout. "Halt! How dare you return?" The frail scholar clutched his heart. His face flushed red as he fell from the wind, taking a moment to recover before pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Feng, his teeth gritted. "You? How did you discover me? This is impossible." Seeing the scholar's distressed expression, Qin Feng could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter that grew louder, especially upon noticing the scholar's increasingly darkening countenance, which he could not suppress. "What are you laughing at? Is it amusing?" Qin Feng wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes, struggling to regain his composure. "Cough. After approaching me twice, what exactly do you wish to achieve? First, tell me how you discovered me." "Why should I tell you?" The frail scholar took a deep breath to calm his wildly heaving chest. "If you tell me, I will grant you a piece of heavenly fire." Witnessing the scholar's audacious claim, Qin Feng retorted, "If you can indeed provide me with a piece of heavenly fire, I shall consume it on the spot." The frail scholar narrowed his eyes, remaining silent for a moment. Qin Feng assumed he had been sufficiently incensed, feeling a sense of triumph. After all, he had spent countless hours in games engaging in banter with teammates, and with his typing speed, he typically emerged victorious. Unexpectedly, the frail scholar ultimately nodded. "Very well. If you do not eat it today, I shall shove it down your throat." With that, he clasped his hands together. Then, as if drawing cards, he produced 1, 2, 3, a staggering 31 pieces of heavenly fire. Qin Feng stood frozen, his mind momentarily malfunctioning. He recalled that there were only 36 pieces of heavenly fire in total. How could this individual have amassed 31? Was this creature even human, with the celestial fires now gathered in such abundance? Could it be that this fellow has also amassed a comparable quantity of earthly flames? The delicate scholar revealed a comforting smile, tilting his head and gesturing towards Qin Feng with his chin. "Eat that? I shall feed it to you right away." Qin Feng, however, was adaptable and capable of achieving great heights. "Brother, stop joking when I mentioned eat. I was referring to refining it into my body. Yes, that is precisely what I meant." The delicate scholar clasped his hands together, collecting all the celestial fires, and inquired once more. "Can you now tell me how you discovered my presence?" Qin Feng disregarded him, instead comparing the 31 celestial fires he had just observed with the records of Tianyi Pavilion. To his astonishment, he realized that the 5 celestial fires this individual lacked were precisely the 5 that Tianyi Pavilion required. In other words, he had no need for any of this individual's celestial fires. "Brother, is this all the celestial fires you possess? Why is there no sun celestial fire, celestial fire, supreme celestial fire, ancient celestial fire, or supreme unity celestial fire?" The delicate scholar's expression changed, for this insufferable wretch was indeed spouting nonsense, deliberately highlighting his deficiencies. "What you mention is not only absent from my collection, but also scarce in this realm. I suspect these celestial fires have been taken by others, severing their roots." Qin Feng's heart sank, and he continued, "Then what about the Chaos Earth Fire and the 9 Nether Earth Fire? To your surprise, I also lack those too. If I had them, I would possess the complete 72 earthly fires. The scholar admitted. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, muttering, "Does that mean Tianyi Pavilion is toying with us? If you cannot procure these, how could I possibly have such luck?" Upon hearing Qin Feng mention Tianyi Pavilion, the delicate scholar's interest piqued, and he chuckled softly. "So, you wish to solicit their assistance? Pray, tell me your request." Qin Feng scrutinized him, puzzled. "Can you truly negotiate with them?" The scholar shook his head. "You overestimate my capabilities. They are esteemed elders of the immortal sect, and I hold no sway." Qin Feng suppressed his urge to roll his eyes and retorted, "Then why are you inquiring so persistently?" The scholar rolled his eyes in return. "Speak if you wish. If you tell me how you discovered my presence, my promise of a celestial fire remains valid. Miss this opportunity, and it shall be lost." "Very well. I possess the ability to sense the surrounding electric fields. Though you conceal yourself well, electric fields do not lie and cannot be hidden." "Yes, indeed. So grant me a piece of that supreme void celestial fire." The delicate scholar was taken aback, frowning after a moment's thought. "Could you first explain what you mean by electric field?" An electric field is the physical field that conveys the interaction between electric charges. It is a unique form of matter that allows charges within the field to experience forces. The electric field surrounding stationary charges is termed a static electric field. In the vicinity of moving charges, both electric and magnetic fields are present. Qin Feng recited the concept of electric fields, donning a confident expression, anticipating praise. The delicate scholar instinctively glanced around, wishing for a brick to smite this bothersome individual. Noticing the scholar's demeanor, Qin Feng felt a twinge of displeasure. "If you cannot comprehend, do not blame me. Every word I utter is the truth, I swear. If you cannot elucidate how you discovered my presence, then all your truthful words are mere nonsense. Fine. Let us first delve into the 4 fundamental forces of physics, please." "Just die." The delicate scholar, outwardly gentle yet inwardly tempestuous, angrily turned and transformed into a wisp of wind, departing. Yet Qin Feng could not allow him to escape and immediately pursued, shouting, "Stop right there. You shall not freeload. Could you refrain from following me?" The delicate scholar, exasperated by Qin Feng's relentless pursuit, found himself unable to evade or escape. This fellow trailed him, incessantly muttering about trustworthiness, the importance of credibility in business, and how a certain individual who spoke dishonestly was struck by lightning the following day. Chapter 86. 9 Nether Earth Fire. Seeing him halt, Qin Feng, resembling a debt collector, gazed expectantly at him. "If you give me this supreme void celestial fire, I will cease my pursuit." The delicate scholar, grinding his teeth in irritation, retorted, "I have already told you. I do not understand what you say. How can I discern if your words are true?" Qin Feng was about to respond when he suddenly heard Xiaolong's voice. "Commander, there are significant temperature fluctuations detected within the number 7 Xiao forbidden zone, suggesting someone is attempting to collect the 9 Nether Earth fire." "Really?" Ignoring the scholar, Qin Feng peered downwards. Indeed, the illumination of the No. 7 Xiao forbidden zone appeared significantly dimmer than before. With a sudden thought, he called out to the delicate scholar, "I have urgent matters to attend to. However, our business remains unresolved. You must return the celestial fire to me next time." Having said that, he turned his cloud mount and soared into the distance. Initially, the delicate scholar felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, but soon he sensed that something was amiss. Did he uncover something of significance? "My father once used the great transformation technique to predict that the 9 Nether Earth fire might emerge this year, though the timing is uncertain. Could it be today?" The 9 Nether Earth fire was crucial to his path towards enlightenment, and he dared not take it lightly. He transformed once more into a wisp of wind, pursuing Qin Feng. "Commander, that individual is closing in again." His instincts were indeed sharp. Qin Feng contemplated hiding within the Yunlong, but reconsidered, realizing that with so many eyes around, the risk of exposing the Yunlong was too great. Thus, he halted, frowning as he focused on the approaching wisp of wind. The delicate scholar, knowing he could not escape Qin Feng's gaze, materialized from the wind. "Could you refrain from following me?" This time, Qin Feng looked at him with evident annoyance. The delicate scholar, donning an air of mystery, asked, "Have you discovered something?" He added, "If you share valuable information, I may consider granting you a celestial fire." Qin Feng did not deny it. "What you have is of no use to me, and what I need is absent from your collection, the delicate scholar. Surprised, replied, so, you discovered something you require, which I do not possess. Qin Feng mocked, you are rather clever this time. Yet, how is it that you could not grasp the knowledge I imparted earlier? The delicate scholar pouted. What you spoke of was entirely foreign to me. I suspect you were trying to deceive me, and thus, I cannot trust you. He then glanced around and whispered, quickly, tell me what you have discovered. Qin Feng looked once more at the number 7 Xiao forbidden zone, where the temperature fluctuations had returned to normal, leaving him puzzled. He directed Yunlong to enhance its scanning of the number 7 forbidden zone. Then turned back to the delicate scholar. Please maintain your distance. I still do not know your name or background. How can I trust you enough to disclose everything? My name is Yu Chongwen. Qin Feng interrupted with a cold laugh. What? Is your name too hot to handle? It sounds like a pseudonym. The delicate scholar did not counter, continuing, in any case, I am Yu Chongwen. As in fish, and I hail from the serene cliffs of Yindang Mountain in Central State. I always keep my word. This time I shall surely grant you a celestial fire. And you? What is your name and origin? As for me, I am Yang Feng, residing in Yulong City. Yulong City? I visited there 2 years ago. It is indeed quite impressive. It is acceptable. Noticing Yang Feng gazing downwards, Yu Chongwen inquired, what exactly are you looking at? I possess a celestial observation mirror that can reveal the depths of the forbidden zone. Tell me where to look, and we shall see what lies within. With that, Yu Chongwen waved his hand, conjuring a palm-sized silver mirror that floated in midair. He performed a hand seal, sending a beam of silver light into the mirror, which visibly expanded, ultimately transforming into a 1-meter-high silver mirror. Qin Feng then noticed that this second-generation immortal wore a bracelet of multicolored jade beads around his wrist, seemingly a legendary storage bracelet. He mused inwardly, this fellow is indeed a plump target. I estimate his cultivation to be merely at the late stage of Qi refinement. He possesses a frightening array of treasures, and his identity is undoubtedly more complex than he claims, most likely the offspring or grandchild of some influential figure. With this realization, Qin Feng's gaze towards Yu Chongwen softened considerably. Why? Yu Chongwen, frowning, questioned. What are you pondering? Why do you suddenly appear so lecherous? Qin Feng cleared his throat. It is nothing. I was contemplating other matters. What did you just say? Yu Chongwen pointed to the observation mirror. This is the celestial observation mirror, capable of revealing the depths of the forbidden zones. Those self-contained Xiao forbidden zones can also be observed. Tell me what you have seen, and we shall investigate together. Qin Feng gestured toward the number 7 Xiao forbidden zone. Do you see that? It is a place where 9 nether-earth fire once emerged. And now there is a peculiar fluctuation emanating from within. I suspect someone is attempting to collect the 9 nether-earth fire. Why? Yu Chongwen listened with skepticism, directing the observation mirror towards the area Qin Feng indicated. Casting a spell upon it, a flash of white light illuminated the mirror, revealing a dark world within. Normally, a world of flames would exude brightness and heat, yet this place conveyed an eerie chill. Yu Chongwen continuously cast spells into the observation mirror, and the world within gradually brightened, the perspective expanding as he sought to unveil the entirety of this enigmatic realm in a swift motion. The perspective of the viewing mirror emerged from a vast, boundless, and unfathomably deep chasm. The surrounding landscape was desolate, with the ground marred by fissures resembling scars, occasionally erupting with pale flames. Within the chasm lay what appeared to be the gaping maw of a chaotic beast, evoking an instinctual sense of dread in Qin Feng. Should one fall into its depths, it would surely herald great death and profound terror. Indeed, there were people present. Before Qin Feng could discern any figures, Yu Chongwen had already spotted one. He adjusted the angle of the viewing mirror, directing it towards the sheer cliffs of the immense pit. There, a minuscule figure, akin to an ant, was unleashing beams of sword light from the precipice, each strike leaving glowing imprints upon the ground. It was only through the scale of this figure that Qin Feng realized the chasm's mouth was likely thousands of meters wide, rendering the person atop the cliff as insignificant as dust. As the perspective zoomed in once more, Qin Feng could not help but exclaim softly, "Why?" Yu Chongwen, intrigued, inquired, "What is it? Do you recognize him?" To which Qin Feng replied affirmatively. The individual in question was known as Gu Yang, a true lord of the heavenly sword sect and one of its 7 nascent soul true lords, who had previously gifted Yang Di a mysterious fire pearl. Qin Feng had perused the sect's genealogy, which contained Gu Yang's portrait, thus enabling him to identify the figure. Chapter 87. The Nine-Element Dragon Locking Array Qin Feng. He is one of the 7 nascent soul true lords of the Heavenly Sword sect. Known as Gu Yang, Yu Chongwen responded with a nonchalant "oh" before redirecting the perspective to observe the sword array laid out by Gu Yang. This indifferent demeanor further confirmed to Qin Feng that Yu Chongwen was no ordinary individual. He seemed unfazed by even a nascent soul true lord, suggesting a background of considerable significance. Yu Yang was orchestrating the 9-element dragon locking array, a formation associated with the Jilu star, the second of the 9 elemental stars, and he had likely already established the Jiming star formation at its designated location. As he spoke, Qin Feng shifted the perspective diagonally, confirming that indeed, a Jiming star formation had been completed, within which hovered a gigantic sword, dark as ink and exuding a menacing aura. From the Heavenly Sword Sect's compendium, Qin Feng was aware of the origins of the 9 elemental stars, which bore resemblance to the Big Dipper on Earth. However, while the Big Dipper is used for navigation, the 9 elemental stars reside in the celestial realms, serving directional purposes based on their differing colors. The 9 elemental stars include Jiming, Jilu, Jizai, Jifu, Jizhong, Jidong, Jishi, Jinan, and Jibei. Qin Feng, do you think he can truly capture the 9 nether fire using this 9-element dragon locking array? Yu Chongwen shook his head. It's hard to say, but the crucial point lies not in whether he can capture it, but rather in the fact that this place seemingly harbors the 9 nether fire. And judging by his movements, it may soon emerge. Qin Feng blinked. Shouldn't the key concern be whether you can seize the 9 nether fire from this nascent soul true lord? Yu Chongwen, curious, turned his head and asked, why would one need to seize it? Qin Feng, if not to seize it, do you intend to negotiate with him? Yu Chongwen regarded Qin Feng with a peculiar expression. I never anticipated you to be that kind of person. Qin Feng, what kind of person? Yu Chongwen, a bandit, a thief. Qin Feng, you misunderstand. At worst, I am merely a flying thief. Why, Yu Chongwen? You are truly shameless. Qin Feng, thank you for the compliment. Yu Chongwen was rendered speechless. Qin Feng, in a serious tone, asked, if you won't steal or rob, how do you intend to acquire the 9 nether fire? Yu Chongwen, I won't tell you. Qin Feng, you are truly a bridge burner. Hurry and give me the 2 flames you owe me. We shall part ways and never cross paths again. Why, Yu Chongwen, with a serious demeanor, replied, 1 flame, not 2. Qin Feng, 1 will suffice. Just give it to me first. This time, Yu Chongwen was surprisingly agreeable. Which one do you want? Qin Feng, the Taisu fire. Why, Yu Chongwen, give me 3 days, and I will split off a spark from the Taisu fire for you. Qin Feng, it can be split? Yu Chongwen, I possess a secret method that allows me to split off a portion from a fire that has grown for over 10,000 years. Qin Feng, is it truly that remarkable? Can you teach me this secret? Yu Chongwen was once again rendered speechless by Qin Feng. Qin Feng, with a mysterious air, gritted his teeth and said, I can offer you something in exchange. I assure you, you will be satisfied. Yu Chongwen's interest was piqued. What is it? Qin Feng, are you not troubled by your appearance and demeanor? Please do not take offense. I speak bluntly. I mean to say that your aura feels somewhat effeminate, lacking a touch of masculinity. Why, Yu Chongwen narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether to take up arms against this individual. Qin Feng, earnestly, continued, do not feel embarrassed. As a healer, I mean well. Let us discuss your condition. Noticing Yu Chongwen's increasingly grim expression, Qin Feng hastily returned to the topic at hand. I have a means to alter your current state and imbue you with a sense of masculinity. Though Yu Chongwen was infuriated, he was nonetheless curious about this eccentric individual's methods. What method? Have you heard of testosterone? I guarantee that 1 injection will yield immediate results, 3 will restore your masculine vigor, and 5 will ensure your endurance remains unyielding. The first injection is complimentary for you to experience. What do you say? Absolutely not. Get lost. Qin Feng was at a loss, believing this proposal to be rather appealing for any normal man. Could it be? Qin Feng's gaze towards Yu Chongwen grew increasingly peculiar. Why, Yu Chongwen grit his teeth, glaring fiercely at him. Should this man dare to speak foolishly again, he would surely meet his end. At that moment, a voice from Xiaolong interjected, Commander, there is something I may not have mentioned to you. This person is disguised as a man. Qin Feng chuckled, albeit awkwardly. Brother, do not be angry. I sincerely apologize. This pearl shall serve as a token of my apology. As he spoke, he produced a mysterious in-water spirit pearl. Yu Chongwen opened her eyes wide. Upon seeing the pearl, her previously explosive rage transformed into calm. One does not strike a smiling face, especially when the apology seems genuine, rather than a mere formality. She huffed lightly but still took the pearl from Qin Feng's hand, playing with it before storing it in her spatial bracelet. Seeing her accept his apology, Qin Feng finally exhaled in relief and began to chastise Xiaolong. You have truly put me in a perilous situation. Please inform me sooner next time. Commander, I assumed you had already realized and were teasing her on purpose. Recently, I have encountered various individuals, and with so many strange beings about, when someone more normal appeared, I did not consider that possibility. Moreover, when have I ever teased a young lady? Do not speak recklessly. Yes, Commander, I misjudged you. Yu Chongwen, noticing Yang Feng admitting fault, suddenly fell silent, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. This person was not bad, though his words were often absurd. You mentioned you wanted to use the heavenly fire to ask the elders of Tianyi Pavilion for assistance. What matter do you wish to address? Qin Feng had now essentially confirmed that Yu Chongwen was of significant stature, perhaps capable of aiding him. Thus, he recounted in detail how Yang Dai had been abducted by the Heavenly Sword Sect's matriarch, and how the immortal Gu Nansheng had coerced her into becoming a furnace for the son of the Hahuan sect. Embellishing his feelings of helplessness and frustration, Yu Chongwen listened, filled with righteous indignation, and declared, "The Heavenly Sword Sect is utterly despicable. Do not worry about this matter. I will find a solution, Qin Feng. There is no need. The Heavenly Sword Sect is not something we can provoke. If I cannot obtain the 9 nether fire this time, I will venture to the ancient immortal and demon battlefield to test my luck. Even a perilous journey is better than hopelessness. Do not go. It is not merely a matter of peril. It is a death trap. I have never heard of anyone entering and returning." Qin Feng gazed toward the direction of the Heavenly Sword Sect. His eyes suddenly clouded with melancholy. After a prolonged silence, he spoke softly. "Though I fear death, I fear loneliness even more if I cannot save her. I will never forgive myself." Yu Chongwen had initially assumed Qin Feng was a thoughtless rogue. He was taken aback by the heartfelt story he had just unveiled, deeply moved, and looked at Qin Feng with a face full of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Yang Dai is truly fortunate to have you as a brother." Qin Feng offered a bittersweet smile, his demeanor increasingly imbued with a sense of desolation. Chapter 88. The transmission of the 10,000 flames. True man, Commander, have her expand the perspective a bit. I wish to study this forbidden ground. The moment Qin Feng had finally gathered his emotions, Xiaolong interrupted, causing him to chuckle wryly. He feigned lightheartedness in Yu Chongwen's view. "Could you enlarge the viewing mirror's perspective? I wish to observe the detailed situation within." Only then did Yu Chongwen recall the pressing matter at hand, hurriedly inputting a spell into the viewing mirror to reveal a panoramic view. Observing Gu Yang still arranging formations, she yawned. This second major array has only just begun. It will take at least another 2 hours for all 9 elemental arrays to be set up. Judging by his pace, he likely intends to initiate the array at midnight when the Yin energy is most potent. Qin Feng glanced at the clock, realizing it would take 2.5 hours until midnight, a considerable waste of time not spent on cultivation. As someone who had tirelessly labored to unlock his genetic locks in school, he understood that every bestowed gift comes with its share of diligent effort, seizing every moment suitable for cultivation. He could, over time, surpass his peers who started alongside him. I wish to cultivate for a while. Should anything arise, do call for me. With that, he settled into a lotus position before the astonished gaze of Yu Chongwen, producing several inferior spirit stones and commencing to absorb and expel spiritual energy. Yu Chongwen blinked in disbelief. Could it be that this individual truly trusted her so implicitly? Did he not fear that she might harbor ill intentions? It is well known that during meditation, a cultivator is at their most vulnerable. Not only could intentional malice lead to dire consequences, but even the slightest disturbance could cause one's vital energy to deviate, resulting in the perils of demonic deviation. For a moment, she could not discern whether this man was simply overly trusting or merely foolish. Little did Yu Chongwen know, Qin Feng was neither a fool nor overly trusting. Rather, he was emboldened by his own strength. The concerns of others regarding the deviation of vital energy and the risk of demonic influence were of no consequence to him. He cultivated in an automated manner, Free from such worries, in the event of danger, Little Dragon would execute an emergency stop, and within less than a second, he could resume his actions. Furthermore, with the Yunlong ship hovering above, what peril could possibly threaten him? Even if Yu Chongwen harbored intentions to harm him, the moment she acted, the Yunlong ship could render her a mere wisp of vapor. Yet, from Yu Chongwen's perspective, an unexpected thought emerged. I must not betray his trust. I must safeguard him from any disturbance. Why Yu Chongwen retrieved a silver bell and sat beside Qin Feng. Like a vigilant cat, she constantly turned her head to observe her surroundings, ready to ring the bell to signal an alarm at the slightest approach. Observing her through the Yunlong ship, Qin Feng suddenly found her quite admirable, a trustworthy friend. The 5 hours of cultivation passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Qin Feng was relishing the experience, Little Dragon informed him that it was time to conclude the current cycle. Commander, there are only 13 minutes until midnight. It is insufficient time for another round of great cycle cultivation. Understood. Qin Feng did not immediately open his eyes. Instead, he first scanned Yu Chongwen through the Yunlong ship. She was engrossed in reading. Little Dragon, what book is she reading? Did you capture it all? Commander, I have recorded everything. It is a biography, but she began reading from page 72. In 5 hours, she has only read 40 pages, and the earlier pages were not scanned. Qin Feng then took a deep breath and gradually withdrew his energy. You are awake. You truly possess an audacious spirit to cultivate in such a manner. Yu Chongwen closed the book upon noticing Yang Feng awaken, her tone tinged with reproach. What is there to fear? Time is money. Every second must be seized. Humph, while you squander no time on money, I have endured the bitter wind for over 2 hours in vain. Not at all. I see you were engrossed in your reading, were you not? Yu Chongwen briefly showed Qin Feng the book, exclaiming, I could have contemplated profound insights, yet I am reduced to reading mere biographies. I am barely at 8 parts of my focus. The biography of Master Wanyan? What is its connection to the Wanyan Forbidden Land? You do not know. The Wanyan Forbidden Land is the place where Master Wanyan ascended. I truly did not know. By the way, what does ascension mean? Is it not synonymous with becoming an immortal? Yu Chongwen suddenly recalled something and hurriedly tucked the book away. I nearly forgot. This is considered a secret among your kind and should not be disclosed lightly. Unless, as she elongated her words, deliberately piquing his curiosity, Qin Feng could not resist asking, unless what? Unless you recount how you discovered me and what the electric field was all about. Impressive. You still remember this matter? Yu Chongwen replied, this biography of Master Wanyan contains many insights into ascension. Are you certain you do not wish to know? Very well. I shall provide you with a simplified explanation. My eyes can perceive things that you cannot. Though you hide within the wind, there is little change in my view. If you had said so earlier, I would have understood. Is this ability a natural talent or an acquired skill? It is more of a gift. I possessed this ability upon arriving in this world. Your gift is indeed remarkable, qualifying you as a legendary figure. Now you ought to tell me about Master Wanyan. Why Yu Chongwen glanced at the heavenly mirror. It is nearly midnight. I shall be brief. Above the immortal sect lies the divine sect. Ascension refers to joining the divine sect, which has stringent requirements for disciples. Only those with innate spiritual bodies are accepted. Even those with acquired spiritual bodies need not apply. This very place is where Master Wanyan transformed into an innate fire spirit body. After his transformation, divine emissaries came to guide him into the divine sect, which is why this place is his ascension site. Qin Feng, bewildered, asked, what does spiritual body mean? Yu Chongwen's mouth fell open in astonishment. You do not know this? Is it not common knowledge? I am a rootless and bottomless loose cultivator. I have never even heard of what you speak. Do you know of the mortal spiritual roots, profound spiritual roots, true spiritual roots, immortal spiritual roots, and divine spiritual roots? I am familiar with those. And what of the Tao imprint? I know that as well. If you possess a Tao imprint along with an innate divine spiritual root, you may be termed an innate spiritual body. I understand innate to mean that one is born with a spiritual body. But how could Master Wanyan transform from an acquired body into an innate spiritual body? Yu Chongwen, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, the marvel lies in this. Master Wanyan was endowed with extraordinary talent and discovered the method to transcend to divinity. He gathered 36 types of heavenly fire and 72 types of earthly fire, returning to the source in this very location, reversing life and death. Ultimately, He shed his human form and transformed into an innate fire spirit. Chapter 89. Emergence of Earthly Fire. Qin Feng, enlightened, nodded in understanding. Suddenly, he gazed at Yu Chongwen in astonishment. Wait, you do not intend to emulate Master Wanyan, do you? Yu Chongwen's eyes sparkled with ambition. Indeed, this is both my dream and my mission. Every day I live is dedicated to transcending the mundane and ascending to divinity. Qin Feng, perplexed, shook his head. But is the divine sect truly that magnificent? To risk life and limb, only to find one cannot even remain human? Yu Chongwen remained fervently resolute. You do not comprehend. This is my calling. Even before my parents conceived me, they had already mapped out my path. I have come to this world solely for one purpose, to ascend. Qin Feng frowned. Have you all gone mad? Should not the purpose of living be to enjoy life? What you are doing is nothing short of tormenting yourself. Why? Yu Chongwen dismissed him with disdain. Enjoy life? Only the mundane think that way. How could the ordinary comprehend my lofty aspirations? Qin Feng sighed. Very well, I am but an ordinary person. My dream is simply to live longer, earn more, attain financial freedom, and enjoy the beauty of the world. For an instant, Yu Chongwen hesitated, yet ultimately affirmed, no one can disturb my resolve. If I do not become divine, I would rather die. Seeing her fervor, Qin Feng fell silent. The atmosphere between them growing awkwardly tense, as the final minute before midnight approached. Master Guion commenced the formation, igniting numerous 9-sword arrays, with the celestial swords within gradually rising, their tips pointed towards the unfathomable abyss of the 9 nether pit. Qin Feng suddenly shattered the silence. Since Master Wanyan is referred to as Master, does that mean he had not yet formed an infant when he ascended? According to the common understanding of this world, those in the Qi refining, foundation establishment, and golden core stages are collectively addressed as masters, while those in the nascent soul, transformation, and void return stages are called true lords. Since Master Wanyan is still called Master, it indicates he was at most in the golden core stage when he ascended. Yu Chongwen chuckled. How could that be? Qin Feng nodded. I thought as much. It is impossible for one to create such a terrifying forbidden ground if they were merely at the golden core stage. Yu Chongwen quickly corrected him. What I meant is that it is impossible for him to have ascended from the golden core stage, or even the foundation establishment stage. Once one establishes a foundation, their root and spiritual root become fixed, making ascension impossible. He ascended from the Qi refining stage after undergoing 9 reincarnations, achieving divinity in his 10th life. Qin Feng's mouth fell agape as he looked at Yu Chongwen. This is also why you remain in the Qi refining stage, isn't it? Indeed. Had it not been for the desire to ascend, I would have at least reached the golden core stage by now. May I ask how old you are? 16 in nominal years. Upon learning that Yu Chongwen was merely 15 or 16 years old, Qin Feng was genuinely astonished. Connecting this with the powerful figures backing her, he suddenly comprehended why she harbored such a fervent desire to ascend, because he saw a reflection of his former self in her. Once upon a time, his dream was to gain admission to the University of Science and Technology of China, becoming the pride of his family. Eventually, through his meager efforts and the resources his parents dedicated entirely to him, he achieved his goal of attending that prestigious institution. However, upon arriving at this dream school, he realized that in terms of talent, intelligence, and effort, he was at the bottom of the ranks. Those prodigious students in the youth class, younger than him by 7 or 8 years, were not only smarter but also possessed greater innate talent and outperformed him in effort by leaps and bounds. It was there that he became acutely aware of the vast chasm between individuals, greater than the divide between man and dog, and then he chose to lie flat, gazing at the spirited Yu Chongwen. Qin Feng could not help but reminisce about that fervent youth from years gone by. Perhaps here I might redress some of the regrets of the past. We shall not compete in talent, nor in familial connections, but rather in the realm of cutting-edge technology. Just as Qin Feng envisioned himself wielding the Yunlong with unyielding might against the divine sect and treading upon the celestial sect, a sudden eruption of dazzling rays burst forth from the observation mirror. The 9 celestial swords within the 9-dragon locking formation simultaneously unleashed a resplendent sword rainbow, striking towards the 9 nether pit. The 9 streaks of sword light converged in the center of the pit, gradually coalescing into a magnificent 9-colored divine sword hovering above. Why? Yu Chongwen's expression shifted drastically as he exclaimed, "This is bad." The 9 nether fires should not emerge yet. He intends to force its appearance. Qin Feng, bewildered, inquired, "What do you mean?" Before Yu Chongwen could respond, a thunderous roar reverberated from below. The 9-colored divine sword plummeted into the pit, and in the next moment, the entire world was rent asunder. Qin Feng felt an abrupt brilliance envelop him, blinding white light swirling before his eyes, plunging him into a fleeting blindness. This was merely the initial eruption of the No. 7 purple radiance forbidden zone. Yang Feng, flee. Following the sound, Qin Feng grasped Yu Chongwen firmly, pulling her into his embrace, as a wave of crimson light enveloped them both. That moment, the first wave of searing shockwaves crashed upon them, casting the still-forming blood light into disarray. After a tumultuous struggle, the blood light managed to redirect itself, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. High above a desolate mountain, a streak of blood light soared from the distance, forcefully striking the mountain peak and shattering it, before crashing heavily into the valley below. Brother Yang, awaken! Yu Chongwen fervently shook the blood-tinged figure of Qin Feng, whose singed hair and half-burned face bore testament to his ordeal. His neck and back were covered in a dense cluster of yellowing blisters. Brother Yang, hold on, do not succumb to sleep. In a panic, Yu Chongwen retrieved a porcelain white jade vial, pouring forth a bead-sized jade elixir. With urgency, she pressed the elixir into Qin Feng's mouth, which melted instantly, transforming into a life-giving essence that jolted him awake. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Feng propped himself up, coughing for quite some time, enduring the agonizing pain that coursed through him. His face contorted in distress. What did you make me consume? It is unbearably bitter. Upon witnessing Yang Feng regain consciousness, Yu Chongwen sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground as she patted her chest to calm her racing heart. This is a genuine celestial elixir, and you dare to complain about its bitterness. Upon hearing the term celestial elixir, Qin Feng eagerly smacked his lips, exclaiming, to be fair, the bitterness gives way to a refreshing floral aroma. Just then, he gasped in pain, realizing that the movement had aggravated the blisters at his neck. Why Yu Chongwen rose again, her eyes filled with sympathy as she regarded his nearly scorched half-thigh in that critical moment. Yang Feng had pulled her close, shielding her from the first wave of shockwaves with his back, even going so far as to burn his essence to perform blood evasion, facilitating their escape from the inferno of 10,000 flames.